Chapter 1. The Summoning Spirit. In the land of Cangtian, within the Baidu Empire, lies the city of Setting Sunday. Hundreds have gathered at the ancestral hall of the Mo family, participating in the annual summoning ceremony. On this day, every youth who has reached the age of 16 will summon their own spirit. This is a world where martial prowess reigns supreme. The pinnacle of warriors possess the power to shatter the heavens with a mere flick of their fingers. One must possess a summoning spirit to become a true warrior. What exactly is a summoning spirit? Upon a warrior's death, they transform into a summoning spirit. When individuals of the younger generation reach the age of 16, they undergo the summoning ceremony, allowing them to randomly call forth a deceased warrior as their spirit. The stronger the innate talent, the more formidable the summoned spirit. The ancestor of the Mo family was a legendary figure from a millennium ago, and for centuries, the Mo family has endeavored to summon their long-departed ancestor. Regrettably, none have succeeded. Before the summoning stone, the clan leader, Mo Wentian, gazes with disappointment at a refined young boy before him. Mo Tsong, with a physical foundation of the 3rd level, summoning successful spirit level, 9th level of mortal body. He sighs softly. A 9th level of mortal body is commendable. Not everyone can successfully summon a spirit. It is fortunate if 1 in 10 manages to do so. On average, 20 individuals from the Mo family succeed in summoning a spirit each year. Yet this year is exceptionally bleak. With 40 individuals having undergone the summoning ceremony, only 3 have succeeded. Will the Mo family be able to summon the ancestor? He laments inwardly. If they fail to summon the ancestor again, the Mo family risks being devoured by rival families in Setting Sun City. The decision to conduct the summoning at the ancestral grave is deliberate, as the ancestor is interred there, maximizing the likelihood of a successful summon. Of course, there remains a chance for individuals from other regions of Cangtian to summon him as well. His gaze shifts to 2 young boys in the crowd, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. Next, Mo Quan. One of the boys steps forward, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Mo Quan, the second genius of the Mo family, has achieved the 8th level of physical foundation by the age of 16, on-scene a century prodigy in Setting Sun City. He is one of the most promising candidates to summon the ancestor. Word has it that an elder from the Heavenly God sect has privately taken him as a disciple. Once he successfully summons his spirit, he can report to the sect. Mo Quang strides confidently from the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the onlookers before settling on a silent boy in the corner, a disdainful snort escaping his lips. He places his hand upon the summoning stone, closing his eyes as his spiritual energy channels into it. Moments later, the summoning stone erupts with a blinding crimson light that pierces the sky. Boom! The stone trembles violently, and all of Setting Sun City looks up at the blood-red glow. Crimson light of 1,000 meters. Whose genius is undergoing the summoning ceremony? 1,000 meters of blood light signifies the emergence of a future paragon. It emanates from the direction of the Mo family ancestral grave. It seems a member of the Mo family has successfully summoned the ancestor. Other families in Setting Sun City gaze in awe towards the Mo family's ancestral grave. With 1,000 meters of blood light, a Mo family member must have summoned the ancestor. Alas, the Mo family is destined to rise to prominence. 1,000 meters of blood light heralds a future paragon. The Mo family is on the verge of ascendance. In this moment, the mood among the prominent families of Setting Sun City is complex. The higher the blood light from the summoning stone, the stronger the summoned spirit. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. The strongest summoning in a century has only achieved 100 meters of blood light. It has been a millennium since the last 1,000-meter summoning. Mo Quang, with an 8th level physical foundation, summoning successful spirit level, 9th level of Divine King. Mo Wentian exclaims, his voice filled with excitement. From the summoning stone emerges the ethereal figure of a cold, imposing elder, radiating a fierce aura. Ancestor. It truly is the ancestor. He resembles the portrait in the ancestral hall exactly. The Mo family members kneel in reverence. The Mo family ancestor stands coldly beside Mo Quang, who gazes at him with exhilaration. This will be his summoned spirit. The Mo family has long sought to summon their ancestor, and he has succeeded. This signifies that he can cultivate to the same ninth level of divine king realm as the ancestor, a realm of unparalleled strength. His gaze shifts to the stunned figure within the crowd. The ancestor has been summoned by me. What can you possibly summon? He sneers inwardly. Mo Kwong, although you have summoned the ancestor, you must remain humble and diligent in your cultivation. Do you understand? Mo Wentian advises, though he cannot suppress the smile on his face. Hearing Mo Wentian's words, Mo Kwong replies respectfully, "Rest assured, clan leader, I shall undoubtedly lead the Mo family to reclaim its former glory." With that, he strides towards the crowd, the ancestor's figure seamlessly merging with his own. He approaches the silent boy in the corner, a mocking smile creeping onto his face as he whispers, "Mou, the ancestor has already been summoned by me. What can you summon now?" Mou glances at him with calm indifference and replies, "What are you so arrogant about?" You. Anger surges through him. Mo, yes, perpetual calm demeanor infuriates him. Let's see if you can maintain your composure after your summoning. Next, Mou. As Mo Wentian's voice falls, the Mo family erupts into a frenzy, more fervent than when Mo Kwong took the stage. It's finally Mo Yes' turn. What kind of spirit will our first genius summon? If Mo Kwong is an ancient century genius, then Mou is an ancient millennium prodigy. His spirit is bound to be even more powerful. Mou has already achieved the ninth level of physical foundation by the age of 16, but it's unfortunate that the ancestor has already been summoned by Mo Kwong. He has lost his chance. Even though the ancestor has been summoned by Mo Kwong, Mo, you can still summon powerful warriors from other regions of Cangtian. He may not be weaker than the ancestor. Mo Yes' talent surpasses that of Mo Kwong. If Mo Kwong can summon the ancestor, then Mo you can surely summon a spirit even more formidable. If that's the case, our Mo family might witness the rise of two paragons. As the praises for Mou echo around him, Mo Kwong's expression darkens. Consumed by resentment, Mou has always overshadowed him. For years, he has lived in Mo Yes' shadow. Despite his efforts, he has never been able to rise above. Mou is perpetually first, while he remains forever second. Wherever Mou is, the focus of attention inevitably gravitates towards him. Jealousy breeds a deep-seated animosity towards Mou within him. Yet, he secretly scoffs. He has already summoned the ancestor. What does it matter if Mou possesses greater talent? Many prodigies have summoned only low-level spirits during the ceremony. If Mou summons a low-level spirit from that day forth, he will be able to trample Mou beneath his feet. Chapter 2. A spirit of null rank. Before the crowd, Mou steps forward to the summoning stone, all eyes upon him. He calmly extends his right hand to rest upon the stone. Seconds pass, but the summoning stone remains unresponsive, leaving the Mo family members bewildered as they gaze at it. Another 10 seconds elapse. What is happening? His heart sinks as he realizes that the summoning stone continues to remain inert. This is a sign of failure. The Mo family members also find it hard to believe. Mo Wentian watches the summoning stone with a grave expression, suspecting a malfunction. Suddenly, a flash of blood light flickers from the summoning stone, only to quickly return to tranquility. A small girl, no more than 3 years old, emerges from the summoning stone. This is the summoning spirit? Not even a meter of blood light. This child is not even a warrior. She surely cannot be considered a summoning spirit. A spirit this weak. Please tell me this isn't real. Pinch me. He is the foremost genius of Setting Sun City, having achieved the 9th level of physical foundation at the tender age of 16. Such talent surpasses even that of the Mo family ancestor in his youth, making him an exceptional rarity even within the Beidou Empire. Yet, he has summoned a mere 3-year-old girl, leaving everyone utterly stunned. How could this happen? What is wrong with my summoning spirit? He gazes incredulously at his spirit. Mo Wentian stands aghast, staring at the spirit beside him, before he numbly announces, Mou, with a 9th level physical foundation, summoning successful, spirit level, null. As those words resonate, The MO family members are left speechless. A spirit of null rank, how can it be null? He murmurs, eyes vacant, unable to comprehend the reality before him. The confidence he once held has transformed into utter despair. The ranks of summoning spirits range from lowest to highest as follows. Physical foundation, mortal body, spiritual body, ruler, ancient sovereign, divine king, heavenly emperor, sage, and a legendary heavenly god. A spirit of physical foundation is the lowest tier of summoning spirits. However, a spirit of null rank has never before appeared in the land of Cangtian. His summoning spirit is not a warrior. It can only be classified as null rank. To become a warrior, one must summon their own spirit, which is always a deceased warrior. Upon death, warriors become summoning spirits, devoid of their prior consciousness, with innate talents and experiences fully inherited by their successors. Moreover, the rank of the summoning spirit signifies the realm to which the summoner may eventually ascend. The rank of a summoning spirit reveals the potential future of an individual. The higher the level of the summoned spirit, the greater the potential for the summoner's future growth. Once the summoner calls forth the summoned spirit, they may cultivate the techniques and martial skills that the spirit practiced in its previous life. Naturally, the summoner can also hone other methods of cultivation. However, the techniques of the summoned spirit are ideally suited to them, and they typically do not alter their cultivation methods lightly. A summoned spirit of level null offers almost no assistance to MOU in his future training, a reality he cannot accept. MOU's summoned spirit is actually of null level. Clearly, his summoned spirit is not a martial artist. I've never heard of such a summoned spirit. I had expected him to summon a truly formidable spirit, yet this is the outcome. His heart must be in turmoil right now. He might regret rejecting the invitation to be a disciple of the heavenly god sect's leader. Even the ordinary elders of the sect may not want him now. TSK, TSK, TSK. Our MO family's greatest talent has summoned a spirit of null level. If this were to get out, it would be a tremendous disgrace for our family. Fortunately, MO Kwong summoned an ancestor. Others would likely refrain from mocking our family too harshly. If they do, it will only be at MOU's expense. Many who once sought to curry favor with MOU now change their demeanor upon witnessing his null-level spirit. The walls have fallen, and the crowd is quick to push him down. Each gaze turned towards him was filled with derision, with some even going so far as to belittle him in a bid to flatter MO Kwong. Several of the MO family's younger members, who had previously been close to him, now took the opportunity to distance themselves from him, striking him while he was down. MOU's martial path is just one facet of his potential. While the summoned spirit signifies one's capabilities, the world is rife with uncertainties. Perhaps you might yet create a miracle. Do not be too disheartened. Mo Wen Tian attempted to console him. Clan leader, I understand your words. I feel somewhat fatigued. I shall take my leave, he replied quietly, subsequently turning to depart from the ancestral hall of the MO family. Oh, our MO family's brightest talent is so eager to return and contemplate his summoned spirit. Is he? Ha. MO Kwong seized the moment to mock him as he silently exited the ancestral hall. Who would have thought the top talent of Sunset City has summoned a spirit of null level? Truly, it is an eye-opener. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. MO Kwong continued to exaggerate. Finally, he has turned the tables. MOU had overshadowed him for far too long. MOU glanced back at him with a calm expression before striding purposefully out of the ancestral hall. Upon receiving that serene gaze once more, MO Kwong felt a surge of frustration. He could not withstand the condescending look from MOU, as if he were perpetually beneath MOU's feet. Filled with animosity, he seized this opportunity to strike, taunting the top talent. In half a month's time is the family competition. I wonder if he will still be so arrogant then. Having summoned the MO family's ancestor, he was confident that within the next 2 weeks, he would break through to the 9th layer of the flesh body, and even the first layer of the mortal body was not beyond possibility. In contrast, even if MOU were to break through to the first layer of the mortal body within that time frame, what of it? The strength of a martial artist is intrinsically linked to their summoned spirit. The stronger the spirit, the greater the combat prowess of the martial artist of the same realm. His summoned spirit is an ancestor of the Mo family, a formidable being at the ninth layer of the Divine King. At the same level, he could easily vanquish others with lower-level summoned spirits. In half a month's time, he would publicly defeat Mou before the Mo family, proving that it is he, Mo Kuang, who is the true genius of the Mo family. As Mou stepped out of the ancestral hall, his body shuddered slightly, and without uttering a word, he departed from the premises. With his exit, the members of the Mo family surrounded Mo Kuang as if he were the sun surrounded by stars, their flattery and praise making him feel immensely gratified. Even Mo Wentian approached with a smile, looking at him with admiration. Having summoned the ancestor of the Mo family, he would undoubtedly lead them to greatness in the future. For the first time, he felt the sensation of being revered, akin to what Mou experienced in previous years, and he relished it. Inside the Mo family's ancestral hall, the summoning ritual continued. Chapter 3. The gluttonous little ancestor in one of the rooms of the Mo family. Mou sat on the bed, his eyes devoid of life. With a summoning spirit of null rank and lacking any martial techniques, he murmured to himself, "How am I supposed to cultivate?" His confidence was severely shaken, and he found it difficult to accept his circumstances. The strength of a summoning spirit directly correlates to the aid it provides to a martial artist, and with only a null-ranked spirit, he felt utterly helpless. His future path in martial arts would be fraught with challenges. Even a martial artist possessing the lowest rank of a physical summoning spirit would inevitably progress faster than he could. After a prolonged moment, his gaze gradually hardened. Oh, what if my summoning spirit is of null rank? I, Mou, did not rely on a summoning spirit to reach this point before I had a summoning spirit. I had already cultivated to the 9th level of the physical realm. Now that my spirit is of null rank, I refuse to concede defeat. Even if my potential is 0, I will find a way to defy fate. The aura of despair that enveloped him dissipated instantaneously, and his former confidence returned in a heartbeat. Right, let's first examine my summoning spirit. He had previously dismissed his spirit in dismay upon discovering its null rank. But now he recalled that he still possessed a summoning spirit. Closing his eyes, he delved into the summoning space within his mind. Despite its null rank, he felt compelled to communicate with the spirit and ascertain whether it possessed any hidden attributes that could assist him. Upon entering the summoning space, he beheld a 3-year-old girl sitting on the ground. As she noticed his arrival, her gaze turned towards him. He sensed something peculiar about this spirit. Typically, summoning spirits are the remnants of deceased warriors, devoid of consciousness. Yet, the spirit before him resembled a living person. "Big brother, I'm hungry," the spirit exclaimed, running towards him with outstretched arms, her eyes wide with anticipation. Stunned, he stared at her, realizing she was not merely a summoning spirit, but an actual living being. What is happening? His mind momentarily faltered. Weren't summoning spirits supposed to lack consciousness? So why did his summoning spirit behave this way? The spirit clung to his thigh and began to climb up his body like a tree. Instinctively, he embraced the spirit. "Big brother, I'm hungry." She gazed up at him with pleading eyes at awe. He found himself at a loss. "What do you want to eat?" "Rice," the spirit whimpered, clinging to his neck, her small lips quivering as if she were about to cry. "Wait, first tell me what skills or techniques you possess, and then I'll take you to eat." All right, he sensed that this summoning spirit was extraordinary, perhaps possessing hidden attributes. "Rice, what?" Suddenly, the spirit burst into tears. All right, I'll take you to eat," he said, exasperated. In the dining room, he sat beside the spirit, who was devouring rice at an astonishing pace that he still couldn't comprehend that a summoning spirit could consume food. Weren't they supposed to be ethereal remnants? Moreover, the spirit's appetite was insatiable. "That's enough. You've eaten enough for 10 adults. You can't continue," he exclaimed, perspiring as he attempted to get the spirit to disclose her skills before indulging further. However, the spirit clutched her bowl tightly, her large, innocent eyes glaring at him, while her mouth continued to munch on the rice. He found himself both amused and bewildered. This was no ordinary summoning spirit. This was a glutton. Half an hour later, he gazed at the towering stack of 100 empty bowls on the table, finally realizing that the spirit was sated. Now that you've had your fill, could you please tell me what skills or techniques you possess? He asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. His dismay. The spirit shook her little head vigorously, indicating she knew nothing. You know nothing? Then how did you become a summoning spirit? He looked at her in disbelief. Wah, Big Brother is being mean to me. The spirit cried out. All right, little ancestor. He hurriedly brought the spirit back to the summoning space. After much effort, he managed to console her, employing various methods to extract any hidden attribute she might possess. From now on, I'll call you little ancestor. Why do you know nothing at all? He thought, exasperated as he faced the spirit, who gazed back at him with wide, innocent eyes, suddenly, in a childlike voice. She said, I can make bad people go crazy. Make them go crazy. How do you do that? He inquired, his eyes widening in confusion. The spirit tilted her head in contemplation before shaking it. There are no bad people here. I'll go find one for you. His eyes lit up with curiosity. Meanwhile, in the bustling Mo family courtyard, the news of Mo Kwang's summoning the ancestors spread throughout the city. Family heads from various clans personally visited to extend their congratulations. Even those families who were once adversaries sought to reconcile with the Mo family, hoping to mend past grievances. Head of the Mo family, I have a request, Zhou Sihai, the head of the Zhou family, said earnestly in the guest hall. Speak freely, Mo Wentian replied, his mood elevated by the ongoing praise for the Mo family's rise to prominence. My daughter, Zhou Meyer, was previously betrothed to Mo Yu. I wish to annul their engagement, as I believe she is better suited for Mo Kwang, Zhou Sihai stated, casting a glance at Mo Kwang standing behind Mo Wentian. Mo Kwang nodded at Zhou Sihai, his gaze lingering on Zhou Meyer, revealing a glimmer of affection in his eyes. Zhou Meyer returned his gaze, seemingly smitten, as if the two had long since fallen for each other. Zhou Sihai, this is unexpected, Mo Wentian remarked, taken aback. The engagement between Mo Yu and Zhou Meyer had been established 3 years prior, with plans for their marriage post-Mo Yu's summoning ceremony. Everyone is aware of Mo Yu's situation. The future of the Mo family will rely on Mo Kwang, for Mo Yu has been rendered incapable. Zhou Sihai declared bluntly, I must consult Mo Yu regarding this matter. Mo Wentian frowned. Although Mo Yu was considered incapacitated, he was still the Mo family's most talented heir. Head of the Mo family, why not summon Mo Yu and let him decide? Zhou Sihai suggested in a low voice. And oh need, I'm here. At that moment, Mo Yu entered, having overheard everything from outside. Wentian felt awkward as he glanced at him. Clan leader, I had already intended to annul my engagement with Zhou Meyer a year ago. I will be direct. Please facilitate the termination of this engagement today. He proclaimed loudly to Mo Kwang, and Zhou Meyer exchanged glances, fully aware that the annulment was necessary, and Mo Yu had to be dealt with simultaneously. Chapter 4. The Abilities of the Summoning Spirit Mo Yu. Zhou Meyer glared at him, furious. Zhou Meyer, do you think I'm unaware of your clandestine affair with Mo Kwang? Since he is so fond of you, I shall grant your wish, he replied calmly. Then, turning his gaze to Mo Kwang, he added, you shall forever tread the path I, Mo Yu, have walked. Even in matters of women, you may only claim those I do not desire. Mo Yu. Mo Kwang erupted in fury, realizing that his liaison with Zhou Meyer was merely a means to retaliate against Mo Yu. What? Unwilling to accept. Then let us meet in the family tournament in half a month. Mo Yu said, his demeanor unruffled. Mo Yu had never held affection for Zhou Meyer. Their engagement was merely a strategic alliance between two families. Very well. At the family tournament, I shall trample you underfoot before all. Mo Kwang seethed, suppressing his rage as he glared at Mo Yu. Clan leader, I leave this matter in your hands. I have other matters to attend to, Mo Yu stated calmly, turning and striding away. What is Mo Yu's arrogance? He is merely a waste. Indeed, a waste with a null-ranked summoning spirit. How dare he act so haughty? Who gave him the audacity? Several elders of the Mo family expressed their indignation. Head of the Mo family, let us not entertain this. Let us annul the engagement between Meyer and him. She is more suited for Mo Kwang. On Thursday, Zhou Hai took the opportunity to speak loudly. Although MOU's initiative to withdraw from the engagement caused a significant loss of face for the Zhou family, their true intention was to secure the favor of Mo Kuang, a promising figure of the future. Mo Wentian cast a glance at Mo Kuang, feeling somewhat swayed. "Clan leader, my sister and I share a deep bond. I beseech you to support our union," Mo Kuang declared with fervor. "Very well. Today, I shall endorse your wishes." Mo Wentian nodded in agreement. After Mou departed from the reception hall, she left the Mo family and stepped onto the bustling streets outside. "Isn't that Mou from the Mo family?" someone exclaimed. "Indeed, it is. I've heard that his summoning spirit is of null rank. He is destined to become a worthless individual," another remarked. "With a summoning spirit of null rank, his future is as bleak as it gets." Mo Kuang had summoned the ancestors of the Mo family, and it seemed that Mou's days were about to become exceedingly difficult on the streets. Many cast accusatory glances at Mou. He walked calmly, though internally he was seething with anger. It truly felt like a tiger fallen into the valley, bullied by curs. "Oh, if it isn't the prodigious Mou from our radiant sun city." A mocking voice chimed in. Before him stood a young man clad in splendid attire, arms outstretched to block his path. "Good dogs do not obstruct the way," he said, gazing steadily at Zhang Zhe. "What are you so cocky about? With a summoning spirit of null rank, do you still think you are the Mou of old?" Zhang Zhe retorted coldly, a formidable aura radiating from him. He was at the first tier of mortal body. Mou was taken aback. Zhang Zhe was the third young master of the esteemed Zhang family, just 18 years old, who had summoned his spirit 2 years prior. Zhang Zhe had long harbored jealousy towards Mou's innate talent. Previously, out of fear of his abilities, he had refrained from provoking him. Now, however, Zhang Zhe was brazenly seeking revenge. "Did you ever expect this? I have now reached the first tier of mortal body. If you kneel and bow 3 times, I might just let you go," Zhang Zhe boasted, having learned that the Mo family was prepared to abandon Mou. For years, where Mou was concerned, Zhang Zhe had been submissive, but now it was time to retaliate. Mou regarded Zhang Zhe steadily, unperturbed. "Little ancestor, the villains have arrived. Now, show me your prowess," he urged his summoning spirit inwardly. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the summoning spirit appeared beside him, her large eyes fixed on Zhang Zhe. Then, she merged into his body that a frown creased his brow as he felt an invisible wave of mental energy radiate from within him. Suddenly, Zhang Ze's demeanor shifted. His eyes turned irrational, obsessive, and bloodthirsty. "Kill!" Zhang Ze roared, frenziedly charging at those around him, instantly obliterating the heads of his 2 guards. Boom! At the same moment, his summoning spirit manifested, a towering, bald man exuding an icy demeanor, seamlessly integrating into his being the first-tier spirit body, summoning spirit. Mou exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Ze's aura surged violently as he continued his rampage, slaughtering several individuals. Run for your lives. The streets became a gruesome scene as terrified onlookers fled. "Little ancestor, is this what you meant by turning the villains into madmen?" He stared in shock as Zhang Ze unleashed his fury upon those nearby. That moment, Zhang Ze was indeed a madman, engaged in a frenzied slaughter. Soon, all bystanders had fled, leaving behind a dozen corpses. In the blink of an eye, only he and Zhang Ze remained. Zhang Ze's gaze locked onto him with murderous intent. Lunging forward, this moment, the murderous Zhang Ze exuded terrifying power, compelling him to momentarily retreat. "Big brother, fear not," the summoning spirit's voice chimed in. "What do you mean? Do you possess hidden abilities?" he inquired curiously while evading Zhang Ze's attacks. "Villains cannot harm Big Brother, and they will fall ill," the summoning spirit chirped innocently. Fall ill? He was perplexed. Zhang Ze was overwhelmingly powerful, while he was merely at the 9th tier of flesh body. Soon he found himself cornered in an alley, with no escape route. Desperate, he gritted his teeth and drew his longsword, instantly engaging Zhang Ze in combat. Puff! However, due to the significant disparity in their realms, Zhang Ze's blade struck his arm. Yet, to his astonishment, the wound healed almost instantly. Zhang Ze suddenly convulsed, collapsing to the ground as if struck by an epileptic seizure, his complexion pale as a heart condition erupted. "Little ancestor, is this what you meant by falling ill?" He watched in disbelief at Zhang Zhe's plight. Zhang Zhe appeared to be suffering from both epilepsy and a heart condition, and in an advanced stage at that. Indeed, the villain has fallen ill. Big brother need not fear. The summoning spirit reassured him. "Little ancestor, you truly possess hidden attributes." He was elated. Initially believing he had summoned a worthless spirit of null rank, he was astonished to discover such formidable hidden powers. He mentally cataloged the abilities currently possessed by a summoning spirit. First, it could cause those around to become irrational, obsessive, and bloodthirsty, subsequently attacking others like madmen. Second, those influenced by the summoning spirit would suffer from sudden seizures and heart conditions after inflicting physical damage. Third, any physical wounds he sustained would heal almost instantaneously. He had never heard of such a summoning spirit before. "I must return to investigate further," he thought, unable to suppress his excitement. Casting a calm glance at the convulsing Zhang Zhe on the ground, he realized that without assistance, Zhang Zhe was doomed. Resolutely, he strode out of the alley. Chapter 5. Beings from Another World. In the MO family's library, he clutched a hefty tome, poring over its contents. This volume, titled The Great Compendium of Summoning, chronicled illustrious figures and summoning spirits throughout the history of the Cangtian Continent, along with some extraordinary tales regarding summoning spirits. Eureka! His gaze sharpened as he focused on the information found on page 1086 of the compendium. It described an extraordinary individual who, during a summoning ritual, had called forth beings from another world. His heart raced at this revelation. Could it be that the little ancestor is a being from another world, not native to the Cangtian Continent? He continued reading. Beings from another world were unlike warriors. They possessed extraordinary powers. There once existed an unparalleled genius who summoned a terrifying being formed of machinery and gears, which nearly led to the obliteration of the Cangtian Continent. His eyelids twitched at this ominous account. The being from another world, claiming to be the god of destruction, had devastated vast regions of the Cangtian Continent and was ultimately sealed away by the continent's most powerful beings in the abyss beyond. He gasped in astonishment and pressed on. Throughout the annals of Cangtian history, fewer than 100 summoners capable of calling forth beings from another world had been recorded. However, every summoner who succeeded in this endeavor ultimately became an entity of cataclysmic destruction. In fact, several had come perilously close to annihilating the Cangtian Continent, that if you discover someone has summoned beings from another world, eliminate them immediately. Otherwise, they will grow to threaten the Cangtian Continent. This dire warning concluded the compendium. His heart raced. He was certain that the little ancestor was indeed a being from another world, unequivocally not of the Cangtian realm. If others were to learn of his summoning of a being from another world, he would be relentlessly pursued by those in the know. The Cangtian Continent forbade the existence of summoners possessing beings from another world. Better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one escape. This phrase echoed in his mind. He could not allow anyone to discover the little ancestor's true nature. He felt a tightening in his chest. The distinction between the little ancestor and the summoning spirits of the Cangtian Continent was significant. Those with formidable power would surely discern her true identity. Thankfully, the members of the MO family were oblivious to the existence of beings from another world. Otherwise, they would have recognized the little ancestor's identity long ago. Furthermore, the compendium noted that throughout history, fewer than 100 summoners had ever called forth beings from another world. This statistic indicated that knowledge of such beings was scarce within the Cangtian Continent. Alas, I must ensure the little ancestor remains concealed. Her origins must not be revealed. He resolved firmly, deciding that unless absolutely necessary, he would not allow the little ancestor to surface. The little ancestor was his summoning spirit. Should she be discovered, he would face death, and with his demise, so too would his summoning spirit. Upon the death of a warrior, they would become a summoning spirit, and if their summoner perished, these spirits would also meet their end, permanently. MOU. At that moment, a middle-aged voice echoed from outside the library. Fourth Elder. He set aside the summoning tome and smiled at the fourth elder, Mo Ming, who walked in. Mo Ming was the only person from the Mo family who truly cared for him. Even when he summoned a spirit of the lowest rank, he did not abandon him. The leader of the Heavenly God sect and a multitude of elders have come to our Mo family. You must come with me and see if we can persuade the leader or one of the elders to take you as a disciple, Mo Ming said with concern. Everyone in Sunset City believed he was a failure, yet Mo Ming was confident he was not, even if he only had a spirit of the lowest rank. Fourth elder, I still want to go. The Heavenly God sect probably wouldn't want me now. He replied with a wry smile. What nonsense! You are merely 16 years old. The leader of the Heavenly God sect's visit to our Mo family is a golden opportunity for you, and you must learn to seize it. Even if the entire world gives up on you, you cannot give up on yourself. Mo Ming exclaimed loudly. Warmth spread through his heart as he nodded heavily, saying, All right, I will heed your advice, fourth elder. In the guest hall of the Mo family, a middle-aged man with an imposing presence sat in the main seat, exuding an aura of unfathomable depth. Mo Wentian stood respectfully before him, while Mo Kwong stood beside him. Watching the middle-aged man with excitement, Mo Kwong, I have heard that you summoned the ancestor of the Mo family. Today I, Jun Tianzi, have personally come to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? Jun Tianzi said with a smile. I am willing. From now on, please do not look down upon your foolish disciple, master. Mo Kwong exclaimed excitedly as he knelt down. Splendid. Soon, our Heavenly God sect will be recruiting disciples in Sunset City. So stay by my side. Jun Tianzi laughed heartily, as this visit was primarily for Mo Kwong. The dozen or so elders of the Heavenly God sect beside him looked enviously at Jun Tianzi. A talent like Mo Kwong was only worthy of his attention, and they could only watch and envy. Sect leader, my Mo family has some other children with good potential. May I bring them out to meet you? Mo Wentian cautiously inquired. Certainly, let them come forth, Jun Tianzi replied, feeling in good spirits. Instantly, a group of Mo family talents entered the guest hall, but Jun Tianzi calmly scanned them and shook his head. The elders behind him surveyed the Mo family talents, some furrowing their brows, while others outright shook their heads. Their potential is lacking, one elder after another remarked, showing no interest in any of them. I senti they're a genius named MOU in the Mo family. Where is he? Suddenly, one elder asked curiously, MOU. Mo Wentian frowned and sighed, saying, Esteemed elders, you may not know, but MOU summoned a spirit of the lowest rank, which essentially rendered him a failure, so I did not invite him to meet you. A spirit of the lowest rank. Is that even possible? I'm intrigued. Let him come meet us. Immediately, the curiosity of the Heavenly God sect elders was piqued. A spirit of the lowest rank? Jun Tianzi's interest was also kindled. He had come primarily for Mo Kwong, but also to see MOU. However, he had heard some unfavorable descriptions of MOU on the streets, claiming he was a failure, and he decided to come and see for himself. OU has arrived. At that moment, Mo Ming entered the guest hall with MOU, drawing the attention of everyone present. Jun Tianzi's gaze settled calmly on MOU, vigorous and full of life. He certainly does not appear to be a failure. Indeed, this young man is brimming with vitality. He looks like a dragon among men. How could he possibly be a failure? Chapter 6. Sect leader of the Heavenly God sect. Jun Tianzi, I am now curious about what kind of spirit he has summoned. Why not let him release it for us to see? The elders of the Heavenly God sect regarded MOU with keen interest in his summoned spirit. MOU. Do you remember me? Jun Tianzi smiled at MOU. Did I do? MOU thought bitterly. Previously, Jun Tianzi had sought to take him as a disciple, but he had refused. You are the first genius in 100 years from Sunset City to reject me, Jun Tianzi said meaningfully. Sunset City is abuzz with tales of you summoning a spirit of the lowest rank. MOU, why not release your spirit for us to observe? Jun Tianzi said eagerly, while the other elders looked at him with anticipation. Hearing this, MOU's heart sank. The Heavenly God sect was not like these country bumpkins from Sunset City. He was certain that Jun Tianzi was aware of the existence of beings from other worlds. If he were to release his summoned spirit now, Jun Tianzi would undoubtedly recognize it, and the members of the Heavenly God sect would swiftly take action against him. To reveal his summoned spirit would mean his demise. I absolutely cannot allow them to see my summoned spirit. He took a deep breath and shook his head, saying, Sect leader, my summoned spirit is indeed a waste of a spirit of the lowest rank. I will not release it to embarrass myself. As a major sect of the Northern Dipper Empire, the Heavenly God sect would surely recognize beings from other worlds. MOU, your master requests you to release your summoned spirit. Do it quickly, Mo Kuang suddenly shouted at MOU, attempting to force him to unveil his spirit, hoping Jun Tianzi would give up on him entirely. Yes, MOU, the sect leader has traveled a great distance to see your summoned spirit. How can you refuse? Mo Wentian urged. MOU, do you look down on me, Jun Tianzi? Jun Tianzi's expression darkened. MOU had rejected him before so many people, marking the second time he had been turned down. Who in Sunset City would dare to refuse Jun Tianzi? Even if he favored MOU, such behavior was exceedingly disrespectful. MOU, the sect leader has come from afar to see you. How dare you refuse? A year ago, the sect leader forgave your refusal to be his disciple due to your exceptional talent. Now you still dare to refuse. You must release your summoned spirit today. You have no choice. Let it out, the elders of the Heavenly God sect echoed coldly. Esteemed elders, please calm down. I will have a word with MOU, and he will certainly show you his summoned spirit, Mo Wentian said. Beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead, he hurried to MOU's side and whispered, MOU, just show them your summoned spirit for the sake of our MO family. Patriarch, there is no room for negotiation. I will not release my summoned spirit. He shook his head resolutely. Release his summoned spirit would mean certain death. What is there to hide about your spirit of the lowest rank? Just let them take a look. Otherwise, they might unleash their wrath and trample our MO family, Mo Wentian said sternly. Patriarch, further discussion is futile. I am leaving, MOU said firmly, striding towards the exit, preparing to leave. How dare you, MOU? Your master has given you face, yet you do not appreciate it. At that moment, Mo Kuang shouted, blocking his path, intent on forcing him to reveal his summoned spirit. Mo Kuang believed that once Jun Tianzi saw his summoned spirit, he would no longer be interested in him. Step aside, MOU replied calmly, gazing at Mo Kuang. Today, you must release your summoned spirit, Mo Kuang said in a low voice, his aura surging. MOU furrowed his brow. Feeling the gaze of the dozen or so elders of the Heavenly God sect locking onto him, if he did not release his summoned spirit, they would likely take action against him. However, revealing his summoned spirit would undoubtedly lead to his demise. He felt utterly hopeless, as if there were no way out. Transform the wicked into madness. The voice of the summoned spirit suddenly echoed childishly in his mind. Transform into madness. His eyes lit up. Yes, the summoned spirit directly merged with him. In the next moment, Mo Kuang's eyes became irrational, obsessive, and bloodthirsty as he stood before him. Roar. Mo Kuang let out a low growl, filled with a murderous intent as he lunged at him. But MOU easily dodged, but Mo Kuang instead pounced towards several other talents of the Mo family. Mo Kuang, what is wrong with you? Mo Kuang, what are you doing? The other Mo family talents exclaimed in shock. Jun Tianzi looked at Mo Kuang with confusion, not understanding why he had suddenly gone mad. Subdue him, Mo Wentian commanded loudly. Instantly, several Mo family talents charged at Mo Kuang, who suddenly found himself beside a terrifying elder, the ancestor of the Mo family. Jun Tianzi's expression grew serious as he looked at the Mo family ancestor. While the elders of the Heavenly God sect regarded him with astonishment that it truly is the Mo family ancestor, a powerful being at the 9th level of the Divine King realm. The sect leader is truly fortunate to have taken such a talented disciple. Our Heavenly God sect will soon have a formidable powerhouse. The elders of the Heavenly God sect stood aside, marveling at the Mo family ancestor, not intervening in the affairs of the Mo family. Uft. The venerable ancestor of the Mo family suddenly entered the body of Mo Kuang, unleashing an astonishing combat prowess. In mere moments, the ground was littered with the fallen elites of the Mo family. And it was only when Mo Wentian intervened personally that he was subdued. Truly, the Mo family's ancestor is formidable. Jun Tianzi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Among the Mo family's fallen talents, several were even formidable practitioners at the first level of the mortal body. Yet, at this moment, Mo Kuang was merely at the 8th level of the mortal body, and the ancestor of the Mo family had directly enabled him to transcend a significant realm to defeat his opponents. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the chaos, Mo sought to slip away to his dismay. An overwhelming force ensnared him, and he turned back with a grim expression to face Jun Tianti. Mo, I have yet to see your summoned spirit, and you wish to leave so soon? Jun Tianti observed him with a calm demeanor. Lord Jun, though I am but a junior, I possess my own dignity. I have never relished being coerced by others. Unless I willingly summon my spirit, even if you were to torture me today, I would never release it. He met Jun Tianti's gaze without a trace of fear. Impudent! How dare a mere child speak so boldly to the sect leader? The elders of the heavenly god sect glared in outrage. Before Jun Tianti could speak, he gestured for silence, and the surroundings fell into an immediate hush. His gaze remained tranquil as he addressed Mo. Since you despise being oppressed, I shall compel you to willingly summon your spirit. You may leave now. Mo was momentarily stunned, not expecting Jun Tianti to grant him such an easy exit. Sect leader, the elders of the heavenly god sect exchanged bewildered glances that not obstruct him. Let him go. I possess a method to ensure he releases his summoned spirit, Jun Tianti stated confidently. Chapter 7. Inferior spirit stones. He furrowed his brow and strode out of the reception hall. Once he departed, an elder of the heavenly god sect inquired of Jun Tianti in confusion. Sect leader, why allow him to leave? His pride renders coercion futile. Is it not true that the Mo family will hold a grand competition in less than half a month? We need only observe from the sidelines, and he will inevitably summon his spirit, Jun Tianti replied calmly. Wise words, sect leader. Let us await the grand competition and see what spirit he possesses. The elders of the heavenly god sect chuckled. What has befallen him? Jun Tianti inquired with concern as he observed the subdued Mo Kuang that moment. Mo Kuang had yet to regain his senses, his eyes still filled with irrationality, obsession, and a thirst for blood. I cannot ascertain what is wrong with him. Mo Tian shook his head. Strange, truly strange, Jun Tianti mused, stepping closer to Mo Kuang and furrowing his brow in contemplation. There is not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. It's as if he has suddenly become irrational. Has he ever exhibited any mental instability? Jun Tianti directed his question at Mo Tian. Mo Kuang has always had a stable mind since childhood. Mo Tian affirmed. That is indeed peculiar. Jun Tianti narrowed his eyes, recalling Mo's calm demeanor. Fascinating. My curiosity regarding Mo's summoned spirit has only intensified. I suspect Mo Kuang's madness is linked to him. Head of the Mo family, I have heard that in the coming month, various clans in Sunset City will hold their respective grand competitions. I wish to consolidate these competitions into one grand event. Might you assist me in this endeavor? Jun Tianti inquired with a smile. Of course. Mo Tian replied enthusiastically. After each summoning ceremony in Sunset City, the various clans traditionally held their own grand competitions within the following month. However, it had never occurred that all clans would compete together, as this would symbolize a contest between the clans themselves. At this moment, the Mo family stood at the zenith of power in Sunset City, and with Jun Tianti's decree, no other clan dared to refuse. Thus, all clans agreed to convene for a grand competition, set to occur in half a month. OU returned to his room and collapsed onto his bed. Having narrowly escaped a dire predicament, it seemed death was inevitable. Fortunately, his summoned spirit had alerted him at a critical moment, allowing him to incite Mo Kuang's frenzy and thus secure a slim chance of survival. Jun Tianti had intentionally let him go, likely hoping to witness his summoned spirit during the grand competition. His thoughts were as clear as day. Although Jun Tianti had released him today, the upcoming competition posed considerable danger. His summoned spirit must remain hidden from Jun Tianti, or else his demise would be assured. To flee or to fight? At this moment, he faced these two choices. Fleeing from Sunset City was quickly dismissed. Since Jun Tianti had allowed his departure, he was likely being coerced into revealing his summoned spirit at the competition. The exits of Sunset City were certainly under the control of the heavenly god sect, rendering escape impossible. Thus, he resolved to fight. Choosing to fight meant he could not reveal his summoned spirit at the competition. He decided to focus on his cultivation, aiming to break through to the first level of the mortal body within the next half-month. Subsequently, he entered a state of cultivation. Regardless of the outcome in half a month, only by increasing his strength could he enhance his chances of survival. In the Cangtian Continent, martial artists cultivate by relying on spirit stones. Spirit stones are divided into inferior, medium, superior, and the legendary supreme spirit stones. That a single medium spirit stone is equivalent to 100 inferior spirit stones. That a superior spirit stone is equivalent to 100 medium spirit stones. A supreme spirit stone is equivalent to 100 superior spirit stones. Though the MO family is the second largest clan in Sunset City, each MO family talent receives only 10 inferior spirit stones per month for cultivation. As for medium spirit stones, he had yet to lay eyes on one this moment. He produced an inferior spirit stone and began to absorb its spiritual energy for cultivation. After a day, the spirit energy within that inferior spirit stone had been completely absorbed, leaving behind a pile of white powder. He subsequently retrieved another inferior spirit stone. After 7 consecutive days of cultivation, he had exhausted the 10 inferior spirit stones allocated for the month. Regrettably, he had not broken through, and there remained a considerable distance to the first level of the mortal body. He opened his eyes. I must devise a plan to acquire more spirit stones. Without spirit stones, I cannot break through. Suddenly, a breakthrough aura emanated from a corner of the MO family estate. The first level of the mortal body, his expression darkened. The source of a breakthrough was precisely MO Kwang's room. This exemplified the advantage of possessing a powerful summoned spirit. The stronger the summoned spirit, the faster the cultivation speed. In contrast, his own summoned spirit was of an unknown rank, resulting in a cultivation speed akin to that of a tortoise. At this moment, MO Kwang had achieved the first level of the mortal body. If he did not break through soon, he would likely fall to MO Kwang at the grand competition. It seemed he had no choice but to pursue spirit stones along Longjing Road. Under the cover of night, he departed the MO family and made his way to the streets. Longjing Road, the darkest street in Sunset City, was rife with nefarious characters at night, lying in wait to prey upon unsuspecting outsiders. The locals were well aware that one should never venture onto Longjing Road after dark. Only the naive outsiders would mistakenly wander into this perilous area. You strode boldly into Longjing Road, instantly sensing the presence of over a dozen powerful auras locking onto him. That a slight smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he calmly advanced further. Boy, hand over your valuables. Several menacing figures blocked his path. You desire spirit stones or silver? He inquired with tranquility. And nonsense. We want spirit stones, of course. The leader, a burly man with a scruffy beard, barked. Do you possess any spirit stones? Lend me a few. He smiled and extended his hand. You think you're clever, kid? The bearded man fumed, while the other two flanked him, blocking his escape. If you lend me one spirit stone, I will return 2 in the future. I am a rich second-generation heir, he declared loudly. 1 for 2. The 3 men's eyes lit up, tempted by the proposition, as it was far easier than resorting to robbery. Are you really a rich second-generation heir? The bearded man questioned skeptically. Indeed, the fabric of my clothes is only affordable to the sons of wealthy families in Sunset City, he declared with pride. If you are indeed a rich second-generation heir, why would you seek to borrow spirit stones from us? The bearded man retorted. Brother, he is definitely trying to deceive us, pretending to be a rich second-generation heir. The other two drew their weapons, preparing to attack. Wait, how many spirit stones do you possess? I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation. If you lend me some to break through, I will repay you threefold when my family distributes spirit stones. He proclaimed loudly, signaling the others to hold their actions. Threefold. If you truly are a rich second-generation heir, we might be tempted. The trio was captivated by the prospect of such a lucrative deal. Yes, I will repay you threefold. Tell me how many you have, and I will take them all, he replied calmly. Chapter 8. Pinnacle of the 8th level of the mortal body. The bearded man and his companions exchanged hushed whispers before producing 7 inferior spirit stones. This is all we have. Are you certain you'll repay us threefold? The man with the scruffy beard gripped the spirit stones tightly, fixating on him like a miser. 7 pieces should suffice. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he murmured softly. Suffice for what? The bearded man inquired, puzzled. Thank you for your spirit stones, he replied calmly, then summoned his spirit, which instantly fused into his being. The expressions of the 3 individuals before him morphed into a wild, irrational frenzy, filled with obsession and a thirst for blood, before they turned on one another in a violent clash. With a series of chaotic strikes, the 3 fell, gravely wounded. He collected the 7 low-grade spirit stones from the ground, wiping the blood from their surfaces in the shadows. Numerous figures lurked, their hearts racing at the sight of the bearded man's sudden madness and the theft of the spirit stones. They realized they had encountered a formidable opponent. It was best not to provoke him. Let him go. Instantly, no one dared to confront him again. He stood calmly on the street, shaking his head after a while of silence. 7 pieces should suffice. He then strode away from Longjing Road. Within his chamber, he rapidly absorbed the spiritual energy from each low-grade spirit stone, feeling his own aura grow stronger. 4 days later, in a corner of the Mo family estate, Mo Kuang broke through to the 2nd level of the mortal body realm. He has actually reached the 2nd level of the mortal body. Mo Yu, who was stuck at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the flesh body realm, found himself unable to break through despite being so close. The 7 low-grade spirit stones he had seized from Longjing Road were now fully absorbed, yet he remained unable to advance. 3 days later, he opened his eyes, realizing that tomorrow marked the grand competition, but he remained stagnant at the pinnacle of the flesh body realm. How could he possibly compete against Mo Kuang? Mo Yu. Mo Ming knocked on the door, prompting him to conclude his training. Elder 4. Mo Yu replied, noting the concern in Mo Ming's gaze. Tomorrow is the grand competition. Are you prepared? Mo Ming asked, studying him closely. However, upon seeing that he still lingered at the 9th level of the flesh body realm, a flicker of worry crossed Mo Ming's eyes. Not too bad, he replied with a wry smile. Mo Kuang is now at the pinnacle of the 2nd level of the mortal body, just a step away from breaking into the 3rd level. Do you have confidence in defeating him? Mo Ming inquired. Yet, seeing Mo Yu's stagnant realm, Mo Ming couldn't help but sigh inwardly, doubting his ability to triumph over Mo Kuang. It is up to personal effort. I will do my best, he responded calmly. Regardless, I will always believe in you. Do not lose heart, Mo Ming said, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Warmth filled his heart. Elder Fort truly treated him with kindness. Prepare well. I must take my leave. After Elder Fort departed, his brow furrowed slightly. The pressure of facing a 2nd-level mortal body opponent weighed heavily upon him, while his summoned spirit possessed mysterious powers. The gap between the 9th level of the flesh body and the 2nd level of the mortal body was significant. The following day, the entire Sunset City buzzed with excitement as the 4 prominent families, along with several smaller clans, gathered at Sunset Square for the grand competition. This event promised to be an unprecedented spectacle in a century. In previous years, each family held their competitions independently, but this time they mingled in a joint contest. The Lord of the Heavenly God Sect, Jun Tian Su, presided over the event, accompanied by a dozen elders from the sect, igniting a frenzy among the young talents of Sunset City's families. Those who performed well might catch the eye of the sect's leader or elders, propelling them to greatness. Thus, the youths were determined to showcase their prowess and secure a commendable rank in the competition. Among the competitors, Mo Kuang garnered the most attention as the favored candidate for first place, having summoned the ancestor of the Mo family. Early in the morning, the citizens of Sunset City flocked to Sunset Square. The competition was set to commence at noon, yet even at 11, the square was already brimming with spectators. As the Mo family members made their entrance, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, especially at the sight of Mo Kuang, whose presence sent the atmosphere soaring. Mo Kuang. Mo Kuang. The citizens on both sides of the street chanted his name, and he reveled in the adulation, smiling and nodding to those around him. In stark contrast, Mo Yu appeared despondent, overshadowed by Mo Kuang's brilliance. That a smirk of satisfaction crossed Mo Kuang's face as he glanced back at Mo Yu's forlorn figure. Finally, Mo Kuang, am no longer your subordinate. I have waited 16 years for this day. I shall trample you beneath my feet in front of everyone, proving that I am the true genius of Sunset City." He coldly declared within himself, "Isn't that MOU? He's actually here for the competition, despite having no summoned spirit. How dare he attend?" The mocking voices from the crowd reached MOU's ears, his name already notorious throughout Sunset City and beyond. Is he foolish enough to think he can compete? He should be afraid of being crushed by M.O. Kwong. The ridicule continued, but MOU resolved to silence them with his strength. He walked steadily toward Sunset Square, acutely aware of the disdainful glances from the M.O. family's talents, who kept their distance, isolating him. Under the cold gaze of the celebrated M.O. Kwong, he thought with a sneer, "This time, no one will save you." Just then, the Zhang family's twins made their entrance into Sunset Square, attracting significant attention. Had M.O. Kwong not summoned the M.O. family's ancestor, the Zhang twins, Zhang Quan and Zhang Chong, would undoubtedly be the stars of the competition. Both had reached the first level of the mortal body realm, boasting high-level summoned spirits. Zhang Quan at the 9th level of the ancient emperor realm, and Zhang Chong at the 8th level. Despite M.O. Kwong's brilliance, the arrival of the Zhang twins garnered considerable support from the citizens, who cheered for them, making them prime contenders for the championship. Even Jun Tian-su couldn't help but glance in their direction, recognizing their potential to force MOU's spirit to manifest. The other elders of the Heavenly God sect watched intently, eager to recruit the twins for themselves, knowing that securing them would be a significant gain. Upon entering Sunset Square, the twins locked their gazes on M.O. Kwong. Filled with an overwhelming desire for battle, M.O. Kwong scoffed disdainfully, casting a dismissive glance at them. The twins' attention then shifted to the isolated and dim figure of MOU, and they frowned in disbelief. The once great talent of Sunset City has fallen to such depths. Zhang Quan remarked solemnly, "I refuse to believe he has truly fallen. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse." Besides, he didn't become the top talent solely through his summoned spirit, Zhang Chong said, his eyes fixed on MOU, still hoping for a chance to duel with him. Behind them, Zhang Zhe glared at MOU with resentment, unable to forget the humiliation he had suffered at MOU's hands. If not for the timely intervention that saved him from a sudden heart attack and seizure, he might have perished. To this day, he could not comprehend why he had suffered such ailments, as warriors were typically immune to ordinary diseases. "This time, I will make sure to end you." Zhang Zhe seethed, his eyes burning with malice. Adjacent to Sunset Square stood a podium where Jun Tian-su and the elders of the Heavenly God sect occupied the front row, while the leaders of the various families sat behind them. 10 arenas were erected within the square, each overseen by a referee at the 8th level of the mortal body realm. The competition was to follow a lottery system, requiring each family's talent to draw lots. At noon, the referee announced the rules for the competition. The wooden plaques were numbered from 1 to 10. Those who drew number 1 would compete on the first arena, number 2 on the second, and so forth. The genius who draws the number 1 wooden plaque shall ascend to the first arena for the challenge, and those who achieve 10 consecutive victories will advance. Those who draw other numbers will engage in combat at the respective arenas. MOU has drawn the number 3 plaque, and he finds himself at the 3rd arena for combat. A streak of 10 victories will grant him progression. He gazes calmly at the 3rd arena, where the grand tournament is set to commence, now free for challenges. The referee announces loudly, "The 3rd arena. All those who have drawn number 3 gather here, and soon 2 individuals leap onto the stage. Only those who secure 10 consecutive victories may advance, and the first to leap onto the stage are the confident and formidable warriors." Nearby, Zhang Zhe casts a venomous glare at MOU. "Excellent, the opportunity for vengeance has arrived." During the drawing, he had prayed to face MOU, and now his wish has come true. With 10 arenas, many prodigies engage in fierce battles. MOU refrains from joining the fray. He is not ready to reveal his hand just yet. He senses the scrutinizing gazes of Jun Tian-su and the 18 elders of the Heavenly God sect upon him, eager to witness his summoned spirit. The warrior's summoned spirit possesses 2 combat forms. The first form allows the summoned spirit to merge with the warrior, granting the warrior the ability to wield its power, akin to how one can unleash the maddening abilities of a renowned ancestor. The second form permits the summoned spirit to fight independently alongside the warrior, capable of eliminating foes on its own. ideal for group battles. He has a foreboding feeling that Cangtian will target him, seeking to compel him to unleash his summoned spirit. After advancing, it will likely lead to group battles. If such a scenario unfolds, he might be forced to release his summoned spirit, fulfilling Cangtian's intentions. In a one-on-one challenge, however, he can choose the first combat form and avoid invoking his summoned spirit. Just then, Zhang Zhe, with a frigid expression, declares, "MOU, I challenge you." The crowd turns their attention to him, whispering doubts about the once great genius of Sunset City. Surely, he would not shy away from a challenge. Perhaps, having been rendered useless, his courage has waned. If I were in his position, I would certainly decline. After all, Zhang Zhe is a formidable opponent of the first level of the ordinary body, MOU. If you are a man, step up and fight. Zhang Zhe bellows that, is he truly so cowardly now? The crowd mocks, jeering and hissing that, MOU. Though you may be diminished, stand and fight like a man. Very well, I shall oblige your wish, he replies calmly, raising his gaze toward Zhang Zhe atop the third arena. With a single bound, he leaps onto the stage, standing opposite Zhang Zhe this moment. Many eyes are upon him, and as he finally makes his move, every gaze sharpens with anticipation. Cangtian and the 18 elders of the Heavenly God Sect are equally transfixed. Eager for him to unleash his summoned spirit, he studies Zhang Zhe, knowing that in a duel, he may select the first combat method, sparing the need to summon his spirit. Suddenly, a white-haired youth wielding a long sword appears beside Zhang Zhe. A summoned spirit of the 9th level. His pupils narrow. Last time, Zhang Zhe was unable to summon his spirit before being defeated, but now he must tread carefully. Last time was merely luck. This time, let's see how you cope. Zhang Zhe glares at him, and the white-haired youth merges with his body, radiating a formidable sword intent. The sound of the sword being unsheathed resonates, and a dreadful sword aura locks onto him, causing those surrounding him to hold their breath, eager to witness how he will withstand Zhang Zhe's assault. Still not releasing your summoned spirit, Cangtian observes intently, surprised that he has yet to do so. MOU, I grant you 1 second to summon your spirit, Zhang Zhe states coldly, perceiving his restraint as a slight against him. Deal with you. I need not summon my spirit, he replies calmly. Merging instantly with his ancestor within that in the next breath, Zhang Zhe's eyes glaze over with irrationality, obsession, and bloodlust. Zhang Zhe charges at him. Sword aimed at his heart, he deftly sidesteps, extending his left index finger to graze the blade of Zhang Zhe's sword. A drop of blood falls, and the wound heals almost instantaneously. In the next moment, Zhang Zhe collapses, simultaneously afflicted by a heart attack and seizures. Convulsing violently upon the stage, he strides forward, delivering a kick that sends Zhang Zhe tumbling off the arena. Who else? His calm voice echoes around the third arena. A collective gasp arises from below as the spectators are astounded by the turn of events. They had anticipated that the so-called useless one would be easily dispatched by Zhang Zhe. Instead, it is Zhang Zhe who has suddenly gone mad and fallen, cast off the stage by a single kick. Cangtian furrows his brow, fixating on him with confusion, unable to comprehend how he subdued Zhang Zhe. What transpired? It is unclear how MOU managed to defeat Zhang Zhe, but he hardly moved. Yet Zhang Zhe inexplicably fell into madness. The 18 elders of the Heavenly God Sect were expressions of bewilderment, unable to discern how he achieved victory over Zhang Zhe. Cangtian, recalling the episode with Mo Kuang, who had similarly gone berserk in the Mo family reception hall, now regards him with a deep suspicion. At that time, Cangtian had suspected MOU's involvement, but lacked evidence. Now, witnessing this firsthand, he is certain that MOU harbors secrets. His refusal to unleash his summoned spirit piques Cangtian's curiosity regarding its true nature. He resolves to uncover MOU's summoned spirit today. Although Mo and Tian had informed Cangtian that his summoned spirit was a 3-year-old girl, Cangtian longs to witness it with his own eyes. Esteemed clan heads, please notify the geniuses in the third arena. Should anyone force MOU to unleash his summoned spirit, the 18 elders of the Heavenly God Sect will permit them to select a mentor. Cangtian calmly addresses the clan leaders of Sunset City. Yes, sect leader, The clan heads respond eagerly, hastily conveying the message to their respective disciples. Excitement pervades the third arena, as every clan's prodigy yearn for the chance to compel MOU to reveal his summoned spirit, granting them the opportunity to select any of the 18 elders as their mentor, a chance for meteoric rise. MOU, I will fight you. MOU belongs to me. Do not covet him, step aside. I ascended the stage first. In an instant, the third arena brims with an overwhelming number of prodigies, all clamoring to engage MOU. Withdraw. The referee, releasing his powerful aura of the 8th level of the ordinary body, forces everyone back. You stay. He selects one of the first-level prodigies to remain. Thank you, Senior, Li Tao exclaims, brimming with excitement. MOU. All you need to do is summon your spirit, and I will immediately concede. Li Tao calls out, aware that if MOU summons his spirit, he can forego the tournament and directly select an elder from the Heavenly God sect as his mentor. Enough talk. Let us battle. MOU replies calmly. Do not blame me then. Li Tao sneers, summoning a white-haired elder who merges with him. Embodying the 7th level of the ordinary body, I end the next moment. Li Tao's fists surge forth like dragons. Aimed at him. Kill. Just as Li Tao closes in, a wild glint fills his eyes with irrationality, obsession, and bloodlust. He lunges forward with a furious punch. MOU extends his left hand, meeting Li Tao's fist with his own. Boom! He stumbles back 3 paces, feeling the bones in his left fist crack, but they heal almost instantly. Meanwhile, Li Tao collapses, stricken by simultaneous heart failure and seizures. Rendered unable to continue fighting, OU strides over and delivers a kick that sends Li Tao off the stage. How can this be? Was he not useless? How has he defeated 2 first-level prodigies in succession? The crowd is bewildered. He is not a waste, but seems to have grown even stronger. The once great genius of Sunset City is indeed not diminished. Public perception of him shifts dramatically. If once it could have been dismissed as mere luck, 2 victories affirm his strength. The world had deemed him a failure, yet he demonstrates his prowess. He is not defeated. The first genius of Sunset City, his reputation is indeed well-deserved. Jun Tian's eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon him. Upon hearing rumors of his supposed incapacitation, Jun Tian's had initially dismissed them, resolved to personally ascertain the truth of his condition. Now, witnessing the reality firsthand, he believed not only that he had not diminished, but rather that he had grown stronger. Yet, his reluctance to unleash his summoning spirit left Jun Tian's feeling somewhat displeased. What exactly are you concealing? Jun Tian's scrutinized him intently, determined that today he would compel him to willingly summon his spirit. MOU. Beside the number 7 arena, Mo Kwang clenched his fists. The surrounding crowd had regained their faith in MOU, as if he had returned to his rightful place as the foremost genius of Sunset City. At this moment, everyone quietly pondered who was truly more formidable, Mo Kwang or MOU. No longer did anyone underestimate MOU. If he were truly a waste, how could he possibly defeat 2 first-level geniuses with his peak 9th-level physical prowess? Standing atop the number 3 arena, MOU observed everyone below with a calm demeanor. Who dares to challenge me? His gaze, tranquil yet penetrating, rendered onlookers hesitant to meet his eyes. I shall. A young man towering at 2 meters, wielding a hefty hammer, leaped onto the arena. Zhang Jia. Zhang Kuei. Zhang Kuei regarded him gravely. Mo Jia. MOU. He met Zhang Kuei's gaze with an unwavering calm, his dark eyes exuding an undeniable pressure. Boom! Suddenly, a burly man, standing 2 meters and 2 centimeters tall, materialized beside Zhang Kuei, seamlessly merging into him. Ah! Zhang Kuei roared, mysterious patterns appearing on his muscles, his strength surging dramatically. Kill! Zhang Kuei seemed to enter a frenzied state, wildly swinging the hammer toward MOU's head. MOU's eyes were fixed on Zhang Kuei, and as the latter closed the distance to within 3 meters, his expression transformed into one of irrational obsession and bloodlust, charging at him with murderous intent. With a swift sidestep to the left, MOU narrowly evaded the hammer. Nonetheless, it grazed his shoulder, causing a momentary sting, as if it had been crushed, yet he quickly returned to normal. Zhang Kuei screamed, his heart condition and epilepsy flaring up simultaneously, rendering him utterly incapable of fighting. Mou calmly approached Zhang Kuei's side and kicked him off the arena. Another first-level genius had been defeated, having triumphed over 3 first-level geniuses in succession. How could this be deemed a failure? The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Mo Wentian, are you certain his summoning spirit is of no grade? Jun Tian suddenly turned to regard Mo Wentian with a grave expression. Indeed, sect leader, it is undoubtedly a spirit of no grade, a true waste. Mo Wentian replied solemnly. You are mistaken. His summoning spirit may very well be an extraordinary existence. Jun Tian's eyes were fixed on Mou. He then summoned the referee of the number 3 arena, contemplating whether he could force Mou to reveal his summoning spirit. Chapter 11. The first genius of the Zhao family, Zhao Ke. The referee of the No. 3 arena stood respectfully before Jun Tian, who beckoned him closer. Sect leader, Ma Shuai regarded Jun Tian with caution, uncertain of his intentions. Jun Tian leaned in and whispered in Ma Shuai's ear, ensuring only they could hear. Go and inform the other referees to discreetly summon the strongest geniuses from their respective arenas to battle Mou in the No. 3 arena. If they inquire, simply state it was Jun Tian's command. Understood, sect leader. Ma Shuai bowed respectfully and withdrew. He returned to the number 3 arena, signaling for a temporary halt in the match, then called the referees from various arenas for a clandestine meeting. This is an order from the sect leader, Ma Shuai asserted emphatically. The referees nodded gravely. Given Jun Tian's authority, they dared not defy him. Consequently, each referee secretly summoned their strongest genius to the No. 3 arena. This was a covert alteration of the rules, which was fundamentally prohibited, yet it was Jun Tian's directive. His words were law, and they were powerless to object. Even if they recognized the impropriety, they could not voice it. This was merely misfortune for Mou. They sighed for him, knowing that offending Jun Tian would lead to dire consequences. After selecting their most formidable geniuses, the referees discreetly brought them to the No. 3 arena, and the competition resumed. Mou sensed a sudden influx of formidable challengers nearby, furrowing his brow as he glanced around. Noting the presence of many unfamiliar faces, an unsettling feeling arose within him. As he noticed that these strangers were all fixated on him, he even spotted the Zhang family's twins arriving, Zhang Quan and Zhang Chong, their gazes piercingly fixed on him. What is happening? His heart tightened. How had the twins come to the number 3 arena when he remembered they had been assigned to other arenas? Mo Kuang's figure also appeared near the number 3 arena. This is bad. Jun Tian is deliberately targeting me. The thought struck him instantly. His gaze shifted toward the judge's platform, where he indeed saw Jun Tian staring intently at him, a blatant display of the underlying rules at play. He recognized this as a conspiracy. Jun Tian was intentionally orchestrating these challengers to confront him, leaving him powerless to resist. The entire competition was being manipulated behind the scenes by Jun Tian. Even if Jun Tian covertly altered the rules, no one would dare to refute him. This was merely a game for the celestial sect to select disciples, choosing the geniuses they favored, while the rest served merely as supporting roles. The referees were not from this arena. Not only Mou, but also other geniuses atop the number 3 arena noticed the influx of unfamiliar faces, recognizing some of them. After all, certain individuals were too renowned, such as the Zhang twins and Mo Kuang, who had previously been assigned to other arenas. Their sudden appearance in the number 3 arena was impossible to overlook. The arrival of these formidable figures increased the pressure on them, as they too aspired to advance. The competition for progression had suddenly become all the more daunting. Many protested, yet the referees remained indifferent, insisting that the match continue. Referees, this violates the competition rules. They belong to other arenas. How can they suddenly appear in the No. 3 arena? Indeed, they are disrupting the competition and should be disqualified. Many voiced their discontent, but the referees coldly regarded them, summoning them forward for hushed conversations. Soon, these geniuses cast terrified glances toward the judge's platform, no longer daring to speak, retreating with their tails between their legs. Those who had previously clamored about the unfairness of the competition instantly fell silent, no one daring to voice further dissent. Mou keenly observed this bizarre scene. This was a blatant conspiracy, His heart confirmed his suspicions. Cangtian was indeed targeting him, with the Zhang twins and Mo Kuang coming to compel him to unleash his summoning spirit. When faced with soldiers, one must fight. When faced with water, one must build a dam. Aware of Cangtian's overt machinations, he felt utterly powerless. He witnessed the once defiant geniuses being swiftly subdued by mere words. Realizing that resistance was futile, fortunately, he remained calm atop the arena. Having secured 3 consecutive victories, he needed only to defeat 7 more opponents to advance at MOU. I am Zhao Kuo of the Zhao family. Here to challenge you. A handsome young man leaped onto the arena, exuding the presence of a peak first-level physical practitioner aimed squarely at MOU. Zhao Kuo, the second genius of the Zhao family, rumored to have caught the attention of several elders from the celestial sect, stepped forward to challenge MOU, uncertain of his success. Zhao Kuo's reputation in Sunset City was noteworthy, placing him among the second tier of geniuses. MOU regarded Zhao Kuo with serenity. A peak first-level physical practitioner, he was indeed slightly stronger than the 3 previous first-level geniuses he had encountered. Boom! Without hesitation, Zhao Kuo unleashed his summoning spirit. A hunchbacked elder materializing at his side, emanating the aura of a 9th-level monarch, causing gasps to ripple through the arena. A 9th-level monarch. What a formidable summoning spirit. The hunchbacked elder swiftly merged into Zhao Kuo. In the next moment, an illusory shell-like figure appeared behind him. Zhao Kuo was renowned for his defensive prowess. Even the first genius of the Zhao family, Zhao Gao, would find it challenging to breach his defenses. Zhao Kuo brandished a pair of large swords adorned with purple patterns, his dual blades slicing through the air with reckless abandon as he unleashed a torrent of sword energy toward MOU. MOU's gaze was fixed intently upon Zhao Kuo's eyes, and as Zhao Kuo closed in within 3 meters, his expression morphed into one of irrationality, obsession, and bloodlust. In a frenzy, Zhao Kuo charged at MOU like a madman. Yet MOU remained calm, extending his right hand to seize Zhao Kuo's left blade. The sword's edge cut into his palm, causing Zhao Kuo to convulse violently, his heart condition and epilepsy flaring up, leading him to collapse onto the ground, devoid of combat capability. Miraculously, the wound on his palm healed almost instantaneously, as if it had never been inflicted. Zhao Kuo was defeated. Why did everyone who approached him suddenly descend into madness? Losing their sanity? Moreover, how could his injuries heal so rapidly? With Zhao Kuo's fall, everyone stood in stunned silence, the outcome exceeding all expectations once more. Beneath the third arena, Zhao Gao watched MOU with a grave expression. Fully aware of Zhao Kuo's formidable defenses, which were no match for MOU's terrifying power, all eyes turned toward Zhao Gao. As the second genius of the Zhao family, Zhao Kuo had been vanquished by MOU, and it was only fitting for Zhao Gao, the family's first prodigy, to reclaim their honor. Chapter 12. Qualification for the tournament should be revoked, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him. Zhao Gao steeled himself and ascended to the third arena, fixating his eyes on MOU. The previous challengers had all succumbed to madness merely by approaching MOU. He needed to maintain his distance. Suddenly, a young man clad in purple appeared beside Zhao Gao, his summoned spirit, emanating a powerful aura of the 7th layer of ancient sovereign realm, eliciting gasps of astonishment. It was well known that Zhao Gao, as a summoned spirit, was a formidable ancient sovereign. And the rumors were indeed true. As the third family of Sunset City, the Zhao family naturally nurtured their first talent with utmost care. Zhao Gao was not far behind the Zhang family as twins. The presence of Zhao Gao's summoned spirit captivated everyone's attention, filling them with confidence that he had a chance to defeat MOU. The purple-clad youth merged with Zhao Gao, and in the blink of an eye, Zhao Gao was enveloped in an overwhelming sword intent. Standing tall and straight like an unparalleled divine sword piercing the heavens, a purple longsword materialized in his hand, transforming him into a sword deity. Zhao Gao took a step back, creating distance between himself and MOU, then unleashed a delicate stream of purple sword energy that drifted toward MOU, embodying a terrifying intent capable of shredding everything in its path. MOU narrowed his eyes and swiftly dodged to the left, evading the purple sword energy. Since Zhao Gao maintained his distance, Mo could not use his abilities against him. The power of the summoned spirit was intrinsically linked to its Master S realm. The stronger the realm, the greater the summoned spirit's power. For instance, at present, Mo could only influence targets within a 3-meter radius, but if his realm were to elevate, that distance could expand to 10, 100, or even 1,000 meters. Just imagine if he could turn everyone within a 10,000-meter radius into a madman with a mere thought. What a sight that would be! Zhao Gao refrained from closing in, instead opting to retreat while Mo advanced toward him. Zhao Gao's pupils constricted as he frantically circled the arena. Zhao Gao has managed to hold out for quite some time, spectators noted. Unlike the others who had been swiftly subdued by Mo, Zhao Gao engaged in a game of cat and mouse that it seemed Mo's ability had a range limit. As long as one stayed away from him, they would remain unaffected and could attack from a distance to overcome him. It was evident to astute observers that Mo could not exert his maddening influence on Zhao Gao. Yet Zhao Gao's ranged attacks also failed to meet their mark, as Mo effortlessly evaded his sword energy. Thus, a chase and escape dynamic unfolded on the stage, and Mo furrowed his brow, contemplating how he could possibly defeat Zhao Gao under these circumstances. Especially now that others were aware of his limitations. 0.3 meters. Jun Tian-Su calmly scrutinized Mo. He had discerned the range of Mo's attacks on the third arena. Zhao Gao coldly regarded Mo. Having realized that Mo's effective range was merely 3 meters as long as he maintained this distance, Mo would be powerless against him. Behind him, a 3-meter-long purple sword energy manifested, slicing toward Mo and blocking all his paths. Mo frowned, crouching low to the ground to evade the sword energy. Why is this arena so wide? Mo lamented. If only I could extend my ability to 10 meters. However, that would only be possible if he could break through. Breakthrough? His eyes brightened. If he could achieve a breakthrough on the arena, his range would expand, and then no challenger would escape. Zhao Gao continued to unleash sword energy attacks at Mo, and the prolonged assault was taking a toll on him. Noticing a hint of exhaustion in Zhao Gao, Mo seized the opportunity, closing the distance and forcing Zhao Gao to attack him, which he easily avoided. That a few minutes later, Zhao Gao leaned on his longsword. Panting heavily, utterly drained of energy, and unable to continue his offensive, Mo approached him effortlessly. You have won through unfair means. Zhao Gao looked up at the proximity of Mo. The process is inconsequential. Winning is what truly matters, Mo replied calmly, gazing at Zhao Gao. In the next moment, Zhao Gao's expression shifted to one of irrationality, obsession, and bloodlust. With a fierce roar, he launched himself at Mo with all his might. Mo stood unfazed, allowing him to strike, and Zhao Gao's sword found its mark on Mo's calf. Instantly, however, Zhao Gao was struck by a heart attack and an epileptic seizure, collapsing to the ground. Unable to rise again, the wound on Mo's calf healed in an instant. Yet this time, Mo did not simply kick Zhao Gao off the arena. Instead, he rummaged through his belongings and extracted 8 low-grade spirit stones. Only then did he send Zhao Gao flying off the arena, clutching the spirit stones and beginning to absorb their energy. The battle between life and death was the best means for a breakthrough. Combined with the low-grade spirit stones, he decided to gamble, testing whether he could ascend to the first layer of the mortal body realm. Zhao Gao's defeat was anticipated by all, as he had been worn down by Mo. Everyone witnessed this, but it was Mo's appropriation of Zhao Gao's low-grade spirit stones that left them astounded. Mo lacks martial ethics, daring to take another's possessions, while dueling was one matter. How could one seize another's belongings? This was truly outrageous. His qualification for the tournament should be revoked. Mo's appropriation of Zhao Gao's low-grade spirit stones incited public outrage, as, according to the tournament rules, even if one lost, they could not take anything from their opponent. Mo had violated the rules. The gaze of the referee at the third arena turned to Jun Tian-Su on the podium. Mo had breached the rules, and he possessed the authority to revoke Mo's qualification. However, Jun Tian-Su had previously made it clear that he wanted them to force Mo's summoned spirit out. Revoking Mo's qualification now would surely displease him. Jun Tian so shook his head at the referee, signaling him to disregard the crowd and continue the match. Thus, the referee for the third arena feigned ignorance of MOU's rule-breaking, indicating for the match to proceed. The spectators were highly displeased with the referee's decision, believing MOU should be disqualified for violating the rules. Yet, only those privy to the underlying truth understood the situation. A slight smirk graced MOU's lips. He had already seen through it. The referee would not disqualify him because Jun Tiansu was still keen to observe his summoned spirit, and until he witnessed it, Jun Tiansu would not act against him. Therefore, he unabashedly took Zhao Gao's low-grade spirit stones. That moment, he clutched the stones tightly, fervently absorbing the spiritual energy within as he trained. Just 5 more victories. MOU surveyed the crowd below with a calm demeanor. After 5 more wins, he would advance. Just then, a striking figure leaped onto the arena. Chapter 13. The Ancient Sovereign Realm Summoned Spirit Zhou Meier. MOU had not anticipated that it would be Zhou Meier challenging him. Truly, fate had a way of intertwining enemies. Zhou Meier, the foremost prodigy of the Zhou family, was not to be underestimated. Currently at the pinnacle of the first layer of the mortal body realm, MOU, you scoundrel, how dare you annul our engagement? Zhou Meier seethed, her teeth clenched as she glared at MOU. MOU's public renouncement of their betrothal before the prominent families of the MO and Zhou clans had severely tarnished her reputation, igniting a deep-seated resentment within her. Now, the entire Sunset City was abuzz with gossip about her being cast aside by a worthless individual, leaving her feeling utterly disgraced. MOU cast a calm glance at Zhou Meier, choosing silence. He had no desire to engage her in conversation. Their paths had merely crossed, and they would never again have any connection. Humph, scoundrel, you shall meet your end. Zhou Meier glared furiously at MOU, a long whip materializing in her hand as she lashed out towards him, maintaining a distance of 5 meters between them. She employed the whip to launch a ranged attack. Simultaneously, a beautiful woman veiled in mystery appeared beside her, exuding an aura of the 7th realm of ancient sovereignty. To everyone's astonishment, she too was of the ancient sovereign realm. Zhou Meier's summoned spirit was of the ancient sovereign level, which left many in awe, for the ancient sovereign was already a formidable power, with the next tier being the unparalleled might. The gaze of the 18 elders of the celestial god sect was immediately drawn to Zhou Meier, particularly that of the female elders, who grew increasingly intrigued by her. This little girl is remarkable. You should refrain from contesting with us. The female elders warned their male counterparts, cautioning them against vying for Zhou Meier's favor. MOU held a low-grade spirit stone in each hand, absorbing the spirit energy within while evading Zhou Meier's attacks. Aware of his vulnerability, she maintained her 5-meter distance, preventing him from driving her into a frenzy. However, this suited him just fine, as he needed time to absorb the low-grade spirit stones, resulting in a circuitous dance upon the arena. Zhou Meier struggled to land a hit on MOU, and the prolonged wielding of the whip took a toll on her stamina. Scoundrel! If you have the ability, stop running, Zhou Meier exclaimed with a haughty shout. Suddenly, MOU halted, allowing Zhou Meier to strike. As she swung the whip toward him, he grasped it firmly. The whip caused a sharp pain in his hand, but he yanked it hard, pulling Zhou Meier towards him. Caught off guard, she found herself within 3 meters of him. Their eyes met, and in an instant, her gaze transformed into one of irrationality, obsession, and a thirst for blood, resembling a madwoman as she lunged at him. You seized her by the neck, lifting her off the ground as she clawed and flailed like a deranged creature, her nails tearing into his arm in that moment. Her heart condition and epilepsy flared up. The bloodied marks on MOU's arm healed almost instantaneously as he threw Zhou Meier to the ground. Extracting several low-grade spirit stones from her, Zhou Meier had been defeated. With no sense of pity, MOU, a veritable straight man, showed no mercy. After all, Zhou Meier had once been his fiancée. It was unthinkable that he would treat her so harshly, even stealing her low-grade spirit stones. Now that Zhou Meier was betrothed to Mo Quang, it was certain that he would be incensed by MOU's bullying of her. Instantly, many turned their gaze towards Mo Quang, who stood amidst the crowd, fists clenched, his eyes ablaze with fury. emanating an aura of terrifying murderous intent. The onlookers instinctively recoiled from him, fearful of his potential outburst. Mo, Kwang grit his teeth, wishing he could tear Mo apart at that very moment. His ire intensified upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd discussing how Mo had taken advantage of Zhou Meyer, leaving him powerless and enraged. Although he had little affection for Zhou Meyer, her status as his nominal fiancée, he made her humiliation a personal affront. Unable to contain himself, he began to stride toward the arena, only to be preempted by Zhang Chong, who leaped onto the stage before him. Seeing Zhang Chong ascend the platform, Mo Kwang had no choice but to restrain himself. Zhang Chang's gaze was fixed intently on Mo. I always knew the greatest talent of Sunset City would not fall so easily. I've long desired a one-on-one duel with you. Come. Mo regarded Zhang Chong with an air of calm. Very well, Zhang Chong replied, his demeanor brimming with confidence. A white-haired man then materialized beside him, remarkably youthful and strikingly handsome, resembling a celestial being, eighth realm of ancient sovereignty. This marked Zhang Chang's first public display of his summoned spirit, commanding attention from all present. Even Jun Tian Su could not help but glance over, for Zhang Chang's summoned spirit was the most potent among those in attendance. The ancient sovereign realm was already a formidable tier. Indeed, should one delve into the genealogies of the Cangtian Continent, they might uncover the legacies of such powerful beings. Many prodigies who summoned extraordinary spirits eventually attracted the attention of their ancestral clans, with the fortunate ones being taken back to train within their families. Just like Zhang Chong now, if a spirit's lineage discovered him, they could reclaim him and mold him into an unparalleled powerhouse. As the white-haired man fused with Zhang Chong, a formidable aura emanated from him. Although he was merely at the peak of the first realm, he surpassed any adversary Mo had previously encountered. Zhang Chong maintained a distance of 5 meters, fully aware of the need to avoid closing in on Mo, as 3 meters was deemed a safe range for ranged attacks. Mo remained composed, his low-grade spirit stones being rapidly absorbed. He had already consumed 6. During battle, his speed of absorption increased significantly, the life and death thrill unlocking his inner potential. He sensed that a breakthrough to the first realm was imminent. A long spear appeared in Zhang Chang's grasp, the weapon slicing through the air like a dragon, manifesting phantasmal spear shadows. These apparitions tore through space, targeting Mo's vital points, his heart, neck, and other critical areas. Suddenly, a surge of breakthrough energy surged within Mo. Chapter 14. The white ceramic comedy mask, a powerful aura of the first realm radiated from Mo. Zhang Chong was taken aback, astonished that Mo had broken through at such a moment. Being of the same realm, he no longer held a significant advantage. Isn't his summoned spirit supposed to be useless? How did he achieve a breakthrough so swiftly? The weaker the summoned spirit, the slower the cultivation speed. Yet now, Mo's pace rivaled that of those with ancient sovereign spirits. Zhang Chong harbored serious doubts about the true nature of Mo's summoned spirit. The crowd was astounded by the breakthrough. It was widely known that Mo's summoned spirit was of no rank. With a rank of none, a breakthrough seemed nearly impossible. Yet here he was, having achieved the first realm. This revelation led many to question whether his summoned spirit was indeed worthless. No one could dismiss him as a mere waste anymore. No worthless being could exhibit such strength. This only heightened the intrigue surrounding him, as it became apparent that a fierce rivalry between him and Mo Kwang was inevitable. Upon reaching the first realm, another ethereal figure appeared within his summoned space. Instantly, he sensed it that a white ceramic comedy mask manifested within his summoned space. This unexpected occurrence was surprising. Having just breached the first realm, he had not anticipated the emergence of another entity. Keeping his distance from Zhang Chong while dodging his assaults, he focused his consciousness into his summoned space to examine the white ceramic comedy mask. As his awareness approached within 2 meters of the mask, he was struck by an overwhelming desire. The mask emanated a deadly allure, compelling him to don it. Almost without resistance, he placed the white ceramic comedy mask upon his face. Upon wearing the mask, he felt an immense psychological control attempting to seize him. Simultaneously, A black liquid oozed from the mask's eyes and mouth. Corroding his body, he sensed a terrifying force attempting to erase his consciousness. Yet, this erasing force suddenly ceased, and the mask regained its tranquility. As if nothing had transpired, now securely resting upon his face. Could this be another summoned spirit? But aren't summoned spirits typically warriors? Confusion flooded his mind. Usually, a warrior possesses only one summoned spirit throughout their life. Only true prodigies can harbor multiple spirits. Yet this white ceramic comedy mask was not a living entity, but rather an extraordinary object. Could it possibly be a relic from another world? His mind could only entertain such thoughts. The little ancestor was a being from another realm, and this white ceramic comedic mask was not an artifact of the Cangtian Continent. It must surely be an object from an alternate world. Moreover, when he donned the white ceramic comedic mask, he became aware of its capabilities. First, the mask would exert a bewitching influence on any beings within a 2-meter proximity, enticing them to wear it. Second, once the target adorned the mask, black liquid would seep from its corners, corroding the target's body. Third, the interior of the mask housed a terrifying mental power capable of erasing the target's consciousness. His heart swelled with excitement. This white ceramic comedic mask could be considered his second summoned spirit. Having just broken through to the first level of the mortal body, he was eager to experiment with the mask's functions. In the next moment, the white ceramic comedic mask appeared on his face in the outside world. The sudden manifestation of the mask startled Zhang Chong, who stood opposite him, Oyu's gaze fixed intently on Zhang Chong. But alas, the mask's range of attack was merely 2 meters, less than that of the little ancestor, who boasted a 3-meter range. He retracted the mask into his summoning space. Now, with Zhang Chong positioned 5 meters away, he was beyond the reach of Mo's influence. Suddenly, he perceived a flicker of confusion in Zhang Chang's eyes from 5 meters away, as if he were losing his rationality, and his own eyes gleamed with realization. After breaking through to the first level of the mortal body, his power had increased. Originally, it was only those 3 meters away who would be affected, but now that range had expanded to 5 meters, perfectly encompassing Zhang Chong. What? Zhang Chong sensed something was amiss and retreated frantically, quickly distancing himself from Mo. Now 6 meters away, his expression one of terror as he gazed at Mo. Realizing he had nearly fallen prey to the mask's allure, faced with the sudden onslaught of mental power, he felt his rationality slipping away. Fortunately, he managed to break free with his formidable strength. Yet he looked at Mo with lingering trepidation. Mo, calm and composed, fixed his gaze on Zhang Chong from 5 meters away, aware that all within that radius would be influenced. The arena was merely 10 meters in diameter. It was time for him to take the initiative. After breaking through to the first level of the mortal body, both his strength and speed had heightened, and he charged toward Zhang Chong in an instant. Zhang Chang's heart quivered. He sought to evade Mo, but the arena was limited in size, and the only way to avoid Mo entirely was to exit the arena. Yet leaving the arena meant he would lose. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and charged at Mo with all his might. However, as he approached within 5 meters of Mo, his expression transformed into one of irrationality, obsession, and bloodlust, akin to a madman rushing toward Mo. Mo observed Zhang Chong with calm detachment. As Zhang Chong drew near, within 2 meters, the white ceramic comedic mask suddenly appeared on his face. A wave of terrifying, bewitching power surged into Zhang Chang's mind. His already irrational, obsessive, and bloodthirsty gaze became momentarily dazed. Mo was seizing control over him. Through the white ceramic comedic mask, Mo harnessed the bewitching power, subduing Zhang Chong, who stood a mere meter away, frozen in place. Mo regarded Zhang Chong with tranquility. Now, with a single thought, he could erase Zhang Chang's consciousness and eliminate him. However, there was a rule in this grand tournament forbidding murder. He was uncertain whether, upon killing Zhang Chong and violating the rules, Jun Tian-su would choose to turn a blind eye. Besides, Zhang Chong bore him no grudge, so he opted not to take that risk. After thoroughly plundering Zhang Chang's low-grade spirit stones, he grasped Zhang Chang's collar and hurled him off the arena. The spectators stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the events that had just unfolded. What had happened to Zhang Chong? Why had he suddenly frozen in place? Mou's white mask appeared eerily enigmatic. What on earth was it? Chapter 15. Brother-in-law Zhang Chang's inexplicable defeat left everyone astounded, especially since he was one of the contenders for the championship. Jun Tian-su was equally surprised, his gaze fixated on the white ceramic comedic mask adorning Mou's face. This mask, Jun Tian-su sensed something peculiar about it. Yet the distance was too great for him to accurately discern its strange qualities. After Mou cast Zhang Chang off the arena, the mask vanished, and he stood calmly on the stage. Awaiting the next challenger, he had achieved 6 consecutive victories. With just 4 more wins, he would secure his advancement. With Zhang Chang, a championship candidate, bested by Mou, no one dared regard him as insignificant any longer. They now viewed him as a genius on par with Zhang Chang and the others. Simultaneously, curiosity swelled regarding his summoned spirit. Although the Mou family had informed everyone that Mou's summoned spirit was a powerless 3-year-old girl, skepticism pervaded the crowd. How could a worthless summoned spirit empower Mou to such heights? It was evident that the Mou family had erred. His summoned spirit must be an extraordinarily potent entity. Some powerful beings possessed children who exhibited remarkable abilities from birth. Perhaps his summoned spirit was the offspring of such a being, tragically perished for unknown reasons, and had become a summoned spirit. Jun Tian-su's mind raced with recollections of the literature documented during the summoning ceremony. The most elite figures of the Cangtian Continent had children endowed with formidable powers from birth. He suspected that Mou's summoned spirit was the child of a powerful existence, who had met with an unfortunate end at the age of 3, yet possessed immense latent power until this moment. Jun Tian-su's curiosity regarding Mou's summoned spirit intensified. If his suspicions held true, and Mou's summoned spirit was indeed the child of a powerful being, he might consider taking Mou as his disciple. On arena number 3, Mou surveyed his surroundings with composure. Zhang Chang, after being cast off the arena, regained consciousness, and upon realizing his defeat, wore an expression of shame and confusion. What had transpired? Zhang Quan gravely inquired of Zhang Chang, who was only slightly weaker than him, yet had suffered such an inexplicable defeat. Zhang Quan had intended to challenge Mou, but now hesitated, waiting for Zhang Chang to awaken to clarify the circumstances behind his loss. I don't know, Zhang Chang replied with a wry smile, that he only remembered that as he approached within 5 meters of Mou, his consciousness had plunged into irrationality, obsession, and bloodlust, after which he could recall nothing until he awoke to find himself defeated. Zhang Quan gleaned nothing from Zhang Chang's account, and his heart tightened. Mou's behavior was so strange that he dared not challenge him lightly. Thus, he resolved to observe the situation further. Nearby, Arena No. 3. Those powerful geniuses who had initially intended to challenge Mou now hesitated. With even the formidable Zhang Chang defeated, they feared they would only court disaster. Consequently, a brief silence enveloped Arena No. 3, with no challengers daring to step forth. Even Mo Kwang, who had always held a strong aversion to Mou, regarded him with a serious expression. While he yearned to defeat Mou, he was not foolish. You should try challenging him, Mou suggested to Zhou Tao, who had been attempting to ingratiate himself with him. Zhou Tao was a genius renowned alongside Zhou Mei'er, likely to become the next head of the Zhou family. After Zhou Mei'er's engagement to Mo Kwang, he had become Mo Kwang's subordinate. Yes, brother-in-law, Zhou Tao replied, leaping onto the arena. Ou observed Zhou Tao with tranquility. Once, Zhou Tao had been one to curry favor with him, trailing behind him and calling him brother-in-law. Yet now he regarded him with hostility. Brother-in-law, could you do me a favor and unleash your summoned spirit for my benefit? Zhou Tao shamelessly implored Mou. Who is your brother-in-law? You brazen scoundrel, Mou retorted coldly. Humph, calling you brother-in-law was a sign of respect. How ungrateful of you. I've long found you displeasing. You're all worthless yet still trying to put on airs. Zhou Tao shouted, deliberately loud enough for Mo Kwang below to hear. You still love to prattle on as before. I wonder if your current brother-in-law finds you tiresome. Mou cast a calm glance at Mo Kwang, who glared back with evident fury. Eliminate him. Mo Kwang bellowed to Zhou Tao. Understood. Zhou Tao responded with a sound, and a young man clad in a long robe materialized beside him. The youth emanated an aura indicative of the seventh level of the ancient sovereign realm. Wielding an antiquated ruler in his hand, in an instant, the young man merged seamlessly into Zhou Tao's being. A surge of energy, akin to that of a peak first-level mortal body, radiated from Zhou Tao. And a colossal ruler, measuring 2 meters in length, manifested in his grasp. This imposing ruler weighed a staggering 200 pounds, yet Zhou Tao swung it with the ease of a fan, aiming a strike at MOU's head. Maintaining a distance of 6 meters from MOU, the giant ruler transformed into a weighty phantom, and a tenfold gravitational force descended, making MOU feel as though he were sinking into a quagmire. He furrowed his brow slightly and deftly shifted to the left to evade the massive ruler. Zhou Tao then produced a hat from his bosom and donned it upon his head, before charging vertically towards MOU, whose gaze was locked on his Zhou Tao's eyes. In that moment, MOU's expression morphed into one of irrationality, obsession, and bloodlust. However, the hat suddenly emitted a gentle luminescence, causing the irrationality, obsession, and bloodlust in MOU's eyes to wane, as if fading into oblivion. With the aid of the hat, it seemed he had broken free from MOU's influence, managing to cling to a semblance of clarity. Simultaneously, he arrived before MOU, swinging the colossal ruler down with ferocity. MOU was astonished that Zhou Tao had resisted the effects of his mental prowess, maintaining a shred of rationality. Nevertheless, he chose not to evade. The ruler struck fiercely against his hand, producing a sound akin to shattering bones, causing him to wince in pain. Yet in the next moment, the fractured bones healed instantaneously. Concurrently, Zhou Tao's heart condition and epilepsy flared up dramatically, causing him to collapse to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. MOU approached calmly, thoroughly searching Zhou Tao for low-grade spirit stones, before delivering a kick that sent him tumbling off the platform. Even though Zhou Tao had evaded MOU's mental assault, he could not escape the grip of his heart condition and epilepsy. With Zhou Tao's defeat, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. His hat had evidently shielded him from MOU's mental attack. Yet he still succumbed to the sudden onset of heart disease and epilepsy, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. Chapter 16. The man in black robes, Mo Kwang, fixated his gaze on MOU, his heart unsettled and tumultuous. Initially, he believed MOU's summoning spirit to be non-existent, rendered useless, thus securing his position as the foremost genius of the Mo family. However, the capabilities MOU displayed at that moment caused Mo Kwang's convictions to waver once more. Reminiscent of the times he pursued MOU, only to find himself perpetually beneath MOU's heel, unable to fathom his depths even now. Jun Tian Su observed MOU with a calm demeanor. Transitioning from initial shock to a placid state, he yearned to witness MOU's summoning spirit, to affirm his inner thoughts. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, his serene gaze shifting toward the corner of the crowd, where a figure cloaked entirely in black robes stood, obscuring their visage. From this figure, he sensed a hint of threat. To evoke such a feeling within him, the individual must at least be his equal in strength. How could such a formidable stranger emerge in the remote town of Sunset City? He turned to the 18 elders of the Heavenly God sect beside him, signaling them to keep a watchful eye on the figure in the corner. Yes, sect master, they replied, their gazes subtly fixated on the mysterious figure, yet they felt an overwhelming sense of calm. Aside from a tinge of enigma, they could discern no aura emanating from the figure. A superlative powerhouse, one who could elude their perception of energy, was certainly a being of greater strength, and their expressions grew grave. The sudden appearance of such an enigmatic figure instilled a palpable pressure upon them. The cloaked figure remained fixated on the third arena, never diverting their attention. Their target was MOU. Jun Tian scrutinized the cloaked individual for an extended period, ultimately confirming this information, which filled him with a sense of unease. This mysterious powerhouse had focused their attention on MOU, indicating potential upheaval ahead. They could not comprehend the black-robed figure's motives. Were they, like him, intrigued by MOU's summoning spirit? Thus far, the cloaked figure had exhibited no signs of action, merely observing MOU intently. seal off Sunset City. No one is to leave. Cangtian discreetly issued orders to secure all exits of Sunset City, permitting entry but barring egress, that a profound sense of anxiety welled within him. As he anticipated unfavorable developments, he preferred to maintain absolute control over situations, with no room for unforeseen circumstances. This enigmatic powerhouse represented a latent adversary. Regardless of their intentions, he had to devise a preemptive strategy against them. The atmosphere in Sunset City grew taut with tension, while numerous strong individuals from the Heavenly God sect stealthily infiltrated the crowd, encircling the mysterious figure in a covert formation. Yet the figure appeared oblivious to the unfolding events, serenely observing MOU in the third arena. That moment. Following his victory over Zhou Tao, MOU required only 3 more consecutive wins to advance. Zhang Quan, standing 5 meters away, scrutinized the situation with grave concern. Having drawn this conclusion from the preceding 2 matches, he produced a bracelet from his hand, adorning it, for it was capable of deflecting mental attacks. Taking a deep breath, he nodded to Zhang Chong beside him, stepping onto the third arena, positioning himself 6 meters away from MOU. I wish to engage you in a proper duel. Zhang Quan had long desired a contest with MOU. Prior to the summoning ceremony, MOU had been the #1 genius of Sunset City, while he himself held the position of the second. After the summoning ceremony, when MOU was presumed to be rendered useless, he felt a twinge of regret. Now that it seemed MOU had not been diminished, the flame of his competitive spirit reignited. He yearned for a fair battle to determine who truly was the strongest genius of Sunset City. MOU nodded in response. Zhang Quan gently rotated the bracelet on his right hand, then cautiously approached MOU, swiftly closing the distance to 5 meters. Here, he sensed a powerful mental force assailing him. The bracelet emanated a radiant white light, enveloping his form and blocking the mental assault. He advanced another meter. Drawing within 4 meters of MOU this proximity, he felt another wave of mental energy attempting to cloud his reason, instilling obsession and bloodlust within him. However, the glow of the bracelet allowed him to retain a modicum of clarity. His gaze remained locked onto MOU, and in an instant, a tall man materialized beside him, exuding an aura of the 9th level of the ancient sovereign realm, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. The 9th level of the ancient sovereign realm, a mere step away from the God King realm, the pinnacle of power. Zhang Quan, indeed, was the second genius of Sunset City. His summoning spirit was undeniably formidable. Thus far, among all the summoning spirits witnessed, Zhang Quan stood as the strongest, mere inches from transcending to the God King realm. The God King realm represented the zenith of power, and Mo Kuang had garnered significant attention by summoning his family's ancestral spirit, a being of the 9th level of the God King realm. Should Zhang Quan encounter ample fortuity, he too might ascend to the God King realm, becoming a paramount powerhouse. Cangtian regarded Zhang Quan with admiration. Had it not been for the emergence of Mo Kuang, he might have been tempted to invest in Zhang Quan's development, as there was a glimmer of possibility in cultivating him into a God King level powerhouse. Alas, the resources at his disposal could only nurture one such being, and naturally, he opted for the more gifted Mo Kuang, leaving Zhang Quan in a regrettable position in the third arena. As Zhang Quan's summoning spirit integrated with his being, an aura of peak 1st level mortal body radiated from him, poised to break through to the 2nd level at any moment. Boom! Zhang Quan's fists became his weapons, the winds of his strikes roaring like dragons, causing the very air to tremble. Though merely at peak 1st level, many 2nd level martial artists within the crowd wore expressions of gravity. Zhang Quan's strength rivaled that of 2nd level mortals, and he could even contend with 3rd level opponents. Such was the consensus among the spectators. Even with Mo Kuang's brilliance overshadowing all, Zhang Quan remained a focal point of attention at that moment. Zhang Quan, boldly advancing with the bracelet shielding him from MOU's mental attacks, cautiously approached his opponent. Soon, he closed the distance to 2 meters, yet once more felt a surge of mental energy directed at him. A fissure suddenly appeared in the bracelet on his right hand, faced with the dual mental assaults emanating from MOU. The bracelet was pushed to its limits. Crack! The shattered bracelet caused Zhang Quan's gaze to transform instantaneously into one of irrationality, obsession, and bloodlust. Chapter 17. Crimson Divine Fire. Simultaneously, a seductive force infiltrated his mind. Confronted with two terrifying mental assaults, even his robust willpower ultimately succumbed to MOU's control. Zhang Quan stood frozen in place, his previously ferocious demeanor now reduced to one as docile as a lamb. Leaving the onlookers utterly astounded, MOU calmly rifled through the inferior spirit stones on Zhang Quan's person, seizing him by the collar and flinging him from the platform. Thud! Zhang Quan's body crashed to the ground, causing every heart in the vicinity to skip a beat. How could this be? Zhang Quan was defeated so swiftly. MOU had vanquished the second strongest of Sunset City, yet he remained the same boy as before. We were all mistaken. One could not help but wonder if Mo Kwang would be able to overcome him. The crowd gazed in awe at MOU on the platform, his presence suddenly towering and formidable. All disparaging remarks about him being a waste of talent crumbled in an instant. No one dared to regard him as such any longer but on the chairman's platform. Mo Wentian observed the immensely powerful MOU, a twinge of regret stirring within him. Ever since he had deemed MOU's summoning spirit to be of no merit, he had treated him with cold indifference, inadvertently wounding MOU's heart. Now that MOU had unleashed such formidable strength, he pondered whether MOU would harbor any grudges, though a rift was undoubtedly inevitable. Alas, I was careless. His heart brimmed with remorse, lamenting how such a prodigy had been neglected by him. Master Mo, is this what you refer to as a waste? Where is the waste in him? Among the talents of Sunset City, none could rival him. Jun Tynes suddenly remarked meaningfully to Mo Wentian. The power MOU exhibited at this moment made him believe that even Mo Kwang might struggle to defeat him. However, Mo Kwang was currently at the pinnacle of the second level of the mortal body, bolstered by the presence of the Mo family ancestor as his summoning spirit, rendering him exceedingly powerful. One could say he was undoubtedly the number one talent in Sunset City. The impending battle between Mo Kwang and MOU would be a clash of titans. Jun Tynes, too, was filled with anticipation, eager to see if Mo Kwang could compel MOU to unleash his own summoning spirit in this grand tournament. Each participant was granted 3 opportunities to fail. However, once defeated, they could not challenge their conqueror again. For instance, now that Zhang Quan had been defeated by MOU, he was left with only 2 chances, and he could not challenge MOU again. Of course, if Zhang Quan managed to achieve 10 consecutive victories before exhausting these 2 opportunities, he could still advance on the 3rd platform. MOU gazed calmly at the crowd below. He merely needed 2 more consecutive victories to qualify. His gaze shifted towards Mo Kwang, and their eyes met in the air, igniting sparks of intensity. All eyes followed his gaze to Mo Kwang. Under the scrutiny of the multitude, Mo Kwang stepped confidently onto the 3rd platform. MOU, let us come to an understanding today, Mo Kwang said, his icy gaze fixed upon MOU. Very well, MOU replied, nodding calmly. Once I trample you underfoot, let us see how you will still pretend. Mo Kwang retorted coldly. Come at me, then. MOU responded nonchalantly. Instantly, the Mo family ancestor appeared beside Mo Kwang, a tempestuous aura sweeping across the arena, compelling even the spectators to involuntarily take a step back. It was indeed the Mo family ancestor, a peerless powerhouse of the 9th level of divine kings. Such a terrifying presence. It had been ages since Sunset City had witnessed a figure of such caliber. With the Mo family ancestor as his summoning spirit, how could MOU possibly stand a chance? Many in the audience, previously lacking confidence in Mo Kwang, now believed he held the upper hand. Despite MOU's formidable display of mental attack capabilities, the number of those who supported him remained scant, for the Mo family ancestor was once the strongest in Sunset City, a true paragon. Jun Tynes' gaze remained fixed on the 3rd platform, pondering the nature of MOU's summoning spirit. He murmured to himself, eyes brimming with anticipation. Among the crowd, a figure in a black robe, who had remained motionless for a long time, suddenly lifted his head, revealing an aged face, long white beard, and deep, weathered eyes, he observed MOU on the third platform with a calm demeanor, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes, surrounding him. Some disciples of the heavenly god sect discreetly concealed themselves, their auras locked onto the black-robed figure, ready to unleash a thunderous attack should he make any move. Boom! On the third platform, the Mo family ancestor seamlessly melded into Mo Kuang's being, and an overwhelming aura, characteristic of the pinnacle of the mortal body, emanated from him. The phantom figure, standing 3 meters tall, appeared behind him, resembling the Mo family ancestor himself. Mo Kuang radiated a ferocious energy, hair billowing, his eyes glinting icy as he stared at Mou. Boom! Mo Kuang advanced a step, causing the platform to tremble violently. 0.5 meters. Mo Kuang materialized within 5 meters of Mou's. Mou's gaze remained locked onto Mo Kuang. However, apart from a fleeting moment of irrationality, Mo Kuang's expression returned to calm. The Mo family ancestor enveloped in crimson flames appeared behind him, the flames blazing around, consuming Mou's mental attacks. Mou's expression grew grave. Previously, Mo Kuang had been influenced by him, but this time the presence of the Mo family ancestor rendered him impervious to such effects. Mo Kuang, his eyes icy, closed the distance to 2 meters away from Mou. A white ceramic comedic mask suddenly manifested on his face, a wave of seductive power radiating outward, swiftly enveloping Mo Kuang. However, the flames surrounding Mo Kuang effortlessly incinerated this seductive force, attempting to infiltrate Mou's mind. Mou was taken aback. He had not anticipated the Mo family ancestor to be so terrifying, capable of incinerating his mental attacks. The divine fire, a possession of true paragons, could consume all. Divine fire was classified into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Although the Mo family ancestor wielded merely the lowest grade of crimson divine fire, it was still divine fire. Mou was in peril. Divine fire can incinerate all. The crimson divine fire easily burned away Mou's mental assaults and transformed into an ethereal hand. Reaching out towards Mou's eyes narrowed in seriousness as he stepped back, swiftly increasing the distance between them. A wave of scorching heat washed over him, singeing his garments and leaving his skin parched and on the verge of ignition. Mou, what do you intend to fight me with? Do you think I, Mo Kuang, will always be trailing behind you as your subordinate? I'm a #1 talent of the Mo family, the prodigy of Sunset City in a millennium. Mo Kuang roared, his body emanating crimson divine fire, resembling a deity of flames. Chapter 18. Desire for Remarriage. His expression was monstrous and terrifying. All his grievances towards Mou accumulated over the years erupted at this moment. He advanced coldly, the crimson divine fire morphing into a red lion that roared towards Mou's. Mou's expression turned serious. His mental attacks proved ineffective against Mo Kuang, placing him in a passive position. He quickly retreated a step, narrowly dodging the lion's pounce, feeling as though he were engulfed in flames. Come on, why are you dodging? Aren't you quite arrogant? Mo Kuang bellowed with a wild grin, viciously charging at Mou. The spectators, witnessing Mou's abilities seemingly falter under Mo Kuang's onslaught, gasped in astonishment. Mo Kuang had closed the distance to 2 meters from Mou without suffering any repercussions. It appeared that Mou's abilities held no sway over Mo Kuang. Mou was in grave danger, entirely suppressed by Mo Kuang. Given the current circumstances, it seemed merely a matter of time before Mou would face defeat. Mo Kuang's summoning of the Mo family ancestor rendered him truly invincible. On the third platform, Mou found himself entirely at a disadvantage, forced to evade Mo Kuang's relentless assault, unable to withstand any hits. Jun Tynes furrowed his brow, observing Mou. He appeared like a toothless tiger, posing no threat to Mo Kuang. He believed Mou must possess some hidden trump card, as he could not be this feeble. Mou, release your summoning spirit. Mo Kuang suddenly commanded, his voice low and intense. Against you, I need not unleash my summoning spirit. Mou replied, remaining composed as he continued to seek an opportunity. Humph, if that is the case, then allow me to bring an end to everything you hold dear. Mo Kwang suddenly descended into madness, his entire body engulfed in crimson divine flames that coalesced into a 2-meter-long scarlet blade. The red blade tore through the air, almost instantaneously appearing above Mou's head. As if traversing the fabric of time itself, Ou was taken aback, realizing too late that evasion was futile. He could only tilt his head slightly to the right as the crimson blade cleaved into his shoulder. The sound of a bone snapping echoed in his ears. His left arm narrowly escaped severance as the blade embedded itself within his bones, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Across from him, Mo Kwang began to convulse, simultaneously struck by a heart ailment and an epileptic seizure. In mere moments, Mou's wound healed. The red blade forcefully expelled from his shoulder, but he glanced at Mo Kwang, only to find him still standing, unwavering despite the dual afflictions racking his body, though his expression betrayed his agony. Behind him, the elder of the Mo family regarded the scene with indifference, casting a fleeting glance at Mou. Feeling as though struck by lightning, Mou's vision darkened, plunging him into blindness. Blood tears streamed from his eyes, his retina damaged. However, the elder of the Mo family began to tremble violently, succumbing to the same heart condition and seizure, ultimately dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. In an instant, Mou's retina healed, restoring light to his vision. The elder had attacked him first, blinding him, yet he was fortunate to possess the ability to rapidly heal all physical injuries. Once his sight returned, he appeared somewhat terrifying, blood tears flowing down his cheeks. Upon losing the elder, Mo Kwang collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Ou approached him calmly, delivering a forceful kick to Mo Kwang's chest. Looking down upon him, in this moment, he was a fearsome sight, blood tears marking his face. Struggling to open his eyes, Mo Kwang beheld Mou standing triumphantly atop him, howling in a futile attempt to voice his defiance. "You are destined to struggle beneath my feet. I am the insurmountable mountain you shall never traverse." Mou observed with tranquil disdain. He then began to search Mo Kwang's person for low-grade spirit stones, discovering an exceptionally conspicuous mid-grade spirit stone among them. His gaze shifted to Mo Wentian at the judge's platform. Realizing the Mo family had begun supplying Mo Kwang with mid-grade spirit stones, he scoffed, pocketing the mid-grade spirit stone and kicking Mo Kwang off the arena. Noticing Mou's gaze upon him, Mo Wentian's face flushed with embarrassment. Mo Kwang has been defeated. Mou has triumphed over him. Goodness. He is not useless. He remains the foremost talent of our Sunset City. Even Mo Kwang, who had summoned the elder of the Mo family, was no match for him. The sheer terror of Mou's summoning abilities was palpable. In that moment, the entire city erupted in excitement. All voices raised in cheers for Mou. Regardless of their previous attitudes, everyone now chanted his name, as he had proven his worth through sheer strength, reaffirming his status as the top talent of Sunset City. Many who had previously conspired against him in favor of Mo Kwang now felt deep regret. It's over. Mou is not useless. Will he seek retribution against us? Echoed the thoughts of numerous Mo family talents. Ou had solidified his position as the premier talent of Sunset City by defeating Mo Kwang, and those who had conspired against him might soon find themselves in dire straits. Zhou Meyer gazed at Mou with mixed emotions, astonished at his newfound strength. Regret washed over her for persuading her father to seek a divorce from Mou. Had she not done so, the man standing on platform 3 would still be her fiancé. Upon learning of Mou's summoning spirit being of an L grade, she had eagerly urged her father to annul their engagement in favor of the seemingly more powerful Mo Kwang, only for reality to deliver a harsh blow. Despite summoning the elder of the Mo family, Mo Kwang was utterly overpowered by Mou. Her choice had been a grave error, leaving her filled with regret and a sudden desire to annul her engagement to Mo Kwang and re-establish ties with Mou. With this thought in mind, she rushed to the judge's platform to express her desire to her father to re-engage with Mou. "Are you foolish? He has already taken the initiative to break off your engagement. Given the situation with Mo Kwang, how could he possibly agree to it now? Zhou Sihai replied darkly. He too felt regret, having cast aside the stronger MOU in favor of the unstable Mo Quan. Dad, MOU and I surely share a bond. You must speak to Mo Wentian about this, Zhou Meyer insisted stubbornly. Zhou Sihai sighed and approached Mo Wentian, whispering a few words. Mo Wentian, his expression grim, shook his head. I know MOU's character. Once he breaks off an engagement, he will not reconsider. Family head Mo, please speak to MOU on our behalf. The Zhou family is willing to do anything to restore this engagement. Even pledge our servitude to the Mo family in the future. Zhou Sihai declared through clenched teeth. Is the Zhou family serious? Mo Wentian's eyes brightened. As one of the 4 prominent families in Sunset City. The Zhou family was powerful. If they could become subservient to the Mo family, it would undoubtedly elevate the Mo family to the pinnacle of power in Sunset City. Zhou Sihai's words stirred Mo Wentian, who nodded. Since you have made such a proposition, I will speak to MOU. Thank you. Family head Mo, Zhou Sihai felt a surge of joy within. His motives were self-serving. With both Mo Quang and MOU, the Mo family was bound to produce 2 formidable powerhouses. Such a Mo family would surely seek a broader stage beyond Sunset City, while aligning with them. The Zhou family could also rise to prominence, far surpassing their current standing. Should Zhou Meyer and MOU be united again, the Zhou family's growth would be exponential. A long-term vision is essential for greater success, he mused, revealing his ambitious nature. Dad, what do you think? Zhou Meyer looked at Zhou Sihai with eager anticipation. Mo Wentian had agreed to speak with MOU, but the outcome remained uncertain. Zhou Sihai smiled and nodded. If MOU declines, I shall find a way to entice him. I shall not believe he can resist, Zhou Meyer declared confidently. After all, she was the most beautiful woman in Sunset City if she presented herself willingly. She was certain MOU could not refuse. Indeed, Zhou Sihai chuckled, nodding in agreement. On Platform 3, MOU had already defeated 9 opponents consecutively. He needed only one more victory to advance. His gaze remained calm as he surveyed the competitors below, beckoning someone to challenge him. Yet, not a single soul dared to step forward. The formidable Mo Quang had fallen to his might. Who could possibly stand against him? In this tense atmosphere, no one wished to squander their chances, knowing each contestant had only 3 opportunities. Thus, a prolonged silence ensued, with no one daring to challenge MOU. The referee, Ma Shuai, wore a grim expression as he observed the surrounding competitors. If no one was willing to step up, he would have to call upon someone directly. According to the rules, only those who achieved 10 consecutive victories would advance. MOU was but 1 match away from that goal, and he needed to ensure someone took the challenge. Regardless of their willingness, upon hearing Ma Shuai's words, the talented individuals on Platform 3 instinctively recoiled, hastily attempting to merge into the crowd like students fearing being called upon by a teacher, each one anxious about being selected. You. Step forward. Ma Shuai pointed carelessly at a first-level Zhang family talent. Zhang Kai's face turned pale as he gazed fearfully at MOU on the platform. Lamenting his misfortune inwardly, I forfeit, he proclaimed loudly before even stepping onto the arena. Though it was an undignified admission, he was keenly aware of his own limitations. N01 around mocked him. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely done the same. M. Shuai shook his head in resignation, turning to MOU with a complex expression. MOU of the Mo family. 10 consecutive victories. Advancement confirmed, but he announced the results of the competition. MOU, with a serene demeanor, nodded calmly at Ma Shuai, then leaped down from the 3rd arena and mingled with the crowd, waiting placidly for the next round of matches. As he descended from the 3rd platform, the talented individuals surrounding it exhaled in relief, as though a heavy stone that had been pressing upon their chests had suddenly vanished. The competition continued. Only those who achieved 10 consecutive victories in the 1st round would advance to the 2nd round. Those defeated by MOU now found themselves among the crowd, casting glances filled with apprehension, confusion, or resentment towards him. Each of them was bewildered, unable to comprehend how MOU had bested them. Their defeats felt akin to sudden heart attacks or epileptic seizures. Yet, their bodies were in prime health, rendering such ailments impossible, thus becoming an unsolved enigma for them. Upon awakening, Mo Quang glared at MOU with bitterness. Recalling the moment he had been trampled underfoot in the arena, which drove him to the brink of madness, it was my carelessness. Once I advance, I shall undoubtedly put you beneath my feet. Mo Kwong harbored resentment towards Mou. Feeling his earlier defeat had been inexplicably humiliating, he was determined to challenge Mou again after winning 10 matches. The Zhang twins regarded Mou with a mix of complexity. Having been inexplicably defeated by him, they were filled with awe. Regardless of the circumstances, a loss was a loss, and Mou was indeed the premier genius of Sunset City. Defeated by him, they could only begrudgingly accept their fate. Yet they held a lingering frustration. Feeling their losses were somewhat unfathomable, they resolved to challenge Mou once more after advancing. The piercing gaze of Cangtian was fixed intently on Mou as he contemplated the heart attacks and seizures that had befallen those who had harmed him. Through observing Mou's battles, he had discerned the nature of his abilities. Mou had the capacity to render others irrational, obsessive, and bloodthirsty. Simultaneously, he could manipulate hearts. However, the most terrifying aspect was that those who inflicted physical harm upon Mou would suddenly succumb to heart attacks and seizures, a conclusion he had drawn during this period. His curiosity about Mou's summoned spirits grew increasingly intense. What kind of spirit could bestow such powers upon him? He had already investigated, discovering that Mou possessed none of these abilities prior to summoning his spirit, indicating that all his powers stemmed from it. He looked forward to Mou's performance in the second round. With the likelihood of him summoning his spirit was the highest, as the first round concluded. Those who advanced gathered at the 11th arena. That moment, the referee officially announced the commencement of the second round. Fewer than 100 geniuses advanced, yielding a mere 10% advancement rate. The successful contestants converged at the center of the square. A massive arena rose from the ground, spanning 100 meters in width. The second round bore no rules or rankings. The match would end once only one individual remained on the platform, and the victor could choose any elder from the celestial sect as their mentor. As the chief referee for the second round, Ma Shuai declared the rules of the competition. Upon hearing the rules, the expressions of the hundreds of participating geniuses shifted dramatically. The absence of rules implied that many could simultaneously target a single individual. The shiver ran through Mou's heart. This was a rule specifically designed to target him, indicating that Cangtian was indeed taking ruthless measures against him. Chapter 20. No rules. After the referee announced the competition rules, many of the participating geniuses could not help but cast their gazes toward Mou. Currently, he was the most favored contender for the championship, and everyone regarded him with trepidation, as he posed the greatest threat to them all, if only one person were to stand victorious in the end. The likelihood of that individual being Mou was exceedingly high. Consequently, many began to contemplate their strategies to eliminate the strongest competitor first. Mou sensed that nearly all the talented individuals were regarding him with malevolent eyes. The rules of the second round were indeed tailored to target him, and he had a premonition that he would be besieged once the competition commenced. The Zhang twins, too, directed their attention towards Mou, sharing the same sentiment as the others, eager to remove the strongest contender from the equation. Everyone, to the arena, Ma Shuai proclaimed loudly. Instantly, hundreds of talented individuals leaped onto the 11th arena, which felt somewhat cramped after their arrival. They eyed one another warily, reluctant to draw too close. Only those with strong bonds stood together. As a result, many formed small groups for mutual support on the 11th platform, with nearly every family's talents congregating together. The Mo family's talents instinctively gravitated toward Mo Kwong. However, many hesitated to approach Mou, who had just openly defeated Mo Kwong, claiming the title of the Mo family's top genius. Yet they were aware of their previous betrayals against him, and thus feared that he would reject their overtures. A few individuals hesitated momentarily, but eventually made their way toward him. However, he merely spoke a single word in calm dismissal. Leave. The expressions of these individuals darkened, their steps halting abruptly. Anger welled within them as they turned away, heading towards Mo Kwong instead. Arrogant and overweening, they thought, believing Mou harbored a grudge against them. Their anger towards him began to simmer. Brother Mo Kwong, you must teach him a lesson. They murmured to Mo Kwang, aligning themselves with him. Rest assured, my earlier defeat was due to my own carelessness. He caught me off guard. This time, with your assistance, I will surely overcome him, Mo Kwang replied coldly. Brother Mo Kwang is indeed the first genius of our Mo family. What is Mo compared to him? He thinks he's so impressive just because he possesses some strength. Always with that icy demeanor, as if everyone owes him something, they concurred. Yes, he must be taught a lesson. He is far too arrogant. The Mo family members surrounding Mo Kwang were filled with discontent and fury towards Mou. From his recent treatment of those few individuals, they understood that he held a grudge against them and would not forgive them. Thus, they deemed it wiser to curry favor with Mo Kwang, as he might still have an opportunity for a comeback. If they assisted him in defeating Mou, Mo Kwang's status within the family would soar, and they would rise with him. Zhou Meyer. Gather your Zhou family members to assist me. Mo Kwang instructed the nearby Zhou Meyer. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Meyer's brow furrowed. She did not approach him, but instead looked towards Mou. Ignoring his request entirely as she walked toward him, thought, Mou, I was forced into this. I have always harbored feelings for you and wish to re-engage our betrothal. This time, I am willing to lead the Zhou family in aiding you to emerge victorious. Zhou Meyer gazed at Mou with longing. Leave. Mou simply replied with that one word, dismissing her entirely. Zhou Meyer, incensed, took a deep breath to suppress her inner fury, striving to maintain a calm tone. Mou, do you not understand? The rules of this competition are specifically designed to target you, that if no one assists you, you will be overwhelmed and the first to be eliminated from the arena. What concern is that of yours? Mou responded placidly. You are my fiancé. We agreed that once the summoning ritual was completed, we would wed. Your affairs are my affairs, Zhou Meyer declared unabashedly. You are mistaken. We have already called off the engagement. Your fiancé is that hot-headed fellow beside you. Mou pointed at the furious Mo Kwang. Zhou Meyer spoke to Mou in front of Mo Kwang, which infuriated him to the point of nearly exploding with rage. His eyes burned with fury, wishing to tear Mou and Zhou Meyer apart. I have stated that I was forced into this. I am also a victim. My heart belongs only to you. Although I am currently engaged to him, I can persuade my father to negotiate with the head of the Mo family to annul our engagement and renew my betrothal to you. We are destined to be together, Zhou Meyer professed passionately to Mou nearly retched from disgust, while Mo Kwang was so furious he spat blood. You truly lack shame. Mou was exasperated. Zhou Meyer would stop at nothing to achieve her goals, treating their engagement like a game, wanting to annul it now to pursue Mo Kwang. Zhou Meyer, you wretched woman! Mo Kwang seethed, blood spilling from his mouth as he trembled with rage. Wishing to strike her down, this was his greatest humiliation. Mo Kwang, you will never surpass Mou. My man must be the strongest. When you return, speak to the head of the Mo family about annulling our engagement. I am meant to be with Mou, Zhou Meyer stated coldly, her gaze fixed on Mo Kwang. Leave, you wretched woman! I will kill you! Mo Kwang roared, unable to control his emotions as he prepared to attack Zhou Meyer. The competition has yet to begin. If you lay a finger on me now, you risk disqualification, she warned. Zhou Meyer calmly gazed at Mo Kwang and remarked, Humph, my master is the leader of the heavenly god sect. If I choose to strike you now, who would dare to revoke my qualification for the competition? Mo Kwang snorted coldly and recklessly charged toward Zhou Meyer. Mou stood by, dumbfounded as he observed the two, never expecting that they would engage in a scuffle, leaving him feeling like a mere spectator. Stop! A violent aura surged forth, propelling both Mo Kwang and Zhou Meyer several meters apart. Shuai stood between them with a grim expression. The competition had yet to commence, and already there was chaos, showing him no respect. That I warn you once. If it happens again, all qualifications will be revoked. Shuai shot a glare at Zhou Meyer. Mo Kwang looked displeased at Ma Shuai, itching to utter some harsh words. This is an order from the military leader. Ma Shuai interjected suddenly, and Mo Kwang instantly wilted, rendered speechless. Zhou Meyer cast a reproachful glance at Mo Kwang before wending her way to Mou. Yearning to grasp his hand, Mou sidestepped her with distaste, coldly stating, Please keep your distance. Why you go? You used to dote on me. I know my mistakes. Let me return to your side, Zhou Meyer pleaded with a pitiful gaze. Get lost, Mou replied irritably. Chapter 21. Arena number 1111, however. Zhou Meyer was undeterred by Mou's frosty demeanor, even bringing along the Zhou family's prodigies to his side. That I told you I don't need you, Mou said coldly. Yet Zhou Meyer, seemingly oblivious, stood resolutely with the Zhou family members around Mou, shielding him from the oncoming adversaries. Zhou Meyer, what are you doing? Do not interfere. Mou, you must be eliminated first. The onlookers admonished her with icy glares. Mou is my fiancé. If you wish to confront him, you must first step over my dead body, Zhou Meyer declared loudly. Zhou Meyer, how shameless can you be? Isn't Mou Quang your fiancé? How can you say Mou is your fiancé in front of him? What do you think he will feel? I once regarded you as a goddess, but I never expected you to be so brazen. If I were Mou Quang, I wouldn't be able to tolerate this. Many turned their gazes towards Mou Quang, whose eyes blazed with fury, struggling to contain his wrath. Boom! The formidable figure of the Mou family ancestor suddenly materialized beside him, causing the surrounding prodigies to retreat in terror. The Mou family ancestor stepped forward and integrated with Mou Quang. In the next moment, Mou Quang furiously lunged at Zhou Meyer, abandoning Mou entirely. Zhou Meyer's expression changed. She was acutely aware of the ancestor's terrifying presence. Yet, casting a glance back at Mou, she gritted her teeth and stood firm in front of him, determined to win back his heart. Thus, she led the Zhou family prodigies to block Mou Quang's path, attempting to stop him. However, in his frenzied state, Mou Quang was unstoppable. Several Zhou family members barely had time to react before they were ignited by the crimson divine fire surrounding him. Had it not been for Ma Shuai's timely intervention, those Zhou family prodigies would have turned to ashes that not kill. Ma Shuai bellowed angrily. The grand competition forbade casual killings. Yet Mou Quang seemed deaf to the warning, launching relentless attacks on Zhou Meyer. Zhou Meyer summoned her spirit, hoping to withstand his onslaught, but was sent flying with a single blow. Why you go? Help me. Zhou Meyer gazed at Mou with tearful eyes, seeking his assistance. Nevertheless, Mou remained composed, observing the chaos with an unperturbed demeanor. Unaffected by Zhou Meyer's theatrics, Mou Quang's frenzied attacks cornered Zhou Meyer to the edge of the arena. Mou, what are you doing? Have you gone mad? Zhou Meyer suddenly whispered to Mou Quang. In his rage, Mou Quang noticed Zhou Meyer's subtle gestures, and his fury subsided momentarily. What is happening? Mou Quang seemed to grasp something. Continue to attack me. Do not stop, Zhou Meyer whispered as she brushed past him. Seemingly enlightened, Mou Quang resumed his furious assault on Zhou Meyer. Yet this time, rather than pushing her out of the arena, she deftly evaded and gradually inched closer to Mou. The other prodigies were momentarily stunned by the spectacle of Mou Quang pursuing Zhou Meyer, yet their objectives remained fixed on Mou. Thus, after a brief astonishment, they all surged towards him. Mou calmly regarded the approaching crowd, swiftly unleashing his summoning spirit's ability. Anyone within 5 meters of him was affected. Upon meeting his gaze, their expressions morphed into irrationality, obsession, and a murderous intent, leading them to frantically attack those around them. The arena descended into chaos, with few prodigies capable of resisting Mou's psychic influence. Most fell prey to it. Only a handful of prodigies possessing formidable spiritual attacks, such as the Zhang family twins, Mou Quang, and a few other super prodigies, managed to approach Mou, surrounding him within 3 meters. They shielded themselves from all psychic assaults, preparing to deliver a devastating strike against him. Mou, I apologize, Zhang Quan intoned gravely. Then he and Zhang Chong, along with their companions, lunged toward Mou simultaneously. Although Mou's psychic power was formidable, they believed that with their numbers, he could not possibly fend off all of them. If just one among them seized an opportunity, they could draw near and inflict significant harm. Mou let out a cold snort, and an alluring force emerged. Those within 2 meters of him, including the Zhang family twins, were once again subjected to a mental assault. The treasures on their bodies capable of resisting such attacks shattered into pieces. The only one unaffected by Mou's influence was Mou Quang. whose crimson divine fire could consume all forms of mental energy. With the assistance of the Mo family ancestor nearby, he charged straight towards Mou, prepared for a face-to-face confrontation as the red divine fire surged towards him. Mou felt an intense heat, and his gaze turned icy. Chapter 22. Mental attack. He intentionally lowered his defenses, allowing the Zhang twins and Mo Kuang to attack him. He knew that as long as they inflicted physical harm upon him, they would suffer heart attacks and seizures. Moreover, any physical injuries he sustained could heal in an instant. Once he fully relinquished his defenses, he ceased to resist. Weapons from those surrounding him struck his body. He was hit by at least 3 blades and pierced by 2 swords, yet none struck his vital areas, and he remained alive. In contrast, those who had attacked him suddenly collapsed in agony from heart attacks and seizures. The Zhang twins also fell to the ground in pain. Having previously experienced this once, they were now engulfed in dread. Initially, they had thought it was merely luck on Mou's part, some unknown means rendering them powerless. Now, with heart attacks and seizures striking them again, despair filled their hearts. Mou died. Mo Kuang roared as he charged forward. However, a petite figure suddenly appeared in front of Mou, shielding him from Mo Kuang's assault. With a thud, Zhou Meier's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, landing near Mou. He frowned. Zhou Meier had taken a blow for him, yet he felt no gratitude. In his eyes, she was a ruthless woman who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals, and her act of shielding him from Mo Kuang was undoubtedly driven by ulterior motives. He would not be deceived. Nonetheless, Zhou Meier crashed beside him, spitting out blood, her breath weak. Why you go? I'm in this state, and you still want to forgive me, she sobbed, seemingly heartbroken. You looked at her calmly. He would not be swayed by her feigned sorrow. Fully aware of her true nature, Mo Kuang, having knocked Zhou Meier aside, flashed a glimmer of concern in his eyes, but he pressed on towards her. Seeing Mo Kuang approaching, Zhou Meier could no longer withstand it and gently closed her eyes. Awaiting her fate, Mou observed the unfolding events with composure, keen to see if Mo Kuang would truly go through with his intentions. Mo Kuang, you cannot kill. Suddenly, as the referee, Ma Shuai appeared in front of Zhou Meier. Blocking Mo Kuang's strike, Mou shot a cold glare at Ma Shuai. Sensing something amiss, his instincts warned him that Ma Shuai was targeting him. Relieved by Ma Shuai's appearance, Mo Kuang turned his attention back to Mou. Having learned a lesson from their previous encounter, he dared not recklessly attack Mou this time. Instead, he produced a bell, shaking it at Mou. In the next moment, a haunting mental assault surged towards Mou, causing a sharp pain in his head, followed by darkness engulfing his vision. His abilities could deflect physical attacks, yet they were powerless against mental assaults. He could heal from physical injuries almost instantaneously. But mental attacks were another matter entirely. Mo Kuang's heart leapt with joy. After his defeat at Mou's hands, Jun Tian, Su had secretly summoned him once to present this bell, instructing him to use it against Mou. And now it was proving effective. Infusing his spiritual energy into the bell, he shook it continuously, unleashing waves of chilling mental attacks that pierced Mou's mind, causing him to kneel as his legs buckled. Despite his numerous defenses, he had been caught off guard by this mental assault. Mo Kuang finally discovered Mou's weakness, that he distanced himself from Mou and continued to use the bell to launch attacks. Why hasn't he summoned his spirit yet? Jun Tian, Su's gaze remained fixed on Mou, surprised that he had not released his spirit despite the damage inflicted upon him. At that moment, Mou was bleeding from his orifices, his brain suffering severe trauma. Even the little ancestor and the mask could not shield him from mental attacks. The master was right. Physical attacks are futile. Only mental assaults can harm him. Mo Kuang rejoiced inwardly. Mou knelt on one knee, seemingly devoid of resistance. Many gifted individuals around him felt a surge of hope at the prospect of defeating Mou. Without hesitation, they rushed at him, intent on toppling him from the platform. However, they had underestimated Mou's capabilities. As they approached within 5 meters, they were affected, becoming irrational, obsessive, and bloodthirsty, descending into madness. Some, equipped with treasures that could resist mental attacks, drew near to Mou, brandishing their weapons in preparation for their assault. Yet as their attack struck Mo, heart attacks and seizures erupted within them, causing them to collapse to the ground, stripped of their combat power. Fools, Mo, Kwang thought. Witnessing their audacity to attack Mo, you physically .1 genius, positioned 8 meters away, had been biding his time, and now opened his eyes, believing the moment had come. An exceptional archer. He drew his bow and aimed at Mo from 8 meters away. Whoosh! The arrow shot forward, appearing before Mo in an instant. Sensing the danger, Mo shifted his body to the left, and the arrow struck his arm, while the archer, 8 meters away, succumbed to heart attacks and seizures. Mo calmly extracted the arrow from his arm, the wound healing in an instant. This can also cause injury. Those near Platform 11 were taken aback as they witnessed the genius's arrow striking Mo, only to see him unaffected while the archer fell victim to heart attacks and seizures. They realized that only mental assaults could be effective against him. In that moment, all understood Mo's abilities. Physical attacks were futile, and any attempt to inflict harm would result in heart attacks and seizures. The only one remaining unaffected was Mo Kwang, who frantically shook the bell, attempting to harness its mental energy to eliminate Mo. Mo struggled to maintain his composure, his complexion pale, teeth clenched against his lower lip as his brain endured severe damage. Nevertheless, he fought to rise from the ground, the white ceramic comedic mask upon his face emanating an alluring power. Gritting his teeth, he took a step forward, approaching a frantic genius. The alluring force quickly ensnared this genius, and Mo controlled him, positioning him before himself to shield against the incoming mental attacks from the bell. A pained scream escaped the genius's lips. Mo Kwang's expression shifted, realizing that Mo was no longer vulnerable to the bell's harm, as someone had taken the damage for him. Ou let out a cold snort, his complexion gradually regaining color as he utilized the alluring force to control several more geniuses. Surrounding himself with them, Mo Kwang could no longer leverage the bell to attack him. It was time for him to strike back. Chapter 23. A blinding glance at that moment. Mo Kwang's greatest reliance was the belt. Ou commanded the geniuses around him to seize the bell from Mo Kwang's grasp, and several of them surged towards him. Mo Kwang's crimson divine fire morphed into a ferocious crimson lion that lunged forward, sending the geniuses flying. The referee, Ma Shui, intervened, extinguishing the crimson divine fire enveloping the geniuses and saving their lives. Ma Shui furrowed his brow. Mo Kwang showed complete disregard for the rules of the competition, attacking the geniuses mercilessly. According to the rules, he should disqualify Mo Kwang. However, given Mo Kwang's extraordinary talent and his status as Jun Tian's disciple, he hesitated to offend him. Thus, he chose to turn a blind eye, especially since Jun Tian had not spoken up. He pretended not to notice. Ou approached the genius who had previously shot an arrow at him. At that moment, the genius was suffering from heart attacks and seizures, yet his willpower was formidable. He managed to endure both afflictions, laboriously rising to continue the fight. As Mou appeared beside him, the genius was filled with trepidation. An alluring force enveloped him, and he was swiftly ensnared by Mou's control. Ou gestured for the genius to snatch the bell from Mo Kwang's hands. Calmly drawing his bow and aiming at the bell, whoosh, the divine arrow pierced the sky. Mo Kwang attempted to strike Mou with a bell. He hardly had time to react. He merely sensed a fleeting shadow, and the bell in his grasp was snatched away by that very shadow. Mou observed this scene with satisfaction, knowing that Mo Kwang's bell had been taken by an arrow, leaving him without concern. In an instant, he charged towards Mo Kwang. The latter's expression shifted dramatically. Without the bell, he could not engage Mou in physical combat, leaving him in a state of alarm in terms of sheer combat prowess. He undoubtedly surpassed Mou. However, any attempt to inflict physical harm on Mou would trigger his heart disease and epilepsy, which tormented him greatly. As Mou approached, he had no choice but to confront him. Boom! The ancestral elder of the Mo family suddenly appeared beside Mo Kwang, engaging in free combat on his own. This was the second form of summoning spirit battle. Nearby, the Zhang family twins, afflicted by heart disease and epilepsy, gradually managed to rise. Although the ailments were terrifying enough to render them incapable of fighting, they were not life-threatening, and with their indomitable willpower, they persevered. Of course, if someone were to kick them off the stage during their episodes, they would lose their qualification to compete. Fortunately, no one around them acted thusly, allowing them to recover after enduring their afflictions at this moment. Witnessing the duel between Mo Kuang and Mou, they inhaled deeply and stood up. They had concluded that they could not engage him physically, having been affected twice already. Zhang Quan produced a jade flute in his hand and brought it to his lips. A melodious tune resonated. On platform number 11, anyone who heard the flute could not help but cease all movement, standing transfixed in place. Only those of formidable strength could withstand such a melody, yet even they found it exceedingly arduous. Their expressions contorted with pain and struggle, as if undergoing some torturous ordeal, but soon their faces transformed into expressions of delight, as if encountering something wondrous. Ou also heard the flute sound. A sharp pain pierced his mind. Soon, a wave of comfort washed over him, making him yearn for a deep slumber from which he would never awaken. Suddenly, a shield materialized in his mind. Upon its appearance, his consciousness regained clarity. The shield blocked the influence of the flute's melody, rendering him immune to its effects. What is happening? He looked around in confusion, aside from Zhang Quan, who was playing the flute. Everyone else remained entranced. He noticed Zhang Quan and also saw Mo Kuang, who had just picked up the bell from the ground. The crimson divine fire enveloping Mo Kuang could burn away mental attacks. Thus he remained unaffected by the flute sound at this moment. Seizing the opportunity, while Mou was dazed, he shook the bell again at Mou. However, this time, the bell proved ineffective against him. The shield in Mou's mind thwarted the bell's mental assault, leaving him unscathed. Could the shield be an item from another world? A summoned spirit. Mou gazed at the bell within the summoning space, his heart leaping with joy. His greatest vulnerability was his inability to resist mental attacks. With his shield, it seemed that any mental assault was rendered ineffective against him. At least for now, the sounds of the flute and bell posed no threat. He approached Mo Kuang as if nothing were amiss, seeing the futility of his bell against Mou. Mo Kuang's expression shifted yet again. He began to shake the bell frantically, but all efforts were in vain as Mou stood beside him. How could this be? Mo Kuang stared at Mou in astonishment, perplexed as to why Mou was suddenly immune to the bell's influence, having previously brought him to his knees that it was time for this to end. Mou regarded Mo Kuang with calm determination, then charged forward with no semblance of defense, intent on provoking Mo Kuang to strike him. Mo Kuang glared at Mou, his composure faltering. He desperately wished to deliver a fatal blow to Mou, yet any attack would unleash his heart disease and epilepsy. Torn between the two, he found himself unable to suppress the urge to retaliate as Mou barreled towards him without any defenses. Unable to restrain himself, the crimson divine fire erupted from his body, surging towards Mou with the intention of turning him to ashes. A terrifying wave of heat washed over Mou, who felt as if he were suffocating, his skin scorched under the intensity, while Mo Kuang's heart disease and epilepsy flared up, leaving him struggling to maintain his footing. The ancestral elder of the Mo family detached from Mo Kuang and charged towards Mou. His gaze filled with fury, and a dark glimmer flickered in his eyes. Mou felt a sharp pain in his own eyes, blood tears streaming down as the elder's gaze shattered his retina, leaving him blind once more. The figure of the Mo elder transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing, while Mou's shattered pupils healed almost instantaneously. This marked the second occasion the elder had rendered him sightless. Had he not possessed the ability to heal from physical attacks in mere moments, he would have long been left as a blind man. The Mo elder's gaze was truly terrifying, a mere glance capable of blinding someone, not through mental assault, but through physical harm, as if traversing dimensions to inflict damage directly upon the target. He approached Mo Kuang, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Chapter 24. Will you take me as your master? Mo Kuang emitted a guttural roar, frantically striking at Mou's hand, while the crimson divine fire on his body attempted to incinerate Mou. However, the dreadful heart disease and epilepsy surged forth, causing his body to convulse helplessly. Mo looked down at Mo Kwong with an icy calmness, knowing that with a mere exertion of strength, he could snap his neck. Little Kwong, you've always aspired to surpass me. I'm aware of this. Yet, some things are destined to remain unexceeded, such as fate. Mo regarded him with a tranquil gaze. Mo Kwong struggled to open his eyes, his blood-red irises fixated on Mo, and he spat out a few words. One day, I will trample you beneath my feet. Very well, I shall await that day. Mo replied, nodding calmly before effortlessly tossing Mo Kwong off the stage. He then turned toward Zhang Quan, who was still playing the flute. Stop playing, he spoke evenly, approaching Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan offered a bitter smile, setting down the flute, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. In an instant, Mo closed the distance between them. This time, Zhang Quan distinctly felt a mental attack invade his mind. Though he managed to defend against it, Mo was now at his side, launching an unprovoked assault. Alas, he sighed inwardly, recognizing the futility of his situation. Regardless of whether he attacked Mo, the outcome would remain the same. He raised his left hand and struck Mo's chest. Mo was propelled several meters backward, while Zhang Quan succumbed to his heart disease and epilepsy, collapsing to the ground. Mo, unfazed, walked over and tossed Zhang Quan off the platform. The surrounding awakened geniuses, upon witnessing Mo standing among them, felt their gazes shift to one of irrationality, obsession, and bloodlust. Most of the talented individuals on Platform 11 had devolved into madness, attacking one another with wild abandon. Mo stood calmly in the center, allowing the chaos to unfold around him. Anyone who struck him would be met with heart disease and epilepsy. He observed the fallen geniuses around him, casually kicking them off the platform as if he were merely a spectator. Outside the arena, those witnessing the spectacle were left in a state of shock, marveling at how he single-handedly dealt with nearly all the talented fighters. This second round of competition had become his personal showcase. Zhou Meier had been standing 5 meters away from Mo, her heart racing as she watched him eliminate one genius after another, her desire to rekindle their engagement intensifying. Only the strongest man could become her fiancé, which was why she had initially chosen Mo. Mo cast a calm glance at Zhou Meier, who responded with a flirtatious wink. That you've lingered here far too long, he remarked coolly, striding towards her. Zhou Meier felt inexplicably anxious, retreating to the edge of the platform with no escape. What are you doing? She pleaded, her eyes filled with trepidation. Will you jump down yourself, or shall I assist you? Mo's tone was frigid. Heartless man, Zhou Meier exclaimed, charging 3 meters towards Mo. Under the influence, her gaze turned irrational, filled with obsession and bloodlust. Mo regarded her coolly, waiting for her to strike so he could send her off the platform. She reached his side, her eyes suddenly cleared, a fierce determination igniting within her as she lunged toward his heart with clawed hands. I refuse to believe that if I rip out your heart, you can still live, Zhou Meier pondered within her heart. Suddenly, without any forewarning, Mo was caught off guard. Her fingers pierced his skin, nearly brushing against his heart. Alas, as her heart condition and epilepsy flared, she collapsed before Mo. In an instant, the 5 wounds on Mo's chest healed, and he gazed down at Zhou Meier, calmly nudging her off the arena with a single kick, the heart of the most venomous woman. Having dealt with Zhou Meier, he serenely advanced towards the others. The white ceramic comedic mask radiated an alluring power, and those within 2 meters of him fell under its enchantment, battling on his behalf and forcing the frenzied individuals down from the stage one by one. Boom! Moments later, only Mo remained standing on arena number 11, while all others had been cast off the platform. Those suffering from heart conditions and epileptic seizures were whisked away by their families for treatment or managed to endure through sheer will. Ma Shuai stared in disbelief at Mo on the stage as he announced the outcome of the competition. Mo of the Mo family emerged victorious in the second round, claiming the title of champion in this grand contest. As his words echoed, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. I refuse to accept this, Mo Kwong roared, akin to a wounded beast, his gaze fierce as he fixated on MOU. He had not managed to provoke MOU's summoned spirit. Cangtian was filled with disappointment. In the vast city of Lori, not a single talent could elicit MOU's summoned spirit. Forget it. This MOU is exceptionally gifted. I shall take him under my wing and seek an opportunity to observe his summoned spirit later. Cangtian sighed inwardly, deciding to first take MOU as a disciple before studying his summoned spirit. However, when he lifted his gaze, he discovered that MOU was no longer on the stage. His eyes narrowed, locking onto the figure in black robes amidst the crowd. That moment, MOU stood bewildered before the black-robed figure, feeling as though he had suddenly materialized before him. MOU, do you wish to become my disciple? The somber voice emanated from the black-robed figure, leaving MOU momentarily stunned. I don't even know you, he thought, perplexed by the black-robed figure's formidable ability to transport him here without him realizing it. Moreover, the black-robed figure appeared unaffected by his powers. It seemed that the abilities of his ancestor and the mask had faltered. First, become my disciple, and you shall learn my identity in due time, the black-robed figure stated calmly. Who are you, and why have you taken my disciple from Cangtian? Cangtian's domineering voice rang out as he appeared 3 meters from the black-robed figure. Take another step forward, and I shall sever your arm, the black-robed figure replied coolly. Cangtian's eyes turned icy. As the leader of the celestial god sect, he had not been threatened in such a manner for a long time. Is that so? Then today, I shall put that to the test. With that, he strode forward. Thud! In the next moment, his left arm was severed at the root, blood gushing forth. Sect Master, the 18 elders of the celestial god sect, rushed over. Witnessing Cangtian's severed arm, their expressions filled with shock. Cangtian stared in horror at his dismembered limb. A gust of wind swept by, and it vanished entirely. Predecessor, have I offended you? Please, spare me, he pleaded without hesitation. Kneeling, realizing he had encountered a formidable adversary, the ability to silently sever his arm undoubtedly indicated the capacity to crush him as well. Leave, the black-robed figure commanded calmly. Yes, esteemed one, Cangtian responded respectfully, hastily retreating and signaling all members of the celestial god sect to withdraw. In mere seconds, the members of the celestial god sect had vanished, as if they had never existed. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the black-robed figure, who had effortlessly severed Cangtian's arm and repelled all members of the celestial god sect. This was a superlative powerhouse. On the platform, the heads of various families wore expressions of trepidation. Too fearful to move, lest they provoke the black-robed figure's wrath, Cangtian had fled. How could they hope to withstand him? The atmosphere was eerily quiet as everyone watched MOU and the black-robed figure. Predecessor, can I refuse? MOU's heart raced. Cangtian had just lost his arm, and the black-robed figure exuded overwhelming power. Yet this was their first encounter, and his summoned spirit was a being from another world. If discovered after becoming a disciple, he would have no chance to escape. You cannot refuse, the black-robed figure stated calmly. Very well. MOU replied with a bitter smile, though internally he was filled with reluctance. The black-robed figure was far too powerful, and refusing could very well lead to his demise. Upon hearing MOU's acceptance, the black-robed figure trembled slightly, as though overcome with excitement. MOU was taken aback. Why was the black-robed figure so exhilarated? This place is unsuitable for conversation. I shall take you away. With that, MOU was enveloped in a blur and suddenly found himself in a different location. The surroundings were lush and verdant. Towering ancient trees swayed in a serene silence. It was an unexplored forest. MOU, remember my words. From this day forth, you are the 10th inheritor of the supreme divine temple. Only one individual can hold the title in each generation, and you are the 10th. The black-robed figure spoke swiftly, as if in a hurry. This is the artifact of the supreme divine temple. You must refine it with your blood. The black-robed figure produced an ordinary brick. MOU stared blankly at the brick. This is the artifact? Yes, refine it, and you shall become the 10th inheritor of the supreme divine temple. The black-robed figure urged. OU, still bewildered, pricked his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the brick, which merely trickled to the ground. Good. You have successfully refined it. You are now the 10th inheritor of the supreme divine temple. The black-robed figure nodded in satisfaction. But wait, my blood just fell to the ground. How can it be considered refined? Mou questioned, confused. By all accounts, the brick should have absorbed his blood for it to be deemed refined. Do not concern yourself with such details. You are now the 10th inheritor of the supreme divine temple. You must strive to survive and restore the former glory of our temple. The black-robed figure suddenly chuckled, then began to fade as if about to disintegrate into dust. Wait, you haven't told me who you are. What is the supreme divine temple? I am living perfectly well. Why do you look at me with such pity? Mou rushed to ask multiple questions as the black-robed figure neared disappearance. I have already perished. This is but a fragment of my lingering will. Each successor of the supreme divine temple must find their next inheritor to finally find peace. The black-robed figure declared before vanishing in an instant. Mou stared in disbelief at the spot where the black-robed figure had been, feeling as though he had been deceived. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous sound reverberated through the sky. An ancient, resonant bell tolling. In that moment, every being across the vast Cangtian Continent heard the echo of that bell. In the distant western region, atop the peak of Cangtian Mountain, known as the highest point in the Cangtian Continent. An elderly man with white hair gazed towards the east. The 10th inheritor of the supreme divine temple has emerged. Chaos will soon engulf the Cangtian Continent. We must locate this 10th inheritor and eliminate him before it is too late. In the south wilderness, a desolate land devoid of vegetation, within a 10,000-meter-deep ancient stone dwelling, a stooped figure suddenly straightened, gazing eastward, murmuring, that 9th old fellow from the supreme divine temple has finally found the 10th. In the north desert, amidst the vast, barren sands, within an ancient golden pyramid, a dignified middle-aged man clad in imperial robes and crowned with a diadem suddenly opened his eyes, two beams of golden light piercing the void as he sat up from his stone coffin. We barely managed to slay the 9th. How has the 10th appeared so soon? That prophecy has indeed come to pass. In the Eastland, a towering willow tree, seemingly as high as heaven itself, rooted in the void, its branches and leaves flourishing, swayed violently. The ancient prophecy foretold that upon the emergence of the 10th inheritor of the supreme divine temple, the Cangtian Continent would plunge into unending calamity. This 10th inheritor cannot be allowed to exist. The chimes resound. A terrifying aura emerges from the myriad of mysterious locations scattered across the continent of Cangtian, each sacred site imbued with dread. They gaze towards the east, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. An ancient prophecy, long buried in their hearts, has been awakened with the tolling of the bells. Throughout the annals of Cangtian, the bells have rung a total of 9 times, each toll heralding a calamity of increasing severity. The disasters unleashed during the previous 9 occurrences were progressively more dire, with ancient entities having foretold that the 10th toll would herald the annihilation of the continent of Cangtian. This calamity is attributed to a force known as the Supreme Temple, which made its debut with the first toll that a young man, claiming to be the first heir of the Supreme Temple, rose to prominence, vanquishing all challengers across the continent, accompanied by a summoning spirit forged from machinery and gears from another realm. He nearly brought devastation upon Cangtian, only to be ultimately slain by a coalition of its strongest warriors. However, his mechanical summoning spirit survived, sealed within the abyss beyond the continent. Just as the inhabitants of Cangtian believed that the nightmare had concluded, mere years later, the second toll rang out. The second heir of the Supreme Temple emerged, once again accompanied by a fearsome being from another world, who too nearly brought about the world's destruction. Subsequently, the bells tolled at intervals, each time heralding the arrival of a new heir from the Supreme Temple, each bringing forth calamities of apocalyptic proportions. This continued until the 9th heir, who was ultimately vanquished by the collective might of Cangtian. However, the ancient prophecy warned that the 10th heir would be the most formidable. The Supreme Temple is an organization from another realm, with only one heir emerging each generation, each accompanied by a summoning spirit from that other world. The summoning rites explicitly state that any individual capable of summoning beings from other realms must be eradicated at once. a precaution established to prevent the emergence of a successor from the Supreme Temple. All heirs of the Supreme Temple arise from among those prodigies who have the ability to summon interdimensional entities. Historically, over 100 individuals have been documented as having summoned beings from other realms, yet only 9 have ascended to the status of heir of the Supreme Temple. The criteria for selecting these heirs remain a mystery to the people of Cangtian. Their sole recourse has been to eliminate all prodigies capable of summoning beings from other realms, thereby preemptively extinguishing the successors of the Supreme Temple. Chapter 26. The 10th Toll. A total of 9 heirs of the Supreme Temple have emerged, all of whom have been jointly slain. 1,000 years have passed since the demise of the 9th heir, during which time they hunted down all prodigies capable of summoning beings from other realms, preemptively killing them to thwart the rise of the 10th heir. Yet despite their meticulous precautions, the 10th heir has finally surfaced today. With the resounding of the 10th toll, an atmosphere of tension, akin to the calm before a storm, envelopes the entire continent of Cangtian. Especially those aware of the Supreme Temple feel a creeping dread. They've spent millennia thwarting the emergence of the 10th heir, yet ultimately failed. The 10th heir has appeared, and he is still presumably weak. They must eliminate him before he can grow in strength at any cost. He must be located and slain. The leaders of the various supreme factions across Cangtian have issued proclamations. The first priority must be the immediate extermination of the 10th heir of the Supreme Temple. Presently, the identity of this 10th heir remains unknown, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, all heirs of the Supreme Temple share a commonality. Their summoning spirits originate from beings of other realms. With the emergence of the 10th heir, all factions of Cangtian have turned their attention to the prodigies participating in this year's summoning ritual. They will thoroughly investigate all participants in the summoning ceremony, mercilessly executing any found to have summoned beings from other realms. This is a sweeping initiative across the continent of Cangtian, with all factions mobilizing resources to scrutinize the talents involved in this year's summoning ritual. The 10th heir emerged less than a month after the conclusion of the summoning ceremony, leading them to focus on those who took part. The scope of their search has narrowed, and a consensus has been reached across Cangtian. It is preferable to wrongfully kill 1,000 than to let one escape. Any individual discovered to have summoned beings from other realms will be swiftly seized or executed on the spot. The continent of Cangtian is rife with undercurrents as a search operation targeting the 10th heir of the Supreme Temple commences. Meanwhile, you stand in the forest, staring blankly at the brick in his hand. It is the legacy artifact of the Supreme Temple left to him by the figure in the black robe, of whom he remains unaware that he was the 9th heir. What is this thing, and can it truly be called an artifact? He gazes at the brick in disbelief. After testing it, he finds it only slightly hard. With no other discernible functions, that a wave of frustration washes over him. This brick hardly resembles an artifact, but rather seems more suited for striking someone on the back of the head at night. Sighing, he reflects on how the old man left no information behind before his demise, pondering who that enigmatic figure truly was, remembering the black-robed man's parting words urging him to survive. A sense of foreboding settles within him, but he senses that his identity as the 10th heir of the Supreme Temple could bring about his own demise. All he's gained is this single brick, and he resolves to treat it as though nothing had ever transpired. With this thought, he feels a slight alleviation in his heart. As he surveys his surroundings, confusion clouds his mind. The previously tranquil forest has suddenly come alive. He senses the presence of numerous terrifying beasts, their watchful eyes fixated on him from the shadows. Gripping the brick tightly, a massive green serpent, the thickness of an arm, slithers down from the vines above him, its forked tongue flicking as its sinister gaze locks onto him. He instinctively raises his gaze to meet the serpent's, and as it approaches within 5 meters, its eyes suddenly fill with irrationality, fanaticism, and a thirst for blood. The green serpent lunges at him, sinking its fangs into his shoulder. In an instant, the serpent convulses violently, suffering a heart attack and an epileptic seizure, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In a reflexive motion, he strikes the serpent's head with the brick. With a sickening crunch akin to striking tofu, the serpent's skull shatters into a gruesome mess of red and white. He gasps in shock, This green serpent is a second-tier beast, comparable to a human martial artist at the mortal body level. Typically, the bodies of beast kind are robust, with ordinary weapons unable to penetrate their scales. Yet this brick has obliterated the serpent's head in a single blow. Well then, I shall temporarily employ you as my weapon, he thinks, feeling a slight comfort that at least this brick is quite sturdy. After the serpent's head is shattered, a demon core the size of a longan glimmers amidst the remnants. He picks it up and wipes it clean. The demon core is the essence of the beast. And all beasts of first tier or higher possess one. Humans can consume these cores to enhance their cultivation. Currently, he is at the first level of the mortal body, making this demon core perfectly suited for his training. However, this is not an ideal place for cultivation, as many beast kind lurk nearby. Eyeing him hungrily, a black lizard emerges, towering 3 meters tall, its dark scales clearly robust. OU fixates on the lizard, and within 5 meters, its gaze shifts to one of irrationality, fanaticism, and a hunger for blood. The lizard charges at him, and as it does, a white ceramic comedy mask appears on his face, imbued with a hypnotic power that instantly captivates the lizard. The lizard stands motionless, and with a mere thought, he erases its consciousness entirely. Boom. The enormous lizard collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. This was the second ability of the white ceramic comedy mask, capable of erasing the consciousness of its ensnared targets. A power he was utilizing for the very first time. This lizard, a secondary demon beast, was effortlessly stripped of its awareness and met its demise. He wielded a brick and struck the lizard's head with fierce intensity, reducing it to a pulp as easily as one might crush tofu, causing its demon core to fall free. The power of this brick astounded him. The lizard's scales were harder than those of a green snake, yet they still could not withstand the force of a single blow from the brick. Unbeknownst to him, the brick absorbed the lizard's blood. Within a minute of his departure, the flesh of both the lizard and the green snake suddenly desiccated, transforming into what appeared to be mummified corpses. None of this was within his knowledge to this moment. He was traversing the forest in search of an exit. Surrounding him, first and second-tier demon beasts continually emerged to attack. But he subdued them all, smashing their skulls with the brick until they lay lifeless. The path he had tread was littered with desiccated corpses, until he encountered a third-tier demon beast, resembling a cat. Standing half a man's height, with green pupils that could ensnare one's gaze, he stared at the feline. A wave of disorientation washed over him. But fortunately, a shield materialized in his mind, blocking the cat's hypnotic influence. The cat let out a low growl, and a more potent psychic assault surged towards him, still deflected by his shield. His gaze remained fixed on the cat, whose eyes shifted to reveal madness, obsession, and a thirst for blood. Though was thrashing violently in struggle, that he realized that his own abilities had been tested. His limit allowed him to contend with third-tier demon beasts. Correlating to human warriors at the spiritual body stage. Chapter 27. The Divine Eye Technique. This cat was third tier, barely managing to withstand his mental assaults. Its eyes were filled with irrationality, obsession, and a murderous intent. Yet there was a flicker of struggle as it lunged towards him, and he stood his ground, allowing the cat to pounce upon him, knocking him to the ground, and sinking its teeth into his neck. He extended his right hand to grasp the cat's mouth. Crack. His arm was severed by the cat's bite, bones splintering, yet the cat also succumbed to heart disease and seizures. The cat emitted a pitiful wail, collapsing onto the ground, while his arm healed in an instant. Simultaneously, he struck the cat's head with a brick, shattering it into a gruesome mess, and a demon core fell out. After the cat's demise, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. This was the territory of the cat, and the expanse of a third-tier demon beast domain was vast, deterring other beasts from intruding lightly. He advanced a few steps and discovered cave, imbued with the lingering essence of the cat, likely a place of its daily cultivation. With the cat dead, he entered the cave, preparing to rest for a while, and of course, to consume the demon cores. The core, akin to a dragon's eye in size, was tossed into his mouth, transforming into a pure wave of energy that permeated every corner of his being. Prior to the summoning ritual, he had practiced the ancestral technique of the MO family. The Divine Eye Technique. When cultivated to a profound level, it could blind others with a mere glance, akin to how the Mo family's ancestor had twice rendered him sightless. However, until now, no one else from the Mo family had achieved such mastery to blind another with a single gaze. The divine eye technique was incomplete, only allowing cultivation up to the spiritual body stage. The complete technique vanished with the death of the Mo family's ancestor, but Mo Kuang had summoned the ancestor and inherited the full divine eye technique. Regrettably, due to the relationship between Mo Yu and Mo Kuang, he could not divulge the complete divine eye technique to him. Furthermore, Mo Yu felt that the divine eye technique did not seem to suit him. My summoned spirit is a being from another world. They do not possess a legacy of techniques, so I must seek out a new cultivation method, he sighed. Others, upon summoning their spirits, would fully acquire the legacy techniques and martial skills of their spirits. Yet his summoned spirit had nothing. For now, he would continue cultivating the divine eye technique. Fortunately, the divine eye technique could elevate him to the spiritual body stage, and until then, he need not worry. Thus, he simultaneously devoured demon cores while practicing the divine eye technique, quickly amplifying the aura within him. After consuming 5 second-tier demon cores, his aura surged to the pinnacle of the first-tier physical body. Just one step remained before he could break through to the second-tier physical body. He retrieved the third-tier demon core belonging to the cat, a flicker of anticipation crossing his eyes. Subsequently, he consumed the core. Feeling a torrent of potent energy surge through his body, a violent force raging within him, he channeled the divine eye technique to harness this terrifying energy, driving it against the bottleneck of the second-tier physical body. Cracked at a crisp sound resonated from within him, and in the next moment, his aura broke through to the second-tier physical body. Opening his eyes, he clenched his fists, sensing the formidable power within him, and rose to exit the cave. In the forest, he paused in his tracks. Emerging from behind a tree was a black panther, positioned 10 meters away, its gaze locked onto his. The ability of the little ancestor was unleashed instantaneously as the panther charged towards him. At a distance of 6 meters, its eyes were filled with madness, obsession, and bloodlust, akin to a deranged predator pouncing upon him, sinking its teeth into his neck. Almost immediately, the panther began to convulse, suffering from heart disease and seizures. He wielded the brick, smashing the panther's skull. 6 meters. After breaking through to the second-tier physical body, the range of his mental assault extended by another meter, from 5 to 6 meters, a testament to the little ancestor's prowess. A white ceramic comedy mask appeared upon his face, and, after collecting the panther's demon core, he continued onward. Before long, he encountered a second-tier demon beast. As the beast approached within 3 meters, it fell under the influence of his mask's seductive power, and he swiftly obliterated its consciousness, ending its life. 3 meters. The mask's psychic attack range had expanded from 2 meters to 3 meters. His overall strength had significantly increased, prompting him to stride boldly towards the forest's edge. Along the way, he encountered numerous demon beasts, most of which were first or second tier. Approaching him within 3 or 6 meters, they would succumb to his mental assault and be easily slain. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed before him, prompting him to swiftly conceal himself behind a tree. Before him loomed a creature resembling a colossal heart of a bull, standing 3 meters tall, covered in writhing tentacles. The tentacles dashed across the ground with astonishing speed. Mo Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. It was his first encounter with such a creature. Though it could be classified as a demon beast, it resembled the heart of some bovine creature more than anything else. The heart rampaged through the forest, its tendrils effortlessly severing massive trees. You witnessed a tentacle pierce through a second-tier demon beast, then retract, pulling the beast back, as a gaping maw opened at the heart's center. Devouring the second-tier beast, he could hear the crunching sounds as the heart feasted upon the demon beast. Numerous low-tier demon beasts, hidden in the surroundings, were swiftly located, ensnared, and consumed by the heart. Roar! Mo Yu watched as a 10-meter-tall demon beast was ensnared by the heart's tentacles, dragged back, and swallowed whole by the gaping maw of the 3-meter heart. This revelation shocked Mo Yu. The aura of the 10-meter beast was at least 4th tier, yet was effortlessly devoured by the heart, sending a shiver down his spine as he slowly retreated. His abilities could only contend with 3rd-tier demon beasts for the time being. This heart was at least fourth tier, far beyond his capability to confront. Suddenly, the heart fell silent, as if listening intently. Thump, thump. Mou's heartbeat was detected. In an instant, the heart surged through the forest towards him. This was dire. He had not anticipated the heart would fixate upon him. The heart, in its frenzy, tore through every tree in its path, barreling directly toward Mou. With no escape, he had no choice but to turn, fixing his gaze upon the heart, as the tentacles approached within 6 meters. They trembled, seemingly affected by something. The heart spun in place, then lunged madly towards Mou. One tentacle pierced through his chest, causing the heart to convulse as it was influenced, though it only lasted 3 seconds before it returned to normal. The tentacle withdrew from his chest, and his wound healed almost instantaneously. However, 3 tentacles ensnared his body. In a moment of desperation, he swung the brick at one of the tentacles. The tentacle shattered instantly, emitting a shrill sound that pierced his ears, though fortunately, it was blocked by the shield in his mind. The heart screeched in terror, retreating wildly. Mou's eyes lit up as a brilliant idea struck him. Chapter 28. The Heart. The Brick. It feared the brick. Mou's eyes lit up with surprise that he never anticipated that the brick could serve such a purpose. Clutching the brick, he fixed his gaze on the heart, which appeared to be wary of the brick and retreated incessantly, eventually halting 100 meters away and spinning in circles. Its tendrils were frantically severing the surrounding trees, exuding an air of volatility. As Mou maintained his focus on the heart, he began to step backwards. It was too formidable, and he needed to distance himself. Suddenly, the heart emitted a piercing scream, and its tendrils extended like arrows released from a bow. Hurtling towards Mou, his heart skipped a beat as he swiftly transferred the brick to his right hand, aiming it at one of the tendrils and striking down with force, with a splintering sound. The tendril shattered and recoiled like lightning. The brick continued to smash through the tendrils, inciting the heart to leap in a furious frenzy. "Big brother, what is that?" At that moment, the little ancestor scampered out from the summoning space. "How did you get out?" Mou was taken aback. Without his permission, the little ancestor had ventured out. Typically, summoned spirits only emerge when actively called forth by a practitioner, yet the little ancestor had appeared autonomously. "I was so bored alone, I wanted to come out and play." The little ancestor blinked her large eyes, curiously observing the heart, seemingly unafraid. As she emerged, the heart began to tremble, eyeing her with caution, as if it held some trepidation towards the little ancestor. "What are you playing? Quickly go back. It's dangerous out here." Mou lifted the little ancestor, attempting to summon her back into the summoning space. But to no avail. "Little ancestor, please return. This isn't the time for games." He felt a headache coming on. "What is that big lump of meat? It looks so cute." The little ancestor showed no fear towards the heart. If not for Mou firmly holding her, she would have dashed towards the heart. "Big brother, the heart isn't scary. I want to touch it." The little ancestor's eyes were fixated on the heart, which suddenly recoiled, retreating several meters. "That it seems it's quite afraid of you." Mou's eyes brightened. He had been troubled about how to rid himself of the heart. Now that the heart was so daunted by the little ancestor, perhaps he could utilize her to drive the heart away. Thus, he cautiously approached the heart while holding the little ancestor. With each step he took forward, the heart retreated 10 meters, continuing to shy away, as if in sheer fear. "It's really working." Excitement surged within him. "Don't be scared, meatball. Let me touch you." The little ancestor chimed in her sweet voice. That it seemed the heart understood her, as its tendrils withdrew and curled up. Retreating further, Mou felt exhilarated. With the little ancestor by his side, he need not fear the heart any longer. He glanced around. As the heart continued to back away, he took a few symbolic steps forward, and the heart retreated further still. Suddenly, he stopped retreating, and the heart ceased its movement, spinning in circles as if it wished to approach yet dared not do so. He continued to step back, and the heart hesitated, remaining stationary. After retreating another 10 meters, the heart did not follow. His heart leapt with joy. He planned to continue retreating when the heart suddenly charged forward in a frenzy. "Be good, meatball," the little ancestor suddenly exclaimed, causing the heart to back away in fright, disappearing in a flash. Seizing the opportunity, Mou embraced the little ancestor and sprinted away at full speed. He ran over 1,000 meters before daring to pause. Glancing back to find the heart had not pursued them. What sort of beast is this? His mind was awash with confusion. Unfortunately, the summoning compendium was unavailable. Otherwise, he could have consulted it for answers. The compendium contained records of all strange occurrences throughout the ages on the Cangtian Continent, primarily concerning summoned spirits. Once he felt safe, Mou held the little ancestor as he searched for a way out of the forest. This seems to be the Death Forest. He recognized it. There was a forbidden area outside of Sunset City. The Scions of various families in Sunset City only dared to train around the periphery of the Death Forest, none willing to venture deep within. Now, it appeared he was near the center of the forest's outskirts, and the heart had likely emerged from the depths of the Death Forest. Thankfully, he had reached the outer edge and was temporarily safe. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from deep within the Death Forest, shaking the ground violently. Gaping fissures formed, and molten lava burst forth from the earth. Mou struggled to maintain his balance, nearly falling into one of the cracks. What is happening? He was bewildered. Merely a beast's roar had caused such a seismic upheaval. Trees around him were consumed by the fissures, and a terrifying aura emanated from the depths of the Death Forest. He looked up to catch a fleeting glimpse of a colossal figure towering high into the sky, 10,000 meters high. Though it was but a fleeting sight, it was unforgettable, causing his heart to pound fiercely. What creature is that? In his childhood, elders had spoken of terrifying entities dwelling deep within the Death Forest, slumbering for ages, their breaths spanning centuries. They rarely awakened, but when they did, significant events followed. The sight of that 10,000-meter figure flashing through the Death Forest stirred memories of those tales. Could something monumental be occurring? With that thought, he clutched the little ancestor and made his way out of the Death Forest. The tremor subsided, the colossal figure departed, and tranquility returned. Yet, from the depths of the Death Forest, a whispering voice seemed to echo, causing Mou's heart to quiver. In the haze, he discerned several key phrases. The 10th person has emerged. Destruction is nigh. Prepare to awaken them. The whispers were sporadic and unclear, as if spoken right beside him, yet also distant. He sensed the Death Forest brimming with unknown horrors. He needed to leave swiftly, for he was too weak to linger. Meatball, the little ancestor suddenly called out. His pupils constricted as he spotted the heart circling 100 meters away. Seemingly awaiting his arrival, he cautiously advanced, and the heart shrank back, but this time it appeared emboldened, tentatively moving forward. I want to hug the meatball. The little ancestor exclaimed, clinging to his neck and rubbing her little head against his cheek. Don't touch it. That thing is extremely dangerous. Mou shook his head, holding the little ancestor tightly, unwilling to let go. Suddenly, the heart screamed and dashed towards the outskirts of the Death Forest. Mou was perplexed when he sensed a multitude of powerful presences surging from behind. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled violently as a horde of beasts surged out from the depths of the Death Forest. Like a migration, all manner of creatures fled in a frenzy, as if evading some impending disaster. Mou was taken aback, clutching the little ancestor as he sprinted towards the forest's edge. The sky and ground were obscured by the stampede of beasts racing outward. They rushed past Mou. The beasts did not attack him. Instead, desperately fleeing onward, he noticed something was amiss. Normally, encountering these beasts would provoke a vicious assault, yet now they seemed terrified, unwilling to linger. He recalled that fleeting 10,000-meter figure. Could its emergence be the reason for the beast's panic? The spectacle of countless creatures in flight was overwhelming that if he wasn't careful, he too might be trampled. He unleashed the little ancestor's abilities along with the power of his mask, directing a mental assault against the beasts charging towards him. Beasts within 6 meters of him suddenly exhibited erratic, aggressive behavior, attacking their fellow creatures in a frenzy. Those within 3 meters fell under his influence. Their consciousness erased, a formidable beast passed by, its massive form resembling a mountain. It stomped down. His mental assault faltered, prompting him to dodge aside. Level 5. He pounded his chest with lingering trepidation, recalling that the recently encountered beast was at least a level 5. Extraordinarily powerful, capable of crushing him with a single step. That a level 5 beast corresponds to the realm of the ancient monarchs among martial artists. Such formidable entities were now fleeing, indicating that something momentous was transpiring deep within the forest of death. A distant roar echoed through the sky, followed by the emergence of 9 colossal dragons, pulling a stone coffin from the void, exuding an aura of destruction. Inside the coffin sat a middle-aged man adorned with an imperial crown, his calm demeanor contrasting with the depth of his penetrating gaze fixed on a certain location deep within the forest. The 9th individual murmured, sensing that the last known whereabouts of the Supreme Divine Temple's 9th individual was here. However, upon arrival, he could no longer perceive any trace of the 9th individual's presence. To the west, a white-haired elder stepped through the void, arriving above the forest of death in an instant. He had once been present here, whispering as he nodded to the crowned man beside him. Subsequently, a succession of terrifying entities shattered the void, appearing above the forest of death, all searching for the 9th individual of the Supreme Divine Temple, whose aura had previously lingered here. A menacing presence from the depths of the forest questioned the crowned man and his companions, demanding to know why they had traveled such great distances. The white-haired elder explained that the 9th individual had been seen in this vicinity. He is dead. A deep voice resonated from the forest depths. We are aware of his demise. What brought him here? The crowned man replied solemnly. Unknown, came the answer, and the depths of the forest fell into a profound silence. Seal off the forest of death. No one is to leave, the crowned man declared with a sudden surge of killing intent. Instantly, the terrifying entities erected a barrier, enclosing the entire forest of death. You are overstepping your bounds. This is our territory. An entity from the depths of the forest expressed its displeasure. This concerns the fate of the Cangtian Continent. We ask for your understanding, the white-haired elder replied coolly. You have 1 minute. If you do not depart within that time, we shall engage in battle. The depths of the forest of death sank into silence. The crowned man, filled with ire, was met with a shake of the head from the elder. 1 minute is unnecessary. With a wave of his hand, the elder caused the forest to shift and swirl, revealing a series of images as if replaying past events. Then, the images abruptly blacked out, as if forcibly erased. The elder's expression changed. No matter his efforts, he could not glimpse what had transpired in the forest of death, as if someone had obliterated all traces of it. Simultaneously, Emoyu had just escaped the forest of death when he beheld a barrier connecting heaven and earth enveloping the entire forest. Numerous beasts, unable to flee in time, collided with the barrier, their bodies exploding like watermelons that a shiver coursed through Emoyu. Had he hesitated for but a moment, he too would have met a similar fate. Why have so many terrifying beings appeared? Emoyu pondered in confusion. Gazing into the depths of the forest of death, he witnessed an array of formidable entities tearing through the void, resembling deities. Instilling an overwhelming fear, he could not fathom what had transpired within the forest of death to attract such a multitude of powerful beings. Although the forest of death was a forbidden zone, it should not have drawn so many strong individuals. He turned and hastily departed, returning to Sunset City. However, upon arriving at the city gate, he discovered that Sunset City was shrouded in a layer of barrier. A terrifying presence had sealed off the entire city, preventing anyone from exiting. Sensing something amiss, Emoyu realized that Sunset City did not harbor such a powerful being capable of enacting such a blockade. He paused, turning away to seek refuge in a concealed area. The events of the day had been far too surreal. The mysterious figure in black had seemingly expended his last breath to find him, designating him as the 10th individual of the Supreme Divine Temple. He was bewildered, his mind racing with thoughts of the towering figure glimpsed in the depths of the forest of death and the formidable entities that had emerged from the void. What had truly transpired? As the central figure in this matter, Emoyu remained unaware that everything stemmed from him, from his identity as the 10th individual of the Supreme Divine Temple. Hurry! Ahead, a group of ragged individuals raced toward him, as if fleeing from some unseen threat. They are not pursuing us. Let's rest a moment. One of them spoke in a low voice, agreed that a dozen individuals found a hidden spot to conceal themselves, with one keeping watch while the others took a breather. The tides are changing in Sunset City. So many Shadow Imperial Guards have arrived, an elderly man with graying hair remarked in fear. The Shadow Imperial Guards had come to apprehend the various talents participating in this year's summoning ceremony. If they deemed someone unsatisfactory, they would eliminate them without hesitation, having already taken too many lives. Why are they targeting the talents of this year's ceremony? They kill indiscriminately, showing no mercy. The Zhao family's foremost talent, Zhao Qua, was decapitated for merely speaking out of turn. Alas, hidden in the shadows, Mo Yu listened to their words. Gradually comprehending the unfolding situation, the Cangtian Continent was a realm of empires, and Sunset City belonged to the Beidou Empire, established by the Beidou Emperor. The Shadow Imperial Guards were a secretive unit under the Emperor's command, tasked with resolving all troublesome matters. Composed of elite individuals, the Shadow Imperial Guards bore no names, serving as assassins, trackers, and undercover spies. They were a band of demons. The Beidou Empire instilled fear of the Shadow Imperial Guards in everyone. Yet, suddenly, a contingent of Shadow Imperial Guards had descended upon Sunset City, sealing off the entire town and capturing all talents participating in this year's summoning ceremony. It seemed they were searching for someone, dispatching lethal force against any talents they found displeasing, killing without a second thought. Should anyone resist, their families would also face dire consequences, leaving the prominent families in Sunset City trembling in fear of annihilation. Chapter 30. The beast-tide the Shadow Imperial Guards had come primarily to capture the talents participating in this year's summoning ceremony. Nearly all of the talent from various families in Sunset City had been taken by the Shadow Imperial Guards. Except for a few who had received warnings and managed to escape, all others were captured, some even killed. These individuals were among the fortunate ones who had managed to flee. The MOU of the MO family had suddenly vanished, and now the Shadow Imperial Guards were scouring the city for him. After all, he was the foremost talent of Sunset City, and the Shadow Imperial Guards would not overlook him. The fate of Mo Quang, MOU's elder, had nearly ended in death at the hands of the Shadow Imperial Guards. Had it not been for the intervention of the Heavenly Divine Sect's leader, Jun Tiansong, along with his release of the Mo family's patriarch, he would have surely perished. Just as the Mo family was rising to prominence, they found themselves targeted by the Shadow Imperial Guards. It was said that the Shadow Imperial Guards had taken control of the entire Mo family, coercing them to surrender. OU had been taken away by the figure in black, and no one knew his whereabouts. He had been fortunate to escape calamity after hearing the conversations of those around him. MOU's expression grew grave. Regardless of his circumstances, he had grown up in the Mo family and benefited from its abundant resources. Now that the Mo family had been entirely seized by the Shadow Imperial Guards, only his own appearance could secure their release, placing him in a dilemma. Prior to the summoning ceremony, the Mo family had spared no effort in cultivating him, only to abandon him afterward, leaving his heart heavy with disappointment. The only person in the Mo family he truly cared for was the fourth elder, Mo Ming, who had raised him from infancy. His parents had passed away early, leaving him in the care of Mo Ming, who had always supported him through every hardship. Even when his summoning spirit was deemed non-existent, Mo Ming had not given up on him, but instead encouraged him. He could disregard the lives of others in the Mo family, but he could not ignore Mo Ming's fate. He regarded Mo Ming as a father, and now that Mo Ming was in peril, how could he remain indifferent? Yet, the barrier had sealed Sunset City, and anyone attempting to enter or exit would fall under the control of the Shadow Imperial Guards. The city allowed entry, but forbade exit. Should he attempt to re-enter, he would undoubtedly be captured by the Shadow Imperial Guards. With the guards scouring the city for him, returning would be akin to walking into a lion's den. Sigh. I wonder why the Shadow Imperial Guard are targeting the talents participating in this year's summoning ceremony. The others nearby remained perplexed, unable to grasp why the Shadow Imperial Guards were fixated on this year's talents. The leader of the Heavenly Divine Sect seemed to understand, yet he had already led his sect away from Sunset City. Taking Mo Quang with him, OU had listened intently, gathering a general understanding of the situation in Sunset City. In summary, the city was now entirely under the control of the Shadow Emperor Wei, and the prominent families had become captives to his rule. He had to devise a plan to rescue the fourth elder, To him. The fourth elder was more dear than his own father. He could not simply turn his back and walk away. And no matter what, he was determined to save the fourth elder. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant earth as countless demon beasts charged towards Sunset City. What was happening with this beast tide? The individuals hiding nearby huddled together in terror, filled with anxiety. There were too many demon beasts heading towards Sunset City, and they were right in the path of danger. They fled without hesitation. Mou watched calmly as the demon beasts rushed forward. These beasts had emerged from the death forest. A heartbeat. He spotted the heart leading the charge among the demon beasts. The heart moved swiftly, positioned at the forefront, seemingly aware of Mou's gaze. Suddenly, it halted and ran towards him. Meat is coming. The little ancestor exclaimed excitedly from Mou's embrace. The heart quickly approached him, hesitating as it hovered 100 meters away, wanting to come closer, yet frightened to do so. Meat, the little ancestor called out, breaking free from Mou's arms and darting towards the heart. The heart, startled, darted aside like a frightened rabbit. As countless demon beasts rushed in, they all veered away in fear upon nearing the heart. Many demon beasts charged towards the little ancestor, but as they approached her, they became irrational, obsessed, and bloodthirsty, engaging in a frenzy of attacks against one another. Mou realized that the little ancestor's influence over these demon beasts was far more terrifying than his own. Corpses of the demon beasts littered the ground before the little ancestor, who seemed to stride across them towards the heart. Yet, she appeared completely oblivious to the carnage around her, her eyes solely fixed on the heart. The heart trembled in fear of the little ancestor, but after fleeing for a while, it suddenly stopped, circling in place as if waiting for her. The little ancestor approached the heart and reached out her tiny hand to touch one of its tendrils. The heart stood frozen, terrified, until her little hand made contact, at which point it curled up and squatted down, transforming into a gigantic heart lying before her. When Mou arrived, he was astonished by the sight. The little ancestor climbed onto the heart's apex, seemingly delighted. Little ancestor, what are you doing? Mou worried that the heart might suddenly attack her. However, the little ancestor extended her arms, pouting for a hug, causing him to break into a sweat. The heart appeared hostile towards him. As he approached, the heart instantly rose from the ground, its tendrils flailing as if preparing to attack. He froze in place, recognizing he could not match its strength and dared not advance. Meat, don't hurt big brother. The little ancestor chimed in her sweet voice. The heart's tendrils retracted immediately, curling up on the ground, truly showing no hostility towards Mou. He was taken aback. It was astonishing how obedient the heart was to the little ancestor. His eyes narrowed. He had never encountered a creature like the heart. Powerful yet so compliant. An idea sparked in his mind that he had been troubled about how to enter Sunset City. And now, with the beast tide occurring, it presented a perfect opportunity. The beast tide was aimed at Sunset City. And soon, the overwhelming number of demon beasts would surge into the city, but if he could blend into the tide and secretly enter, he would have a chance to rescue the fourth elder. Thus, his gaze fixed upon the heart, and he said to the little ancestor, could you ask it to take us into the city? The little ancestor nodded, tugging at one of the heart's tendrils. Meat, did you hear? You must take me and big brother into the city. The heart stood up, its tendrils waving as it sprinted towards Sunset City, carrying the little ancestor along. Mou was momentarily stunned. The heart had abandoned him and dashed off. What about me? Wait for me, he shouted, chasing after the heart. A 3-meter-tall rhinoceros demon beast charged towards him, closing the distance in an instant that a white ceramic comedy mask appeared on his face. And its allure immediately captivated the beast. He then controlled the beast, leaping onto its back and prompting it to run ahead. Although the beast was swift, it was no match for the heart's speed. In mere seconds, the heart had vanished from sight. He frowned, not particularly worried about the little ancestor's safety. The heart was clearly obedient to her. However, he felt a pang of concern. The heart evidently disliked him, and he pondered how he could enter the city. Whoosh, the heart returned, coming back to his side. The little ancestor tugged at its tendrils, pouting, you wicked meat, how could you leave big brother behind? The heart curled up in a pitiful manner, lying before Mou as if waiting for him to mount. His eyes lit up, and he leapt from the demon beast onto the heart. The heart's tendrils pushed against the ground as it sprinted towards Sunset City. The surrounding demon beasts, fearful of the heart, willingly cleared a path for it. Before long, Mou beheld the gates of Sunset City, where a half-circular barrier, resembling a bowl, enveloped the entire city. The beast tide arrived at the barrier's edge. The foremost demon beast collided violently with the barrier, its body shattered, leaving a gruesome pile of flesh on the ground. The barrier was formidable, possessing immense defensive capabilities. Without permission, any reckless collision with it would result in annihilation. As the beast tide approached, numerous shadowy figures clad in black appeared atop the city walls, each wearing a ghostly mask. The Shadow Emperor's Guard, Mou, gazed solemnly at the dozen or so guards on the walls, each radiating a powerful aura, surpassing even the mightiest of Sunset City's inhabitants. Countless demon beasts were obliterated upon crashing into the barrier, while the guards frantically infused spiritual energy into it, fortifying its defenses. However, the sheer number of demon beasts was overwhelming, including some truly terrifying ones. 100-meter-tall demon beast rose on two legs, its fists pounding against the barrier with tremendous force, resembling a colossal gorilla, but with purple fur. The purple ape, a fourth-level demon beast. Fourth-level demon beasts corresponded to human monarch-level warriors. And even the strongest in Sunset City lacked such prowess. "Kill it!" A guard atop the wall murmured. 3 guards surged forth from the barrier, targeting the purple ape. It roared in fury, its fists striking the barrier with such ferocity that blood splattered. Yet it seemed oblivious to the pain as the barrier trembled. The 3 guards swiftly surrounded it in a triangular formation. Black dragon-patterned daggers appeared in their hands, and they approached with lightning speed. The purple ape's fists missed their mark as the guards, akin to phantoms, left behind trails of blood on its massive form. With a sudden split, the purple ape's enormous body was severed into 8 pieces by the guards. After dispatching the purple ape, the 3 guards returned to the wall as if nothing had occurred. Whenever powerful demon beasts attacked the barrier, the guards would emerge to eliminate them. The Shadow Emperor's Guard operated like the world's most formidable assassins, their daggers expertly carving through the demon beasts, leading them to their demise. Impressive. Mou marveled at the scene of the guards surrounding and slaughtering the 4th-level demon beasts, though the guards themselves were merely at the monarch level. Their prowess was terrifying, allowing them to easily slay 4th-level demon beasts. He even witnessed 4 guards join forces to kill a 5th-level demon beast in under a minute. The heart brought him to the barrier's front. "Little ancestor, tell it to stop," Mou urged anxiously. The heart was undeniably powerful, capable of devouring 4th-level demon beasts, yet the Shadow Emperor's Guard was equally formidable. He was uncertain if the heart could withstand them. The guard specialized in eliminating troublesome demon beasts, and he did not want the heart to draw too much attention. Meet, be good." The little ancestor seized the tendrils of the heart, in an instant. The heart shrank into a tight ball, lying obediently on the ground. The surrounding monstrous beasts circumvented him, rushing toward the barrier. Despite the efforts of the shadowy Emperor Wei, who continuously infused spiritual energy into the barrier, the sheer number of beasts proved overwhelming. Ultimately, the barrier could no longer withstand the onslaught, shattering with a sound reminiscent of breaking glass, gradually transforming into countless fragments and leaving the city of Sunset utterly exposed to the beast's gaze. Roaring, the endless horde of beasts surged toward the city walls, and the gates were shattered into splinters upon the collision with a 100-meter-tall beast. The monstrous creatures invaded the city, bringing devastation to all living beings. Most of the citizens of Sunset City were ordinary people, not warriors, and even the warriors faced near certain death amidst such a tide of beasts. You urged the little ancestor to rise with the heart, directing their course toward Sunset City. The heart's tendrils pushed against the ground, and it galloped wildly, entering the city and heading towards the Mo family's residence. As the city descended into chaos, the beasts rampaged through it. "I am Zhang Han, the leader of the Shadow Emperor Wei of the Baidu Empire. You beasts have crossed the line. Retreat at once, or our army shall encircle the forest of death within 3 days." A group of Shadow Emperor Wei appeared on the streets, with a particularly formidable leader whose voice resonated ominously. piercing the void and echoing in the ears of all the beasts. Zhang Han's aura was unfathomable. The foremost beast was instantly slain by the intentional release of his presence, reduced to a pool of blood and flesh. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of beasts fell, and the remaining ones halted. Growling in response to his overwhelming aura, "We humans have crossed no boundary." "You are mistaken," Zhang Han said gravely. That a young man in purple, sporting two horns, stepped forth from the throng of beasts, seemingly their leader. The sixth level. Zhang Han's pupils constricted. A sixth-level beast was already an extraordinarily powerful adversary, equivalent to a human at the God King realm, a pinnacle of strength. Zhang Han, however, was merely at the ninth peak of the ancient emperor realm, corresponding to a fifth-level peak beast that we, the citizens of the Beidou Empire, have never crossed any boundary. "You are mistaken," Zhang Han reiterated. 1,000 years ago, the Beidou Empire had signed an agreement with the Forest of Death, prohibiting humans from entering its depths. They had come to Sunset City on a covert mission and could not afford to be distracted by the beast tide. He needed to find a way to dispatch these beasts to complete their mission. And his thoughts turned to MOU. Chapter 32. The dragon-patterned dagger. Humans have crossed the boundary. We lay waste to a city as a warning, the young man in purple stated calmly. "Nonsense. The citizens of the Beidou Empire have not crossed any boundary. You intend to violate the treaty by wantonly slaughtering the city." Zhang Han roared in fury, the surrounding Shadow Emperor Wei exuding a terrifying murderous intent. Though they numbered only 100, their killing intent was astonishing, causing a stir among the beasts. The young man in purple regarded Zhang Han with a grave expression. Although humans were innately weak, their combat prowess after cultivation was remarkable. Despite Zhang Han's mere ninth peak in the ancient emperor realm, he exerted pressure upon him. "Why not venture into the Forest of Death and see for yourself if my words ring true?" The young man in purple suggested solemnly that, "I can send someone to investigate, but you must withdraw first." Zhang Han replied evenly. "Agreed." The young man nodded, and the multitude of beasts retreated to the city gates. Maintaining their aggressive stance without exiting the city, Zhang Han signaled to several of his Shadow Emperor Wei to scout the Forest of Death. These warriors vanished into the crowd, heading toward the forest. Zhang Han's gaze remained tense as he watched the beasts at the city gates. They were intent on slaughtering the city. If negotiations failed, the entirety of Sunset City would be left cleansed of life. "Commander, what shall we do now?" one of the Shadow Emperor Wei inquired. "Continue the investigation," he replied in a low voice. They were tasked with searching for the warriors who had summoned beings from other worlds. Every genius who had participated in the summoning ceremony this year must be thoroughly scrutinized. I could see that moment. They were combing through Sunset City to interrogate these talents, unaware that the beast tide would arrive so soon. "Has there been any sign of MOU?" Zhang Han turned to ask. "None," the nearby Shadow Emperor Wei replied, shaking their heads. As the foremost genius of Sunset City, they had already investigated MOU's background, aware that his summoned spirit was a mysterious 3-year-old girl. This spirit had allowed MOU to shine during the grand tournament, defeating all the other talents to claim victory. However, intelligence gathered indicated that MOU had never summoned his spirit throughout the entire competition. Even the pressure from a leader of the Celestial Sect, Jun Tiansu, had failed to compel him to reveal his summoned spirit. Thus, they deemed MOU's spirit highly suspicious. Perhaps he knew something, which was why he refrained from summoning it. They had tentatively placed MOU on the list of suspected individuals who had summoned beings from another world. Alive, we seek him. Dead, we seek his corpse. MOU had been taken away by a mysterious figure in a black robe, and no one in Sunset City knew his whereabouts. They had scoured the entire city, but found no trace of him. Nevertheless, they had already taken control of the MO family, coercing MOU to appear. Should he fail to do so, they would annihilate the entire MO clan. MOU stood atop the heart alongside the little ancestor, who directed the heart toward the MO family residence as they traversed the streets. MOU noticed numerous notices plastered on the walls. Each notice bore a simple message. MOU, this afternoon at 7 o'clock. If you do not appear, all members of the MO family shall perish. A straightforward sentence. Yet it was posted all over Sunset City, visible at nearly every step. Clearly, The Shadow Emperor Wei intended to force his hand by threatening the entire Mo family. His mood darkened instantly. The Shadow Emperor Wei were notorious for their brutality, willing to resort to any means necessary to fulfill their missions to compel his appearance. They had resorted to threatening the lives of everyone in the Mo family. As one of the four prominent families in Sunset City, the Mo family occupied the most lavish area in the northern part of the city. At this moment, the once glorious Mo family found all its members reduced to captives. From the clan leader, Mo Cangtian, to the newborn infants, all were forced to kneel in the family square. The hundreds of Mo family members knelt on the ground, while a dozen or so Shadow Emperor Wei stood by, coldly observing the prostrated individual's .1 execution every 10 minutes until he shows himself, was Zhang Han's command. With each passing 10 minutes, a member of the Mo family was slain by the Shadow Emperor Wei, and the ground was already littered with a dozen corpses. My lord, we truly do not know where Mou has gone. He was taken by a mysterious figure in a black robe. Mo Cangtian pleaded desperately, his heart in turmoil. However, the Shadow Emperor Wei paid him no heed. One of the Shadow Emperor Wei kept time, nodding to a nearby comrade every 10 minutes, at which point that comrade would execute a member of the Mo family. Whether they were powerful warriors or frail women and children, the Shadow Emperor Wei showed no mercy, dispatching them with a single stroke without a flicker of hesitation. Are you even human? You would strike down children. What grievances do you hold against us? Some of the Mo family men shouted in rage. Do not fret. Your turn shall come soon. One of the Shadow Emperor Wei replied calmly. Before Mo even approached the Mo family residence, he caught the pungent scent of blood in the air. Utilizing his keen senses, he discerned that the source of the stench originated from the Mo family square, and his expression shifted, filled with foreboding. He urged the heart to hasten toward the Mo family, and under the little ancestor's direction, the heart swiftly arrived outside the Mo family estate. The Shadow Emperor Wei stood atop the building, keenly observing the surroundings. Stop, Mou commanded, then turned to the little ancestor. Have the heart deal with that Shadow Emperor Wei. Meet, did you hear? Go. The little ancestor tugged at the tendrils of the heart. The heart set Mou and the little ancestor down. Then, with its tendrils bracing against the ground, swiftly approached the Shadow Emperor Wei on the roof. Noticing the heart's advance, the Shadow Emperor Wei's expression changed. He transformed into an illusion and leaped off the rooftop, wielding a dragon-patterned dagger that aimed to strike at one of the heart's tendrils. With a sickening sound, the tendrils severed, infuriating the heart. The remaining tendrils lashed out, swiftly ensnaring the Shadow Emperor Wei, and a gash opened in the heart's center, pulling the Shadow Emperor Wei into its depths without any resistance. After dispatching the Shadow Emperor Wei, the heart returned to the little ancestor's side. Mou stealthily entered the Mo family estate, with the heart and little ancestor following closely behind, in a concealed area near the Mo family square. Mou surveyed the scene of carnage. Elderly and children lay amidst the slaughter, and his eyes turned crimson with rage. Brutes, they spare not even the children. The Shadow Emperor Wei are indeed infamous. 10 minutes have passed. Execute. A formidable film emperor, Wei Pingjing, spoke calmly, while another film emperor, Wei, swiftly executed his move, severing the head of a young man from the Mo family. Curse it! They claim ignorance of Mou's whereabouts. Yet do they not hear? Why must they resort to murder? I shall fight you. A hot-blooded genius from the Mo family roared in defiance, but scarcely had he spoken when his own head fell to the ground. Chapter 33. The Sacrifice of Mou. The few members of the Mo family, who had initially intended to charge forward, trembled in fear at such a gruesome sight, hesitating to advance. My lord, we in the Mo family truly know not of Mou's whereabouts. Had we known, we would certainly have surrendered him. I implore you to spare us. An elder from the Mo family called out loudly. We, the Mo family, are willing to assist you in the search for Mou. I beseech you to grant us mercy. Another elder intoned solemnly. Patriarch, Mou has caused the deaths of so many in our family. We cannot afford to lose more lives for him. We must save ourselves and hand him over. The second elder, Mo Hai, whispered to Mo Cangtian's heart quaked, his eyes reflecting a flicker of struggle. Mo is the foremost genius of the Mo family. Surrendering him would mean certain death. Patriarch, we still have Mo Kwong. What does it matter to sacrifice one Mo? Everyone is dying in his stead, and he has not shown himself. Such a person is not worth our lives. Mo Hai asserted with conviction that a hint of hesitation flickered in Mo Wentian's gaze, yet a new resolve took hold. Esteemed lords, I am Mo Wentian, the patriarch of the Mo family. I am willing to lead my family in the search for Mo. If we find him, we shall bring him to you at once. Please grant us this opportunity, he declared loudly to one of the film emperors. Wei.O. How intriguing! Is not Mo your family's greatest talent? Are you truly willing to forsake him? The film emperor Wei responded. Observing Mo Wentian with calm scrutiny, as the patriarch of the Mo family, I must prioritize its survival. Sacrificing the lives of all for one individual is simply untenable, Mo Wentian replied, his gaze unwavering. The film emperor Wei nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall grant you this chance. Should you fail to find Mo today, prepare for the annihilation of your clan. Wei's declaration caused Mo Wentian's countenance to shift. Yet this was the only opportunity for the Mo family to survive. Rest assured, my lord, the hundreds of members of the Mo family shall exert every effort to locate him, he proclaimed loudly, with several elders echoing his sentiments. Almost all members of the Mo family were in agreement, feeling that sacrificing themselves for one Mo was an injustice, and many harbored discontent within. Only Mo Ming, who resisted, declared vehemently, Mo is also a part of our Mo family. How can we possibly hand him over? Humph. Because of him, my son and wife perished. I must find him, a man from the Mo family cried, his eyes ablaze with fury. Indeed, my father died because of him. He is a sinner. How many more must die for him to emerge? He is a vile individual, surely lurking in the shadows, watching us perish. Our lives do not matter. Why is his life so precious? Is it merely because he is the greatest talent of the Mo family? What has he done for us? I support surrendering him. We have already lost dozens in his name. We wish to sacrifice the entire Mo family for him. Do we wish for extermination? The atmosphere among the Mo family grew increasingly agitated. They dared not offend film Emperor Wei, yet their pent-up frustrations were vented upon Mo. They believed that it was entirely due to Mo that they were trapped here, waiting for death. This entire predicament stemmed from him. Upon witnessing the outrage of the Mo family towards Mo, film Emperor Wei recognized the authenticity of their sentiments. Exchanging glances with his counterpart, they consented to Mo Wentian's plea. The martial artists of the Mo family were released, with film Emperor Wei commanding them to locate Mo within a day. Failure to do so would result in the annihilation of the Mo clan. The martial artists departed to search for Mo, while the elderly, women, and children of the Mo family remained in the square. Should the martial artists flee, film Emperor Wei would execute all those left behind. Old Fourth. The Mo family has endured for centuries. It cannot end in my tenure. Mo Wentian gazed meaningfully at Mo Ming, fully aware of the wrongness in surrendering Mo. However, as the patriarch, he bore many considerations. He had to prioritize the legacy and welfare of the Mo family. In a critical moment, he must sacrifice the individual for the sake of the collective to ensure the continuity of the Mo family. Sacrificing Mo is not an impossibility, even if he was their greatest talent. Patriarch, Mo is innocent. He should not bear this burden. Mo Ming insisted, unwilling to relent in his defense of Mo. Old Fourth, cease your protest. I have made my decision. We shall hand over Mo, and the Mo family shall survive. Furthermore, we still have Mo Kwong. Once he matures, we shall no longer be bullied. Mo Wentian declared resolutely. Mo Ming yearned to voice his thoughts, but Mo Wentian's cold snort silenced him, warning him to refrain from further objections. You shall either join us in the search for Mo or await your demise here. Mo Ming felt a pang in his heart, a disquieting sensation as he turned to gaze at the vulnerable family members of the Mo clan behind him. With a resigned sigh, he watched as the hundreds of martial artists of the Mo family departed the square to search for Mo in a concealed corner of the square. Mo witnessed everything unfold. his acute hearing capturing every word spoken. His emotions were tumultuous. He had never anticipated such a turn of events, that the MO family would be thrust into crisis because of him, something beyond his control. Yet, he felt a surge of anger at the thought of them betraying him. MOU. Where are you, you coward? Come out. The members of the MO family bellowed in the streets, some believing he was hiding nearby. Attempting to lure him out, MOU clenched his fists. The true instigator of all this chaos was Film Emperor Wei. The MO family's betrayal stung deeply, but his greater ire was reserved for Wei, the one responsible for this entire debacle. Little Ancestor, find a way to deal with those Film Emperors, he instructed the small ancestor at his side. Among the MO family in the square stood a dozen Film Emperors, all powerful, sovereign-level warriors. MOU could not contend with even one. However, he glanced at the heart, which was mysterious and powerful, and believed it might be able to confront those Film Emperors. Meet, go and deal with the bad guys. The little ancestor tugged at the tendrils of the heart. The heart's tendrils reached the ground, carrying the little ancestor over the wall, revealing themselves before the Film Emperors in the square. Oh no. MOU gasped, alarmed by the heart's reckless charge with the little ancestor. What if something happened to her? He wanted to follow, but his feeble strength made him an easy target for the Film Emperors, leaving him with little chance of survival. Who goes there? The gazes of the Film Emperors quickly locked onto the heart, momentarily stunned upon noticing the little ancestor on its back. That little girl was peculiar, devoid of any aura. The Film Emperors scrutinized her intently, recognizing that one who could stand upon the heart without leaking any energy was not to be underestimated due to her appearance. The Film Emperors regarded the little ancestor as a formidable foe, drawing their weapons in unison. Chapter 34. The slaying of the Film Emperors, as the Film Emperors summoned ethereal spirits that coalesced with their bodies. Their combat prowess surged dramatically. Seize them. The Film Emperors surged toward the heart from various angles, their movements swift as shadows. Trained as assassins in the Beidou Empire, they specialized in clandestine operations steeped in bloodshed. The heart wielded its tendrils, cold light shimmering in the air as dragon-patterned daggers sliced through the tendrils, inciting the heart's fury. Suddenly, it spun in place, its tendrils taut, swirling like a tempest, wreaking havoc in its vicinity. Splurt! A Film Emperor at the forefront was reduced to mere fragments by the slicing tendrils. Retreat! The remaining Film Emperors gasped in astonishment, retreating in a frenzied AT that moment. The heart was overwhelming. Anyone who approached was akin to entering a meat grinder, destined to be shredded. The members of the MO family in the square gasped in shock upon witnessing the heart's display. Isn't that the little girl who is MOU's summoned spirit? MOU is nearby. He has come to rescue us. When MOU summoned the little ancestor during the summoning ceremony, many from the MO family had witnessed it. Now, seeing her atop the heart, recognition spread among them. They were filled with excitement. The invincible Film Emperors had lost one of their own to the heart, igniting a flicker of hope within. He has slain a Film Emperor. This has sown the seeds of catastrophe for our MO family. The one who kills a Film Emperor will be relentlessly pursued by the Beidou Empire for life, and our family will be implicated. This spells doom for the MO family. The Film Emperors will surely retaliate with fury and annihilate us. Where there is joy, there is also sorrow. The Shadow Guard, a clandestine force by the side of the Emperor of the Beidou Empire, has suffered a loss. The death of one Shadow Guard signifies the demise of the MO family. MOU is a harbinger of calamity, bringing disaster upon our clan, and soon, the MO family will face annihilation because of him. Many within the MO family, who had rejoiced at MOU's presence, now turned pale at these words, finding agreement with such sentiments. The Shadow Guard cannot be offended, let alone killed. The death of a single Shadow Guard is sufficient to warrant the destruction of the MO family tenfold. Even if the MO family were to surrender MOU, they would likely be annihilated by the Shadow Guard. Numerous families within the Beidou Empire have been wiped out simply because a clan member killed a Shadow Guard. Now that MOU has slain one, the MO family's hopes are extinguished. The heart raced across the square, pursuing the fleeing Shadow Guards, its tendrils ensnaring one and dragging him into its gaping maw. Another Shadow Guard fell, leaving the MO clan members white with terror. The death of one could spell doom for their lineage, and with two lost, their fate was sealed. Cursed Mo, you have brought ruin upon us all. You are the sinner of the Mo family, and we shall not forgive you even in death. In their desperation, many hurled insults at Mo, wishing for his demise. That in the shadows, Mo's expression darkened. He had hoped for the heart to eliminate all the shadow guards to save his kin. Now, filled with malice towards him, they cursed him instead, rendering his good intentions futile. Little ancestor, return. You communicated with the little ancestor. His heart heavy he had come to save them, yet was met with scorn. Anyone would feel discontented in his position. The little ancestor tugged at the heart, which turned and leapt over the wall. A dozen shadow guards swiftly followed, catching sight of Mo leaping onto the heart. Him. The shadow guards recognized Mo from the Mo family's descriptions. Pursue him, do not let him escape. Immediately, all the shadow guards surged after Mo, their focus solely on him. Disregarding the other members of the Mo family, Mo frowned as he glanced back, noticing the dozen shadow guards in pursuit. Suddenly, more shadow guards appeared in the distance, and his expression shifted. This moment, all shadow guards were aware of his presence in the City of Sunset. The Dark Knight Tower, renowned in the City of Sunset, was a favored haunt of the youth at night. Mo dashed into the Dark Knight Tower, which belonged to the Zhang family, the foremost clan in the city. As he entered, he was spotted by members of the Zhang family. Mo, the twins of the Zhang family, Zhang Quan and Zhang Qian, were taken aback by his sudden entrance. Upon noticing the heart beneath him, they all felt a sense of impending danger. The shadow guards are hunting Mo throughout the city. Capturing him would be a significant achievement, some Zhang family members whispered. That is not wise. Zhang Quan shook his head. He is but one person. Do we truly fear him? Others shouted. The Zhang family will not involve itself in this matter. Withdraw, Zhang Quan commanded sternly, ordering everyone to step back. Yes, young clan leader. The Zhang family members parted, allowing Mo to ascend to the second floor, while the shadow guards surged in pursuit, instilling fear in the Zhang family. Shadow guards Zhang Quan's heart raced. Intercept him. One shadow guard coldly instructed the Zhang family. Yes, sir. The Zhang family, unable to disobey, launched a desperate assault on Mo with great fervor. Zhang Quan sighed inwardly and unleashed a summoned spirit to attack Mo. The shadow guard sealed off the Dark Knight Tower, while more continued to converge from all corners of the City of Sunset and the city gates. A shadow guard whispered to Zhang Han, and his eyes lit up. Bring him here, he ordered darkly. Yes, commanded a full 30 shadow guards surrounded the Dark Knight Tower, leaving Mo with no means of escape. This moment, he hid within a private room. While outside, shadow guards methodically searched each compartment. The heart lay low, and Mo found it eerily devoid of any life force. It was as if the heart did not pulse, lacking even a hint of vitality. His curiosity piqued regarding the nature of this mysterious entity, which seemed to obey the little ancestor's commands. The little ancestor nestled in Mo's embrace, refusing to return to the summoned space. Mo felt helpless. He had wished to keep his summoned spirit hidden from view. Yet now he could not summon the little ancestor back. Little ancestor, if you don't return, I will be hunted down relentlessly. He urged earnestly. But if I return, the meat will misbehave. The little ancestor replied in a childlike voice. Mo furrowed his brow. The heart only listened to the little ancestor, and summoning her back could provoke the heart into attacking him. Very well, he sighed, resigning himself to the situation. Suddenly, a shadow guard approached the door of the private room and halted. Mo, I know you're inside. We mean no harm. We just wish to check your summoned spirit. The shadow guard said calmly. However, no response came, and he cautiously pushed open the door. A tentacle shot through the air, instantly reaching for his neck. He instinctively recoiled, only to find another tentacle ensnaring him from behind. In the next moment, his body was consumed by the gaping maw of the heart. Chapter 35. The consciousness of the mask. The loquacious one. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as several Zhang family members arrived outside. Cautiously entering through the ajar door in a corner of the room, Mo unleashed his powers, affecting the Zhang family members who approached within 6 meters, rendering their gazes irrational, obsessive, and murderous. causing them to turn on one another. As one approached within 3 meters, the alluring power swiftly took control of them. Inside the room, those who had been fighting each other suddenly fell silent, standing beside MOU, now under his control. 5 of them bore wounds, remnants of their earlier skirmish. Although they were subdued, their eyes remained irrational, obsessive, and bloodthirsty. "Leave," MOU commanded, directing them to disperse in different directions. Once they departed, they immediately began to act like madmen, frantically seeking out living beings to attack. "It's him." Zhang Quan's face changed as he spotted a Zhang family member behaving like a lunatic. He understood the gravity of the situation immediately. "Find him." A shadow guard, having just finished searching a room, was suddenly pounced upon by a frenzied Zhang family member. With a cold wave of his hand, a flash of cold light struck, and blood sprayed as the assailant collapsed. Zhang Quan squinted. Sensing something unusual about this Zhang family member, he knelt down to examine the corpse's eyes, perceiving remnants of irrationality, obsession, and bloodlust. Indeed, could it be that he is truly a being from another world? He murmured, moving toward another room. Sensing an odd atmosphere, he stepped inside to find a shadow guard facing away from him. "Have you found him?" he asked calmly, but the shadow guard did not respond. Frowning, he noted that if not for the vibrant life force, albeit slightly chaotic, he might have thought the individual dead. "I ask you again, have you found him?" He pressed, his tone firm. Suddenly, the figure spun around, eyes filled with madness, obsession, and bloodlust, lunging toward him. "Impossible!" He was taken aback. Shadow guards were of the monarch realm. They had already confirmed that MOU's abilities only affected spirits of the spirit realm, incapable of influencing those above monarch rank. Yet, the shadow guard before him was evidently under MOU's control. A gaping wound, his chest bled profusely, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, mindlessly charging forward. With a powerful onslaught, the frenzied shadow guard was a formidable foe, impervious to pain, and he found it difficult to withstand the savage assault, forced back against the wall. Suddenly, he felt something soft beneath his feet. Glancing down, he saw a mass of flesh. The heart had spread out upon the ground, obscuring its original form. In an instant, it resumed its shape, a gaping maw opening wide, and it seized the shadow guard. "No!" He let out a dreadful scream, only to find that a substantial part of his body was consumed. A tentacle struck the back of his head in an instant, causing him to lose consciousness. MOU stepped forward, and the unconscious Shadow Emperor Wei suddenly opened his eyes, his body now under MOU's enchanting control. With the Shadow Emperor Wei devoid of any resistance, MOU could easily manipulate him. 2 Shadow Emperor Wei stood before MOU, subservient to his will. Suddenly, a white ceramic comedy mask appeared on his face without his command, swiftly transferring to the face of one of the nearby Shadow Emperor Wei. This bewildered him. The white ceramic mask had acted autonomously. He attempted to summon it back, only to discover he was powerless to do so. Once the mask settled on the Shadow Emperor Wei's face, black liquid oozed from its eyes and mouth, corroding the body beneath it. The Shadow Emperor Wei suddenly moved his limbs slightly. "Such a poor physique," he remarked, startling MOU. "Are you my master? You seem rather weak." The Shadow Emperor Wei said, fixing his gaze on MOU. "You are the consciousness of the mask," MOU exclaimed, surprised to learn that the mask possessed its own awareness. "Naturally, I'm not an inanimate object." The Shadow Emperor Wei replied calmly. "This body can only endure for half an hour before being completely eroded. I require a permanent vessel," he suddenly declared. MOU observed the Shadow Emperor Wei, noting the black liquid seeping from the mask's eyes and mouth, corroding the body at an alarming rate. This pace. Within half an hour, the Shadow Emperor Wei would become a mere puddle of liquid. "Master, please keep an eye out for an immortal body. I need one." The Shadow Emperor Wei implored MOU. "An immortal body? Does it exist?" MOU pondered, taken aback by the concept of such an entity. "Of course, there are many immortal bodies out there. Just pay attention to it. I no longer wish to linger in this space. It's suffocating." The Shadow Emperor Wei expressed his dissatisfaction. "What should I call you?" MOU asked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "You may refer to me as Chatterbox." As they all do, the Chatterbox replied placidly. "Chatterbox? MOU was momentarily taken aback, finding it curious that someone named Chatterbox did not seem particularly loquacious. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. Point 3 Shadow Emperor Wei entered the private room, while MOU concealed himself in the shadows. The Chatterbox and the adjacent Shadow Emperor Wei stood calmly, backs turned to the entrance. "What are you doing here?" One of the newly arrived Shadow Emperor Wei asked coldly. "That he isn't here." The Chatterbox turned around and replied coolly, "What has to deal with the mask on your face?" The 3 Shadow Emperor Wei eyed the Chatterbox warily, sensing something amiss. "It's nothing but an ordinary mask." The Chatterbox shrugged, stepping forward. "Halt!" The 3 Shadow Emperor Wei commanded in a low tone. The Chatterbox did not stop. Continuing his advance, "Seize him!" The 3 Shadow Emperor Wei shouted at the Shadow Emperor Wei beside the Chatterbox. Yet he remained unresponsive as the Chatterbox approached the trio. Within a 3-meter radius, the mask suddenly transferred to the face of one of them. As soon as the mask departed, the Shadow Emperor Wei's body rapidly corroded into a puddle of liquid. Once the Chatterbox occupied the new body, he swiftly eradicated the consciousness of the Shadow Emperor Wei. The 2 remaining Shadow Emperor Wei kept their guard up, watching the Chatterbox intently. "Are you all right?" they anxiously inquired of the Shadow Emperor Wei, now possessed by the Chatterbox. "I'm fine. The ones with problems are you." The Chatterbox replied, causing the 2 Shadow Emperor Wei to turn pale. In an instant, the Chatterbox shifted to the left Shadow Emperor Wei's face, obliterating his consciousness and taking over his body. After assuming his new form, the Chatterbox moved his limbs lightly, fixating his calm gaze upon the last Shadow Emperor Wei. "Who are you?" the last Shadow Emperor Wei asked, terror etched on his face, knowing that once the Chatterbox departed, the bodies of the Shadow Emperor Wei would be reduced to liquid. Gazing at the 2 puddles on the ground, he was filled with dread. "That's a good question. You may call me Chatterbox." The Chatterbox politely responded. The Shadow Emperor Wei glanced toward the door, frantically attempting to flee, only to find his heart abruptly blocking the exit. Chapter 36. Immortality. Terrifying tentacles seized his limbs in an instant, rendering him immobile. "Where do you think you're running off to?" The Chatterbox's voice echoed, followed by the mask appearing on the Shadow Emperor Wei's face. The Chatterbox erased the Shadow Emperor Wei's consciousness. Taking over his body and gently stretching his neck, OU emerged from the corner, astonished to witness the once mighty Shadow Emperor Wei rendered so feeble in the Chatterbox's grasp. "Are you a being from another world?" MOU questioned, his heart racing with astonishment. "You could say that," the Chatterbox replied calmly. The heart's tentacles seemed poised to attack the Chatterbox. However, the little ancestor standing atop the heart tugged at its tentacles, compelling it to obediently lie flat on the ground. "That I didn't expect you to become his summoning spirit," the Chatterbox remarked, astonished at the little ancestor, as if he recognized her. The little ancestor tilted her head, her large eyes shimmering with confusion, seemingly unaware of the Chatterbox. OU looked curiously between the Chatterbox and the little ancestor, sensing a familiarity. You know the little ancestor?" he inquired. Naturally, the Chatterbox nodded, casting a peculiar glance at the little ancestor. "She is quite famous in our world, a celebrity." "What is your world like?" MOU pressed, intrigued by the differences between the other world and the Cangtian Continent. "Our world differs from the Cangtian Continent. Most individuals there are merely ordinary people, while a select few are born with extraordinary powers, and some acquire such abilities through experimentation," the Chatterbox explained. "Extraordinary powers?" MOU frowned, realizing that the system of summoning spirits he had encountered was vastly different. The Chatterbox seemed to suddenly become more talkative, sharing numerous details with MOU. According to him, he had been a mask since gaining consciousness, inherently possessing extraordinary abilities. The little ancestor was a renowned figure in their world. Her fame stemmed from her ability to influence ordinary people, and she remained blissfully unaware of how she differed from typical children, forever retaining the appearance of a 3-year-old. The Chatterbox regarded the little ancestor with a curious expression as he recounted this. OU was equally astonished. The Chatterbox's words suggested that the little ancestor had existed for many years, yet had never aged. Frozen in time, he mused, furrowing his brow. The little ancestor's existence was a mystery. No one knew her date of birth or what era she belonged to, and many ancient beings had known of her existence since they gained consciousness. Immortal? Mou stared at the little ancestor in disbelief. Sort of. At least, she has lived long enough, the chatterbox said, his gaze shifting to the little ancestor, a hint of something inscrutable flickering in his eyes. Someone is coming, the chatterbox announced. Taking position by the door, Mou retreated into the private room, while the little ancestor tugged at the heart's tentacles, causing it to flatten on the ground, transforming into a thick layer of flesh-colored carpet. Several members of the Zhang family arrived at the entrance of the room, bowing respectfully upon seeing the chatterbox. "You may search elsewhere," the chatterbox stated calmly. "Yes, my lord," they replied, hastily departing. Mou still had one Shadow Emperor Wei under his control beside him. After a moment of contemplation, he stripped the Shadow Emperor Wei of his clothing and donned it himself, then retrieved the dagger from the Shadow Emperor Wei's possession, ending his life. The chatterbox and Mou exited the private room, proceeding outward. Along the way, they encountered several members of the Zhang family, whom the chatterbox dismissed with ease. Upon encountering the Shadow Emperor Wei, the chatterbox took direct action, as long as a Shadow Emperor Wei approached within 3 meters. He could instantly transfer to their face, erasing their consciousness and controlling their body. "Master, you are too weak. You limit my power," the chatterbox remarked to Mou. Mou rolled his eyes. At just 16 years of age, reaching the second level of the mortal body was already a remarkable achievement. "The stronger you are, the more power I can wield," the chatterbox explained. At this moment, Mou could only enchant enemies within a 3-meter radius, and the chatterbox was similarly restricted. According to the chatterbox, in his peak state, he could instantly enchant the beings of an entire city, or even more. That's incredible. Mou was taken aback, realizing the chatterbox's immense strength. "Halt!" A low growl sounded from behind them. 4 Emperor Wei stood in their wake, prompting the chatterbox to turn around, while Mou remained still. "Remove your mask," one Shadow Emperor Wei commanded in a grave tone. "Why should I? Aren't you all wearing masks as well?" The loquacious individual expressed his bewilderment. "This is a unique mask belonging to the illustrious Shadow Emperor Wei. What is that jester's mask you bear?" Shadow Emperor Wei let out a cold snort, and forthwith, the 4 shadow guards encircled him. Suddenly, the heart burst forth in the adjacent booth, its tendrils swiftly reaching out towards the 4 shadow guards. The guards, sensing imminent danger, transformed into shadows and launched an attack against the heart. The loquacious one remained composed, standing calmly nearby, while one of the shadow guards approached him within a mere 3 meters. In an instant, the loquacious figure appeared before the guard, obliterating his consciousness and seizing control of his body. Subsequently, he advanced toward another shadow guard, who looked at him with confusion. "Are you all right?" "What could possibly ail me?" replied the loquacious one, and in the blink of an eye, he materialized before the guard, once more extinguishing his awareness. 2 pools of black liquid now lay upon the ground, and the 2 remaining shadow guards were engulfed in sheer terror. What has transpired? An unnameable dread descended upon them, a palpable sense of mortality creeping into their hearts. "It is that mask," one of the shadow guards exclaimed, staring fearfully at the loquacious one, who approached him with measured strides. The guard retreated step by step. "Destroy it," commanded another shadow guard, who, like a specter, charged forward, closing the distance to 3 meters in an instant. However, as he neared, the loquacious one shifted before him, swiftly annihilating his consciousness. Once the loquacious one departed, the body of the former shadow guard was instantaneously corroded into liquid. The last remaining shadow guard inhaled sharply. Though he had long thrived in the underworld, committing countless illicit acts for the Baidu Empire, he had never witnessed such an eerie occurrence. Instinctively, he leapt towards the nearby window, intent on escaping. Yet the heart had sealed the window, rendering his escape impossible. Moreover, the loquacious one charged toward him, covering the 3-meter distance in an instant. And before he could react, his consciousness was extinguished as well. Chapter 37. Mo Hai after dispatching the shadow guard. The loquacious one nonchalantly approached Mou regarded him with peculiar intrigue. Sensing that the loquacious one no longer seemed like a summoned spirit, but rather an independent entity. "Master, what is that look in your eyes?" "I am still obedient to your commands," the loquacious one chuckled. "See, Have you not encountered danger? As your summoned spirit, it is my duty to eliminate your foes. The loquacious one spoke with an air of certainty, leaving Mo momentarily at a loss for a retort. I wish to rescue Elder C. Do you have any plans? Mo inquired. Simply charge in and slay them, the loquacious one declared with authority. Mo's lips twitched slightly, sensing the unreliability in the loquacious one's words. Do you have any alternative suggestions? If not, we shall proceed with the assault. The loquacious one appeared somewhat impatient. Just then, the heart approached, extending her hands, and Mo embraced her, standing atop the heart. Let us depart. They then exited the Dark Knight Tower and stepped into the streets to the window of the third floor of the Dark Knight Tower. Zhang Quan observed Mo's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. Why could his summoned spirit linger outside his body for such an extended period without dissipating? This was his greatest perplexity. While a warrior's summoned spirit could operate independently, it was not meant to remain detached for long. This duration was contingent upon the strength of each warrior. The more formidable the talent, the longer the summoned spirit could sustain itself externally. Yet Mo's summoned spirit had persisted outside for far too long. Zhang Quan noted that Mo's summoned spirit had remained active for over 10 minutes, which left him bewildered. Investigated, he instructed in a low voice. Yes, young patriarch, responded a member of the Zhang family nearby. Soon, someone approached bearing a tome as thick as 10 fingers, the Compendium of Summoning. This tome chronicled all extraordinary anecdotes regarding summoned spirits from ancient times to the present. Zhang Quan eagerly opened the compendium, seeking information about Mo. Otherworldly beings, Zhang Quan discovered. Only an otherworldly being could operate autonomously as a summoned spirit. Although they serve as a warrior's summoned spirit, they possess their own independent consciousness and could act according to their own will. Naturally, otherworldly beings seldom contravene the wishes of their summoners, remaining loyal companions, fighting alongside them with unwavering fidelity. It dawned on him that Mo's summoned spirit was indeed an otherworldly being, explaining why he had been so reluctant to release it. After perusing the compendium, Zhang Quan grasped the full extent of the situation that a flicker of shock crossed his eyes. Any warrior capable of summoning an otherworldly being would ultimately evolve into an immensely formidable presence, potentially wreaking havoc across the Cangtian Continent. The compendium warned that the moment a warrior capable of summoning an otherworldly being appeared, they must be eliminated post-haste, leaving no opportunity for their growth. Such threats must be quashed in their infancy. Young patriarch, should we not eliminate him? Inquired a Zhang family member gravely. This is merely a record from the compendium. We cannot ascertain its authenticity. Our Zhang family will refrain from entangling ourselves in this murky affair. Furthermore, with the shadow guards present, our intervention is unnecessary, Zhang Quan replied calmly. Indeed, young patriarch. His gaze shifted toward the end of the street, his heart tumultuous. No wonder such a diminutive place as Sunset City had attracted the presence of shadow guards. They had come for Mo, intent on slaying the warrior who summoned an otherworldly being. After departing the Dark Knight Tower, Mo and his companions sought Mo Ming amidst the bustling streets. The members of the Mo family were fervently searching for him throughout Sunset City, and Mo Ming, concealed within the throngs, aimed to seize the opportunity to rescue Mou. Come forth. Do you truly wish for the annihilation of the Mo family? Some members of the Mo family shouted, attempting to draw Mou out. As Mo navigated through the crowd and heard their calls, a sense of discontent welled within him, yet he chose to feign ignorance. Soon, he located Elder C, but the elder was in a precarious situation, desperately fleeing as if pursued by assailants. Mo Ming, it is your fault for raising that wretched spawn, leading our Mo family into this crisis. You should accompany him in death. A frail voice roared, Mo Hai, you have gone too far. Mo Ming's expression turned icy, realizing that his pursuer was none other than Mo Hai, the second elder of the Mo family. Mo Ming, now spitting blood, was in a state of disarray, severely injured and being hunted by Mo Hai and several other elders of the Mo family, teetering on the brink of death. Once you perish, that wretched spawn will soon follow. Do you think we would hand him over to the shadow guards? They shall only claim his lifeless body, Mo Hai hissed maliciously. Mo Hai. Mou is innocent. Do not go too far. Elder C suddenly halted, as if having made a resolute decision. That wretched spawn should have perished long ago. You should never have allowed him to live. I have long known he would lead our Mo family into peril. I should have killed him when I had the chance. Mo Ming, you should take your own life. Mo Hai declared loudly. You think I am unaware of your schemes. Your grandson Mo Kwong has been overshadowed by Mou since childhood. You have always viewed Mou as a thorn in your side. Now that you finally have the opportunity to eliminate him, you speak so sanctimoniously. How hypocritical! Mo Ming spat vehemently. Mo Hai struck at his core, erupted with unbridled rage. That wretched spawn should never have existed. Without him, my grandson would have long been the foremost genius of the Mo family. But now, with the shadow guards on his tail, he is doomed. My grandson shall receive boundless resources and cultivation at the Heavenly God sect, and will undoubtedly become an unparalleled powerhouse. With that, he signaled the surrounding elders to eliminate Mo Ming. If you wish to kill Mou, you must first eliminate us. Mo Ming resolved, fully prepared to fight to the death, to take down Mo as long as Mo Hai fell. No one would dare target Mou again. With a heavy heart, he acknowledged that he had done all he could for Mou. Whether he survived henceforth depended on fate. You must live well. Mo Ming bellowed, his gaze resolute as he charged toward Mo Hai. Mo Ming, you have lost your sanity. Mo Hai witnessed Mo Ming frantically rushing towards him, prompting him to retreat in sheer panic, with several elders of the Mo clan hastily distancing themselves as well. This was due to the fact that Mo Ming was preparing to self-detonate to summon a spirit. A martial artist can unleash a deadly blow by self-destructing to summon a spirit. And Mo Ming's self-detonation was potent enough to annihilate Mo Hai, leading him to believe that Mo Ming had indeed lost his sanity. Chapter 38, Self-Detonation to Summon a Spirit of Course. After Mo Ming self-detonated to summon the spirit, he would be reduced to ashes. Fourth Elder. No. Mou, who had just arrived, saw the fourth elder preparing to self-detonate and cried out, his eyes bloodshot, desperate to prevent the fourth elder from proceeding. Mou. The fourth elder, upon hearing Mou's voice, involuntarily turned his head, his heart filled with conflicting emotions of joy and sorrow. You must leave at once. Never return to Sunset City or the Mo clan. The fourth elder bellowed suddenly, urging Mou to flee the scene immediately. You wretched spawn are still in Sunset City. You've caused the deaths of dozens in the Mo clan. Guards, kill him. Mo Hai exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with ecstasy at the sight of Mou. He had been troubled by the search for Mou, but now that Mou had delivered himself to him, he would not let this opportunity slip away. He was the first to charge at Mou, with other elders following suit under his lead. Not a chance. The fourth elder unleashed a violent aura, charging fiercely towards Mo Hai. Humph! Mo Hai snorted dismissively, sidestepping Mo Ming and signaling the nearby elders to block him. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, but they ultimately gritted their teeth and prepared to confront Mo Ming. Fourth elder, I'm fine. Do not self-detonate to summon the spirit. Mou shouted loudly at the fourth elder, while simultaneously gesturing for the talkative one to eliminate Mo Hai. Shadow Emperor Guard. Mo Hai's pupils constricted as he observed the talkative one, who now appeared as a Shadow Emperor Guard. Fake. However, upon seeing that Mou also wore the garb of a Shadow Emperor Guard, he concluded that the talkative one was merely an impostor. The talkative one moved slowly, and Mo Hai warily scrutinized him. Even though he knew the talkative one was not a Shadow Emperor Guard, the eerie white ceramic comedic mask he donned elicited a twinge of unease within him. Kill him! Mo Hai commanded the others to obstruct the talkative one while he charged towards Mou. Mo Hai was a peak 8th level spirit realm warrior, and Mou calmly regarded him. Fully aware that his abilities could influence spirit realm warriors, he felt no fear and patiently awaited Mo Hai's advance. Wretched spawn, you've lived for 16 years. Today you shall join your parents, Mo Hai sneered, a malevolent grin spreading across his face as a 3rd-level king realm summoned spirit materialized beside him. The summoned spirit fused into his being, significantly amplifying his aura. Mo unleashed a mental assault as Mo High approached him directly. He understood Mo's capabilities, yet he did not believe that Mo could exert any influence over him. 6 meters. Mo's gaze fixated on Mo High, who suddenly exhibited a flicker of irrationality in his eyes. However, he quickly shook it off, his expression returning to clarity. That you think I'm like those worthless common realm trash who can be influenced by you? Mo High mocked, striding boldly towards Mo, closing the distance to within 3 meters. The seductive power pierced into Mo High's mind, attempting to seize control, but he resisted. To humph, thought. Mo High scoffed, in the blink of an eye. He was beside Mo, his hands clawed like an eagle S, aimed at Mo's heart. Thud. The speed was overwhelming. Mo had no time to evade. His chest was pierced, and Mo High convulsed momentarily as a heart condition and epilepsy struck him. However, after a few tremors, his body returned to normal. Is this all you're capable of? Mo High jeered, his gaze condescendingly fixed on Mo. Little ancestor, you silently called out. In dilapidated house beside the street. The little ancestor tugged at the tendrils of the heart. The heart, impatiently waiting, thrust its tendrils into the ground and shot out towards Mo High with lightning speed. What is this? Mo High was startled by the sudden emergence of the heart, resembling a bovine heart adorned with numerous tendrils. Upon spotting the little ancestor atop the heart, Mo High's pupils constricted as he realized it was Mo's summoned spirit. Your summoned spirit is indeed problematic. Mo High attempted to voice his concerns. However, one of the heart's tendrils had already ensnared his hand, dragging him closer. In an instant, Mo High found himself tightly bound by the heart's tendrils. Rendered incapable of resistance, OU approached Mo High, looking down upon him. Wretched spawn, how dare you defy me? I am the second elder of the Mo clan. Your elder, Mo High shouted, his eyes betraying his fear. I am here to kill you, you old fool. Mo brandished a dragon-patterned dagger, swiftly slicing through Mo High's throat. The heart then opened a gaping maw, directly consuming Mo High's lifeless body. Subsequently, the heart's tendrils surged forth towards the other Mo clan elders. Not a single one shall escape. Mo commanded the little ancestor. These individuals had pursued the fourth elder, crossing the line. Mo, the fourth elder, now composed, was taken aback to witness Mo High's demise at Mo's hands. Watching as the heart and the talkative one slaughtered the remaining elders of the Mo clan with ease. He was left in a state of shock. Before long, only Mo and Mo Ming remained. With all those who had pursued Mo Ming now dead, they regarded the talkative one and the heart with trepidation. Upon seeing the little ancestor, Mo Ming's eyes widened. Isn't your summoned spirit? He was filled with disbelief, realizing that the little ancestor was fighting independently, appearing almost like a sentient being. Fourth elder, we must leave this place immediately. Mo is unsure how to explain things to the fourth elder, but this was not a suitable location for discussion, within a tavern room in Sunset City. Mo recounted everything to Mo Ming. Beings from another world. You must be cautious from now on. Everyone in the Cangtian Continent who learns of their existence will seek to kill you. Mo Ming was still struggling to comprehend the revelations imparted by Mo, which had far exceeded his expectations. Fourth elder, I am responsible for the plight of the Mo clan this time. However, since the Mo clan sought to hand me over to the Shadow Emperor Guard, my sense of guilt has dissipated. As long as I can rescue you, I will find peace, Mo declared. Mo, this incident is not your fault. However, the majority of the Mo clan members are innocent that we are, after all, of the Mo clan. We cannot stand idly by and watch our clan be exterminated. Mo Ming replied solemnly. Fourth elder, even if I kill the Shadow Emperor Guard, they will retaliate against the Mo clan due to my involvement. Regardless of the circumstances, the Mo clan will be annihilated by the Shadow Emperor Guard. Mo asserted. What? You killed the Shadow Emperor Guard? Mo Ming exclaimed, nearly leaping to his feet. That it wasn't me. It was my summoned spirit that did the killing. Mo glanced at the talkative one beside him. Mo Ming now understood that the talkative one was Mo's summoned spirit, and his gaze towards him was filled with trepidation, fearing the talkative one, as he felt an unsettling discomfort in his presence. The talkative one's comedic mask turned towards Mo Ming, and should he wish, he could instantly control Mo Ming and obliterate his consciousness. Yet, the talkative one recognized Mo Ming's significance to Mou. He smiled slightly, which sent a chill down Mo Ming's spine. I am the talkative one. He introduced himself to Mo Ming. Since the talkative one could eliminate the Shadow Emperor Guard, Mou. I have a bold idea. Let us return to the Mo clan and rescue our K. Mo Ming suddenly looked at Mou with hopeful eyes, an idea that was undeniably reckless. Chapter 39. What are clan rules? Upon hearing Mo Ming's words, Mou was momentarily taken aback. Then he turned his gaze towards the talkative one. Master, don't look at me or ask for my opinion. If you do, it's to kill. The talkative one exuded a hint of malevolent energy. As for the heart, Mou didn't need to inquire. With the little ancestor present, the heart would likely consent to anything. Very well, let us go and slay the Shadow Emperor Guard. He inhaled deeply. Are you all planning to eliminate all the Shadow Emperor Guards? Mo Ming exclaimed in shock. Indeed, how can we save anyone if we do not eradicate them all? Mou queried, puzzled. Do you realize that the one leading this operation is a Shadow Emperor Guard commander of ancient royal lineage named Zhang Han? They say his combat prowess rivals that of legendary strongmen. Mo Ming expressed his concerns, knowing that every Shadow Emperor Guard was a rare talent. What is there to fear? Let us just do it. The talkative one interjected suddenly. Upon hearing the talkative one's words, Mou felt a surge of courage. If the talkative one was so confident, he too would not cower. Furthermore, with a heart by their side, they did indeed possess a fighting chance. All right, let us do it. Mou spoke in a low voice. Subsequently, Mou, Mo Ming, and the little ancestor stood upon the back of the heart. The chatterbox had originally intended to climb onto the heart's back, but was met with refusal. The heart was unwilling to bear the chatterbox. Left with no choice, the chatterbox proceeded alone, while the heart's tendrils swiftly propelled itself towards the Mo family mansion. The chatterbox darted across the rooftops like a specter, moving with remarkable speed. Before long, the heart arrived at the outer perimeter of the Mo family mansion. It vaulted over the wall and entered the estate, finding a concealed spot near the plaza, where it beheld hundreds of Mo family members kneeling on the ground. Two elite guards, akin to shadows, stood watch on either side, their cold gazes fixated on the Mo clan. Observing the kneeling throng, Mou signaled to the little ancestor to direct the heart to eliminate the left side elite guard, while the chatterbox would deal with the one on the right. Go. The chatterbox appeared quite exhilarated as he strode towards the elite guard on the right. The guard, sensing his approach, glanced over and nodded in acknowledgement. The chatterbox approached calmly, but the guard furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Which squad are you from? The elite guard inquired suddenly, yet the chatterbox offered no reply. The guard's eyes narrowed with suspicion, and he lunged at the chatterbox with lethal intent. Meanwhile, the heart also surged towards the left side elite guard. The Mo family members in the plaza were taken aback by this sudden turn of events, only to witness the chatterbox swiftly subduing the elite guard. A white ceramic comedy mask materialized upon the guard's face, instantly erasing his consciousness. The chatterbox seized control of a new vessel, while the body he once inhabited dissolved into a pool of black liquid. The heart, too, lashed out violently at the left side elite guard, who dodged like a phantom, desperately seeking an opportunity to strike at the heart's core. However, the elite guard underestimated the heart's tendrils, one of which ensnared his left foot in an instant. Consequently, he was dragged to the side of the heart, which opened a fissure in its center, akin to a mouth, and devoured the elite guard whole. In a matter of mere seconds, the two elite guard were dispatched by the chatterbox and the heart. The events unfolded so rapidly that the Mo family members in the plaza scarcely had time to react. From around the corner, Mo Ming emerged. Mou remained concealed, and the Mo family members harbored discontent towards him, knowing he could not garner any goodwill by appearing now. Fourth Elder, the Mo family members exclaimed with fervor. The flame of our Mo family must not extinguish. We must survive, Mo Ming proclaimed loudly to all, echoing the sentiments imparted to him by Mo Yudis, Mo Wentian, and others searched outside for him. Mo Ming aimed to rescue every Mo family member in the plaza, hoping to earn their support and perhaps ascend to the position of the next clan leader. The leadership of the Mo family was not fixed. It operated under an electoral system, with elections held every 5 years. Those who possessed high esteem and garnered support could become the next clan leader. Mo Yu had already resolved to endorse Mo Ming as the new leader. Feeling discontent with Mo Wentian's current leadership, Mo Ming received the backing of all those in the plaza. Some were tearfully grateful, expressing profound thanks for his timely intervention. Fourth Elder, the elite guards are dead. Our entire Mo family faces extermination, lamented one individual that if we do not eliminate the elite guards, they will kill us. But if we do kill them, we too will perish. Our family has endured for centuries. We cannot let this legacy end with our generation. If necessary, we shall depart from the Northern Dipper Empire. Mo Ming stated solemnly, the Azure Sky continent is vast. There must be a place for our Mo family to thrive. Many rallied behind Mo Ming, recognizing that to ensure the continuation of their lineage, leaving the Northern Dipper Empire was their only viable option. What of the clan leaders? Where have they gone? Someone inquired. The clan leaders are currently searching for MOU. They remain unaware of the situation here. We cannot wait for them any longer. Time is of the essence. And we must leave now, Mo Ming asserted firmly. Without the clan leader, how can we depart? A voice protested, belonging to a staunch supporter of Mo Wentian, if we wait for the clan leader to return. We may all be slaughtered by the elite guards. Will you follow me, or remain here to await death? Mo Ming bellowed, signaling that it was time for everyone to choose their allegiance, that we will follow you. The majority responded without hesitation, not wishing to face the specter of death. In that brief period, they had been racing against the Grim Reaper, with lives claimed every moment by the elite guards. Had it not been for Mo Ming's timely rescue, many would have perished. Although Mo Wentian was the clan leader, he had not appeared when they needed him most. It was Mo Ming who had come to their aid. Thus, many chose to side with Mo Ming, while only a faction of die-hard supporters of Mo Wentian remained, unwilling to leave and intent on waiting for him. The clan leader has yet to arrive. We cannot leave. It violates clan regulations, someone argued loudly. What good are clan regulations when our family faces annihilation? Another countered. Indeed, we were nearly killed moments ago, and the clan leader was nowhere to be found. We must prioritize our survival and leave to preserve some semblance of our lineage. The others echoed the sentiment, unwilling to stay and await death. Enough. The elite guards will be upon us soon. We must leave immediately. Those unwilling to depart are not compelled, Mo Ming proclaimed. Upon hearing the mention of the elite guards, a shiver ran through the crowd, and without further ado, they followed Mo Ming. Even the staunchest supporters of Mo Wentian, gripped by fear of the elite guards, had no choice but to follow Mo Ming. Once Mo Ming had led everyone away, Mo emerged from the corner. Chapter 40. The new clan leader now. Mo Ming had garnered the support of all. In the upcoming election for the next clan leader, he wielded considerable influence. With just a bit more effort, he could secure his position as the next leader of the Mo family. A new leader could only emerge upon the death of the current one, that a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Though Mo Wentian had treated him well during his tenure as clan leader, it had been due to Mo Ming's innate talent. Once Mo summoned a spirit of immeasurable rank, Mo Wentian seemed to transform. The resources that had once been plentiful for him were redirected entirely to Mo Quang. Mo Wentian was a pragmatist, although his actions were ostensibly for the benefit of the Mo family. Mo found them unpalatable. Thus, he resolved to eliminate Mo Wentian and elevate Mo Ming to the position of clan leader. I have a list here. You will assist me in eliminating them shortly. Mo instructed the chatterbox beside him. Understood. The chatterbox nodded, appearing quite intrigued by the prospect of murder. As he put it, he required a new vessel. Every body is unique. Some are innately powerful, while others harbor latent potential. To find a suitable host, the chatterbox needed to continually switch vessels that on the streets of Sunsetting City. Mou observed several Mo family warriors searching for him. He pointed out two individuals to the chatterbox. They were staunch followers of Mo Wentian, and to eliminate him, the loyalists must also be dealt with. The chatterbox nodded and strode boldly towards them. Upon seeing him approach, the individuals were filled with dread and greeted him with utmost deference. "Greetings, my lord." They mistook him for an elite guard. Without uttering a word, the chatterbox reached their side. Within 3 meters, he unleashed his bewitching power, instantly subduing the individuals and erasing their consciousness. In the next moment, their lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground, and the chatterbox turned to leave. Once he was gone, the remaining Mo family members gazed in terror at his retreating figure, bewildered by the events that had just transpired. Mou traversed the streets of Sunsetting City, systematically identifying each of Mo Wentian's loyalists. Armed with a list of names, he intended to eliminate them all. He sought to pave the way for Mo Ming. Ensuring his ascendance as the next clan leader, the chatterbox operated like an assassin, relentlessly dispatching those marked on the list. One moment. Mou caught sight of Mo Wentian that time. Mo Wentian was accompanied by several elders loyal to him. Clan leader, has Mou truly departed from Sunsetting City? If we cannot find him, the elite guards will obliterate our Mo family, one elder lamented. This Mou should never have been allowed to live. He now brings such calamity upon our clan. Clan leader, our family faces extinction, and it is Mou who has sown the seeds of this catastrophe. Once he is found, we must slay him. The elite guards desire nothing less than his corpse. Wentian listened to the counsel of his trusted confidants, harboring considerable discontent towards Mou. Let us locate him first. He inhaled deeply. He had not yet determined how to deal with Mou. However, he was resolute in his intent to hand Mou over. Even if we surrender him, the elite guards may not spare our Mo family. One elder cautioned. That moment, an elder gravely addressed Mo Wentian. What shall we do? Mo Wentian's expression darkened. The Shadow Emperor Wei was known for his merciless nature. Once he resolved to annihilate a clan, no means could alter the inevitable outcome. All the warriors of the Mo clan have emerged. Perhaps we should consider fleeing directly. Flee? Mo Wentian's eyes turned icy as he shot a fierce glare at his confidant beside him. Clan leader, do not take offense at my harsh words. When we surrender Mou, it will also mark the demise of our Mo clan. As long as we warriors remain alive, the Mo clan will not be truly extinguished. Silence. Mo Wentian snorted coldly, issuing a stern warning against further speech. Clan leader, this concerns the legacy of the Mo clan, that if we all perish, then the Mo clan is indeed finished. Suddenly, everyone turned to Mo Wentian, their expressions earnest. Have you all conspired in secret? Mo Wentian was taken aback, astonished by the unanimous agreement. Clan leader, you know very well that only if we survive can the Mo clan continue its legacy. Mo Wentian's face flickered between emotions, his inner turmoil evident. According to the Shadow Emperor Wei's temperament, once we depart, he will undoubtedly continue his slaughter of the Mo clan members. Time has already passed. The people in the square are likely dead by now. Even if we return, it would be a self-inflicted trap. It is better to leave the city now and never look back. His confidants relentlessly urged him, and the last vestige of his internal struggle dissipated. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded, declaring, for the sake of our Mo clan, I am willing to do anything. Everything is for the Mo clan. Several confidants beamed with joy, and Mo Wentian too revealed a faint smile. Is this truly the leader of the Mo clan? Has he now resolved to abandon everyone and flee alone? Just then, a calm voice emerged from the side, and Mou stepped around the corner. Upon seeing Mou, the expressions of Mo Wentian and his companions brightened momentarily, only to be replaced by murderous intent. It is you, this wretched spawn, who has brought calamity upon our Mo clan. Since you have appeared, you must accompany us. Let us eliminate him first. We can take his corpse back. We need not return. After killing him, we shall leave the city directly. The confidants of Mo Wentian glared at Mou with bloodlust. Wentian's gaze turned frigid as he stared at Mou. Having decided to eliminate him, He would show no mercy. Once we have slain him, we will seek out Mo Kwang at the Heavenly God sect. With Mo Kwang's leadership, our Mo clan will surely regain its former glory. Mo Wentian intoned solemnly. Then his confidence surged towards Mou, intent on killing him. Naturally, Mo Wentian had also locked on Mou, denying him any chance of escape. Ou calmly regarded Mo Wentian and his men. Previously, he had felt a twinge of guilt, but now he could decisively eliminate Mo Wentian. Behind him, the figure of the talkative one appeared, alongside the heart. Upon seeing the talkative one, the expressions of Mo Wentian and his men shifted. The talkative one was clad in the attire of the Shadow Emperor Wei, yet upon noticing the same attire on Mou, Mo Wentian commanded his confidants, "He is a fake. Kill him together." His ruthless nature was fully revealed at that moment. Mou realized that this was the true Mo Wentian, unyielding in critical moments. Chapter 41. The death of Mo Wentian. Indeed, it was this version of Mo Wentian that would not suffer any pangs of guilt while executing his orders. The talkative one charged towards Mo Wentian, his steps steady and unflinching. The Mo clan members charged at him frantically, but as they neared within 3 meters, they fell victim to the allure of his power. Even the Shadow Emperor Wei could not withstand his charm. How could these Mo clan members? Boom! Several bodies collapsed to the ground, their consciousness obliterated by the talkative one. Mo Wentian was taken aback, witnessing his confidants inexplicably fall lifelessly to the ground. "Who are you?" he asked, fear evident in his eyes. However, the talkative one said nothing, merely advancing calmly towards him. Wentian frantically retreated, trying to maintain distance. He vividly recalled the scene of those who had just died. The talkative one quickened his pace, a ghostly figure that closed in on Mo Wentian in an instant. "Ou, let us speak civilly. First, ensure he does not kill me." Mo Wentian shouted desperately to Mou, realizing that the talkative one seemed to heed Mou's words. "Clan leader, safe travels," Mou replied calmly. Then the talkative one swiftly closed the distance of 3 meters, instantly captivating Mo Wentian with his charm, rendering his body frozen in place, his consciousness erased. Subsequently, his body slumped to the ground. Ou observed Mo Wentian's lifeless form with a sense of tranquility. He had now dealt with all of Mo Wentian's faction and could seamlessly ascend as the next clan leader of the Mo clan. Of course, he had only eliminated Mo Wentian's faction. The remaining Mo clan warriors were still searching for him on the streets. However, he no longer cared about them. Even if they returned alive, they could not contend for the position of clan leader against him. "Let us escort them out of the city," Mou stated calmly. Under Mou's guidance, the Mo clan members proceeded towards the back gate of Sunset City, the prearranged meeting point with Mo Ming. Shortly after their arrival, Mou also appeared at the end of the street, the back gate of Sunset City. Several Shadow Emperor Wei soldiers were stationed. To exit the city, they needed to eliminate these soldiers. The Mo clan members hid near the gate, awaiting their opportunity. Once Mou established contact with Mo Ming, he instructed Mo Ming to wait, promising he would handle the soldiers on the city walls. The figures of Heart and the talkative one appeared atop the walls, capturing the attention of 4 Shadow Emperor Wei soldiers. Upon seeing Heart and the talkative one, the Mo clan members seemed to understand the situation. Heart, possessing immense strength, became a wild stallion without the little ancestor on his back. The Shadow Emperor Wei soldiers could not withstand him and were easily dispatched. As for the talkative one, his approach remained straightforward and brutal. He merely needed to come within 3 meters of a Shadow Emperor Wei soldier to charm him, erasing their consciousness and eliminating them. Therefore, within mere seconds, the 4 soldiers atop the walls were dispatched, after which the talkative one opened the city gate. "Let us leave." Mo Ming seized the moment, leading the Mo clan members out of the city, ready to depart. Roar! However, the instant the gate swung open, countless demonic beasts appeared outside, charging in with a roar. Heart positioned himself at the gate, and merely by standing there, all the beasts that attempted to rush in screeched to a halt as if they had seen a ghost. Heart extended his limbs to the ground, causing the horde of demonic beasts to scatter in a frenzy, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The Mo clan members, who had previously turned pale with fear at the sight of the invading beasts, now wore expressions of relief upon witnessing Hart's swift dispersal of the threat. "Now is the time to go," Mo Ming shouted, prompting everyone to exit the city. Hart led the way, with all the demonic beasts too terrified to approach. Beyond lay a tide of beasts, densely packed, blocking the exit. Nevertheless, with Hart at the forefront, every beast instinctively veered away in terror, unwilling to draw near. Thus, the Mo clan members traversed through the tide of beasts. Distancing themselves from Sunset City, the Shadow Emperor Way must all perish. After the Mo clan members had departed, Mo calmly gazed into the depths of Sunset City. The soldiers within had become aware of the Mo clan circumstances. If these soldiers remain alive, they would undoubtedly pursue the Mo clan relentlessly until their annihilation. He had no desire to see Mo Ming killed by the Shadow Emperor Way. Thus he resolved to eliminate every soldier within Sunset City. Of course, there was another motive behind this, as the Talkative One sought the body of Zhang Han. "That Shadow Emperor Way leader's body is reserved for me," were the Talkative One's exact words. Mou felt helpless. The Talkative One was caught up in his excitement, disregarding Mou's counsel, intent on acquiring a new body. "Very well," he conceded, nodding in agreement. To the main gate of Sunset City. Hundreds of Shadow Emperor Way soldiers surrounded the entrance, locking onto the horde of beasts. Zhang Han coldly regarded the young man in purple across from him, as a Shadow Emperor Way soldier beside him spoke urgently. The Death Forest had given rise to numerous terrifying entities, seemingly in search of something. It was their emergence that had triggered the tide of beasts, upon hearing the words of the Shadow Emperor Way. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Zhang Han's eyes. The situation is as follows. Humanity has overstepped its bounds, and the Demon Lord has commanded us to slaughter a city as a warning to mankind. The young man in purple calmly addressed Zhang Han. "But those are not subjects of our Beidou Empire. If you wish to annihilate a city, go and do so elsewhere," Zhang Han replied coldly. "We intend to ravage the city of Sunset." The expression of the young man in purple darkened. "With the Shadow Emperor Way present, you will not be able to touch the city of Sunset." Zhang Han shook his head, the aura of killing intent around him intensifying. "Then let us put that to the test." In an instant, the young man's pupils turned a vivid purple, and two beams of purple light pierced through the void, directly aiming at Zhang Han. Bang! The dragon-patterned dagger in Zhang Han's hand effortlessly deflected the purple light, and in the next moment his figure vanished from sight. The Shadow Emperor Way surrounding them also sprang into action as the beasts of the city gates launched another wave of assault. A swarm of ferocious beasts flooded into the city of Sunset, intent on destruction. The Shadow Emperor Way weaved through the chaos, dispatching beast after beast. However, the sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming. The efforts of merely 100 Shadow Emperor Way were insufficient to withstand the onslaught. At that moment, warriors from various families in the city of Sunset appeared in the streets, compelled by the Shadow Emperor Way to assist in fending off the beasts. Mou's silhouette emerged atop a rooftop, observing the battlefield hundreds of meters away, while the chatterbox by his side fixed his gaze on Zhang Han. "That little crow seems rather impressive," the chatterbox remarked suddenly. Chapter 42. Is he the 10th? Following the chatterbox's gaze, Mou looked toward the young man in purple engaged in battle with Zhang Han. "But he clearly has horns. How can he be a crow?" Mou queried in confusion. "The young man in purple bears horns. How could a crow possess such features?" "You wouldn't know this, would you? A hybrid breed," the chatterbox chuckled. Without further ado, he leaped down from the rooftop and charged toward the battlefield, initially intending to seize Zhang Han's body. But upon seeing the young man in purple, he altered his course. Mou watched the chatterbox's retreating figure with calmness before descending to the street, where countless beasts surged past him. Yet, upon catching sight of his heart, these beasts instinctively veered away. That a brick appeared in his hand as he observed the surrounding beasts with tranquility. Any beast that dared to step within a 6-meter radius of him would find its eyes turning irrational, obsessive, and bloodthirsty, subsequently attacking those around it, including other beasts. Nevertheless, beasts within 3 meters of him fell under the sway of his alluring power, their consciousness erased, or they were directly compelled to fight on his behalf. Those beasts that could not be seduced by his charms met their end with a single strike from his brick. their demon cores scattering across the ground as he calmly collected them all. Simultaneously, while battling, he consumed the demon cores, his aura surging wildly. Isn't that MOU? Many warriors from various families who had come to combat the beasts recognized him. The news of the Shadow Emperor Wei's citywide manhunt for MOU was well known. How could he appear here so brazenly without fear of being killed? As someone called out MOU's name, the surrounding Shadow Emperor Wei abruptly turned to face him. They had been searching for MOU's presence. And now that he was here, several Shadow Emperor Wei rushed toward him, intent on capturing him. The Shadow Emperor Wei's mission in the City of Sunset was to apprehend the genius who summoned beings from other worlds. And MOU was the prime suspect. Capture him and see his summoned spirit. The Shadow Emperor Wei encircled MOU from all sides. His summoned spirit is that little girl, isn't it? Someone spotted the little ancestor on the back of his heart. Although no one had witnessed MOU releasing his summoned spirit, the MO clan had all seen it during the summoning ceremony. Upon seeing the little ancestor on his heart, many recognized it. And when the Shadow Emperor Wei learned that MOU's summoned spirit was the little ancestor, they all regarded the little ancestor with grave expressions. The moment they saw the little ancestor, all the Shadow Emperor Wei's faces changed. They had previously assumed the little ancestor was a living being, only to discover it was a summoned spirit, possessing independent consciousness and capable of separating from its wielder for extended periods. This was a typical being from another world. Kill it. The Shadow Emperor Wei swiftly concluded that MOU was indeed the wielder who summoned beings from other worlds, and their murderous intent ignited. They had been commanded to eliminate all those who summoned beings from other worlds without exception, even if it meant wrongful killings. Instantly, over a dozen Shadow Emperor Wei lunged toward MOU, intent on ending his life. Even Zhang Han could not help but glance at MOU. I see the 10th? Zhang Han's gaze fixated on MOU, his expression grave. As the commander of the Shadow Emperor Wei, he possessed more knowledge than the others. While they understood the necessity of killing all who summoned beings from other worlds, he harbored a secret mission to identify the 10th heir of the Supreme Divine Temple. Now that MOU had been confirmed as a wielder who summoned beings from other worlds, the question remained, was he the 10th heir of the Supreme Divine Temple? This was something he needed to discern. Thus, he discreetly ordered the surrounding Shadow Emperor Wei to capture MOU alive. After all, MOU was merely a second-tier mortal warrior at this moment. Capturing him should pose no problem. After issuing his command, Zhang Han fully focused on battling the young man in purple. Dismissing the matter regarding MOU, he believed MOU was just a frail youth who would soon be apprehended, yet the unfolding events exceeded his expectations. The over a dozen Shadow Emperor Wei rushing toward MOU were thwarted by the heart's intervention. Moreover, the Chatterbox, who had been charging toward the young man in purple, returned, unwilling to ignore MOU's plight. Although he feigned indifference to MOU's words, he would not abandon him in a critical moment. The heart stood before MOU, its tendrils bracing against the ground in defense against the dozen Shadow Emperor Wei. And the Chatterbox soon rejoined him. "Who are you?" the Shadow Emperor Wei questioned, gazing at the Chatterbox beside MOU. Unable to gauge his depth, the Chatterbox remained silent, simply approaching the Shadow Emperor Wei with calm determination. The Shadow Emperor Wei did not flinch, charging forward, only to fall into his trap. Any Shadow Emperor Wei who approached within 3 meters of the Chatterbox was instantly ensnared, as the Chatterbox shifted to occupy their faces, erasing their consciousness and killing them one by one. In mere seconds, the Chatterbox had transitioned from one Shadow Emperor Wei to another, eliminating them with ruthless efficiency. As pools of black liquid began to accumulate on the ground, the surrounding Shadow Emperor Wei stared in terror at the Chatterbox. What is this thing? Even the seasoned Shadow Emperor Wei could not comprehend the existence of the Chatterbox. It's that mask. Do not put it on. The Shadow Emperor Wei quickly discerned the source of the threat and fled in a panic from the Chatterbox. The Chatterbox moved calmly by MOU's side, attacking any Shadow Emperor Wei who attempted to draw near. Regrettably, these bodies were too weak. With each Shadow Emperor Wei he killed, the Chatterbox would assume a new body, leaving him dissatisfied. What's going on? Zhang Han frowned upon seeing that the over a dozen Shadow Emperor Wei had failed to capture MOU. "Commander, there's a bizarre comedic mask. it can cause us to perish effortlessly. We cannot contend with it. The Shadow Emperor Wei spoke gravely. Zhang Han cast a glance at the chatterbox, and, upon seeing the white ceramic comedic mask, his expression turned solemn. The IT must be a rare treasure. Capture him. Zhang Han's eyes brightened, and a glimmer of greed flickered within them, that a treasure capable of effortlessly slaying the Shadow Emperor Wei must possess formidable power. If he could obtain it alive, his future would be boundless. Understood, Commander. The surrounding Shadow Emperor Wei swiftly charged through the beasts toward the chatterbox. The tide of beasts surged into the city of Sunset, transforming it into a scene of devastation. Even the warriors dared not guarantee their own survival amidst the onslaught, let alone the ordinary citizens. As the tide erupted, countless citizens of the city of Sunset perished. Despite the support from various family warriors, it was but a drop in the bucket, utterly insufficient to withstand the beast tide. Retreat. With the city gates lost, the warriors fell back as the Shadow Emperor Wei navigated through the tide, slaying formidable beasts. Yet, the overwhelming numbers of the beasts made it impossible for the Shadow Emperor Wei to save the city of Sunset from its impending doom. Chapter 43. Wu Hua. Do not overstep your bounds. Zhang Han glared furiously at the young man in purple across from him. This is the command of the Demon Lord. Wu Hua replied calmly. Umph. The Demon Lord has been a mere phantom for thousands of years. Your lineage from the Death Forest simply craves blood, Zhang Han retorted coldly. That I shall reiterate. This is the command of the Demon Lord. On the desolate and frigid path, Wu Hua gestured, and the terrifying army of monstrous beasts behind him ruthlessly trampled the surrounding edifices, devouring humanity. One by one, humans fell victim to the voracious beasts, for the consumption of human flesh could augment the beast's strength. The tide of beasts would surge periodically, and although humanity had forged a pact with these creatures, both parties tacitly engaged in minor-scale beast incursions or ventured into the Death Forest for hunting. I could see this moment. The onslaught of beasts had escalated to monumental proportions, verging on warfare, had the Shadow Emperor Wei not fortuitously arrived. The city of Sunset would undoubtedly have been razed to the ground. Commander, should these beasts lay waste to the city and feast upon its populace, their power will undoubtedly swell, and they may unilaterally abrogate the peace treaty. The Shadow Emperor Wei gravely expressed to Zhang Han that I understand. Today, even if we perish here, we must not allow the beasts to obliterate the city. Dispatch someone to report to the Emperor. The beasts of the Death Forest are in turmoil. Requesting reinforcement, Zhang Han responded coldly. Indeed, Commander, several Shadow Emperors stealthily departed from Sunset City at Wu Hua, however, did not engage further with Zhang Han, but issued the command to massacre the city, despite the valiant efforts of the Shadow Emperors and the martial artists of Sunset City. They could not withstand the tide of beasts. Countless civilians were consumed, for the relationship between humanity and the beasts had never been harmonious. Humanity preyed upon the beasts, hunting them to procure their pelts, teeth and claws in exchange for cultivation resources, while the beasts could enhance their prowess by devouring humans, leading to a cycle of mutual slaughter. This strife had only been tempered by the rise of the Beidou Empire, which had forged a peace treaty with the formidable entities of the Death Forest. Now, with the 10th toll of the bell marking the emergence of the 10th generation heir of the Supreme Temple, dark currents surged within the Death Forest, drawing various factions together. The beasts of the Death Forest abruptly shattered the peace treaty, now engaged in a citywide slaughter, a grave matter that could potentially ignite a war between the two races. In the streets, Mou remained unharmed under the protection of Heart and the Talkative One, that the beasts could not approach him, as they feared Heart. Meanwhile, the Shadow Emperors fell one by one under the onslaught of Heart and the Talkative One. Master, I shall seize the little crow. Let him guard you. The Talkative One could no longer contain himself, yearning for a new body, and found Wu Hua's form appealing. Very well, Mou nodded. The Talkative One dashed towards Wu Hua, while Heart, under the control of the little ancestor, remained by Mou's side. Subsequently, Mou joined Heart on its back. Let's go assist the Talkative One. Heart extended its tendrils to the ground, propelling itself toward the Talkative One. Wu Hua was locked in combat with Zhang Han when the Talkative One unexpectedly approached from the side, causing Wu Hua to furrow his brow. Clad in the garb of a Shadow Emperor, Wu Hua instinctively regarded the talkative one as an ordinary shadow emperor, paying him no mind. However, the talkative one did not attack. He merely approached calmly. This peculiar scene sparked unease within Wu Hua, prompting him to turn abruptly and fixate on the talkative one that wearing a comedic mask. The talkative one's expression was inscrutable, but as he drew nearer, Wu Hua sensed something amiss. That Wu Hua snorted coldly, his clawed hand reaching out to seize the talkative one, a massive golden hand streaking through the air towards him. Crack! 3 fissures appeared in the void, and in an instant the talkative one's form was shredded into fragments. Yet, the talkative one had already instantaneously transferred to the face of a nearby beast, swiftly navigating through the ranks of beasts towards Wu Hua. Wu Hua was taken aback, incredulously watching the white ceramic comedic mask maneuvering among the beasts. What in the world is this? Despite his centuries of cultivation and experience, he could not comprehend the nature of the talkative one. Could it be an imperial weapon? Upon reaching the celestial emperor realm, one could forge their own imperial weapon, each possessing its own consciousness, capable of independent combat. This moment, the talkative one bore a striking resemblance to an imperial weapon. A spark of fervor ignited in Wu Hua's eyes. Acquiring such a weapon would significantly bolster his power. Moreover, it was evident that the talkative one was no ordinary imperial weapon. An imperial weapon. Zhang Han, observing the talkative one, immediately recognized him as an imperial weapon. Given the characteristics of weapons in the Cangtian Continent, they did not consider the talkative one as a summoning spirit. Both Wu Hua and Zhang Han were resolute in their intention to seize the talkative one for themselves as an imperial weapon. As the talkative one traversed the faces of the beasts, he soon found himself within 5 meters of Wu Hua, controlling one of the beasts to charge at him. Wu Hua fixed his gaze upon the talkative one, his hands poised to strike. "You shall not." Zhang Han, like a wraith, surged forward, a glint of cold light flashing as he obliterated the beast occupied by the talkative one. The talkative one had no choice but to reappear upon the face of another beast. "Damn those shadow emperors, thwarting my plans." The talkative one seethed with fury. Had it not been for Zhang Han's interference, he would have already claimed Wu Hua for himself. "Zhang Han, what do you mean by this?" Wu Hua glared coldly at Zhang Han, enraged that the imperial weapon he coveted was being snatched away. "This imperial weapon belongs to me. You may slaughter the city as you wish," Zhang Han replied calmly. "How laughable! What is a city compared to an imperial weapon?" Wu Hua scoffed. "Then let us rely on our own abilities," Zhang Han stated, his demeanor unyielding. The talkative one was somewhat incensed. It was astonishing that both Zhang Han and Wu Hua regarded him as a mere weapon, intent on seizing him. "You two think too highly of yourselves. I am no weapon." The talkative one's anger bore severe consequences. He directly incited the surrounding beasts, who surged around him, ferociously charging at Wu Hua and Zhang Han. "Dare to cover my master. I shall show you what despair truly means," the talkative one declared coldly. Subsequently, the beasts rushing towards Zhang Han and Wu Hua detonated in a cacophony of explosions. Boom! One beast after another exploded, creating a terrifying conflagration that forced Wu Hua and Zhang Han to evade. "Flee!" The talkative one chuckled coldly, continuously appearing upon the faces of various beasts, urging them to self-destruct. One by one, the beasts, akin to grenades, precisely targeted Zhang Han and Wu Hua, detonating in their vicinity and leaving them in disarray. Although they were not particularly fearful of the beast's self-detonation, the chaos was enough to injure them, forcing the two to retreat in dismay. Chapter 44. The unparalleled imperial weapon yet. The sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, and the talkative one relentlessly incited the surrounding creatures. Cursed be this situation. Were I at my peak, I could sway the entire city's beings in an instant, the talkative one lamented, constrained by his current status as MOU's summoning spirit, with his abilities limited unless MOU grew stronger. What in the world is happening? Zhang Han found himself in a precarious position amidst the beast's rampant self-detonations, struggling to grasp the unfolding chaos. Wu Hua was equally befuddled. He could have commanded these beasts, yet they seemed to have gone mad, rushing towards him without heed to his commands. They have been ensnared, he soon discerned, sensing a compelling force intertwined within the minds of the beast. It is that mask. Wu Hua's eyes gleamed with realization. The talkative one possessed the power to sway hearts and control foes, a revelation that filled him with both astonishment and delight. Undoubtedly, it is an unparalleled imperial weapon. Wu Hua instantly surmised that the talkative one was a premium artifact among imperial weapons, driving him to the brink of madness. Zhang Han, well-versed in such matters, observed the controlled beast surrounding them and swiftly grasped the situation. Understanding the talkative one's immense value, he became fervently determined to seize it from Wu Hu. In fact, Zhang Han forgot his original mission of thwarting the beast tide, singularly focused on acquiring the talkative one. Even as the surrounding civilians perished, it mattered not to him. Within his heart, only the talkative one remained. "Commander, we cannot hold them." A bloodied shadow emperor rushed over. "Then do not resist. Capture that mask." Zhang Han immediately altered his strategy. Since they could not withstand the tide of beasts, he resolved to gather the strength of the shadow emperors and relentlessly pursue the talkative one. He even commanded all martial artists of Sunset City to join the fray. "Whoever lays claim to that mask shall present it to me, and I shall elevate them to the ranks of the shadow emperors." Zhang Han exclaimed loudly. All the martial artists of Sunset City around him were filled with excitement. Although the reputation of the Shadow Emperor was not particularly favorable, if someone from their family were to become a Shadow Emperor's guard, the entire family would bask in glory, akin to a single individual attaining the Tao, while even their chickens and dogs ascend to prominence. The Shadow Emperor's guards represented the highest echelon of the Beidou Empire, directly serving the Emperor himself. They even possessed the authority to act first and report later, instilling fear even in the high-ranking officials of the Beidou Empire. Who dared not offend the Shadow Emperor's guards at this moment? As Zhang Han made his proclamation, the martial artists of Sunset City went into a frenzy. A throng of these warriors surged toward the loquacious one from all directions, eager to seize him. However, the loquacious one was unfazed. Anyone who approached within 3 meters of him would fall under his mesmerizing influence. One by one, the martial artists of Sunset City became his puppets, turning and charging toward Zhang Han, only to self-destruct upon nearing him. This imperial weapon was utterly ruthless. No matter the cost, he was determined to obtain it. Zhang Han grew increasingly exhilarated. The more powerful the loquacious one became, the more he relished it. Beside him, Wu Hua, witnessing Zhang Han in sight, all the martial artists and Shadow Emperor's guards to seize the loquacious one, felt compelled to compete. He commanded all the beasts to rush after the loquacious one. An extraordinarily bizarre scene unfolded in Sunset City, as both martial artists and beasts fervently charged toward the loquacious one. Amid the sea of humanity, the loquacious one calmly surveyed his surroundings, continuously shifting his gaze across the faces of both humans and beasts. After he departed, the bodies of these individuals would dissolve into pools of black liquid. Zhang Han and Wu Hua fixed their gaze on the loquacious one, comprehending the extent of his abilities. He captivated hearts and eroded the bodies of those he controlled. This imperial weapon was immensely powerful. Zhang Han exclaimed with excitement. The loquacious one felt a surge of anger. He had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this point. Nor could he have foreseen that he would one day become an object of others' desire. He was notorious for his mercilessness. When had he ever endured such indignity? "Die!" The loquacious one roared in fury. And those humans and beasts within 3 meters of him fell under his sway, obediently commanded to self-destruct. Boom! A series of explosive sounds erupted, shattering countless humans and beasts into fragments on street. Bones piled high, and blood flowed like a river. Gradually, the blood pooled together, forming a massive, crimson theatrical mask. The loquacious one occupied a human's body. Standing amidst the blood-red mask, he spread his arms wide, muttering incantations. As the mask suddenly levitated from the ground, hovering above his head, "Let you witness what true despair feels like," he whispered. The crimson mask then merged into the body he inhabited. A terrifying power of seduction emanated from the loquacious one, radiating outward in all directions. All beasts and humans within 100 meters were instantly affected by this alluring force. They stood frozen, immobilized, entirely under the loquacious one's control. With a mere thought, he commanded them all to self-destruct. In the next moment, Countless humans and beasts detonated simultaneously, unleashing a cacophony of earth-shattering explosions. Everything around was obliterated into ashes, leaving a gaping 10-meter-deep crater in the street. Zhang Han and Wu Hua were also thrown back by the sudden explosion. Both spitting out blood. Mou, on the back of a heart, felt the heart suddenly go wild, attempting to evade the nearby explosions as shockwaves rattled him, causing his scalp to tingle. When he turned back, he found that all the people on the street had vanished, leaving only the overwhelming stench of blood. In the distance, two blood-soaked figures crawled up from the ground, gazing in shock at the scene wrought by the loquacious one. This imperial weapon has become sentient. Zhang Han was dumbfounded, never expecting that the loquacious one's fury would lead to such catastrophic consequences. Suddenly, he saw a figure emerge from the explosion, a sight that proved to be the loquacious one. Occupying the body of Shadow Emperor's guard, he approached Zhang Han calmly. "You have disrupted my plans. You must die," the loquacious one said, his gaze fixed on Zhang Han. Zhang Han, wary, regarded the loquacious one with newfound trepidation, no longer perceiving him as a mere imperial weapon, but as a formidable adversary. "Your master has fallen, hasn't he? If you join me, we can complement each other and surely forge an undefeated legend across the Cangtian Continent," Zhang Han declared loudly, envisioning a future where he wielded the loquacious one to conquer all. "You speak too much nonsense," the loquacious one replied calmly, then swiftly closed the distance to Zhang Han. Zhang Han narrowed his eyes, having discerned the loquacious one's abilities. Nevertheless, he did not evade. He sought to test if he could reclaim the loquacious one as the loquacious one approached within 5 meters. Zhang Han produced a sphere of azure lightning, hurling it toward him. The lightning sphere detonated upon nearing the loquacious one, exploding into a tempest of azure bolts. The bolts enveloped the loquacious one, entwining around his body like vines, a foul stench permeating the air. As the body he occupied was reduced to char, the loquacious one fell from the face of the body he had commandeered. "Ha ha!" Zhang Han laughed heartily, striding toward the loquacious one, bending down to retrieve him. "With you, I could become the closest Shadow Emperor's guard beside the Emperor, perhaps even the leader of the Shadow Emperor's guards." Excitement flickered in Zhang Han's eyes, oblivious to the seductive aura that began to envelop him. "Come, wear me. I can grant you everything you desire," the loquacious one enticed Zhang Han. Under the loquacious one's influence, Zhang Han envisioned his future, succumbing easily to the allure, grasping the loquacious one and donning him upon his face. The loquacious one fused with him, and a sharp pain shot through Zhang Han's mind as a force of annihilation sought to erase his consciousness. As a peak warrior of the 9th layer of the ancient Emperor realm, Zhang Han's will was formidable. He was but a step away from becoming an unparalleled powerhouse, and thus he would not be easily subdued. He awoke instantly, realizing he had been ensnared, and began to resist frantically. His aura fluctuated chaotically, waves of terrifying energy emanating from his body, deterring those around him from approaching. Even his summoned spirit appeared instantaneously, merging into him. "My master is too weak," the loquacious one internally lamented, his strength interlinked with Mou's prowess present. Mou was merely at the 2nd layer of the mortal body, his seductive influence limited to 3 meters. With his innate power, he could only entice those within the spirit-body realm. The loquacious one could act independently, but he could only seduce ordinary ancient Emperor realm warriors. Zhang Han's combat power rivaled that of exceptional champions, and thus the loquacious one found it arduous to sway him. "I didn't expect you to possess such capabilities," Zhang Han thought, surprised that the loquacious one, having fallen to the ground, could still attack him. Had it not been for his formidable mental fortitude, he might have already succumbed to this moment. While the loquacious one attempted to erase his consciousness, it was not an easy endeavor. "You wish to obliterate my consciousness? You will comply with me," Zhang Han chuckled, resisting the loquacious one's persuasive power. "Master, can you be a bit stronger?" Mou suddenly heard the loquacious one's voice in his mind. Taken aback, he glanced at the loquacious one several dozen meters away. Noting that the loquacious one appeared somewhat unwell, he had occupied Zhang Han's body but could not dominate his consciousness. "Stronger." Mou's eyes gleamed. Currently on the back of the heart, he wielded a brick to strike the beasts. He had acquired numerous inner Dan from the beasts and consumed several third-tier demon Dan. The power from the Dan surged into him, amplifying his strength. This is the effect. A bit more, the loquacious one urged. As MOU grew stronger, so too would the loquacious one. Not all right. MOU nodded, continuing to consume demon Dan, his aura intensifying. Meanwhile, Zhang Han, who was resisting the loquacious one, suddenly sensed that the loquacious one's power was steadily increasing. Although the growth was slow, he gradually felt the strain. You are actually growing stronger. Zhang Han felt a twinge of panic. If the loquacious one continued to grow in power, he would eventually be overwhelmed, leading to his demise. Without hesitation, Zhang Han raised his hand, preparing to forcibly remove the loquacious one from his face. However, the loquacious one exerted his influence fiercely, preventing him from doing so. Zhang Han stood there, his aura chaotic, his hands wavering between raising and lowering as he struggled. Master, hurry! The loquacious one sensed the difficulty and urged MOU to break through. Immediately, as MOU devoured another third-level demon pill. His aura instantaneously surged, breaking through to the third stage of the mortal body. In that fleeting moment of his breakthrough, the Chatterbox's power surged dramatically, ensnaring Zhang Han in a web of persuasion. Releasing his grip, the Chatterbox seized control of Zhang Han's body, his hand poised at the edge of the mask, ready to unveil it in the next heartbeat. That moment, abruptly interrupted by the Chatterbox. Zhang Han's hand fell away, disbelief flooding his consciousness. How could this be? Panic gripped Zhang Han, but it was futile. The newly empowered Chatterbox ruthlessly obliterated Zhang Han's awareness. Suddenly, Zhang Han's body became motionless, frozen in place. The Chatterbox controlled Zhang Han's form, flexing its limbs with a newfound freedom. Indeed, this vessel should suffice for my activities over the course of a week. Each body the Chatterbox possessed would succumb to the corrosive black liquid seeping from the corners of its eyes and mouth. For ordinary bodies, the black liquid would swiftly reduce them to mere remnants. Only formidable warriors could withstand the effects of the black liquid. Zhang Han, as a warrior of the ancient emperor realm, possessed a resilience that would allow him to endure for a week. A week is insufficient. The Chatterbox shook its head. A week would vanish in the blink of an eye, and afterward, it would need to seek a new body. Very well, I shall first occupy the little crow. The Chatterbox's gaze shifted towards Wu Hua, its preferred vessel, commander. The surrounding shadow emissaries regarded the Chatterbox, mistaking it for Zhang Han. Seize him! The Chatterbox's voice, surprisingly, was that of Zhang Han. It could alter its tone. Yes, commander. The shadow emissaries charged towards Wu Hua. The Chatterbox observed the shadow emissaries with a calm demeanor and commanded the warriors of Sunset City to converge upon Wu Hua. In the next moment, Wu Hua was beset by the attacks of the shadow emissaries and the warriors of Sunset City, his expression shifting as he ordered the surrounding demon beasts to obstruct the onslaught. Wu Hua, witnessing the Chatterbox inhabit Zhang Han's body, was left uncertain whether he faced Zhang Han or the Chatterbox. The Chatterbox's demeanor mirrored that of Zhang Han's perfectly. Have you obtained it? Wu Hua furrowed his brow. Addressing the Chatterbox, indeed, he belongs to me now. The Chatterbox replied coolly, feigning the persona of Zhang Han. Then I shall take it from you, Wu Hua retorted coldly, striding towards the Chatterbox. The Chatterbox regarded Wu Hua with a peculiar gaze. Boom! A pair of golden wings manifested behind Wu Hua, and with a gentle flap, his figure surged forward like a beam of golden light, appearing before the Chatterbox as if teleporting. The Chatterbox stepped to the left, producing a dragon-patterned dagger to deflect Wu Hua's grasp. Wu Hua's hands transformed into golden claws, razor-sharp, and with a single swipe, he rent 300-meter fissures into the street. Reveal your true form, the Chatterbox stated. Observing Wu Hua with disdainful calm, as you wish, Wu Hua instantly morphed into a three-legged golden crow. However, two enormous horns adorn its crown, marking it as a mutated golden crow. Chapter 46. The retreat of the beast tide. The Chatterbox gazed at Wu Hua's true form, a flicker of intrigue passing through its eyes. The bloodline of the golden crow intertwined with the true dragon. What an exquisite hybrid you are, the Chatterbox appraised, genuinely satisfied, concluding that this form would allow it to operate for a month. Wu Hua, taken aback that the chatterbox recognized his true form at a glance, was astonished. Who exactly are you? Wu Hua demanded gravely. He had encountered Zhang Han several times, yet Zhang Han had never discerned his true essence. Thus, he had every reason to believe that the current Zhang Han was not himself, but the chatterbox. I am Zhang Han, commander of the shadow emissaries of the Baidu Empire. The chatterbox proclaimed loudly. Nonsense! You are that mask. I never anticipated you to be so cunning that I must possess you. Wu Hua's eyes glinted with intensified greed. He believed the chatterbox to be a true, unparalleled imperial weapon if he could acquire it. His strength would ascend to new heights, perhaps even breaking through the limitations before him. Seeing Wu Hua's lack of fear and burgeoning avarice, the chatterbox could no longer contain itself. Little crow, when I seize your body, you shall understand why the flowers bloom so red. The chatterbox declared coldly. An instinctive sense of unease washed over Wu Hua. The chatterbox's gaze sent shivers down his spine. Humph. What is just an imperial weapon? Wu Hua steeled himself, signaling the surrounding demon beasts to launch a full-scale assault on the chatterbox. In an instant, a multitude of demon beasts surged towards the chatterbox, while Wu Hua, shimmering like gold, relentlessly attacked. As he approached within 4 meters of the chatterbox, he felt an overwhelming force attempting to sway him. At that moment, the chatterbox's influence expanded from 3 to 4 meters, and Wu Hua cautiously evaded its grasp, aware that even a moment's lapse could lead to his subjugation. Little crow, don't run. I shall guide you to the pinnacle of life. The chatterbox enticed maniacally, each time Wu Hua drew near. He struggled to maintain his composure. The chatterbox's gaze remained fixed upon Wu Hua. Wu Hua's speed was astonishing. The chatterbox could scarcely redirect its focus to meet Wu Hua's face before he dodged away. The chatterbox swiftly bewitched all demon beasts within 4 meters, commanding them to approach Wu Hua and self-destruct in a bid to harm him. Alas, Wu Hua's swiftness enabled him to evade each onslaught. Suddenly, Wu Hua opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of golden flames, akin to a dragon, surging towards the chatterbox. The chatterbox appeared to anticipate this, dodging with preternatural ease. That Wu Hua's tail transformed into a golden dragon's tail, striking fiercely at the chatterbox. Yet it evaded once more. The chatterbox regarded Wu Hua with a mocking expression, as if it understood every one of his attack patterns. How is this possible? Wu Hua's anxiety grew with each failed strike. He felt ensnared by the chatterbox's overwhelming presence. Regardless of the method of attack he employed, even his innate racial talents, all were effortlessly sidestepped by the chatterbox. Who are you truly? Wu Hua suddenly felt a surge of terror. The ability to evade his every move and comprehend his powers was not characteristic of an ordinary being. It was known that Wu Hua's very existence was an anomaly. Few were privy to his true form, as he was an outlier among the demon race. Yet the chatterbox had seen through to his essence in an instant. That Wu Hua surmised that the chatterbox, if not an ancient being that had lived for countless years, was undoubtedly connected to some long-forgotten entity within the demon race. Only such ancient beings would possess knowledge of his true nature, for he was not of this era, but a being unsealed from the ancient ice. This massacre was a trial set forth by the demon sovereign. Withdraw! Wu Hua suddenly shouted, issuing the command to retreat. He sensed the terror emanating from the chatterbox. Engaging in battle with such an entity would surely lead to his doom. Though retreating signified the failure of his trial, he had no desire to perish here. Having endured the dark epochs of antiquity, he had fought too hard to survive. He bore too much to fall here. Wu Hua transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring into the sky. Intent on escaping at his command, the beast tide retreated frantically from Sunset City. That little crow is quite clever, the chatterbox lamented. Watching Wu Hua ascend, it yearned to occupy Wu Hua's body, but the latter was far too vigilant, providing no opportunity. Now, it could only watch helplessly as Wu Hua departed. As Wu Hua fled, the beast tide also receded. Silence enveloped the surroundings, the desolate ruins bearing witness to the recent carnage of the beast tide. The surviving warriors of Sunset City exhibited expressions of relief, while the shadow emissaries gathered around the chatterbox. Commander, what shall we do now? One of the shadow emissaries inquired solemnly. "Follow me," the chatterbox replied calmly. Subsequently, the surviving shadow emissaries trailed the chatterbox into a nearby alley. MOU stood atop a heartbeat, observing the chatterbox's retreating figure, fully aware of its intentions. All the surviving shadow emissaries followed the chatterbox into the alley, and mere minutes later, only the chatterbox emerged alone. IT approached MOU, regarding him with a peculiar gaze. "How strange. Your talent is so meager. How did you come to be chosen?" The chatterbox mused. "Chosen? What do you mean?" MOU inquired, perplexed by the chatterbox's insinuations that IT is nothing. The chatterbox shook its head, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. Concealing something, MOU looked at the chatterbox, speechless. The half-finished conversation left him questioning whether the chatterbox was indeed his summoned spirit. IT appeared that his summoned spirits favored individuality, hardly heeding his commands. Suddenly, the heartbeat began to whirl anxiously in place. "What is it?" MOU glanced at the little ancestor, who could command a heartbeat. "Meatball wants to go home," the little ancestor replied in a childlike voice. MOU nodded. The heartbeat originated from the forest of death. With the beast tide retreating, it too must return. Then let it depart. MOU pondered for a moment before saying, "Farewell, Ro-Ro." The little ancestor, reluctant to part, grasped a tendril of her heart, and with a swift motion, the heart's tendril propelled her over the city wall. Boom! At that very moment, the once quiet Sunset City erupted into a cataclysmic earthquake. Buildings crumbled, the streets fissured with countless gaping wounds, and bottomless crevices emerged, grotesquely tearing apart the entirety of Sunset City. The earthquake struck. The warriors of Sunset City, already in a state of terror from the recent beast tide disaster, were now confronted with this dreadful seismic upheaval. MOU, holding the little ancestor, hurriedly followed the chatterbox as they raced towards the city gates. Fortunately, they were not far from the entrance. Outside the city, the ground split open, revealing jagged rifts, and molten lava surged forth from the depths, incinerating many warriors attempting to flee. Some fell into the abyssal chasms, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 47. The Elder of Calamity. The entire Sunset City was engulfed in apocalyptic tremors. While the sky roared with thunder, countless lightning strikes descending upon the city, killing many instantly. Torrential rain followed, transforming into floods that surged into Sunset City, sweeping away countless civilians. The disaster arrived without warning, casting the entire city into chaos. Those who had merely survived the beast tide now felt the cruel malice of fate. Just as they escaped one calamity, they were met with another, far more terrifying than the beast tide. Countless citizens of Sunset City were obliterated by the disaster. While the warriors of the prominent families were somewhat more formidable than ordinary folk, they too could not evade such catastrophic fate. What was happening? Why were there so many calamities? MOU, evading disaster, turned to the chatterbox with a perplexed inquiry. The chatterbox, with an air of mystery, seemed to possess much knowledge. "He has arrived," the chatterbox suddenly said, his expression grave, a palpable wariness in his eyes. MOU had never seen such a serious demeanor from the chatterbox before. Despite their limited acquaintance, he was undoubtedly a person unafraid of anything. Yet now he appeared deeply concerned. "Who is he?" MOU asked curiously. "A madman who brings calamity wherever he goes," the chatterbox replied solemnly, as if recalling a terrifying presence. "What kind of being is this?" MOU gasped, realizing the implications of such a statement. Could it be that the disasters currently befalling Sunset City were entirely due to this entity? With a population of over 1 million, Sunset City was no small settlement, yet now lay in ruins. What manner of existence could cause an entire city to descend into chaos so swiftly? MOU's mind brimmed with curiosity about the identity of such a formidable being who could bring forth so many disasters. What was his realm of power? Had he ascended to the pinnacle of this world? Why was he near Sunset City? MOU's thoughts were filled with questions. "Who is he?" he asked gravely. "The Elder of Calamity." The chatterbox warned, "You must avoid him at all costs, or you will be slain by the misfortune he brings." The chatterbox urged MOU to leave Sunset City immediately, advising him to flee as far as possible. MOU's heart raced with shock as he pressed the chatterbox for answers. Why is he here in Sunset City? How could such a formidable existence come to a place like this? Mou was baffled. After all, even the renowned actor Wei would not deign to visit. The chatterbox cast Mou a strange glance, pointing toward the direction of the Death Forest. The Elder of Calamity is headed to the Death Forest. He merely passed through Sunset City. Merely passing through? Mou's lips twitched. Just a fleeting visit had plunged Sunset City into apocalyptic disaster, and it seemed the entire city was on the brink of obliteration. The ground had sunk several meters, and the city itself was descending, with fewer than 1 in 10 of its inhabitants remaining alive. Ordinary people faced a dead end in such calamities, and even the warriors stood little chance of survival. The legacies of the prominent families, built over centuries, were obliterated in an instant. Mou was grateful that most of the Mo family had already evacuated. Otherwise, they too would have met a fate of ash and ruin. Sunset City was entirely swallowed by the earth, consumed by the molten lava that surged forth from below. As the city vanished, those who managed to escape stood atop distant mountains, gazing at the horizon where Sunset City once stood. Their home was gone. They would now have to carve out a new path for themselves. What manner of being was the Elder of Calamity that he could inspire such terror? Mou gasped. The calamities of Sunset City subsided within mere minutes. Yet when the silence returned, the city had vanished. The chatterbox explained that this was due to the Elder's departure from the area, now well into the Death Forest. Miles away. Master, your current level is insufficient. It is perhaps best that you remain unaware of certain matters. All you need to do is survive, and in time, you will come to understand everything, the chatterbox remarked. His words laden with significance. Mou felt that the chatterbox knew more than he let on. Yet no matter how he pressed, the chatterbox refused to divulge further. Master, for certain reasons, I cannot disclose too much. All you must focus on is enduring as long as possible, the chatterbox declared. Humph, am I truly your master? Mou retorted, irritated. Indeed, you are not my master. Who then, might I ask, is my master? The chatterbox replied earnestly. Mou rolled his eyes, turning his gaze towards the Death Forest. In the distance, he seemed to glimpse a frail figure striding into the depths of the forest, appearing to be in their 80s or 90s. The Elder of Calamity. Mou's mind conjured images of the terrifying entities that lurked within the Death Forest. Previously, he had escaped from there, having witnessed many horrifying beings, particularly the ephemeral 10,000-meter silhouette that lingered in his memory. There were other terrifying presences whose very essence suffocated him even from afar. Something must have transpired within the Death Forest, Mou said solemnly. The chatterbox regarded him with a curious look before falling silent. Master, where do you intend to go now? The chatterbox asked in a low voice. I must seek out a cultivation technique that divine technique can only be developed to the pinnacle of the ordinary body. And I need to find a new method to cultivate, Mou replied. The chatterbox appeared thoughtful. How do you plan to search for it? By joining a powerful sect for training, Mou stated, recalling the Heavenly God sect which he had hoped to enter. However, through a series of misadventures, he had missed the opportunity, and now, with the sect leader Cangtian taking an unusual interest in his summoning spirit, it would be unsafe for him to go there. Thus, he resolved to explore other sections. Little ancestor, chatterbox, you must not reveal yourselves to outsiders. Otherwise, they will recognize you as beings from another world, and I will be hunted down. You should return to the summoning space now. Mou said sternly that I refuse. I want to play outside. The little ancestor vigorously shook her head, adamant about not returning to the summoning space. Master, there is no need for concern. We can operate independently as long as you are prepared. Others will not perceive us as your summoned spirits, the chatterbox said calmly. Chapter 48. The City of Chaos. Upon hearing this, Mou furrowed his brow. The chatterbox and the little ancestor indeed appeared just like ordinary humans at this moment, that if he had not known in advance that they were summoned spirits, no one would suspect them as such. Master, do not worry, we will not expose your identity, the chatterbox insisted, clearly unwilling to return to the summoning space. Very well. Mou nodded, then set his course away from the Death Forest. The forest was now shrouded in a thick shadow, as many terrifying entities from the celestial continent converged upon it. The Elder of Calamity was merely one among them. You witnessed numerous dreadful beings soaring through the skies, all seemingly headed for the Death Forest. What was transpiring there? Mou's heart was awash with curiosity as he pondered the peculiar sight of so many formidable beings venturing into the forest of death. However, he dared not approach the ominous forest. With so many powerful figures from the Cangtian Continent converging there, should they discover him summoning beings from another realm, his fate would be sealed. With the destruction of Sunset City, the survivors dispersed in various directions. And Mou resolved against regrouping with the Mo family, opting instead to journey to a place far removed from Sunset City. The solitary smoke rises straight from the desert, and the setting sun appears round over the long river. Sunset City lay at the northern edge of the Baidu Empire, adjacent to the Changhe Desert. Mou prepared to traverse the Changhe Desert, seeking a location where no one knew of his presence. The Changhe Desert was a perilous place, deep within which lay a city known as the City of Chaos. This city was a realm devoid of order, a haven for rogues from all corners. Predominantly inhabited by martial artists, mere mortals were a rarity. As he stepped onto the scalding sands, it felt as if the soles of his feet might burn through. The temperature soared to an unbearable 40 or 50 degrees, a level of heat that would surely overwhelm an ordinary person. The City of Chaos was not beholden to any faction or empire. It was a place where bloodshed and opportunity coexisted. The winds swept through, erasing the footprints on the ground as he squinted against the gusts. Suddenly, while engrossed in his thoughts, Mou heard the sound of an arrow slicing through the air. He tilted his head slightly, and an arrow whizzed past his ear. From the sands emerged several figures, striking at him with the precision of venomous snakes, their movements reflecting years of practice. Unfortunately for them, they underestimated Mou's prowess. As their eyes met his from a distance of 7 meters, they fell under his influence, their gazes turning irrational, obsessive, and bloodthirsty. The one who attempted a sneak attack fared even worse. Upon approaching within 4 meters, he was rendered immobile, standing frozen in place before falling victim to Mou's manipulation, his consciousness obliterated as lifeless bodies crumpled into the sands. The wind soon buried them beneath a veil of yellow dust. "Who are you?" Mou inquired, using his persuasive power to ensnare one enemy. His sole survivor, "I am a member of the Blade Sect," the adversary replied dully, as if mechanically responding to an inquiry. After a few casual questions, Mou gleaned that these Blade Sect members were a faction operating in the outskirts of the City of Chaos, ambushing travelers intent on entering. They had set their sights on him, only to meet their demise at his hands. Once he had extracted the necessary information, Mou erased the enemy's consciousness and continued his journey toward the City of Chaos. Along the way, he encountered several waves of attackers, yet with the incessant chatter of his companion, no one could harm him. Before long, they reached the City of Chaos. This city boasted no gates. A vast stone nearby bore the inscription, City of Chaos. Below it, a smaller script read, "Welcome to the City of Chaos. Entering here means you have 1 foot in the grave." Mou's brow furrowed slightly. The City of Chaos exuded an air of danger. "Master, the more chaotic the place, the greater the treasures within," his talkative companion remarked meaningfully. Mou shot a glare at him, fully aware of the schemes afoot. Though the chatterbox had commandeered Zhang Han's body, he could only sustain it for a week. Thus, he needed to constantly switch vessels. For someone like him, the City of Chaos was akin to a treasure trove. Do not act recklessly. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers within. Mou cautioned. Although the talkative one was formidable, having dispatched even a figure as powerful as the Shadow Emperor Wei, the City of Chaos was a realm that even the Baidu Empire could not govern. Undoubtedly home to concealed titans, should the chatterbox attract the attention of such a figure, Mou feared for his safety. "Rest assured," the chatterbox replied, thumping his chest, assuring Mou that he would not act out of line. He had already changed into a different set of clothes. Otherwise, the attire of the Shadow Emperor Wei might incite unrest in the City of Chaos. Even the Shadow Emperor Wei himself would not dare to enter the City of Chaos casually. Those who did rarely emerge alive. The sight of several dried corpses impaled on wooden stakes alongside the entrance, coupled with the stench of blood wafting from within, painted a grim picture before they even set foot inside. Clutching his little ancestor, Mou walked beside the chatterbox as they entered the city of chaos. It appeared rather ordinary. The streets measured a breadth of several meters, lined with houses constructed from massive stones of unknown origin, seemingly sourced from the depths of the Chang'e Desert. Some structures were hollowed-out boulders, repurposed as shops. Greetings, esteemed guests. Care to peruse the exquisite elixirs my shop offers? A handsome stall owner called out cheerfully from the roadside. Mou cast a calm glance at the neatly arranged shelves behind the stall owner, where various vials and jars contained elixirs. Let's take a look, Mou said, striding into the shop, with the chatterbox trailing closely behind. Upon their entrance, the stall owner's eyes flickered with delight as he quickly scanned his surroundings and dashed into the shop. Mou examined the elixirs, attempting to unseal one to assess its quality. Dear customer, all the elixirs here are crafted by 6-tier alchemists. Once opened, they will release their essence, adversely affecting the quality. If you wish to take a look, you must first pay 10 low-grade spirit stones. The stall owner said with a smile. 10 low-grade spirit stones just to take a peek? Why not just rob me? Mou frowned, sensing a trap. Hee, I see this is your first visit to the city of chaos. The stall owner sneered, revealing his true nature. Once you step into my shop, you must surrender all your spirit stones and treasures. Perhaps if I'm in a good mood, I might let you go. Is this the rule of the city of chaos? Mou asked curiously, unperturbed by the stall owner's threats. Kid, daring to enter the city of chaos at the 3rd layer of mortal body? Considering you're about to die in my shop, I'll enlighten you. There are no rules here. Strength is the only authority, the stall owner replied coolly. This was a trap meant to ensnare him. He could devise 100 ways to kill Mou. The moment he entered the shop, Mou had already sealed his fate. Understood? Mou nodded, realizing that he had initially assumed the roadside shops would adhere to some form of decorum. Now, he comprehended that the city of chaos operated without rules. Kid, you can die now. The stall owner grinned maliciously as a 7th layer summoning spirit materialized beside him, instantly merging with his body. Mou retreated. But the chatterbox stood calmly in front of him, controlling the stall owner in an instant. Unfortunately, the stall owner was merely a spirit body, weak and feeble. The chatterbox shook his head in disappointment as he erased the stall owner's consciousness, leaving him collapsed on the ground. Mou approached the shelves and opened a vial, only to find it completely empty. Frowning, he tried other vials, discovering they were all devoid of contents, standing in the center of the shop. He was left speechless as he surveyed the shelves filled with empty bottles, while the stall owner had amassed over 100 low-grade spirit stones. Does this shop now belong to me? Mou contemplated. The city of chaos had no rules. Strength dictated ownership. The chatterbox chuckled. Just then, several martial artists approached the shop, causing Mou to frown. What are the prices? The leader, a 9th layer spirit body martial artist, inquired in a low voice. 1 bottle for 100 low-grade spirit stones. Mou replied calmly. Oh. Liwen regarded Mou with suspicion, while the 3 individuals behind him blocked the entrance. Kid, hand over your belongings, Liwen said, casting a glance at the lifeless bodies on the floor before turning his gaze back to Mou. Come and take them. Mou smiled. Kill them, Liwen commanded coldly, and the group surged toward Mou. The chatterbox stepped forward, releasing his persuasive power. Within a 4-meter radius, all were ensnared by his influence. Iwan stood stunned, staring at the fallen corpses. Excuse the interruption, he muttered, his face paling as he attempted to flee. 1 minute later, Mou surveyed the storage bag in his hand with satisfaction. It had been obtained from Liwen. A storage bag was a treasure capable of containing objects, utilizing spatial power. The one in his possession was 10 square meters in size, allowing for ample storage. Keep an eye out. I'll take a moment to cultivate. You conversed with the loquacious one, expressing his intention to absorb some lower-grade spirit stones for cultivation. The chatterbox nodded in agreement, leaning against the doorframe while observing the passers-by on the street. Perhaps due to the recent demise of 2 waves of individuals at their hands, none dared to approach them. Mou settled a short distance behind the shop, commencing the absorption of the lower-grade spirit stones for his cultivation. With his body at the third realm of the mortal stage, his progress accelerated slightly as the spirit stones crumbled into dust. His aura rapidly expanding. At present, the little ancestor's attack range extended to 7 meters, while the loquacious ones reached 4 meters. With each breakthrough into a minor realm, their attack ranges increased by 1 meter. Having consumed over 100 lower-grade spirit stones, Mo's aura surged, achieving the 4th realm of the mortal stage, and his physical prowess strengthened as well. The little ancestor's attack range grew to 8 meters, and the loquacious ones expanded to 5 meters. Yet, dissatisfaction lingered. Not enough, Master, you remain too weak. The loquacious one lamented, feeling constrained. Mou rolled his eyes. At merely 16 years of age, reaching the 4th realm of the mortal stage was already commendably rapid. Hurry up with your cultivation, so I can act freely, the loquacious one complained, recalling his peak ability to sway an entire city. Currently, Mou could only influence a 5-meter radius, a limitation that frustrated him. I'm doing my utmost, Mou replied, exasperated. Moments later, a commotion erupted on the street, followed by a chilling aura that sent everyone fleeing in terror. 4 robust men with ebony skin emerged, carrying a black coffin. The sight terrified the onlookers, who hastily recoiled. Mou, engrossed in his cultivation, abruptly opened his eyes, discomfort washing over him from the ominous presence. Rising, he approached the loquacious one, gravely scrutinizing the 4 coffin bearers. While a flicker of intrigue flashed in the loquacious one's eyes. Who are they? Mou inquired cautiously. Funeral bearers, the loquacious one replied calmly. Mou furrowed his brow in confusion. The 4 men appeared unremarkable. Yet the surrounding crowd was clearly apprehensive. The funeral bearers belonged to a mysterious organization. They bury the heavens and the earth, entombing all in existence. Those who oppose them ultimately meet their end. The loquacious one intoned gravely. Mou gazed at the funeral bearers with astonishment, his curiosity about the loquacious one intensifying. Wasn't he a being from another realm? How could he possess such knowledge of the world of Cangtian? Unfortunately, no matter how much Mou probed, the loquacious one remained reticent, merely urging him to survive. What brings the funeral bearers to the chaotic city? Mou asked, his tone serious. They have accepted a contract. The loquacious one replied matter-of-factly. The funeral bearers were a highly enigmatic organization within Cangtian, akin to an assassin group. However, unlike others that operated in the shadows, the funeral bearers carried out their tasks openly. For instance, if Mou wished to eliminate someone, he could approach the funeral bearers to place an order. Upon acceptance, they would proceed to eliminate the target and return the body in a coffin. Mou regarded the funeral bearers with a complex expression, astonished by such a formidable force. Suddenly, the funeral bearers halted and turned towards Mou. What is happening? He thought, dumbfounded as the funeral bearers approached him. Master, based on my countless years of experience, these funeral bearers have come to claim your life, the loquacious one remarked with a hint of morbid delight. Claim my life? I have no enmity with them. Mou exclaimed in disbelief. Someone must have placed an order with the funeral bearers. It's over for you, Master. The loquacious one chuckled ominously. What is so funny? Hurry up and deal with these funeral bearers. Mou shot a frustrated glare at him. Those marked by the funeral bearers do not live to tell the tale, the loquacious one said, suddenly serious. Why? Can't you just eliminate them? Mou questioned. Perplexed. If you eliminate these funeral bearers, others will come for you until you are taken away. The loquacious one explained cryptically. They're here. We must deal with them first, Mou stated with a determined tone. The funeral bearers advanced, their target being Mou. Confusion clouded his mind as he wondered who could have ordered his demise. Having spent his life in the setting sun city, his only adversaries were the various families there. Along with the Tian Shun sect. Could it be that the Tian Shun sect placed the order? Mou pondered. Chapter 50. The funeral bearers accept the contract. The setting sun city was merely a marginal settlement. The families within lacked the capacity to engage with such formidable forces as the funeral bearers. The only entity with the means to place such an order would be the Tian Shun sect. Moreover, the setting sun city had been ravaged by the calamities wrought by the disaster elder. leaving survival rates dismally low, with most families decimated. Therefore, it could largely be dismissed. The Tian Shun sect. Mou glared coldly at the funeral bearers. He held no significant grievances against them, yet they had audaciously sought the funeral bearers to procure his demise. As the four funeral bearers approached, bystanders turned their gazes towards the scene, many offering silent tributes for Mou. Realizing the funeral bearers had come for him, it had been years since the funeral bearers had last graced the chaotic city with their presence, and now it was for such a young individual. This youth must be a prodigy from a powerful faction, come to the chaotic city for trials, only to offend someone who sought out the funeral bearers. What a substantial expense it must have been to place a contract with the funeral bearers. The cost was exorbitant, often requiring the entirety of a faction's wealth to fulfill just one order. Yet someone had expended such great resources to eliminate this boy. Could he truly be an unparalleled talent? Once the funeral bearers accepted a contract, no one could escape their grasp. Surrounded by sympathetic gazes, Mou felt the weight of inevitability. When the funeral bearers emerged, all existence was destined to be claimed. Even the pinnacle warriors of Cangtian, once targeted, faced their end. The four funeral bearers blocked the entrance, and the loquacious one stepped forward to confront them. Commoners, stand aside, the funeral bearer's icy voice rang out. Harsh and unyielding. Show some respect and retract the contract. The loquacious one replied calmly, fixing his gaze upon the funeral bearers. The onlookers were taken aback, incredulous that someone would suggest retracting a contract once accepted. Has he lost his mind? Does he not understand the nature of the funeral bearers? They whispered among themselves, regarding the loquacious one as a fool. Get lost, the funeral bearers retorted coldly, continuing their advance towards Mou, emanating a terrifying aura of death, even without summoning spirits. The loquacious one regarded them with grave concern. The funeral bearers were unlike ordinary warriors, each trained in deathly arts. To eliminate a funeral bearer was not a simple task, especially given Mou's current weakness. As the funeral bearers drew within 5 meters, the loquacious one unleashed his influence, attempting to sway them. Yet, their expressions remained cold and unaffected. The funeral bearers closed in. And Mou, startled, took a step forward, channeling the little ancestor's power. Within an 8-meter radius, the funeral bearers faltered, their eyes betraying a moment of irrationality. It worked. Mou rejoiced internally, realizing that while the loquacious one's influence had failed, the little ancestor's power had succeeded. However, the funeral bearers quickly regained their composure and advanced towards him. As they approached, the coffin's lid creaked open slightly, releasing an insidious force that threatened to consume him. Mou felt himself being drawn in, akin to sinking into a quagmire. The loquacious one stepped forward, furrowing his brow. He had painstakingly found a host to occupy for 7 days, and relinquishing it now would be a challenge. Yet, witnessing Mou being ensnared by the coffin, he understood the dire consequences of being absorbed. With a heavy sigh, the loquacious one instantaneously transferred himself to one of the funeral bearers. The bearer's body trembled, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Next, the loquacious one shifted to another funeral bearer, erasing their consciousness and claiming their form. One by one, the funeral bearers fell under his control until he occupied the final one. Boom! The coffin lid abruptly slammed shut, causing the coffin to tumble to the ground. The loquacious spirit seized control of the mourners' bodies, with dark liquid seeping from the corners of their eyes and mouths, corroding their forms. They could only endure for a mere half-hour. This meant that in half an hour, it would need to inhabit another body. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, witnessing the recent events unfold, as 3 mourners collapsed lifelessly to the ground, while the last stood calmly by Mou's side. What had transpired? It was that mask. It appeared to have slain the mourners, as the spirit swiftly transferred from one mourner's face to another. They inexplicably fell. All eyes were upon them that moment, as they observed the spirit standing beside Mou. Many in the crowd exhibited flickering gazes filled with avarice. That mask must be the weapon of that young man. How formidable it was, capable of dispatching the mourners of the spirit realm in an instant. If I were to acquire that mask, I would be invincible among my peers. Instantly, numerous thoughts arose among the crowd. They yearned to seize the spirit for themselves. MOU's expression shifted. The Chaos City was inherently a lawless place, inhabited by ruthless individuals from various empires, strong and unafraid of the heavens or the earth. At this moment, seeing the spirit's overwhelming power, how could they refrain from attempting to snatch it away? In an instant, countless figures surged toward the spirit, launching an unprovoked attack. "Let us go," the spirit uttered in a grave tone. MOU, cradling the small ancestor, retreated, preparing to find an alternate route. However, enemies surrounded them, leaving no escape. The small ancestor's power surged forth, rendering those within an 8-meter radius irrational, obsessive, and bloodthirsty at this moment. He could influence warriors of the spirit realm. Most of the nearby warriors were of that realm, with only a few surpassing it. The spirit swiftly transferred to one of the warriors, obliterating their consciousness. Subsequently, it continued to dart across the faces of various warriors, dispatching them one by one. No, eliminate the weak first. Save the strong for later. The spirit contemplated internally, recognizing that the bodies of the stronger individuals would allow it to persist longer. Thus, it exclusively targeted the warriors of the spirit realm, causing them to fall one after another. The surrounding warriors gazed at the spirit in terror, completely unprepared for its extraordinary strength, effortlessly annihilating the spirit realm warriors. The monarch-level warriors among the crowd watched greedily as the spirit could effortlessly kill spirit realm warriors, yet did not approach them. They believed the spirit could not contend with them, and thus, they unleashed their fury and charged at the spirit. Everyone's focus was on the spirit. Only a few targeted MOU, while several monarch-level warriors advanced within 5 meters of the spirit, only to be swiftly ensnared by its alluring influence. Chapter 51. Chaotic guardians once ensnared by the spirit, it easily transferred to their faces, erasing their consciousness. Several monarch-level warriors collapsed to the ground, transforming into black liquid. Any warrior upon whom the spirit had transferred would instantaneously dissolve into black liquid upon its departure. How could this be possible? The surviving monarch-level warriors gazed at the spirit in horror. The spirit could easily slay monarch-level warriors, prompting them to retreat in fear. The surrounding spirit realm warriors hesitated to advance. With monarchs falling, they would merely be walking to their own demise, in an instant. Everyone retreated, unwilling to approach the spirit. The spirit occupied the body of a monarch-level warrior, calmly standing before MOU, while none dared to approach. Suddenly, powerful presences emerged from the crowd, their forms concealed beneath black robes, rendering their faces indistinct. These figures observed the spirit with calmness, their gazes ultimately landing on MOU. "Capture him," a low voice commanded, and the group surged toward MOU, intent on seizing him. MOU, cradling the small ancestor, furrowed his brow as he surveyed the approaching figures, noting a few black-robed individuals charging toward him, their auras unfathomable. "Master, you should leave first," the spirit advised MOU. "Understood," MOU replied, attempting to retreat to the side, only to be confronted by a black-robed figure blocking his path. "Come with us," the figure stated calmly. "Who are you?" MOU halted, sensing the weight of their presence as a threat. "Cooperate, and perhaps you won't suffer," Ling Tian replied placidly. "Then you come." OU retreated to the spirit's side, who squinted at Ling Tian, recognition sparking in his eyes. "An acquaintance. What acquaintance?" MOU inquired, puzzled. "The Shadow Emperor's guard," the spirit affirmed, gazing intently at Ling Tian, who was surrounded by black-robed figures. Upon hearing this, MOU's eyes darted around, realizing that the Chaos City prohibited the entry of official personnel from various empires. The Shadow Emperor's guard would not dare to enter freely. Now, they had disguised themselves to infiltrate the city for his sake. This is how it's going to be. I've already made it to the Chaos City, and you still won't let me go?" MOU spoke with a low voice to Ling Tian. Ling Tian was taken aback. "What did you say?" MOU scrutinized Ling Tian closely, sensing that the latter did not recognize him. Could it be that I was mistaken? He mused internally, contemplating that Ling Tian seemed unaware of his identity, meaning he was not pursuing him from the Sunset City, that "we hope you will cooperate with us for a brief inspection of your summoned spirits." Ling Tian stated, addressing MOU. This unit of the Shadow Emperor's Guard had received orders from the Emperor of the Northern Dipper Empire to infiltrate Chaos City and specifically inspect all the talents who participated in this year's summoning ceremony. Orders have been issued to search Chaos City for those who summoned beings from the supernatural realms, targeting the talents who had summoned entities this year. That MOU, being 16, was likely one of those who had undergone the summoning ceremony. They needed to examine his summoned spirits. Inspect my summoned spirits? MOU was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. The Shadow Emperor's Guard from Sunset City had seemingly come specifically to investigate the summoned spirits of talents from this year. Suspecting that his summoned spirit was from another realm, which led to their pursuit of him, if Ling Tian did not recognize him, then he was unaware that MOU's summoned spirit was indeed from another realm. However, he could not allow Ling Tian to discover the nature of his summoned spirit. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face another round of pursuit. Yet, with Ling Tian and a dozen Shadow Emperor's Guards fixated on him, escape was impossible. You need only release your summoned spirit for a moment so I can inspect it. If all is well, I will let you go, Ling Tian said, his gaze calm, yet filled with concealed malice. I know your identity. If I were to reveal it to them, you would surely find yourselves in quite a predicament, MOU said with an enigmatic smile. Ling Tian felt an unsettling wave wash over him, his brows furrowing as he regarded MOU. They had disguised themselves to enter the Chaos City, and no one should be aware of their identities. Yet, MOU's uncanny smile left him in doubt. It seems you are forcing our hand, Ling Tian replied coldly. MOU's summoning of the mourner suggested that his status was anything but ordinary, that, if possible, Ling Tian wished to avoid antagonizing him. After all, someone capable of summoning the mourners must possess a status not inferior to that of a prince of the Northern Dipper Empire. Nonetheless, he had to inspect MOU's summoned spirit, leaving no stone unturned in his pursuit of anyone who summoned beings from the supernatural realms. You are from the Shadow Emperor's Guard, aren't you? MOU whispered. Ling Tian's expression shifted dramatically. No one should have known their identity, and MOU's confident declaration caused his body to tremble that he feigned calmness, continuing to approach MOU as if he had not heard. If you take one more step forward, I will shout out your identities. I believe the surrounding crowd would be quite interested in you, MOU stated evenly. You mistake me for someone else. Ling Tian's eyes turned icy, and murderous intent flickered within. The surrounding black-robed individuals surged toward MOU, while several darted toward the spirit. Did you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you donned a disguise? How malicious of you to pursue me all the way to Chaos City. Everyone, open your eyes and take a good look at these Shadow Emperor's Guards, MOU bellowed. Instantly, all attention in the vicinity turned toward him, with many gazes filled with ferocity fixed upon Ling Tian and the other members of the Shadow Emperor's Guard. What? They're the Shadow Emperor's Guards. The entry of the Shadow Emperor's Guards into Chaos City can only spell trouble. They must be eliminated. The entry of the Shadow Emperor's Guards into Chaos City is strictly forbidden. Kill them. Ling Tian had not anticipated that MOU would dare to expose their identities, and the crowd's reaction was overwhelmingly intense, charging toward them without discernment. We are not the Shadow Emperor's Guards. Ling Tian let out a cold snort, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from him, causing many to retreat in fright. If you are not the Shadow Emperor Guard, then remove your black cloaks. Someone shouted loudly that, I shall repeat, we are not the Shadow Emperor Guard. Ling Tian retorted icily, his gaze seething with menace as he fixed it upon everyone present. Those who met his eyes involuntarily stepped back, unable to maintain their gaze. Humph, if you dare not remove your black cloaks, you must indeed be the Shadow Emperor Guard. The City of Chaos will not tolerate their presence, regardless of their identity. Summon the Chaos Guards and expel them. Yes, summon the Chaos Guards. The Chaos Guards are the sole enforcers of order within the City of Chaos, their purpose being to drive away all official representatives from the various empires. Focusing solely on the Shadow Emperor Guards, some individuals in the crowd stealthily departed to seek out the Chaos Guards. From afar, a group of menacing figures approached, their icy gazes reminiscent of eternal glaciers, and they were headed directly towards MOU. Chapter 52. Battle Frenzy. Ling Tian observed the unfolding situation with a cold stare, Things had spiraled out of control, and their identities were exposed. Mou remained calm, watching from the sidelines as Ling Tian shot him a fierce glare. "Let us go," Ling Tian said in a low voice as the black-cloaked figures swiftly gathered around him. "Block their path. Do not let them escape," someone shouted. The emergence of the Shadow Emperor Guard within the City of Chaos was a grave matter. The city stood independent of any empire and would not allow imperial influence to infiltrate. Consequently, many rushed to surround them. Ling Tian felt a surge of anxiety. There were too many people, and their escape route was obstructed. Moreover, powerful Chaos Guards were approaching from the distance. They needed to leave before the guard arrived, or they would be trapped. "We must go," Mou urged the chatterbox, seizing the moment while Ling Tian and the Shadow Emperor Guards drew everyone's attention, allowing for their escape, with few eyes upon them and the chatterbox instilling fear. Even if they were seen leaving, no one dared to intervene. Ling Tian cast a cold glance back at Mou and strode towards him, deciding that since their cover was blown, he would forcibly inspect Mou's summoning spirit. Feeling Ling Tian approach, Mou's expression darkened, and the chatterbox immediately positioned himself in front of him, blocking Ling Tian. Ling Tian glared coldly at the chatterbox and charged forward, yet the chatterbox unleashed his alluring power. At 5 meters, Ling Tian was affected, though the pendant around his neck flickered and negated the allure. Ling Tian closed in to 3 meters, when suddenly, the chatterbox appeared before him, as if teleporting. Ling Tian's body trembled as he stood firm against the chatterbox's erasure of his consciousness to go. The chatterbox's voice resonated in Mou's mind. He cast one last deep glance at the chatterbox before hastily departing with the little ancestor in his arms. Once Mou left, the chatterbox continued to battle Ling Tian, a terrifying force of erasure tearing through Ling Tian's psyche. "Kill him." Onlookers saw Ling Tian standing still and seized the opportunity to attack. However, the dreadful aura he unleashed instantly repelled everyone. The Chaos Guards had arrived. Just then, a dozen powerful Chaos Guards emerged from the end of the street, their presence striking fear into the hearts of all. "They are the Shadow Emperor Guards," someone shouted at the Chaos Guards. Although the City of Chaos lacked order, there was an unspoken understanding among the people to unite against the Shadow Emperor Guard whenever they appeared. The Chaos Guards advanced towards Ling Tian and the other Shadow Emperor Guards, attacking them with fervor, aided by the surrounding crowd. Realizing they were targeted by the Chaos Guards, the Shadow Emperor Guards understood that their fate was grim. The Chaos Guards would surely seek their demise. "Commander," one of the Shadow Emperor Guard approached Ling Tian, but at that moment, Ling Tian was preoccupied with resisting the chatterbox, unable to respond. "Commander, what should we do?" The anxious Shadow Emperor Guard pressed. Receiving no reply, he noticed a Chaos Guard approaching and, gritting his teeth, signaled for the other Shadow Emperor Guards to retreat. The Chaos Guard drew near, his icy gaze locking onto Ling Tian. "If they are truly the Shadow Emperor Guards, then they shall be slain without mercy," the battle frenzy declared. "Yes, Captain," the surrounding Chaos Guards roared in unison, now intent on delivering lethal blows. The Shadow Emperor Guards, realizing their exposure, shed their cloaks, revealing their true attire. "They are indeed the Shadow Emperor Guards. Kill them. Do not let them escape alive." Instantly, those around them joined in the fray against the Shadow Emperor Guards, and chaos erupted as several were swiftly slain, leaving the remaining guards in dire straits. The battle frenzy glared at Ling Tian, unhesitant in his lethal intent, with Ling Tian unable to fight back. It was the perfect opportunity for him to strike. A large blade appeared in his hand, poised to sever Ling Tian's head from his shoulders. At that critical moment, a dragon-patterned dagger intercepted the large blade, sending Ling Tian's body retreating several meters. PFF, he spat blood, his form rapidly corroded. While the chatterbox had not obliterated his consciousness, the damage inflicted was substantial. "Get out of my way." Ling Tian's mind battled against the chatterbox's erasure. Yet, the chatterbox remained silent, exerting all his power to obliterate Ling Tian's consciousness. Coupled with the external assaults from the battle frenzy, Ling Tian found himself in a desperate predicament. PFF, the blade of the battle frenzy, struck his left hand, nearly severing it. Ling Tian screamed in agony as the chatterbox annihilated his consciousness, subsequently seizing control of his body. retreating several meters to evade the battle frenzy's strike. The chatterbox clenched his fist in satisfaction. Ling Tian's body could withstand him for about 7 days, but the battle frenzy sought to end his life. Calmly, the chatterbox retreated, swiftly vanishing into the crowd, while the battle frenzy relentlessly pursued him. "Block him!" the battle frenzy roared. The people in the street all attempted to obstruct the chatterbox. However, he easily ensnared their bodies with his alluring power, controlling them to fight on his behalf in an instant. Those within 5 meters of him turned to attack others. Chapter 53. Annihilation. The chatterbox advanced steadily forward, those within 5 meters of him falling under his enchanting influence. They were compelled to turn and defend against the pursuing assailants. The battle frenzy found himself surrounded by a throng of individuals, their eyes vacant and devoid of independent thought as they relentlessly attacked him. Some even detonated themselves upon nearing him, forcing him to retreat. In mere moments, the chatterbox's figure was lost to the chaos. What is this mask? Zhang Quan took a deep breath. He was certain that the true Ling Tian had perished. Now, it was the loquacious one controlling Ling Tian's body. Some powerful entities possess the ability to usurp the bodies of others at will. Currently, the loquacious one represented such a case, and Zhang Quan believed that this talkative entity was the consciousness of a formidable existence. It dominated Ling Tian's body, erasing Ling Tian's own consciousness. Thus, the Ling Tian of now was not the same Ling Tian anymore. Consequently, after discovering that he could not pursue the loquacious one, Zhang Quan ceased his chase. Faced with such a terrifying presence, he could not afford to apply too much pressure. Should the other party go berserk and unleash a full-scale attack, he too might meet his demise. After all, those capable of body-snatching are superlative beings, far beyond the capabilities of a mere chaotic guard like him. Moreover, the sudden influx of unfamiliar powerful figures into the City of Chaos had rendered the situation exceedingly tense. Leaving him with numerous matters to attend to thus, he turned and abandoned the pursuit. The loquacious one had departed, but he was determined not to let the remaining shadow guards escape. Once he joined the fray, the surviving shadow guards were swiftly dealt with. Zhang Quan cast a cold glance in the direction the loquacious one had vanished, signaling several chaotic guards to investigate, before leading the others away. Simultaneously, Mou appeared around a corner, and the loquacious one quickly approached his side. Upon seeing the loquacious one once again occupy a shadow guard, he was taken aback. The attire was exceedingly garish. "This outfit is too ostentatious," the loquacious one muttered, attempting to find a way to change into another garment. "The shadow guard have infiltrated the City of Chaos. What could their objective be?" Mou frowned. The shadow guards would not enter the City of Chaos unless absolutely necessary, and this was already a significant exception. Just then, a group of extremely agitated martial artists emerged onto the street, their fierce gazes fixed on those around them. "Arrest all suspicious individuals," a burly man declared coldly. "Understood." Dozens of people around shouted in unison, beginning to block those nearby, directly capturing anyone they deemed unworthy. Members of the Blade Sect. Mou observed the unfolding scene with calm detachment. The Blade Sect had previously laid an ambush for him outside the City of Chaos, and he remembered them well. Rumor had it that the young master of the Blade Sect had been captured and was missing, prompting the sect leader to search for him within the City of Chaos. The young master was one of the 10 prodigies of the City of Chaos, and his father was one of the influential figures. Who would dare to harm him? This year, during the summoning ceremony, the young master had ignited a blood light spanning 1,000 meters, summoning a spirit of the 9th tier of the God King realm. Marking him as an unparalleled genius, that it was likely that a rival faction had taken action against him. Mou overheard the discussions around him, and his brow furrowed as an idea began to form in his mind. However, this year was peculiar. Many prodigies who had participated in the summoning ceremony had mysteriously vanished. Indeed, many talented individuals from various factions have disappeared like a tea that moment. Mou heard this remark. His heart trembled. The prodigy from Sunset City who had conducted the summoning ceremony had been taken by the shadow guards for an inspection of the summoned spirit. Now, with so many prodigies missing from the City of Chaos, all of whom had engaged in summoning ceremonies, and the shadow guards reappearing in the City of Chaos, He surmised that the disappearances of these prodigies were likely connected to the Shadow Guards. "Remove your mask," a member of the Blade sect strode up to the Loquacious One, speaking icily. The Loquacious One's gaze turned frosty, and his seductive powers were unleashed instantaneously, obliterating the consciousness of the Blade sect member. "Eliminate him," the Loquacious One commanded. Having slain a member of the Blade sect, the Loquacious One immediately incited the wrath of all Blade sect members present. "And him as well. Kill him." Li Chao observed Mo standing alongside the Loquacious One and issued a cold order. Mo shot a disapproving glance at the Loquacious One. His propensity for indiscriminate killing was bound to attract trouble. He had warned the Loquacious One numerous times, yet the latter remained unrepentant. "I, after all, hold a certain status. How could I tolerate these insignificant insects?" The Loquacious One retorted to Mo, "Why you Well, you could only shake his head in exasperation and unleash the power of the little ancestral spirit. Instantly, all Blade sect members within an 8-meter radius became irrational, obsessive, and bloodthirsty, subsequently turning against one another. The Loquacious One also utilized his seductive powers to eliminate one Blade sect member after another. In just a matter of seconds, the ground was littered with corpses that Li Chao drew a sharp breath. Completely unprepared for the terrifying prowess of Mo and the Loquacious One. "That you will pay for this." Li Chao seethed, before gathering the remaining members and preparing to leave in search of reinforcements. "Did I permit you to leave?" Mo retorted coldly. Since they sought to kill him, he could not let them escape. "Leave none alive," he calmly instructed the Loquacious One. "All right, Master," the Loquacious One exclaimed with excitement. He relished the prospect of killing. His figure morphed into an illusion as he pursued Li Chao and the others. Within 5 meters, every individual was enchanted and subsequently met their demise as their consciousness was erased. In just 10 seconds, all those fleeing, including Li Chao, were slain by the Loquacious One, even in the disordered environment of the City of Chaos. Onlookers were left agape, witnessing how swiftly the Loquacious One and Mo had eradicated the Blade sect members. Who are these two? Such ruthless individuals have emerged in the City of Chaos. All annihilated? How brutal! Do they not fear retaliation from the Blade sect? These two are finished. The Blade sect will surely hunt them down. Surrounding individuals watched Mo and the Loquacious One with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. For the Blade sect was one of the most powerful factions in the City of Chaos. Furthermore, the sect leader was perilously close to becoming an unparalleled powerhouse, with the young master missing. The Blade sect's fury would be immense, and Mo and his companion would likely not withstand the consequences. After Mo and the Loquacious One dispatched the Blade sect members, they departed the street, although many eyes remained fixated on them from the shadows. "Master, shall we dispose of these tales?" the Loquacious One asked, brimming with murderous intent, eager to act upon Mo's nod. "Kill them," Mo affirmed. "These pursuers would expose their whereabouts." "Understood," the Loquacious One replied, turning with enthusiasm before vanishing. Amidst the crowd, bodies fell one after another, as the pursuers of Mo were nearly all eliminated by the Loquacious One. "Let us go." Many who had kept their distance, witnessing the Loquacious One's frenzied slaughter, were left trembling in fear, no longer daring to pursue. Mo observed the returning Loquacious One, who was exhilarated by the act of killing. Were it not for Mo's restraint, the Loquacious One would have likely exterminated all nearby passers-by. Chapter 54. The bounty of the celestial sect. The Loquacious One was enigmatic, although he was Mo's summoned spirit. Mo could not fully comprehend him. In the Loquacious One's own words, he was a significant figure in his realm, yet his powers were suppressed as Mo's summoned spirit. Nonetheless, the Loquacious One held a certain trepidation towards the little ancestral spirit, and Mo sensed a hint of reverence emanating from the Loquacious One each time he inquired about the little ancestral spirit's identity. The Loquacious One would respond ambiguously, as if reluctant to speak freely. "Master, why are you looking at me like that?" the Loquacious One inquired, a puzzled expression on his face. "It's nothing," Mo replied, shaking his head. The atmosphere in the City of Chaos suddenly grew exceedingly tense, with various factions members seen roaming about, seemingly in search of someone, as if they had lost someone important. Mou and the loquacious one stood on opposite sides of the street, concealed among the throngs of people, observing the factions scouring the streets. Listening to the conversations around him, Mou gradually grasped that many talented individuals from these factions who had participated in this year's summoning ceremony had gone missing. They were searching for these prodigies. Mou understood that the prodigies lost to the factions were likely captured by the Shadow Guards, and their whereabouts remained unknown. They were presumably dead. The city of Chaos had seen an influx of unfamiliar powerful figures, some of whom emanated an intimidating aura, causing those around to recoil in fear and avoid approaching them. "Master, the Undertakers will arrive shortly. We must take cover," the loquacious one suddenly warned Mou. The Celestial Sect had placed an order for Undertakers, and once the order was accepted, they would relentlessly pursue him until they succeeded in killing him. Although they had dealt with a few spirit-level Undertakers, the next wave sent to kill him would undoubtedly be even more formidable. "Understood," Mou replied, unwilling to let his guard down. The previous spirit-level Undertakers had proven exceedingly powerful, almost overwhelming even for the loquacious one. Celestial Sect members, Mou noted upon spotting some individuals from the Celestial Sect on the street. A frown creased his brow. He suspected that the Celestial Sect had ordered Undertakers to eliminate him. What business do the Celestial Sect members have in the City of Chaos? Furrowing his brow, Mou contemplated the fact that the Celestial God Sect was the largest and most renowned sect in the vicinity. The mere presence of its disciples on the streets instilled a palpable sense of trepidation among the onlookers. The City of Chaos may resist the forces of the great empires, yet it dares not oppose the Celestial God Sect. Given their clandestine connections, rumor has it that the sect recruits a multitude of disciples from the City of Chaos each year. This year, it is said that Jun Tiansu, the sect's leader, intends to take the heir of the Blade sect as his disciple. However, with the heir missing, Jun Tiansu is incensed and has dispatched individuals to assist in unraveling the mystery of the heir's disappearance. The situation appears far more intricate than it seems, with whispers of significant incident occurring in the Death Forest, prompting numerous powerful warriors to venture there. It is said that an extraordinary treasure has emerged from the Death Forest, claiming the lives of many warriors in its wake. On the street, a crowd murmured in hushed tones, and Mou, standing at the periphery, perked up his ears, gleaning various tidbits of information that moment. A notice was affixed by a member of the Celestial God Sect, depicting the likeness of an individual, drawing a throng of people towards Mou peered through the throng. He was taken aback to find that the image was none other than his own. "Capture this individual alive for a reward of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even a corpse will fetch 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. What a staggering sum," he mused. "Why does this person seem so familiar?" As Mou observed the crowd's reaction, he lowered his head and departed with his loquacious companion, a surge of anger boiling within him. He bore no animosity towards the Celestial God Sect. Yet they had not only placed a bounty on his head, but had also sought out a reaper to eliminate him. Jun Tiansu truly so ruthless? Mou pondered he had merely declined Jun Tiansu's offer to take him as a disciple. Such an extreme response seemed unwarranted. "I doubt it was Jun Tiansu," his companion interjected suddenly. "If not Jun Tiansu, then who could it be?" Mou queried, bewildered. Aside from Jun Tiansu, who possessed such influence to mobilize this level of force against him? "Master, have you forgotten about Mo Kwang?" His companion replied calmly to Mo Kwang. "He is merely a mortal body cultivator who has just joined the Celestial God Sect. How could he wield such power?" Mo shook his head dismissively. "Ah, but you are mistaken. Mo Kwang has summoned the ancestor of the Mo family, and in the future, he is destined to become a formidable powerhouse, perhaps even stronger. The Celestial God Sect will undoubtedly invest heavily in him. He is quite favored there," his companion elaborated. Upon hearing this, Mou felt a tightening in his chest. If Mo Kwang were indeed targeting him, trouble would surely follow. "The Reapers are approaching. We must leave at once." Just then, chaos erupted among the crowd, and everyone scattered in a frenzy. The street fell eerily silent as, at the end of the thoroughfare, for Reapers bore a coffin towards them. Ou and his talkative companion took refuge atop a nearby rooftop. Observing the approaching figures, These reapers were formidable, all at the monarch level, far exceeding the strength of the previous spirit realm reapers. Master, these reapers are no trifling matter. I find it exceedingly difficult to defeat them unless your strength advances significantly. His companion remarked. Then let us take cover. Mo replied calmly. They leaped from the rooftop, weaving through the streets as the reapers pursued them, searching high and low. Suddenly, as they navigated a street, a figure appeared like a bolt of lightning behind an unsuspecting individual. Instantly snuffing out their life, a gaunt figure, standing at an imposing height of 2 meters and resembling a slender bamboo stalk, regarded the surrounding crowd with cold, unblinking eyes devoid of pupils. Though he was merely at the first stage of the mortal body realm, he had just slain a spirit realm warrior. Who is this person? The onlookers regarded him with apprehension. The city of chaos was known as a haven for rogues, yet none had encountered such an otherworldly being. What manner of individual is this? Came a booming voice from the side, followed by a dozen powerful figures encircling him. He apathetically lowered his gaze upon the crowd, then cupped his face in his hands. Emitting a muffled, indistinct sound, no one could decipher his words, yet his visage was one of profound sorrow. This bizarre scene sent shivers down the spines of those present, and many instinctively retreated, their backs prickling with unease. Those who had encircled him felt an acute sense of dread, though they steeled themselves with bravado, for he was but a first-stage mortal body cultivator. Yet, 1 minute later, he let out a piercing scream, vanishing from sight as if teleporting in an instant. A scream pierced the air as one of his captors lost their head, the others barely registering the event before he reappeared and dispatched another. In mere seconds, the dozen individuals who had surrounded him lay slain at his feet. He stood amidst the carnage, a mask of sorrow etched upon his face, even approaching the fallen as if lamenting their demise. The onlookers, witnessing such a grotesque display of power, were filled with terror. After all, the slain were all spirit realm warriors, with a leader among them being a monarch realm cultivator. For a mere first-stage mortal body cultivator to triumph over spirit realm warriors was already a sign of extraordinary talent. To eliminate a monarch realm warrior was nothing short of horrific. Who is this person, capable of such feats? A first-stage mortal body cultivator slaying a monarch realm warrior. What prodigious force could claim such a title? The crowd trembled in fear. The individual had exhibited a demeanor of sorrow before the kill, yet stood beside the corpses with a look of regret. Such erratic behavior was enough to instill dread. Mo himself gasped in shock. He had always considered himself powerful, even a genius. Yet in comparison to this bizarre figure, he felt utterly inadequate. The stranger's ability to teleport rendered him virtually untouchable. Furthermore, this individual's teleportation defied the norms, as he seemed to disregard distances, appearing instantaneously regardless of the span. Mo watched the peculiar behavior of this individual, particularly the unsettling absence of pupils in his eyes. With growing unease, Master, do not harbor any hostility towards him. His companion cautioned gravely. Mo had never seen his companion so serious before. He held his breath, striving for calmness, neither sorrowful nor joyful. Suddenly, the figure on the street, still wearing a mask of regret, began to weep, covering his face with his hands and uttering indistinct sounds. The surrounding crowd, witnessing his odd antics, felt their scalps prickle and fled in a frenzy. Knowing that such peculiar behavior heralded impending violence, true to their instincts, within a minute, he vanished once more, teleporting to eliminate those who had shown him animosity. Mo and his companion had already distanced themselves. However, in the course of their retreat, Mo caught sight of the figure continuously teleporting through the city of chaos, disregarding spatial boundaries as he took down others who dared to challenge him. Who on earth is this person? Mo inquired, shaken, sensing that his companion might hold more knowledge about this enigmatic individual. The mourner, I did not expect him to arrive as well, his companion replied suddenly. The mourner? Is that his name? Indeed, he is known as the mourner, a figure as mysterious as the elder of calamity. Anyone who lays eyes upon him will fall under his awareness, should they exhibit even the slightest hostility. He will teleport to eliminate them. After killing, he displays a curious regret, rendering him quite the oddity, his companion explained in a low tone. How can he be as mysterious as the Elder of Calamity when he is merely at the first stage of the mortal body realm? Mou questioned, perplexed. Though he appears to be at the first stage of the mortal body realm each time he manifests, there are tales of him revealing a greater level of power. But those are mere legends. I know not the specifics. His companion shook his head, a flicker of something enigmatic flashing in his eyes. Mou sensed that his companion was withholding information, feeling that there was much more to be revealed. However, his companion offered no further insights, leaving him in a state of frustration. His companion often spoke in half-truths, providing only the simplest of details while omitting the more complex narratives. Master, should you encounter this individual again, be sure to display no hostility, his companion reiterated gravely. Understood. Mou nodded, acknowledging the terror of the mourner. A haunting, indistinct wailing echoed through the streets of the City of Chaos, where one could witness a sorrow-laden figure teleporting relentlessly, extinguishing lives in his wake. And no matter the prowess of the martial artists, once marked by the mourner's gaze, their fate was sealed. It seemed there was no one he could not slay. While the Chaos Guards typically targeted the officials of the great empires, the mourner's rampage in the City of Chaos captured their attention. Numerous Chaos Guards prepared to pursue him, but the instant they laid eyes on the mourner and harbored murderous intent, he appeared beside them in a flash. Dispatching them with ease one by one, the Chaos Guards fell, leaving the surrounding onlookers paralyzed with fear. Retreat, do not engage him. A thunderous command resonated from the depths of the City of Chaos, shaking the very heavens. The Chaos Guards shuddered and turned away from the mourner without hesitation. However, even as the Chaos Guards withdrew, the mourner continued his relentless pursuit, for many had previously expressed hostility towards him, and he would not rest until he had avenged himself upon all who bore ill will. The mourner had not been seen for many years. What could have brought him to the innermost reaches of the City of Chaos? A commanding middle-aged figure gazed out over the distant streets, his violet eyes seemingly piercing through the veil of chaos. He perceived the mourner in his relentless hunt, targeting the Chaos Guards and those who had dared to challenge him. Convey my orders. No one shall exhibit hostility towards the mourner, nor shall they attack him, he intoned gravely. Yes, my lord. The surrounding Chaos Guards responded in unison before swiftly dispersing to relay the command. Throughout the City of Chaos, every Chaos Guard received the edict. The moment they spotted the mourner, they retreated, too frightened to intervene. The mourner roamed freely, eliminating any who dared to confront him. Even the myriad factions within the City of Chaos received a mysterious message urging them not to engage the mourner, lest they provoke dire consequences. Yet few recognized the mourner, and many factions disregarded the warning until it was too late, sending more of their ranks to confront him, only to face annihilation, when a mid-tier faction was entirely wiped out by the mourner in less than a minute. Fear swept through all factions of the City of Chaos. They no longer dared to send anyone to confront him. Alas, the Lord of Chaos sighed deeply as he surveyed the blood-soaked City of Chaos. He had disseminated warnings to all factions, yet few heeded his words until they felt the mourner's wrath. Tragically, far too many had already perished. The mourner, invincible. The Lord of Chaos trembled at the fleeting shadow of the mourner. Chapter 56. The Lord of Chaos, the mourner, a legendary entity, had not been seen on the azure sky continent for countless years. Few were privy to his existence, and the Lord of Chaos was among the rare few who had encountered him. He had lived through the mourner's era, a time when rivers ran red with blood, a memory forever etched in his mind as he recalled the mourner's sorrowful visage amidst the slaughter of countless martial artists. Yet after that bloodbath, the mourner vanished from the azure sky continent, and his legend faded into obscurity. Some whispered that he had departed the continent, while others claimed he had been slain by an even more formidable being. Now, after innumerable years, the mourner had re-emerged in the City of Chaos, and the Lord of Chaos felt a chill of dread at the resurfacing of his deepest fears. Was the mourner drawn here by the events of the Death Forest? His violet pupils narrowed. He had heard murmurs about the happenings within the Death Forest. Though he was unaware of the specifics, he knew that the continent's top martial artists had gathered there. With the mourner's appearance in the City of Chaos, he suspected it was indeed linked to the Death Forest. The Lord of Chaos furrowed his brow, having encountered deeper knowledge regarding the supreme Shrine's inheritors. Each generation of heirs from the Supreme Shrine had incited turmoil across the Azure Sky Continent, having produced 9 such heirs, each of whom had plunged the continent into chaos, nearly leading to its destruction. Now, with the 10th bell tolling, the 10th heir of the Supreme Shrine had emerged. Information regarding the Supreme Shrine's heirs was closely guarded by the continent's elite martial artists. The general populace remained oblivious. Only those who had once participated in the attempts to hunt the heirs knew of the Supreme Shrine, that he had once trained within such a faction and had glimpsed the lore of the Supreme Shrine's heirs, albeit through ancient texts, leaving him in the dark about the specifics. However, with the 10th bell tolling and the top martial artists converging upon the Death Forest, he speculated that the mourner's arrival was connected to the heir's presence there. As he watched the mourner wreak havoc throughout the City of Chaos, the only course available to him was to observe the carnage. Once the mourner had eliminated all who bore ill will towards him, he would settle into silence, as he appeared to do now. Blood flowed freely through the City of Chaos, with all who had shown hostility towards the mourner now lifeless, standing amidst the carnage. The mourner bore a look of frustration. Having slain so many without a single drop of blood staining his form, he stood before a corpse, seemingly vexed by the act he had just committed. In the City of Chaos, all eyes were fixated upon the mourner. He had taken so many lives that even this city, notorious for its chaos, fell into a collective silence, recognizing the mourner as an entity they could not provoke. Mou stared in disbelief at the mourner, as a thick, iron tang of blood hung heavily in the air. He could not fathom how many lives the mourner had just extinguished. He witnessed the mourner defy the constraints of space, teleporting to every corner of the City of Chaos, claiming countless lives. The mourner akin to the Elder of Calamity, having lived for many years. Mou inquired gravely. Indeed, no one knows from which era the mourner hails. Even the most formidable martial artists of the Azure Sky Continent dare not provoke him. Once, a martial artist at the pinnacle of power challenged the mourner, only to be hunted down for 3 days and nights before meeting his demise. Since then, none have dared cross him out of course. As long as you do not display hostility towards the mourner, he poses no threat to you, the talkative one replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Mou gasped in astonishment. The mourner was indeed a figure of dread. According to the talkative one, even the mightiest martial artists on the Azure Sky Continent would think twice before incurring the mourner's wrath. Thus, the mourner was the true embodiment of invincibility. Naturally, if one did not show hostility, the mourner would not initiate an attack. He was akin to a neutral entity, striking only those who exhibited animosity, while appearing as an oddly ordinary individual on other occasions. What brings him here? Mou queried with curiosity. The talkative one shot a peculiar glance at Mou as he posed the question. Sensing the talkative one's gaze, Mou fixed him with a serious stare. Are you withholding something from me? Why has the mourner come here? You must tell me. My lord, there are many matters best left unknown. However, I can reveal that the mourner, like the Elder of Calamity, is preparing to venture to the Death Forest. He merely passes through the City of Chaos, the talkative one stated. Just passing through. Mou's heart skipped a beat. The Elder of Calamity had obliterated the entire Sunset City during his passage, resulting in countless deaths. Now, the mourner had wrought such horrific slaughter in the City of Chaos that he felt the disheartening reality of the weak. If one's strength was insufficient, they could only be mercilessly erased by the powerful. The citizens of Sunset City had not provoked the Elder of Calamity, yet they perished. Many in the City of Chaos, unaware of the mourner, had met the same fate for merely expressing hostility. He was leaving down the street. The mournful figure stood beside the lifeless body, racked with despair for a few minutes before regaining his composure. His eyes, devoid of pupils, gazed towards the direction of the forest of death. Subsequently, he walked calmly down the desolate street, heading towards the ominous woods like an ordinary person. The denizens, stricken with fear of the sorrowful figure, hid within their homes, too terrified to even glance at him. Those who secretly observed him noted the collective expression of relief as he finally departed from the City of Chaos. Deep within the city, the Lord of Chaos exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing the mournful figure's exit, for his presence had weighed heavily upon him. Although he understood that as long as he did not display hostility towards the sorrowful figure, he would remain unscathed, The oppressive aura he exuded still lingered in the air. Did the sorrowful figure truly only attack those who exhibited enmity towards him? You curiously inquired of the loquacious companion beside him. That depends on the sorrowful figure's mood, the chatterbox replied meaningfully. I've told you before, any individual who lays eyes on him can be instantaneously transported and slain if he so desires, that if he wants you dead, your fate is sealed. Ain't this? Mou gasped in shock. Chapter 57. Deputy Master of the Blade Gate, who it seemed he had already caught a glimpse of the sorrowful figure, making him a potential target at any moment. Fine. The sorrowful figure has yet to initiate an attack on anyone. The chatterbox reassured with a smile that that moment. The sorrowful figure had indeed left the city of chaos, making his way towards the forest of death. The frightened populace began to emerge onto the streets, their eyes widening at the sight of the corpse lying on the ground. All gasped in horror. The devastation wrought by the sorrowful figure upon the city of chaos had been catastrophic, and even though he had departed, a lingering aura of sorrow permeated the air. Nevertheless, with his exit, tranquility returned to the city, and the streets began to fill once more. Mou and his loquacious companion stepped onto the street, only to be surrounded by a group of divine sect warriors. Seize him, they shouted, launching a frenzied assault. Mou's expression darkened. He anticipated the divine sect would locate him so swiftly. In an instant, he unleashed the power of his forebear, while the chatterbox stepped forward, calmly regarding the divine sect warriors. Master, shall we kill them? The chatterbox inquired serenely. Kill. Mou nodded. A glint of bloodlust flashed in the chatterbox's eyes as he transformed into a phantom, charging ferociously at the divine sect warriors, unleashing his seductive power. Any divine sect warrior within 5 meters of him succumbed to his influence, their consciousness erased in death. The ground soon lay littered with fallen divine sect warriors, instilling terror in the survivors. The intel was incorrect. The remaining warriors realized, shaken by the chatterbox's terrifying prowess. Their estimation of Mou's strength had been gravely miscalculated, as the chatterbox was an unforeseen variable. Retreat. Seeing the number of slain warriors, the remaining fighters scattered, but the chatterbox had already set his sights on them. He swiftly pursued the fleeing divine sect warriors, eliminating them one by one. The onlookers gasped in astonishment as they witnessed the chatterbox openly hunting down the divine sect warriors. After all, the divine sect's reputation in the vicinity was formidable, and ordinary individuals would not dare provoke them. Now, with the chatterbox brazenly pursuing the divine sect, the crowd was left in shock. Those warriors who had yet to escape were swiftly dispatched by the chatterbox. Mou stood calmly, accustomed to the scene. He showed no mercy to those who sought to hunt him. Big brother, there are bad people over there. The little forebear suddenly tugged at Mou's clothing, her voice innocent and sweet. Mou turned to see a group of Blade Gate members rushing towards them, and his brow furrowed. He hadn't expected the Blade Gate to arrive so quickly. The Blade Gate members encircled the street's exits and charged towards him. The chatterbox was preoccupied with pursuing the divine sect warriors and could not assist. Mou had to rely on himself. As the Blade Gate members approached within 8 meters, they fell under the influence of his power. Their rationale instantly clouded, becoming irrational, obsessive, and bloodthirsty. The little forebear, peering from Mou's embrace, locked eyes with those around her, and they too were affected. Her power proved substantially more potent. The affected Blade Gate members turned upon one another, even attacking nearby bystanders, plunging the street into chaos. All spectators fled in fear, anxious to avoid indiscriminate assaults from the Blade Gate members. The street became a scene of madness, with the frenzied Blade Gate warriors striking indiscriminately at anyone within proximity. What is happening? Sun furrowed his brow, observing his comrades as they descended into madness, suddenly turning on one another. Stop! Witnessing the escalating chaos as more Blade Gate members turned against each other before even reaching Mou, Sun roared in frustration, but his voice fell on deaf ears. Some even charged towards him. Realizing the irrationality, obsession, and bloodlust in their eyes, he deduced they were under external control, yet the only other presence in the vicinity was Mou. When he glanced at Mou, he found him standing calmly, doing nothing. Sun frowned. MOU, merely a third-tier mortal body, shouldn't he possess the ability to control so many individuals? Could it be that a powerful ally was covertly protecting MOU? The thought weighed heavily on him. MOU seemed to be a disciple of a formidable force, as such exceptional talents were not easily nurtured by ordinary sections. Even the divine sect rarely produced such extraordinary prodigies. As their disciples venturing out for training seldom had such powerful guardians. Hu Sun glanced at the chatterbox, whose displayed strength was formidable enough to instantly dispatch even royalty-level warriors. The chatterbox was undoubtedly the visible protector of MOU. But there must be another powerful warrior concealed in the shadows. Consequently, Hu Sun scanned the surroundings, seeking the hidden assailant, but found nothing. His expression grew grave. An enemy undetected by him was surely more dangerous than he could fathom. Thus, he retreated a few meters, signaling the unaffected Blade Gate members to step back and keep their distance from MOU. Once they distanced themselves, the influence ceased, and as he observed the deranged individuals, Hu Sun issued a command: eliminate them. Instantly, the seemingly mad Blade Gate members charged at them, only to be swiftly dispatched. The ground soon lay strewn with corpses, while MOU remained composed, as if nothing had transpired around him. MOU's calm demeanor only deepened Hu Sun's confusion. He had received word that MOU had slain many of their members, prompting his arrival to settle the score. Now, witnessing MOU's overwhelming strength, he found himself at a loss. If MOU were indeed a disciple from a powerful faction, then their aggression could provoke dire consequences for the Blade Gate, despite its standing in the City of Chaos. Compared to some mighty forces on the Azure Sky continent, the Blade Gate was merely a weak sect. Thus, Hu Sun was hesitant to act recklessly. "Who are you?" Hu Sun asked gravely, scrutinizing MOU. Until he discerned MOU's identity, he hesitated to strike. He suspected MOU was backed by a massive force. After all, producing such a formidable talent was no trivial feat. Even the divine sect rarely boasted such powerful prodigies among their ranks. "What do you think?" MOU replied calmly, locking eyes with Hu Sun. The latter, perceiving MOU's tranquility, grew increasingly apprehensive. He frowned and gestured for the nearby Blade Gate members to investigate MOU's background. Chapter 58. Elder of the Divine Sect, Wang Ming. Meanwhile, Hu Sun turned his gaze toward the Divine Sect, where its members were being relentlessly pursued by the chatterbox. Many had already perished, leaving only a few formidable warriors to withstand the onslaught. "Elder Wang, your situation is dire," Hu Sun remarked solemnly to Wang Ming, the leader of the Divine Sect. Wang Ming shot a cold glare at Hu Sun. "Get lost." "Elder Wang, who is this person? How did he garner the ire of so many of you?" Hu Sun endeavored to extract the identity of MOU from Wang Ming's lips. However, Wang Ming remained unresponsive. "Elder Wang, if you divulge his true identity, perhaps we could form an alliance," Hu Sun intoned gravely. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming's eyes gleamed with interest. He glanced around and noted that the loquacious one had nearly decimated most of the individuals he had brought along, leaving only a few formidable ones to escape the carnage. If they wished to capture MOU, allying with Hu Sun and his companions indeed seemed a prudent choice. Nevertheless, given the minor grievances between the Heavenly God sect and the Blade sect, he harbored mistrust towards Hu Sun. He is a person our sect specifically seeks to apprehend, and he possesses no significant background. If you can assist us in capturing him, the Heavenly God sect will undoubtedly reward you handsomely." Wang Ming asserted solemnly. "Truly no background?" Hu Sun sought confirmation. "None," Wang Ming affirmed decisively. Seeing Wang Ming's unwavering conviction regarding MOU's lack of background, a glimmer of malevolence flickered in Hu Sun's eyes. However, he refrained from acting rashly and awaited the return of those from the Blade sect who had gone to investigate MOU's identity. After a brief interval, they returned with news of MOU's true identity. Just the foremost talent of the MO family in Sunset City. It was rather simple to ascertain MOU's identity, as Sunset City was not far from the chaotic capital. The summoning spirit is a 3-year-old girl. Hu Sun regarded the small ancestor nestled in MOU's arms with a puzzled expression. And no matter how one looked at it, the small ancestor bore no resemblance to a summoning spirit. She appeared to be an actual human child. Eliminate him first. Having ascertained MOU's identity and confirmed he bore no substantial background, Husun's resolve to kill solidified in an instant. The Blade Sect's members and the martial artists of the Heavenly God sect united to launch an assault on MOU. MOU's abilities could influence Spirit Realm warriors, but their effect on Monarch Realm warriors was minimal. Consequently, several Monarch Realm warriors approached him. The Loquacious One was entangled by Wang Ming and Husun, who furiously obstructed him from aiding MOU. Previously, Husun had feared that a powerful protector might secretly guard MOU. However, upon discovering MOU's identity, he realized there was no such protector and became aware of MOU's ability to affect those who approached him. Yet this influence only affected lower-tier warriors, proving ineffective against Monarch Realm warriors. That Husun now understood how to eliminate MOU. Several Monarch Realm warriors surrounded MOU. He withdrew the small ancestor into the summoning space, merging with her to amplify his power. Yet he remained unable to withstand the Monarch Realm warriors. The disparity between him and the Monarch Realm was too vast. One Monarch Realm warrior struck his left hand with a blade, and the wound healed almost instantaneously. Simultaneously, this Monarch Realm warrior experienced an acute episode of heart disease and epilepsy. However, his body merely trembled a few times before returning to calm. What is this ability? The Monarch Realm warrior was taken aback, his heart condition and epilepsy nearly costing him his life. Fortunately, he managed to suppress it using the chi within his body. The distinction between warriors and ordinary people lay in their resilience to ailments. While an ordinary person might collapse or even perish from a heart attack or seizure, a warrior could control their internal chi to suppress such afflictions. Other Monarch Realm warriors also inflicted wounds upon MOU. But these injuries healed almost immediately, and they too suffered from heart disease and epilepsy. Yet they remained unscathed. MOU sensed danger. He could feel the wounds inflicted by these Monarch Realm warriors healing at a sluggish pace. The power of the small ancestor was not invincible. The greater the enemy's strength, the weaker his recovery ability became. Kid, pay with your life. A Monarch Realm warrior clenched his fist and ruthlessly struck at MOU. The overwhelming force slammed into MOU's chest, sending him hurtling backward onto the street. While the injury to his chest healed rapidly, it still left him feeling breathless. Crack! A blade of energy descended from above, nearly cleaving him in two. Had that strike connected, it would have resulted in his demise. Loquacious One, he inwardly called out, realizing that only the Loquacious One could save him at this moment. However, the Loquacious One was obstructed. Wang Ming and Husun were formidable opponents, and both seemed well acquainted with the Loquacious One's powers, keeping their distance. The Loquacious One could only influence those within a 5-meter radius, while Wang Ming and Husun maintained their distance, leaving no one nearby for the Loquacious One to inhabit. Master, they are too cunning, the Loquacious One said gravely. With Husun and Wang Ming keeping their distance, he could not transfer to their bodies. The Monarch Realm body he occupied was already battered, bearing numerous wounds inflicted by Wang Ming and Husun, and his left hand was nearly severed. Additionally, black liquid oozed from the corners of his eyes and mouth, continuously corroding this Monarch Realm body, rendering it increasingly frail. At this rate, he would not last long. Return, MOU commanded firmly. All right, the Loquacious One sighed, vanishing from the scene and returning to the summoning space. Once back in the summoning space, the Loquacious One merged with MOU, appearing upon his face. The Monarch Realm warriors attacking MOU were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Loquacious One. After all, they were aware of the Loquacious One's capabilities. He could kill Monarch Realm warriors. One Monarch Realm warrior, now within 5 meters of MOU, found the Loquacious One transferring from MOU's visage to his own, erasing his consciousness and slaying him instantly. Simultaneously, the Loquacious One commandeered his body to charge at another Monarch Realm warrior, closing the distance of 5 meters before transferring to that warrior's face, killing yet another. With the return of the Loquacious One, the peril surrounding MOU dissipated. The surrounding Monarch Realm warriors, having witnessed several of their number slain by the Loquacious One, retreated in fear, no longer daring to approach. Chapter 59. Green Toxic Fog. Husun and Wang Ming exchanged glances, The loquacious one's eerie and sudden appearance on Mo's face had drawn their brows together in concern. What a treasure! Husun's gaze suddenly gleamed with greed. Previously, he had assumed the loquacious one was merely a person. Now he was certain it was a peculiar mask capable of controlling others' bodies to slay them. However, when the loquacious one appeared on Mo's face, he suffered no ill effects, indicating that the loquacious one was intrinsically linked to Mo. If Husun could seize the loquacious one from Mo, his power would significantly increase. Thus, he gazed at the loquacious one with avarice. "Elder Wang, the person belongs to you, but the mask is mine," Husun stated to Wang Ming. "Impossible. Both the person and the mask must belong to us." Wang Ming replied coldly. They had pursued Mo with the intent to acquire the mask, and now they could not simply relinquish it. "Haha. Then let it be a contest of skills," Husun laughed. Having grasped the heavenly god sect's motive for hunting Mo, who wouldn't desire a treasure like the loquacious one? Humph. Wang Ming snorted coldly, realizing that Husun had uncovered the secret of Mo's mask, thus gaining an additional rival. "Show no mercy." Wang Ming coldly commanded the heavenly god sect's warriors. "Yes, Elder," they replied, in the blink of an eye. The heavenly god sect warriors and the blade sect warriors, who had just been united in their assault on Mo, instantly turned against each other, engaging in a fierce battle over the loquacious one. Mo found himself retreating, surrounded. Although the loquacious one was attacking those who drew near, the opponents had already discerned the range of the loquacious one's abilities to be 5 meters. "Master, your identity has been exposed," the loquacious one spoke gravely to Mo. The warriors of the heavenly god sect had appeared in the chaotic capital with a clear objective to find him. Hence they were aware of his identity. Consequently, the small ancestor and the loquacious one were also recognized. The heavenly god sect warriors, now fervently attacking the loquacious one, were promptly understood by the cunning loquacious one. They think of me as a treasure once more." The loquacious one was infuriated. Although his true form was indeed a mask, as a powerful entity from another world, he could not tolerate being fought over by these inferior warriors from the Cangtian Continent. He was enraged, wishing to annihilate all that if he were at his peak state, he could obliterate the entire chaotic capital with a mere thought. However, now that he had become Mo's summoning spirit, his abilities were constrained. You could only influence those within 5 meters, which limited the loquacious one's reach as well. The surrounding enemies were aware of his range. Thus, they attacked from beyond 5 meters, rendering him powerless. Although he occupied a body that was quite swift, he was still confined. However, if the warrior he occupies is at the king level, then his speed is merely that of a king-level warrior. If it is at the spirit body level, then his speed is restricted to that of a spirit body level warrior. To fulfill his murderous intent, he incessantly shifts between the faces of various warriors. And at this moment, he has taken control of a spirit body level warrior, thus only able to manifest the speed of a spirit body level warrior. The surroundings are predominantly filled with warriors of spirit body level and above. Their speed, akin to that of a chatterbox, allows them to evade him, preventing him from transferring to their faces. Consequently, the number of people the chatterbox has killed has dwindled. Husun and Wang Ming approached Mo, signaling those nearby to withdraw. Everyone retreated 10 meters away, forming a circle around Mo. Wang Ming and Husun positioned themselves on either side of Mo, effectively trapping him. The chatterbox returned to Mo's face, occupying a spirit body level warrior with no effect. Each time the chatterbox appeared on Mo's visage, he could feel the black liquid seeping from the corners of its eyes and mouth, corroding his body. Although he possessed the abilities of a minor ancestor, allowing him to heal the corroded wounds momentarily, the speed of healing did not match the pace of corrosion. Should the chatterbox linger on his face for an extended period, he could very well be reduced to a puddle of black liquid. Thus, the chatterbox could not remain on his face for long. The chatterbox could only briefly stay on his face. Once it departed, he could employ the abilities of the minor ancestor to gradually heal the corroded wounds. However, at this moment, the chatterbox could find no other body to occupy and was compelled to remain on Mo's visage. Mo, you are refusing the toast and asking for punishment. The sect leader cherishes you so, yet you have rejected him twice. and one who defies the sect leader lives to tell the tale. Wang Ming coldly remarked to Mo. Elder Wang, spare us the nonsense. You merely wish to seize his mask. Hu Sun scoffed. Silence. Wang Ming bellowed in fury. Isn't that so? I desire his mask as well. Wang Ming replied with a faint smile. Mo. If you hand over the mask, I, from the knife sect, will ensure your safety. We shall fend off the people from the heavenly god sect for you. What say you? Wang Ming smiled at Mo. If you can assist me in eliminating them all. The mask is yours. Mo calmly gazed at Hu Sun, challenging. Let us see if you possess such audacity. Haha, young man, what a lack of martial virtue. Do you take me for a fool? You must first surrender the mask. Hu Sun chuckled. I do not trust you either. Mo shook his head at I. Is that so? Then there is no other way. Hu Sun grinned coldly, raising his head, his gaze I see wide in that moment. A peak 9th tier summoning spirit of the ancient emperor realm materialized beside him. An elderly man, hunched over, with chilling eyes that sent shivers down one's spine, seamlessly fused into Hu Sun's body, endowing him with a formidable aura. Simultaneously, Hu Sun's gaze turned frigid, akin to that of a venomous serpent, and a layer of green poisonous mist enveloped him. The green mist permeated the air, corroding the earth and creating deep pits. The corpses on the ground, upon contact with the green mist, instantly dissolved into liquid. Mo regarded Hu Sun warily, astonished at the potency of his summoning spirit. If he were to be touched by the green mist, he too might swiftly disintegrate into liquid. Hu Sun coldly regarded Mo, but his gaze was fixated on Wang Ming. Elder Wang, are you certain you wish to contend with me for the mask? Wang Ming eyed Hu Sun warily as the green mist approached him. He belongs to our heavenly god sect. It appears the knife sect has grown bold, daring to contest us. After speaking, a 9th tier summoning spirit of the ancient emperor realm appeared beside Wang Ming. A middle-aged man with a white beard, holding an umbrella, immediately merged into his body. Subsequently, a similar umbrella materialized in his hand, which, upon opening, absorbed all the surrounding spiritual energy. The umbrella even blocked the green mist, emitting hissing sounds as it was corroded, yet it held its ground. Chapter 60. White Mist. Wang Ming grasped the umbrella with one hand, defending against the green mist while advancing towards Mo. The umbrella spun, drawing in everything around. Mo felt a powerful suction pulling at him. As though he might be drawn into the umbrella, he retreated, leaping onto a nearby rooftop, preparing to flee. The warriors of the heavenly god sect and those from the knife sect leapt onto the rooftops in pursuit of him. Wang Ming and Hu Sun exchanged fierce glares, both giving chase. As Mo rounded a corner, he found himself confronted by 4 undertakers carrying a coffin. Whoosh! The coffin lid flew open, and an overwhelming suction surged forth, nearly pulling Mo inside. Fortunately, the chatterbox transferred to the face of one of the undertakers at a critical moment. This undertaker's body trembled violently, battling against the chatterbox. Master, you must go. Mo nodded gravely and swiftly turned, vanishing around the corner. The chatterbox lingered on the undertaker's face, attempting to erase the other's consciousness. However, the undertaker possessed a formidable will, making it difficult to eliminate easily. The black liquid seeping from the corners of the chatterbox's mouth and eyes corroded the undertaker's body. The other 3 undertakers turned their gazes toward the chatterbox, and the suction from within the coffin locked onto it, attempting to draw it away. The chatterbox swiftly transferred to another undertaker's face, darting between the 4 undertakers. Some approaching warriors from the heavenly god sect witnessed the battle between the chatterbox and the undertakers, their legs weakening in terror. They were all too aware of the horrors the undertakers represented. The undertakers have accepted the contract, Wang Ming exclaimed with delight upon spotting them. Eliminate Mo. They had contracted the undertakers. Now that the undertakers had appeared, it was precisely to hunt Mo. The mask is here. They spotted the chatterbox moving across the face of an undertaker. Wang Ming's eyes flickered as he glanced at the heavenly god sect warriors nearby, then pointed at one. You, go, and attract the mask. Elder, I am trembling with fear, the chosen one stammered, fully aware that drawing near the chatterbox meant certain death. Hurry. Wang Ming's voice was cold. Yes, Elder. The terrified warrior steeled himself and approached the undertaker. Fearfully inching closer to the chatterbox, the chatterbox noticed someone approaching and entering its 5-meter range. It unhesitatingly transferred from the Undertaker's face to this individual's body, erasing their consciousness. Having seized this new body, the chatterbox attempted to break free, yet was intercepted by Wang Ming and his allies. The 4 Undertakers did not pursue the chatterbox. Their target was Mou, and they departed, carrying the coffin in search of him. The chatterbox found itself surrounded, with enemies maintaining a 5-meter distance. Wang Ming coldly regarded the chatterbox, producing a wooden box. The box appeared unremarkable, yet Wang Ming's expression was exceedingly grave. He gently opened the box, and a white mist surged forth, enveloping everything around them. Everyone felt as though an additional layer of protection surrounded them. One individual stepped within 5 meters of the chatterbox, prompting it to instantly transfer over, attempting to occupy their face, but they quickly retreated into the white mist, evading the chatterbox. This was the first time the chatterbox had missed. Clang! As the chatterbox abandoned its original body, that body was corroded into a puddle of liquid. At this moment, having failed to seize a new body, it fell to the ground. Seize him! Wang Ming laughed heartily. The chatterbox had fallen, rendering it his prize. The surrounding warriors of the heavenly god sect greedily approached the chatterbox, the dense white mist swirling around them, allowing them to deftly evade the chatterbox's attacks. Even if the chatterbox attempted to occupy their faces, they could utilize the white mist to elude it. Lying on the ground, the chatterbox was perplexed, realizing the white mist inexplicably slowed its speed. Without the white mist, it could instantaneously transfer to another's face. However, these clouds reduced its speed tenfold, enabling those individuals to swiftly evade it. Nonetheless, it remained unperturbed. These individuals treating it as a treasure was their folly. It was no treasure at all that a warrior from the heavenly god sect greedily extended his hand to grasp the chatterbox. Attempting to retrieve it, whoosh, the chatterbox instantly transferred to his face. Just as it occupied this new body, a net descended upon its head, binding it tightly. Wang Ming laughed uproariously as the warriors of the heavenly god sect watched in excitement from 5 meters away. The chatterbox ensnared within the iron net. The chatterbox sensed impending doom. The material of this iron net was unknown, yet was exceptionally sturdy. No matter how hard it tried, it could not tear it apart. Do not waste your strength. This is a diamond net. Even a formidable powerhouse cannot tear it asunder in a short time. Wang Ming coldly remarked. The loquacious one, having given up, allowed the Vajran net to ensnare him. Take him back, erase the consciousness within the mask, and the mask shall be ours. Wang Ming's face radiated with a spring-like warmth. Just then, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air as arrows penetrated the bodies of the Celestial Sect's warriors. The members of the Blade Sect emerged like phantoms from all directions, surrounding the Celestial Sect's fighters. Hu Sun clapped his hands as he stepped out from the side of the street, a smile gracing his features as he addressed Wang Ming. Thank you, Elder Wang, for capturing the loquacious one for me. Hu Sun, you court death. Wang Ming glared icily at Hu Sun. Indeed, the Blade Sect pales in comparison to the Celestial Sect. But this is my territory, Hu Sun retorted. That if Elder Wang is wise, you will leave with your men. I shall not lay a finger on you. Otherwise, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Hu Sun's eyes. You dare to threaten me? Wang Ming roared in fury, incredulous that a mere deputy leader of the Blade Sect would dare to issue threats. It seemed the Blade Sect had grown too bold. He resolved to report back to the sect leader and obliterate the Blade Sect. Wang Ming's expression darkened. Then I shall be compelled to eliminate you all. Hu Sun's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as green toxic mist enveloped his form. The noxious vapor spread toward the Celestial Sect's warriors, and anyone who came into contact with it met a swift demise, dissolving into a puddle of liquid. The Celestial Sect's fighters, filled with dread, recoiled from Hu Sun, none daring to approach him. Wang Ming warily observed Hu Sun, his umbrella spinning to shield against the toxic mist. Kill! The Blade Sect clashed with the Celestial Sect. Yet, as Hu Sun had proclaimed, this was the Blade Sect's stronghold. That I end this venture. Wang Ming had led 100 men, but now only 50 remained. while Blade sect members continued to pour in from every corner of the chaotic city. Husun was determined to spare not a single celestial sect warrior. The surrounding streets were entirely under Blade sect control, with all bystanders driven away. The Blade sect members secured the perimeter, ensuring that not even a fly could escape. The celestial sect warriors, witnessing the overwhelming numbers of Blade sect members encircling them, tenfold their own, found their situation increasingly dire. Chapter 61. Master of the Blade Sect. Li Chunfeng, the celestial sect warriors were utterly besieged, and Wang Ming's countenance grew increasingly grim. Chu Sun, you are sealing your own fate, he warned, his heart filled with trepidation as he sensed Husun's resolve to slay them. As long as I eliminate you all, no one will know what transpired. Husun's icy gaze instilled fear in the hearts of the celestial sect warriors. You wouldn't dare. Wang Ming's heart raced with anxiety. Why would I not dare? At that moment, a domineering voice rang out as a towering figure approached. Master, Husun saluted respectfully to Li Chunfeng. Wang Ming felt a cold sweat break out. If Li Chunfeng sought his life, they would surely perish. Li Chunfeng's gaze fell upon the loquacious one ensnared in the Vajra net, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. If he could capture the loquacious one, he would secure his position as the strongest in the chaotic city. Unafraid even of the celestial sect, for the loquacious one, he was willing to take risks. After all, fortune favors the bold. Eliminate them all. Leave not a single survivor, Li Chunfeng stated calmly. Understood, Master. Instantly, the Blade sect members surged forward, ruthlessly slaying the celestial sect warriors. Li Chunfeng, the sect leader will not let you go unpunished. Wang Ming bellowed in rage. That is if Jun Tiansu learns of what transpired here, Li Chunfeng replied with a smirk. In the midst of their banter, one celestial sect warrior after another fell to the blade of the Blade sect, while the green toxic mist surrounding Husun proved fatal to the celestial sect fighters. He merely needed to approach them. Anyone within a 5-meter radius who encountered the toxic mist met their doomed. Li Chunfeng's cold eyes locked onto Wang Ming, stepping forward personally. Meanwhile, Husun led the Blade sect members in a relentless pursuit of the remaining celestial sect warriors. The loquacious one observed with calm detachment as the Blade sect slaughtered the celestial sect fighters, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of capture. Master, how are you faring? The loquacious one communicated telepathically with Mo within a defined range. Not bad. I'm leading the Undertakers in circles. Mo replied breathlessly, with 4 Undertakers hot on his heels. The Undertakers moved with incredible speed, exuding an uncomfortable aura. Anyone who stood in their path was swiftly absorbed into the coffins they bore. In the chaotic city, where dragons and snakes mingled, many recognized the Undertakers and, upon witnessing them pursue Mo, quickly fled. Those unfamiliar with the Undertaker's fearsome reputation met grim fates, unaware of the danger they provoked. They foolishly obstructed the Undertaker's path or even engaged them, ultimately suffering dire consequences and being taken away by the Undertakers. Mo exploited his charm to manipulate the bystanders, compelling them to shield him from the Undertakers. One by one, the bystanders impeded the Undertakers, buying Mo precious time, while he incited them into a frenzy, attacking those around them. The street descended into chaos as the Undertakers pursued Mo, encountering numerous complications, allowing him to navigate in circles with the Undertakers in tow. Master, you must come within 50 meters of me, or I may encounter difficulties, the loquacious one remarked. Only within that proximity could he return to the summoning space. Understood. Mo returned to the original starting point, quietly approaching the street, but a group of Blade sect members blocked his path, making 50 meters a formidable distance. However, he glanced back at the pursuing Undertakers and an idea struck him. As the Undertakers closed in, he charged directly toward the Blade sect members. Upon seeing him approach, they locked onto him with murderous intent. Yet, upon noticing the Undertakers behind him, they recoiled in fear. What should we do? They had been ordered to guard this spot and prevent anyone from approaching. Yet now, with the Undertakers arriving, not even a ghost could hinder them to go inform the Master. The Undertakers are here, one of them said gravely. Subsequently, someone turned to head down the street to inform Li Chunfeng, while the others remained, doing their utmost to hold off the Undertakers. Kill him. Realizing the Undertakers were pursuing MOU, their murderous intent toward him intensified. MOU had deliberately come to create chaos. Instantly, a dozen Blade Sect members surged toward MOU with lethal intent. However, as they closed to within 8 meters, they became irrational, obsessed, and bloodthirsty that a few managed to resist MOU's influence. But upon closing within 5 meters, they succumbed to the allure of his power. Nevertheless, they pressed on, reaching MOU's side and striking him, leaving several wounds upon his form. Their hearts raced, and they experienced seizures. Their faces pale, yet they endured. MOU did not engage them directly. His sole aim was to approach the loquacious one within 50 meters, thus enabling the loquacious one to return to the summoning space. He dashed through a side entrance while the Blade Sect members pursued him as the Undertakers arrived. These individuals, filled with fear, dared not obstruct them, scattering to the sides to let the Undertakers pass. Watching the Undertakers chase MOU into the street, the expressions of the Blade Sect members soured. They could not allow them entry, or else the Master would surely execute them. Yet, they could not contend with the Undertakers. MOU cleverly used the Undertakers as a shield against them, leaving them powerless to respond. Before long, MOU sensed the loquacious one. The 50-meter distance had been bridged. Whoosh! The loquacious one instantly returned to the summoning space. Master, move quickly, the loquacious one urged in a low voice. Without hesitation, MOU turned and bolted toward the street's exit, with the Undertakers in pursuit, coinciding with the Blade Sect members chasing from behind. The loquacious one materialized instantly on MOU's face before transferring to the faces of nearby Blade Sect members. The loquacious one moved among the Blade Sect members, erasing their consciousness with ease, thus clearing a path for MOU. As MOU burst forth from the street, a terrifying aura surged toward his back. Poof! His body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, hurtling several meters before crashing into a building, shattering the wall. The loquacious one returned to the summoning space in an instant, wariness now etched upon his visage. Before them, Li Chuanfeng's imposing figure emerged. Coldly regarding MOU as the Undertakers advanced toward MOU, Li Chuanfeng's expression shifted, and he sidestepped, not daring to impede the Undertakers. The Blade Sect members rushed over to encircle the area, their faces grim as they observed the Undertakers approaching MOU's back. Li Chuanfeng's brow furrowed deeply. Master, what should we do? Hu Sun queried gravely. With the Undertakers present, while the Blade Sect dared to provoke the Celestial Sect, they could not afford to offend the Undertakers. Even if they were merely 4 ordinary Undertakers, we must acquire the mask at all costs, Li Chuanfeng declared with steely resolve. Onward! Hu Sun nodded in understanding and spoke to the individuals from the Knife Sect beside him. Chapter 62. The 4th Level of Ordinary Body. The Knife Sect members avoided the mourner and charged towards MOU, who had just risen from the ruins. Li Chuanfeng's strike had nearly claimed his life, and his wounds were slowly healing. Without the abilities of the little ancestor, he would have perished. Injuries that could have healed in an instant were now mending at an agonizingly slow pace. The talkative's face manifested an eager expression as it unleashed its full enchanting power. Boom! A rumble echoed within MOU, propelling him to instantly break through to the 4th level of ordinary body. The little ancestor's power expanded to 9 meters, while the talkative's enchanting range extended to 6 meters. The Knife Sect members who had battled the talkative knew its attack radius was 5 meters. With MOU's sudden breakthrough, they were caught off guard. Those who ventured within 6 meters of the talkative were instantly enchanted, manipulated into turning against their allies in an instant. Nearly all of those within 6 meters were compelled to attack others. Hu Sun looked on in astonishment, sensing that the talkative's range seemed to have increased. Clang! The coffin lid of the mourner swung open, and several Knife Sect members nearby were swiftly drawn into the coffin. Spirited away, the talkative swiftly controlled a dozen Knife Sect members, surrounding MOU like bodyguards. Master, how are you? The talkative inquired with concern. I'm fine. MOU found himself unexpectedly fortunate. Although Li Chuanfeng had nearly killed him, it had allowed him to ascend to the 4th level of ordinary body. His powers were amplified, and his eyes sparkled with vitality. Upon witnessing MOU's swift recovery and breakthrough, Li Chunfeng was momentarily taken aback. No wonder he attracted the mourner's attention. He is indeed a prodigy. He cannot be allowed to live. Li Chunfeng remarked coldly. Those under the mourner's gaze were either prodigies or formidable foes. Oyu's peculiar talent aroused his wariness. He could not afford to let Mou survive. Otherwise, once Mou matured, he would become a formidable adversary to the knife sect. Master, trouble is brewing. Ate tea that moment. A group of knife sect members rushed in, followed by a disheveled figure in pursuit. Wang Ming. The sudden intrusion of Mou and the mourner had prevented Li Chunfeng and Hu Sun from eliminating Wang Ming. Chunfeng ordered his men to restrain Wang Ming for a few minutes. He needed to prioritize capturing the talkative and eliminating Mou to prevent news of the events from leaking. Only then could he deal with Wang Ming. As Wang Ming emerged, Li Chunfeng's expression darkened. No one must survive. Li Chunfeng issued a chilling command. Whether Wang Ming or Mou escaped, the events here must not be disclosed. If the military strategists learned of their assault on the Celestial God Sect's warriors, the sect would undoubtedly descend upon the chaotic city and annihilate the knife sect. He had resolved to slay all Celestial God Sect warriors in secret to secure the talkative. This matter must remain concealed. Seize the mask. I will handle him, he instructed Hu Sun beside him. Yes, sect leader Hu Sun nodded gravely. Li Chunfeng turned and charged towards Wang Ming, determined to eliminate this last Celestial God Sect survivor. He trusted Hu Sun would be able to dispatch Mou and seize the talkative. The green poison emanating from Hu Sun spread towards Mou, who was shielded by a dozen knife sect members, retreating as they fended off the mourner while seeking an opportunity to break free. The mourner's focus was solely on Mou. Their expressions were apathetic, as if indifferent to the world around them. The talkative remained vigilant against the mourner. The knife sect was not the true threat. Should Mou be ensnared in the mourner's coffin, no matter his extraordinary abilities, he would be beyond rescue. Master, you must not be drawn into the mourner's coffin. The talkative warned Ou nodded gravely. The little ancestor's power radiated outward, causing all knife sect members within 9 meters, beneath the monarch realm, to descend into madness. Their consciousnesses thrown into chaos as they recklessly attacked those around them. Only at a considerable distance from Mou did their awareness begin to slowly restore. Hu Sun slithered towards Mou, the green poison swirling around him like a venomous serpent. Even the knife sect members dared not approach him. Naturally, Hu Sun did not wish to provoke the mourner. He could only circumvent the mourner and advance towards Mou. The knife sect members, enchanted by him, turned to shield Mou from Hu Sun. Yet, upon contact with the green poison, they were swiftly corroded and melted into liquid, unable to provide any defense. Mou's countenance shifted dramatically. The green poison was lethally potent, and he retreated frantically, fearing any contact with it. Alas, Hu Sun, possessing formidable strength and speed, reached aside. Within the 9-meter radius, the little ancestor's influence could not affect Hu Sun. Within 6 meters, Hu Sun merely frowned and effortlessly countered the enchanting power. The talkative immediately redirected its attention toward Hu Sun, but Hu Sun smiled enigmatically, producing a wooden box from his hand, from which a plume of white mist emanated. The white mist slowed the talkative's speed tenfold, allowing Hu Sun to easily evade it as he advanced towards Mou. Hiss! Mou's garments were rapidly disintegrated by the green poison, his skin dissolving upon contact and transforming into liquid. Simultaneously, a healing force sought to mend his wounds. However, the green poison was too formidable, and even the little ancestor's healing power could not withstand it. Within the summoning space, the little ancestor fused with Mou, momentarily halting the corrosion of his body by the green poison, leaving him with naught but stark white bones, nearly reduced to a mere skeleton. Bad guy, the little ancestor scolded in a childlike voice, her body trembling as a glimmer flickered in her eyes. The next moment, Mou's eyes emitted a beam of black light, locking gazes with Hu Sun. Hu Sun's eyes instantly transformed, becoming irrational, obsessive, and bloodthirsty as he stood frozen in place. Seizing the opportunity, the talkative surged forth to erase Hu Sun's consciousness. Get out! Hu Sun's consciousness roared, attempting to expel the talkative. Mou retreated wildly, distancing himself from the green poison. Observing the talkative on Husun's face, he saw Husun desperately struggling against the erasure, wanting to assist the talkative in overcoming Husun. Yet the green poison was simply too terrifying. Moreover, the mourner was advancing, forcing him to withdraw. His blood and flesh rapidly healed. Once he distanced himself from the green poison, his body began to recover. Li Chunfeng. The knife sect shall be annihilated. A voice filled with unwillingness echoed as Wang Ming was slain by Li Chunfeng, who coldly fixed his gaze upon Mou and charged towards him with ruthless intent. Chapter 63. The Talkative's Disguise. Upon seeing Li Chunfeng approach, Mou's expression darkened. He gazed at the green poison ahead and, gritting his teeth, plunged into it. As Li Chunfeng arrived and noticed Mou entering the green poison. His brows furrowed. Within the green mist, Mou's body was being corroded. However, at that moment, the little ancestor erupted within the summoning space, dramatically enhancing his powers and temporarily shielding him from the green poison's toxicity. Nonetheless, his body continued to be eroded by the green poison, and the terrifying venom caused his body to convulse. Were it not for the healing power counteracting the poison, he would have perished. He hasn't succumbed to the poison. Li Chunfeng gazed at Mou in astonishment. Even he dared not easily enter the green poison. Mou had managed to endure within it for over 10 seconds without dying, which made Li Chunfeng acutely aware of Mou's terrifying potential. Should such a prodigy mature, the future would be unfathomable. The knife sect had antagonized Mou, and should he grow, their fate would be sealed. Thus, Li Chunfeng's resolve to eliminate Mou solidified. However, the sight of the green poison caused him trepidation. He attempted to call for Husun, but Husun offered no response, as he was currently engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the talkative. Frowning, he focused on Mou. I shall see how long you can endure. For now, he remained outside the green poison. Upon entering the green mist, Mou sensed Li Chunfeng waiting for him outside. His heart tightening, he then beheld Husun standing within the green poison at that moment. The talkative was still striving to erase Husun's consciousness. Facing fierce resistance, that a glint of determination flashed in Mou's eyes as he strode toward Husun, braving the corrosive effects of the green poison until he reached within 10 meters of Husun. Master, what are you doing? Hurry and leave this place. The talkative urged. I am here to help you eliminate him. Mou resolutely declared. The Undertaker had been relentlessly pursuing him. Upon entering the green, toxic mist, the Undertaker followed suit, but upon reaching the edge of the green poison, he too halted his advance. This green mist could indeed be lethal. The 4 Undertakers cast indifferent glances towards Li Chunfeng. One of them coldly inquired, does the knife sect seek to become adversaries of the Undertakers? Do not misunderstand. I cannot command him at present, for he is under control. Li Chunfeng pointed towards Husun. He too feared the Undertakers, worrying that they might target the knife sect. Otherwise, the entire sect would be taken away by them. Have him disperse the mist, the Undertaker said emotionlessly. I have no means to do so. I wish to enter as well, Li Chunfeng replied, cold sweat streaming down his brow, terrified of the Undertaker's wrath. The Undertaker snorted coldly, remaining outside the green mist. Seeing that the Undertaker did not pursue the matter further, Li Chunfeng sighed in relief, but his expression changed as he noticed Mou approaching Husun. He called out loudly to Husun, urging him to regain his senses, but unfortunately, Husun's consciousness was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the chatterbox, rendering him unable to respond. Mou swiftly arrived before Husun, unleashing the power of the little ancestor and his seductive force upon Husun, who remained unresponsive. He stepped forward, gripping a brick tightly in his hand. Master, do not strike his head, the chatterbox exclaimed, concerned that Mou might damage Husun's body, which he had set his sights on. Believing it sufficient to sustain him for half a month, Mou swung the brick towards Husun's chest, striking forcefully at his heart. Puff! Husun spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest caving in significantly as his body was flung back several meters. He screamed in agony, severely injured, his mind unsettled. Providing the chatterbox with an opportunity, that Husun rolled on the ground in anguish, alternating between struggling to stand and collapsing, clearly in intense pain. Mou, still clutching the brick, advanced towards Husun, his body nearly reduced to a mere skeleton as the green mist ravaged him. "Master," hit the back of his head, but gently. The chatterbox urged. Oyu took a deep breath and approached Husun from behind, lightly tapping the brick against his nape. Husun's mind went blank. His consciousness became chaotic, and the chatterbox seized the chance to extinguish it entirely. The chatterbox occupied Husun's body, lying on the ground while gasping for breath. "Master, let us put on a performance. Please cooperate with me," the chatterbox suddenly proposed. Oyu's pupils constricted, and he nodded slightly. The Husun on the ground abruptly sprang up, grabbing Oyu by the collar and pulling him close. With one swift motion, he struck Oyu's neck, rendering him unconscious. The surrounding green mist dissipated as Husun hoisted Oyu's body and strode forward. The Undertaker approached, and Husun shouted to Li Chunfeng, "Secmaster, I have acquired the mask. Let us meet at the usual place." Hearing this, Li Chunfeng's eyes brightened, and he turned to leave the area. Husun, carrying Oyu, distanced himself from the Undertaker, leaping onto the rooftop to escape. The members of the knife sect around them dispersed, while the Undertaker frantically pursued Chunfeng commanded the members of the knife sect to scatter, heading towards the old meeting place. This location was where he and Husun often convened, reinforcing his belief that Husun was indeed Husun. If you're not, he would surely be unaware of the old meeting place. In the chaotic city, at the largest central lake, the Emerald Lake, beside a pavilion, Husun brought Oyu here, with the Undertaker approaching from across the lake. Chunfeng's figure also appeared at the edge of the Emerald Lake. "What shall we do now?" Oyu inquired curiously as he regained consciousness. "Master, I have a bold idea," the chatterbox replied mysteriously. "What idea?" Oyu asked, intrigued. "I will disguise myself as Husun and become the deputy sectmaster of the knife sect. Taking you as my disciple and allowing you to join the sect," the chatterbox declared confidently. "The knife sect possesses a low-quality spirit stone vein. If you can cultivate beside this vein, you will undoubtedly break through rapidly. And Husun's cultivation method suits you perfectly." Upon finishing, the chatterbox pointed a finger at Oyu's brow, transmitting Husun's cultivation method into Oyu's mind. Toxic sovereignty. Oyu gazed in astonishment at this cultivation method. The name itself exuding dominance. This is a technique that can cultivate one to the pinnacle of the God King's 9th level. "Master, you should practice it henceforth," the chatterbox advised. "All right," Oyu exclaimed with delight, realizing that his divine eye technique could only reach the spirit body realm, necessitating a change in methods. Chunfeng approached the pavilion, the Undertaker not yet having arrived. "Sectmaster, this little fellow possesses considerable talent. I wish to take him as my disciple. The key is that only he knows how to control the mask. If we kill him, we will be unable to master the mask perfectly." Husun spoke solemnly to Li Chunfeng. "Oh, is that so? Let me see the mask," Li Chunfeng replied coldly, his eyes glinting. "No, it cannot be removed. If it is, I will transform in a liquid," the chatterbox thought anxiously, fearing exposure should the mask be taken off. Hearing this, Li Chunfeng's brow furrowed. Each time the chatterbox occupied a new body, that body would indeed turn to liquid after he departed. Chunfeng scrutinized Husun, feeling uncertain whether this individual was truly Husun. "Sectmaster, do you suspect I am not the real deal?" Husun smiled at Li Chunfeng. No, Li Chunfeng chuckled, turning his gaze to Oyu. "You wish to take him as your disciple? He is exceptionally suited for cultivating toxic sovereignty. In all my years, I have never encountered such a fitting disciple. The sectmaster is aware of my aspirations." Husun sighed. "Indeed, finding a suitable candidate is not easy. In that case, take him back." Li Chunfeng nodded in understanding. The toxic sovereignty that Husun practiced was quite unique. Most individuals attempting to cultivate it would perish from the poison. Over the years, Husun had sought out hundreds of talented individuals for this method, all of whom had perished. Yet now he claimed you could cultivate it, which made Li Chunfeng's eyes sparkle. He understood the power of toxic sovereignty, and if the knife sect could cultivate many individuals successfully in this technique, they would have long since dominated the chaotic city. He could become a second me, or even surpass me. This would greatly benefit our dominance in the chaotic city, Husun stated gravely. Very well. Then let us nurture him properly, Li Chunfeng replied, his gaze firm and authoritative. However, a thread of suspicion lingered in his heart regarding Hu Sun. He glanced at Mou, a 16-year-old at the 4th level of the mortal body realm, a remarkably strong genius, albeit primarily due to Mou's low cultivation, making him easier to control. The Undertaker is coming, Hu Sun said in a serious tone. Now that the Undertaker is hunting him, what shall we do? Li Chunfeng glanced at the Undertaker, recognizing that few could survive once targeted by him. However, as long as one remained hidden, even the Undertaker would be unable to find them. He was not omnipotent. Let us return, Li Chunfeng instructed. Subsequently, Hu Sun led Mou and Li Chunfeng to vanish from the pavilion. The Undertaker continued in pursuit of Mou. But soon they lost his trail. The Undertaker was indeed fearsome, but that did not imply he was insurmountable. As long as one was adept at hiding, they could evade his relentless chase. Mou went missing, while the Undertaker continued his search throughout the chaotic city. Back at the headquarters of a knife sect in the chaotic city, Li Chunfeng and Hu Sun entered, greeted respectfully by those around them, with Mou now following closely behind Hu Sun. Sect Master, I will first guide him through the process of toxic sovereignty, Hu Sun informed Li Chunfeng. Very well. That Li Chunfeng, after finishing his words, did not depart, but rather fixed his gaze upon Hu Sun and Mou. Hu Sun discerned that Li Chunfeng harbored suspicions regarding his true identity. He approached Mou, gesturing for him to practice according to the methods of the Poison Sovereign. You had already established a rapport with the Chatterbox, who was now masquerading as Hu Sun, and he had perused the Poison Sovereign's incantations. Although cultivating the Poison Sovereign's techniques could lead to death by poison, he possessed the strength of the Little Ancestor, making it entirely feasible for him to undertake this training. Typically, those who attempted to cultivate the Poison Sovereign perished at the outset. The initial step was the most critical. Surviving that first step would ensure a smooth journey thereafter. The first step of the Poison Sovereign required the consumption of 3 bowls of highly toxic broth. Hu Sun commanded the preparation of 3 bowls of the most potent poison, utilizing a mixture of 5 deadly toxins, augmented by various rare herbs, resulting in a thick, green broth that emitted bubbling fumes. Li Chunfeng regarded the poison with trepidation. Even he could fall victim to it. He was keen to observe whether Mou could withstand the concoction. Should Mou prove capable of cultivating the Poison Sovereign, he might consider nurturing him carefully, provided that Mou could first pass his loyalty test. It was imperative for him to ascertain that Mou posed no threat to the Blade Sect. If he detected any hostility, he would not allow Mou to survive this moment. Both Hu Sun and Mou found themselves within his trial phase. That Hu Sun ordered the 3 bowls of viscous poison to be presented before Mou, indicating that he should drink them. Li Chunfeng watched intently as Mou prepared to consume the 3 bowls. If Mou succeeded in drinking them, he would acknowledge him as a member of the Blade Sect, simultaneously affirming that Hu Sun was indeed Hu Sun. These 3 bowls of poison were not meant for just anyone. Even Li Chunfeng himself would meet certain death upon consumption. Those who had been summoned by Hu Sun to practice the Poison Sovereign had all perished. Indeed, the first bowl had claimed every single one of them. Mou beheld the 3 bowls of bubbling poison. His complexion paled slightly. That moment, he even questioned whether the Chatterbox had completely taken over Hu Sun. Master, do not fear. The poison shall not claim your life. This is the pivotal step in earning Li Chunfeng's trust. The Chatterbox's voice resonated in Mou's mind. Mou, with a wan expression, scrutinized the 3 bowls. Their toxicity was not uniform. The first bowl was less potent, while the second was somewhat stronger, with each subsequent bowl escalating in toxicity. Only by enduring all 3 bowls could he officially cultivate the Poison Sovereign. Big brother, rest assured, the Chatterbox is indeed the truth. The Little Ancestor's voice echoed, dispelling Mou's final remnants of doubt. Since the Little Ancestor had vouched for the Chatterbox's authenticity, he decided to trust him this once. Yet, as he gazed at the 3 bowls of poison, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Even the scent caused his head to spin. What if consuming the broth led to his immediate demise? However, the Chatterbox urged him to trust To gain Li Chuanfeng's confidence. He had no choice but to drink the 3 bowls of poison, of course. He recognized that his current divine eye technique could only advance to the spirit body realm, while the poison sovereign could elevate him to the pinnacle of the divine king's 9th level. He would need to switch his cultivation method. MOU. Should you survive the consumption of these 3 bowls of poison, you shall be one of us in the Blade Sect, Li Chunfeng remarked with a smile. If MOU refused to drink the poison, he would be killed. MOU. To cultivate the poison sovereign, you must drink these 3 bowls, Husun said gravely. I Chunfeng nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, he finally believed that Husun was indeed Husun. Now, it remained to be seen whether MOU would dare to drink the 3 bowls of poison. Should he do so, both Husun and MOU would have passed his test, earning his trust. Very well. OU took a deep breath. Although he was reluctant, he steeled himself, primarily for the sake of the low-grade spirit stone vein of the Blade Sect. He lifted the first bowl of poison, opened his mouth, and gulped it down in one swift motion. His lips began to smoke and turn purple, with poisonous bubbles escaping from the corners of his mouth. As the poison coursed through his mouth, it began to assault his tongue and throat. Once it entered his body, it wreaked havoc on his internal organs. After merely 1 bowl, he collapsed to the ground. Clutching his stomach, his lips emitting smoke, his expression twisted in agony. The onlookers from the Blade Sect could not help but turn away, unable to bear the sight of his torment. Even Li Chuanfeng's lips twitched at the sight. He himself lacked the fortitude to consume such a bowl of poison, and now witnessing MOU writhing on the ground confirmed that MOU and Husun had indeed passed his test. If MOU could endure and finish all 3 bowls, he would nurture him diligently, aspiring to mold him into the next Husun. After downing the first bowl, MOU felt as if he were being subjected to relentless torment. Akin to being sliced by 1,000 blades, he could distinctly feel each cell within his body succumbing to the poison. Yet, the healing powers of the little ancestor were mending his body, restoring the cells ravaged by the toxic broth. The cells oscillated between death and recovery, and he managed to endure the first bowl of poison. He weakly struggled to rise from the ground. Li Chunfeng and the surrounding members of the Blade Sect regarded him with admiration. He had become the second individual to survive the first bowl of poison since the establishment of the Blade Sect. Aside from Husun, good brother, from this day forth, you shall be one of us in the Blade Sect. However, you must still consume the remaining 2 bowls of poison, one of the Blade Sect members proclaimed, offering praise. Having completed the first bowl, there's still 2 more to go. Brother, keep it up. Encouragement echoed around him, as Husun had previously witnessed over 100 talented individuals attempt the poison, none of whom had succeeded. Now, with MOU having withstood the first bowl, hope blossomed among the members of the Blade Sect. Even Li Chunfeng began to harbor a sense of regret for the talent at stake. He observed MOU with a serious expression, silently cheering him on, hoping that MOU would withstand all 3 bowls. MOU. Continue with the second bowl, Husun called out loudly. All eyes turned to the second bowl of poison as MOU, with great effort, moved his heavy feet towards it, his lips twitching slightly, and he inhaled deeply, sensing numbness spread throughout his body, yet remained focused on the second bowl of poison that he lifted it with trembling hands, bringing it to his lips, and tilted his head back to drink it in one go. Witnessing his unwavering determination as he finished the second bowl, admiration spread across the faces of all the Blade Sect members. What a remarkable feat. Brother, well done. The Blade Sect appreciates men of your caliber, they all exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Master, if he can endure all 3 bowls of poison, not only will I accept him as my personal disciple, but I also wish to see him receive the full support of the Blade Sect, Husun stated earnestly as he regarded Li Chunfeng. As the Lord of the Blade Sect, assure you that should he survive all 3 bowls of poison, I will devote my resources to his training, potentially even grooming him to become the future leader of the Blade Sect, Li Chunfeng declared with commanding authority. Master, the current heir is still alive. Another deputy, Li Xian, whispered, reminding him that although Li Chuanfeng's son was missing, he remained the rightful heir of the Blade Sect. It was essential to caution him at this juncture. The soul lamp of Jean Eyre has been extinguished. Li Chunfeng suddenly expressed with sadness. What? The Blade sect members gasped in shock. After the disappearance of the heir, Li Chunfeng had safeguarded the soul lamp, visible only to him. Now, with his revelation that the soul lamp had extinguished, it signified the heir's death, shedding light on why Li Chunfeng sought to appoint Mou as the new heir. Master, please accept our condolences. We will uncover the truth behind the heir's demise. Hu Sun solemnly vowed. Master, we shall spare no effort to eliminate those responsible for the heir's death. Li Xian added assertively, there's no need. I already know who killed John Heir. The perpetrator is an entity beyond our reach. Li Chunfeng sighed. Master, who is it that has slain the heir? Hu Sun inquired gravely. The Shadow Emperor Wei, of the Baidu Empire, Li Chunfeng uttered with palpable hatred. The Shadow Emperor Wei, the individuals surrounding the Blade sect gasped in astonishment. The Shadow Emperor guards, as the personal protectors of the North Star Empire's young lord, represented a mysterious and formidable force. In comparison, the Blade sect appeared utterly insignificant. Indeed, the arrival of a single Shadow Emperor guard could potentially annihilate the Blade sect. Such a colossal entity was simply beyond their capacity to contend with. The Shadow Emperor guards have slain our young master. This enmity is irreconcilable. From now on, whenever we encounter a Shadow Emperor guard, we shall strike them down, declared Hu Sun with indignation. Indeed, the North Star Empire shall henceforth be our adversary. Others echoed solemnly. There is no need for rash action. Before we possess sufficient strength, we must bide our time and develop quietly. Only when we are capable of shaking the foundations of the North Star Empire shall we strike decisively to obliterate them. Li Chunfeng stated calmly. Hu Sun's pupils contracted as he cast a deep glance at Li Chunfeng. It seemed that even after the death of his son, Li Chunfeng could maintain such composure. Clearly, he was a formidable individual. Nearby, Mou collapsed to the ground after consuming a second bowl of poisonous soup. His body convulsing, green bubbles escaping his lips, resembling someone on the brink of death by poison. Brother, hold on. Don't succumb. Just one more bowl, and you will succeed. Do not give up, Li Chunfeng urged. His gaze fixed on Mou. Endure, survive, and I will elevate you to the position of a young master of the Blade sect, bestowing upon you all the resources of the sect. Mou struggled as the power of his inner ancestor began to mend the cells ravaged by the toxic soup. His internal organs had turned into a mere mass, yet he persevered. The ancestor, with a grave expression, was merging with him in the realm of space, combining their strength to counteract the toxic brew. Hu Sun observed Mou with a serious demeanor, possessing only a 70% certainty that Mou could succeed. Given his understanding of the ancestor's power to this moment, seeing Mou's struggle yet determination to endure, he felt a sense of relief. Now, as long as Mou could consume the third bowl of poisonous soup and survive, they would have successfully infiltrated the Blade sect. Master, there is but one bowl left. We are but a step away from success, the talkative voice echoed in Mou's mind, enduring the torment inflicted by the toxic soup. Mou slowly rose from the ground, laboriously approaching the third bowl of poison. Under the gaze of many, he trembled as he lifted the bowl with his right hand and drank deeply. The poison immediately corroded his body, causing him to expel green liquid and collapse lifelessly to the ground, as if he had perished. Upon witnessing his sudden fall, the surrounding members of the Blade sect were taken aback. Fearing he had succumbed, some approached cautiously, only to recoil at the sight of the poison pooling around the fallen bowl, which had corroded the earth beneath it into numerous pits. Many hesitated to draw near. Even the bowl itself was pitted and uneven, the poison so lethal that it bubbled and emitted a deadly odor. Do not panic. He has not yet perished, Li Chunfeng exclaimed, with his immense strength. He could sense that Mou still clung to life, despite his motionless form on the ground, as a faint life force remained. Master, we have succeeded, the talkative voice exclaimed with excitement. Mou, at that moment, was devoid of consciousness, his mind blank. The third bowl of poison was far more potent than the previous two. If not for the full protection of the ancestor, he would have surely met his end. The poison sovereign is indeed not a path for the faint-hearted, Li Chunfeng remarked, acknowledging the formidable nature of the poison. The poison sovereign surpassed even the techniques he practiced, had it not been necessary to endure 3 bowls of poison to cultivate it. He would have long since seized the opportunity to claim it for himself. Mou's fingers twitched as consciousness gradually returned. He opened his eyes, his pupils tinged with green, and toxic liquid still oozed from the corners of his mouth. Having consumed 3 bowls of poison and traversed the gates of death, he never wished to endure such an experience again. S's awareness slowly returned. He felt grateful for surviving the 3 bowls of poison, allowing him to cultivate the poison sovereign, but also harbored resentment toward the talkative voice, which had seemingly led him to this predicament. Talkative one, was this deliberate? That poison nearly cost me my life. He fumed inwardly. Master, if I lacked certainty, how could I dare let you drink? The talkative voice chuckled. Humph. Struggling, he sat up from the ground, still burdened by the remnants of the poison. He needed to expel these toxins to return to normalcy. In the name of the Blade Sect's leader, I hereby declare that Mou shall be the new young master of our sect, Li Chunfeng proclaimed solemnly. Having endured the 3 bowls of poison, Mou is now virtually assured of success. As long as he diligently practiced the poison sovereign, he would undoubtedly rise to become the second who execute this moment. All doubt Li Chunfeng had towards Mou and the talkative voice dissipated entirely. The willingness to risk his life to consume 3 bowls of poison had unequivocally demonstrated Mou's loyalty to the Blade Sect. After all, who would willingly drink poison without cause? Young master. Well done. You truly embody the spirit of our Blade Sect. Who among the younger generation of the chaotic city can compare? The members of the Blade Sect cheered wholeheartedly, for enduring the 3 bowls of poison was enough to earn their respect. Li Xian furrowed his brow as he glanced at Mou. Discontent with Husun, now that Mou had taken Husun as his mentor and ascended to the position of young master. He felt dissatisfied. Mou, are you able to rise? Li Chunfeng inquired with concern. I can. Mou nodded, struggling to stand. Though he swayed slightly, nearly collapsing again, he managed to steady himself. Well done, young master. The members of the sect admired him even more. Mou, balancing himself, turned to Li Chunfeng and respectfully said, Thank you, sect leader. Haha. As the young master of the Blade Sect, you must uphold our sect's dignity in the outside world. Li Chunfeng gently patted Mou's shoulder, his words laden with implication. Mou, as the young master, you must always defend the honor of the Blade Sect. We must maintain a strong stance. In short, we can bully others, but we shall not be bullied ourselves. Husun proclaimed loudly. Yes, master, I understand. Mou replied, a hint of discomfort in his heart, for the Husun before him was merely the talkative voice in disguise. Master, from now on, I shall call you master, and you shall refer to me as mentor. The talkative voice chuckled within Mou's mind. Mou rolled his eyes, feeling as though he had drawn the short straw. Mou. Focus on practicing the poison sovereign. Li Chunfeng remarked enviously as he gazed at Mou. The poison sovereign was a technique he had long desired to master, yet he was too fearful to consume the poison. Otherwise, he would have pursued it himself. Yes, sect leader, Mou nodded. Having completed the 3 bowls of poison, his journey to cultivate the poison sovereign would be smooth sailing from here on out. That night, Mou resided in a lavish palace within the Blade Sect, a room reserved solely for the young master. As he prepared to practice the technique anew, he realized he would have to start from scratch. Previously, he had cultivated the ancestral technique of the Mo family, the Divine Eye technique, which had only brought him to the spirit body realm. Now he needed to abandon that method and commence his training in the Poison Sovereign. Fortunately, he had only reached the 4th level of the mortal body realm. So, discarding it was not overly complicated, he expelled all the power within him, returning to a normal state, and then began practicing the Poison Sovereign according to its cultivation method, holding a low-grade spirit stone in his hand. The Blade Sect had indeed spared no effort in nurturing him. He could obtain whatever he desired, even receiving 10 mid-grade spirit stones directly from Li Chunfeng. A single mid-grade spirit stone was worth 100 low-grade spirit stones. Yet he had never even encountered mid-grade spirit stones in the Mo family. Li Chunfeng generously bestowed upon him 10 medium-grade spirit stones, a gesture that could be deemed a substantial investment in his cultivation. The spiritual energy contained within medium-grade spirit stones is notably more refined. When a martial artist absorbs the energy from low-grade spirit stones, they can only effectively utilize about 30%, with a significant portion dissipating. In contrast, the absorption of medium-grade spirit stones allows for the utilization of half of the energy, which is also of superior purity. Transitioning to a new cultivation method does not compromise one's foundational skills. It is distinctly different from having one's cultivation forcibly abolished. One simply needs to practice according to the new techniques, and provided there is an ample supply of spiritual energy, there will be no adverse effects. Rarely indulging in such extravagance, MOU decided to directly cultivate with a medium-grade spirit stone. Beginning anew, he followed the incantations of the poison overlord and, in an instant, broke through to the first level of the flesh-body realm. Rapidly advancing upwards, after fully absorbing one medium-grade spirit stone, he ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the flesh-body realm. He then took out another medium-grade spirit stone and, with a surge of momentum, broke through to the first level of the mortal body realm. Continuing to grasp a medium-grade spirit stone for cultivation, he swiftly progressed to the 4th level of the mortal body realm after consuming 3 stones. However, he did not cease his cultivation. He persisted with a medium-grade spirit stone. As the night passed, he directly broke through to the 5th level of the mortal body realm, expanding the range of his little ancestor's abilities to 10 meters. While the chatty one's range extended to 7 meters, sitting cross-legged, the talkative one sensed the change, opened his eyes, and a glimmer of joy flickered within them. Master, in a few days, we shall visit the low-grade spirit stone mine of the Knife Sect. I will devise a way for you to consume that mine. The voice of the talkative one resonated in MOU's mind. Consuming a low-grade spirit stone mine. MOU was astonished. Was such a thing truly possible? Chapter 67. Mountain of Blades. Tower of Blades. It is worth noting that a low-grade spirit stone mine can stretch anywhere from 10 to 100 miles. Just wait and see. Then you shall understand. The talkative one chuckled. Upon hearing this, MOU felt a flicker of curiosity within. The following day, Li Chunfeng personally hosted a banquet in honor of MOU's ascension to the position of the Knife Sect's young master. As Li Chunfeng gazed at the sky, a fleeting shadow of hidden resentment crossed his eyes. He could not yet act against the Beidou Empire, but the enmity for his son's murder would haunt him for a lifetime. MOU, from this day forth, you shall represent the younger generation of our Knife Sect. Do not let me down, Li Chunfeng imparted with a weighty significance. Rest assured, Sect Master, I shall not disappoint you. MOU replied respectfully. Indeed, indeed. You have already broken through to the 5th level of the mortal body realm. It seems the poison overlord truly suits you. Li Chunfeng remarked in astonishment, a flicker of envy shining in his gaze. If the poison overlord did not require the consumption of poison soup, it would be a coveted and unparalleled cultivation method. At such a young age, the young master possesses such prowess. There must be no one among the younger generation in the Chaos City who can rival him. Li Xian expressed, his eyes betraying a hint of shock at MOU's rapid ascension through the ranks. Sect Master, cultivating the poison overlord demands a substantial amount of spiritual energy. I propose that he venture into the Tower of Blades. Hu Sun suggested, seizing the opportunity to speak to Li Chunfeng. The Tower of Blades. Li Chunfeng's eyes narrowed as he regarded Hu Sun. Are you certain you wish to send him into the Tower of Blades at this moment? The Tower of Blades is the site of trials for the Knife Sect, constructed atop the only low-grade spirit stone mine in their possession. Within this tower are imprisoned formidable beasts captured by the sect's martial artists or purchased from slave trading markets. Hu Sun, the Tower of Blades is only open to disciples of the spiritual body realm and above. It may not be suitable for the young master to enter just yet, Li Xian interjected. Though his discontent with Hu Sun was evident, nevertheless, with MOU's position as the Knife Sect's young master firmly established, he had no choice but to accept Hu Sun's suggestion to send MOU into the Tower of Blades seemed akin to sending him to his doom. MOU, are you familiar with the Tower of Blades? Li Chunfeng inquired, turning his gaze toward MOU. Ultimately, the decision to enter lies with you. MOU calmly nodded. Sect Master, my master has already informed me about the Tower of Blades. I have resolved to venture within. Very well. Since you have made your decision and are aware of the associated risks, I shall grant you permission to enter the Tower of Blades, Li Chunfeng stated, his eyes glinting with approval. Truly, the young master who has survived 3 bowls of poisoned soup possesses remarkable courage. We are all humbled by such fortitude. With such determination, the rise of our knife sect is inevitable. Instantly, news of MOU's intention to challenge the Tower of Blades spread throughout the knife sect, earning him the admiration of many. That it is noteworthy that only those of the spiritual body realm dare to enter the Tower of Blades. Yet here was MOU, a mere 5th level of the mortal body realm, daring to embark on this unprecedented journey. 3 days later would mark the day of the Tower of Blades challenge, and Li Chunfeng advised MOU to join the next cohort of disciples entering. The knife sect recruits disciples from the chaotic city every 3 months, seeking those without backgrounds or affiliations, ensuring their identities are untainted and requiring them to be at least of the spiritual body realm. This step is merely the beginning. Once admitted to the knife sect, the next step involves entering the Tower of Blades for trials. Only those who emerge alive from the tower may truly call themselves disciples of the knife sect. Understood, Sect Master, MOU replied calmly. Master, directly beneath the Tower of Blades lies that low-grade spirit stone mine. Once we enter, we shall seize the opportunity to consume it. The talkative one's voice resonated within MOU's consciousness. 3 days later, the knife sect began recruiting disciples throughout the various districts of the chaotic city. Anyone with a clean background was welcome to join. A total of 381 spiritual body realm warriors and 43 king realm warriors were recruited. Once the recruitment concluded, Li Chunfeng stood before everyone and proclaimed, "Congratulations on passing the assessment to enter the knife sect. However, to truly become a member, you must conquer the Tower of Blades. Those who emerge alive shall be brothers of the knife sect." The knife sect governs the western region of the chaotic city, reigning supreme over an area of 1,000 acres, backed by a formidable mountain range. The Mountain of Blades, resembling a colossal sword thrust into the earth, evokes the image of being driven down with immense force. Approaching the Mountain of Blades, one can feel the rich spiritual energy in the MOU. The Tower of Blades is our knife sect's greatest treasure. Beneath it lies our low-grade spirit stone mine. Though it spans only 10 miles, it is sufficient for our sect's development for a millennium, Li Chunfeng explained to MOU. You shall enter the Tower of Blades with them. Be cautious. These individuals are unaware of your true identity, so exercise vigilance. Li Chunfeng imparted with a knowing look. Yes, Sect Master. MOU felt a tremor within, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washing over him. Talkative one, why do I sense an ominous premonition? MOU inwardly inquired. I Chunfeng's decision to send so many unfamiliar martial artists alongside him into the Tower of Blades, all of whom were ignorant of his identity, raised concerns about potential covert threats. Master, it appears we have underestimated Li Chunfeng. You must remain vigilant, the talkative one replied solemnly. However, rest assured, should you encounter danger within the tower, I will come to your aid. Very well, MOU nodded, though an unsettling feeling persisted. The Mountain of Blades stretches 100 miles long, with a grand mountain at its core, resembling a dragon raising its head, upon which stands the Tower of Blades. Li Chunfeng personally led hundreds of martial artists preparing to undergo the Tower of Blades assessment to its entrance. From a distance, the Tower of Blades appeared modest in size, yet upon closer approach, it revealed itself to soar thousands of feet high, with an entrance 10 meters tall. 2 martial artists of the 7th level of the ancient emperor realm stood guard at the entrance, their gazes frosty as they scrutinized the crowd, only displaying a hint of respect upon recognizing Li Chunfeng. Open the gate, Li Chunfeng commanded calmly. Yes, Sect Master. The 2 warriors produced half of a circular token, which, when united, formed a complete circular seal. They then inserted it into a recess at the center of the gate. With a series of creaks, the gate thunderously swung open, releasing a wave of rich spiritual energy that enveloped the crowd, prompting them to instinctively close their eyes and absorb the energy with all their might. TOMOU. It felt as if he were a denizen of the underworld suddenly basking in the warm, radiant sunlight, a sensation of profound comfort enveloping him. Now, You shall enter. Those who emerge alive shall be members of the knife sect, Li Chunfeng announced loudly. Yes, sect master. Immediately, hundreds of individuals cautiously stepped through the towering entrance of the Tower of Blades. With Mou blending into the throng, his true identity concealed from those around him. Yet, as a mere fifth-level mortal body realm warrior, he stood out conspicuously among the crowd. Chapter 68. The Mouse of Good and Evil. Many regarded him with peculiar glances. Upon entering the Tower of Blades, the massive gate closed behind them, sealing them in for 3 days. Those who survived the 3 days would earn their place as disciples of the knife sect. Those who did not would meet their demise. Mou found himself in a realm alive with vibrant colors and fragrant blossoms. Yet astonishingly, he discovered that he was utterly alone. How curious, he mused, having entered alongside hundreds of others only to find them vanished in an instant. Why is there no sound? Suddenly, he could hear no sounds at all. The once vibrant world, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, was abruptly engulfed in silence. He drew out a brick and clutched it firmly in his hand. The power of his ancestral spirit surged forth. Within a radius of 10 meters, any individual approaching him would fall under his influence. Simultaneously, the ability of his loquacious companion was activated. Talkative, Mou attempted to summon internally. Master, the voice of Talkative resonated, and Mou felt a wave of relief wash over him. Master, this is dire. We are now over 50 meters apart, and I can no longer return to the summoning space. From here on, you must rely solely on yourself, Talkative declared gravely. What? Aren't you outside the battlefield? Mou exclaimed in shock. Master, do your utmost to survive. I will find a way, Talkative replied somberly. Mou fell silent, the surroundings eerily quiet, devoid of any other sounds. Crack. A crisp sound echoed from beneath his feet. He glanced down to discover he had stepped upon a fragment of decayed human bone, seemingly long deceased. Beside it lay a rusty sword, severed in half. Instantly, Mou's vigilance heightened. Where there were corpses, danger lurked. Suddenly, a series of chittering sounds emerged nearby, but a white mouse darted forth, curiously observing Mou. He regarded the mouse with suspicion. It appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any threat. Furrowing his brow, he focused on the creature. The mouse, seemingly harmless, cast a fleeting glance at him before lowering its head to forage for food. Yet Mou did not let down his guard. As the mouse approached within 10 meters, its demeanor shifted dramatically. Its gaze became irrational, obsessive, and bloodthirsty. With a piercing shriek, the mouse expanded in size, transforming into a towering 3-meter giant rodent, its jagged teeth glinting menacingly as it lunged at Mou. Good heavens! Mou silently rejoiced at having continuously summoned the power of his ancestral spirit. Had he been deceived by the mouse's innocuous appearance, he would likely have suffered a grave misfortune. Fortunately, with the ancestral spirit's power at his disposal, the frenzied rodent charged at him. The mouse, now resembling a level 3 beast, advanced to within 7 meters of him. And under the influence of his charm, its eyes struggled before ultimately succumbing to his control. With a mere thought, Mou obliterated the mouse's consciousness. Its lifeless body crumpled to the ground, reverting to that of an ordinary little mouse. Curious, Mou gazed at the now harmless creature. Suddenly, a cacophony of squeaks filled the air as more mice emerged from 100 meters away, swarming towards him in droves. This is not good. He turned and fled. The sheer number of these rodents threatened to overwhelm him. The mice moved with alarming speed, akin to a white ocean surging with tumultuous waves, crashing towards him as one after another drew closer. They too morphed into 3-meter-tall giant mice, their ghastly visages instilling fear. Mou's speed was insufficient, and he was quickly overtaken. Turning to witness the vast sea of mice behind him, he was struck with disbelief. Talkative, there's an overwhelming horde of white mice behind me. What is happening? Mou inquired urgently within his mind. These are the good and evil mice, capable of deceiving their foes with a benign facade before transforming into giant rodents to feast upon them. How did you encounter them? Talkative replied, astonished. The good and evil mice were a breed of monstrous beasts captured by the Blade sect, known for their ability to reproduce endlessly. initially numbering only a few hundred. Their population had escalated to an unfathomable quantity over the years that it could be said that the most perilous aspect of the battlefield lay in the presence of the good and evil mice. For they were inexhaustible and relentless. One could only pray to avoid them upon entering the arena. "Master, you must escape as best as you can," Talkative urged, his tone heavy. "Seek a place with a dragon's head. There, we can consume low-grade spirit stone veins that a place with a dragon's head." Mo's anxiety escalated as he fled blindly, akin to a headless fly, pursued by the tumultuous tide of good and evil mice. As many of these creatures drew near, they too fell under the influence of the ancestral spirit's power, their eyes becoming irrational, obsessive, and bloodthirsty as they devolved into madness, attacking each other in a frenzy. In an instant, the good and evil mice turned upon one another in a brutal melee. The chaos provided Mo a moment to breathe. Some of the mice closing in on him were caught in his charm and fell under his control. "Block them," he commanded, directing the enchanted mice to turn back and assault their fellow rodents. Soon, 100 of the good and evil mice gathered around him, acting as fiercely loyal guardians, devoid of independent thought. Fervently defending Mo, boom, he commanded a portion of the good and evil mice to self-destruct, creating a terrifying explosion that carved paths through the encircling horde. Suddenly, the good and evil mice flanked him, encircling him from all sides, leaving him gasping for breath. He felt suffocated, trapped as if ensnared in an underwater whirlpool. No escape, despite his efforts to charm the surrounding mice. They were torn apart and devoured. "Talkative, I am trapped," Mo cried in despair. "Poison tyrant," Talkative exclaimed loudly. "Poison tyrant." Mo's eyes lit up, and he spread his hands wide, releasing a cloud of green toxic mist from his palms that swiftly diffused into the air. Upon contact with the good and evil mice, their bodies corroded and dissolved, transforming into pools of green liquid within mere seconds. Elated, Mo realized the potency of Poison Tyrant. He had not anticipated its formidable strength. Moreover, he sensed that after poisoning the good and evil mice, he could manipulate the green liquid on the ground, which floated towards him in response to his will, surrounded by a swirling mass of green liquid. He felt it seep into his palms and flow within him. Boom! In the next moment, a toxic sphere materialized within him, formed from the green liquid, roughly the size of a fist. Deadly venom. Cultivating Poison Tyrant would yield lethal venom within his body, represented by this toxic sphere. The more creatures he poisoned with the green mist, the more liquid he could reclaim, intensifying the potency of his deadly venom. Chapter 69. Deadly Venom. Poison Tyrant is all about cultivating deadly venom. The purer the quality of the venom, the more lethal it becomes. When Poison Tyrant reaches its zenith, a single drop of deadly venom could annihilate a formidable powerhouse. This moment, the deadly venom within Mo was a fist-sized liquid, imbued with extraordinary toxicity, sufficient to slay even a spirit realm warrior. What a treasure! As Mo's eyes sparkled with realization, he successfully refined the deadly venom, enhancing his ability to survive. The tide of good and evil mice surged towards him, prompting the full release of both the powers of his ancestral spirit and his loquaciousness, augmented by the lethal toxin. The ground was strewn with corpses, and a multitude of green liquid pooled beneath. Absorbed into Mo's being, purifying the quality of the deadly venom further, the toxic liquid coated the ground, causing any good and evil mice that came into contact with it to dissolve as rapidly as snow in the sun, triggering a chain reaction that led to the demise of more mice, transforming them into green liquid, which was subsequently absorbed into Mo's body. The purity of the deadly venom increased exponentially, its potency surging wildly as swathes of good and evil mice succumbed to its effects. That moment, Mo found he no longer needed to rely on the strengths of his ancestral spirit or his loquaciousness. The deadly venom alone could eliminate vast numbers of good and evil mice. That dawned on him with clarity. The toxic sovereign required the continual death of living beings to cultivate its powers. Unlike other cultivation methods, the toxic sovereign demanded lives as a sacrifice for its practice. The more lives extinguished, the deeper the mastery of the toxic sovereign became, for its essence was the lethal venom itself. That moment, The surrounding mass of good and evil mice perfectly met the cultivation requirements of the toxic sovereign in the outside world. It would be nearly impossible for MOU to find such abundant lives to poison. This was a brutal technique, necessitating countless lives for its cultivation, and by sheer happenstance, MOU had encountered a multitude of good and evil mice. With this thought, he ceased his flight and instead stood his ground. Recognizing the necessity of these lives for the advancement of the toxic sovereign, the good and evil mice were trapped by his deadly venom, confined to a radius of 10 meters from his body. Within that distance, the ground was saturated with lethal toxins. Any approaching good and evil mice were instantly poisoned, dissolving into green liquid. MOU grew increasingly adept at cultivating the toxic sovereign, his hands outstretched as two fist-sized orbs of deadly venom coalesced in his palms. He then commanded the venom to disperse, transforming from liquid to vapor, creating a dense cloud of deadly miasma that spread in all directions. The fearsome toxicity ensured that all nearby good and evil mice were swiftly poisoned, turning into green liquid in an instant. That a cacophony erupted among the good and evil mice as they realized they could not kill MOU. Rather, he had brought about the demise of countless numbers of them. From among the throng, a 10-meter-tall good and evil mouse emerged, striding with a regal gait, exuding an aura of authority akin to a sovereign. Its eyes glimmered with an intelligence reminiscent of humanity. The surrounding good and evil mice parted respectfully, creating a path for their king. A sea of rodents bowing in submission, MOU's gaze remained solemnly fixed on this formidable creature, sensing an overwhelming power emanating from it. Peak 9th level of the monarch realm. MOU discerned that this particular good and evil mouse was stronger than all others, imbued with a hint of wisdom that set it apart. "Human, are you not from the Blade sect?" the Mouse King inquired, its calm demeanor belying its years of experience in the Tower of Blades, having encountered many warriors from the Blade sect. Yet it had never seen a warrior of merely the 5th level of the mortal body enter the tower. The weakest among them typically possessed the spirit body realm. MOU stood alone at the 5th level of the mortal body. Hence, the Mouse King suspected he was not from the Blade sect, and that he was far too youthful. "Incorrect," MOU replied evenly. The fact that this Mouse King could converse astonished him, yet he accepted it. Advanced beasts could indeed speak like humans, and many could even take on human forms. However, it was rare for a creature of the peak 9th level of the monarch realm to possess such abilities. Typically, only those of the ancient emperor or divine monarch realms could articulate themselves in human language. No one from the Blade sect descends below the spirit body realm to undergo trials. The Mouse King stated gravely that that's so. "Well, now you see," MOU retorted with a smile. "Human, regardless of your identity. You have slain many of my kin, and you must pay with your life." The Mouse King's eyes glinted with a frigid malevolence. "You have been the aggressors. I have merely acted in self-defense," MOU asserted calmly. Within his palm, the deadly venom continued to purify, shimmering with a vibrant green light in the sunlight, akin to diamonds glistening. The more beautiful an object, the more perilous it could be. The Mouse King regarded the deadly venom in MOU's grasp with trepidation, recognizing it as the source of countless deaths among its kin. "Human, do not presume that your mastery of poison grants you the freedom to act as you please." The Mouse King warned icily that that's so. "Then allow me to demonstrate my freedom," MOU declared, and in an instant, the deadly venom in his hand erupted forth, transforming into a multitude of lethal mists that permeated the surroundings. Previously, the deadly venom could only extend 10 meters. Now, it gradually expanded to 20. The number of good and evil mice succumbing to the poison grew, and the purity of the deadly venom intensified, deepening MOU's mastery of the toxic sovereign. "Kill him," the Mouse King commanded coldly. Instantly, a host of 9-meter-tall good and evil mice emerged from the throng, distinguishable by their longer and sturdier fur, resembling sharpened swords. Upon approaching, their fur suddenly resembled arrows, locking onto MOU before they unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks. Swish! The quills shot forth from all directions that MOU's pupils contracted, and he swiftly unleashed the power of his ancestral spirit. In the next moment, many of the quills struck his body, though none were fatal. A cacophony of distress erupted from the attacking good and evil mice, as they suddenly suffered heart attacks and seizures, convulsing in agony as they collapsed to the ground. "What just happened?" the Mouse King exclaimed, astonished at the inexplicable collapse of its kin. "Human, what have you done?" The Mouse King's icy gaze bore into MOU, realizing that only he could orchestrate such phenomena. MOU simultaneously defended against the quill attacks while extracting them from his body. The wounds healing gradually. These 9-meter-tall, good and evil mice possessed the strength of the monarch realm. Fortunately, MOU had risen to the 5th level of the mortal body, significantly enhancing his capabilities. Nonetheless, the rate of healing remained sluggish. As the quills pierced his flesh, the good and evil mice writhed in pain, suffering ailments they had never encountered before, unable to heal like humans. The Mouse King seethed with fury. Chapter 70. The Mouse King. Too many good and evil mice had fallen, and the Mouse King let out a low roar, opening its massive maw to expel a glowing pearl. The pearl was translucent and white, radiating a formidable brilliance. Boom! MOU felt a tremendous weight descend upon him. Gravity intensified 100-fold. The overwhelming force nearly forced him to the ground. "Kill him," the Mouse King commanded coldly. As a dense throng of good and evil mice surged towards MOU, he felt as though a mountain rested on his shoulders. Struggling to stand upright while observing the approaching swarm of good and evil mice, the deadly venom swirling around him. With a whoosh, the good and evil mice were poisoned, melting into green liquid, which in turn transformed into more lethal venom. The deadly venom expanded from the size of a fist to that of a basin before compressing further. Boom! A formidable aura, equivalent to the 6th level of the mortal body, surged within him in an instant. And under the immense pressure, he transcended his limits. The power of the minor ancestor instantly expanded to 11 meters, while the loquacious one's strength reached 8 meters. Within the 11-meter radius, countless good and evil rats devolved into madness, fiercely attacking one another. Those that approached the 8-meter mark were beguiled and ultimately succumbed to a lethal venom. The toxicity intensified, and although MOU was pinned down by 100-fold gravity, the good and evil rats could not approach him at T30 meters. The range of the deadly poison expanded, claiming more of the good and evil rats as its victims. Observing the futility of the rats' attempts to close in on MOU, the Rat King's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. He stepped out from the horde of rats and charged toward MOU with great strides. The white orb hovering above his head was his demon core, possessing not only the 100-fold gravity, but also formidable offensive capabilities. The demon core spun rapidly and descended upon MOU, whose movements were sluggish under the oppressive weight. Consequently, he had no time to evade when the demon core struck. The core, exuding a dense aura, descended upon his head with tremendous force, akin to a meteorite, reaching MOU in an instant. With no escape, he could only tilt his head to avoid a direct hit. However, the demon core collided with his shoulder, creating a gaping wound. It shattered through his shoulder bone, traversing from beneath his ribs and curving into his right chest. A sharp pain surged through MOU's chest as the demon core invaded his body, attempting to obliterate his internal organs. The Rat King stifled a groan as heart disease and epilepsy flared within him, causing his body to tremble. But he quickly regained his composure. A frown creased the Rat King's brow as he sensed the eruption of his ailments. He glanced toward the other good and evil rats, noticing many of them convulsing on the ground, indicating they were experiencing a similar fate. "Human, what manner of attack is this?" The Rat King, having encountered numerous human warriors, had never witnessed such a bizarre assault before. The wound inflicted by the demon core on MOU healed rapidly, while the core rampaged within him. The Rat King gazed at MOU in astonishment. Any ordinary person struck by his demon core would be reduced to mere fragments. Yet, MOU had not perished. With a sound akin to a key turning in a lock, the demon core became lodged between two of MOU's bones. The bones shattered instantaneously, and gritting his teeth, MOU thrust his hand into his side to grasp the demon core. Flesh and blood were mangled, the core grinding against his hand, exposing bone beneath. With a crack, his middle finger fractured, and the demon core burst free, soaring into the sky. The Rat King stared at MOU in disbelief, convinced that his internal organs should have been annihilated. Yet the human remained alive. This human is truly peculiar. The Rat King, having navigated the realm of the Knife Tower for years, had encountered many powerful humans, but such a bizarre situation was unprecedented. As the demon core ascended into the heavens, the gravity enveloping Mou dissipated, allowing him to retreat swiftly. The dense, lethal mist of poison enveloped him, obscuring his figure. The Rat King could no longer see Mou. Only a thick shroud of green fog. Within it, Mou's form vanished. A multitude of good and evil rats plunged into the green mist, disappearing without a trace. "Master, are you all right?" The loquacious one, sensing his attack range had expanded to 8 meters, hurriedly contacted Mou that "I'm fine. The poison is exceedingly potent, and I have cultivated a lethal venom." Mou replied with delight. "Lethal venom? Splendid." The loquacious one, controlling Husun's body, had acquired his memories and understood the significance of such venom. To cultivate lethal venom, one must continuously poison others to death. Now that Mou had broken through to the 6th level of the mortal body, his lethal venom was already formidable, having claimed enough lives. With the cultivation of lethal venom, Mou's ability to preserve his life had strengthened, alleviating some of the loquacious one's concerns. "Master, do not linger in battle. Remember to locate the Dragon's Headland within 3 days." The loquacious one reminded Mou not to forget their purpose in entering the Knife Tower. "Understood." Mou nodded. At that moment, the green mist of poison enveloped him, rendering him invisible to the Rat King. While the good and evil rats could not accurately strike him, the good and evil rats surged like tumultuous waves, frantically battering against him, continuously transforming into a green liquid. Suddenly, the good and evil rats retreated, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Mou looked around in confusion, when he suddenly sensed a tremor that shook the ground. Then, one by one, the good and evil rats approached, carrying massive stones towards him. Once they drew near, the rats began constructing walls around him, intent on sealing him within. The sheer number of good and evil rats allowed them to erect the walls with astonishing speed. In no time, a barrier that sealed all was established. The rats stood atop the walls, gazing down at Mou. Hidden within the green mist, Mou was acutely aware of the encircling walls, yet he dared not venture outside. At that moment, the Rat King stood atop the wall and nodded slightly. Subsequently, the good and evil rats hurled the massive stones downwards. The stones descended like meteorites, crashing down towards Mou's body. Boom! The stones struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble, and Mou sensed an imminent threat. He frantically dodged and leaped to evade the falling rocks. The good and evil rats were attempting to bury him alive. A large stone crashed beside him. In a moment of inspiration, he dashed behind it, seeking refuge. Simultaneously, the lethal venom seeped into the ground, eroding a large pit. He leaped into the pit, toppling the stone to block the entrance. Boom! The stone soon filled the enclosure, and Mou was buried alive. Chapter 71. 7th level of the mortal body within the pit. Mou released lethal venom, continuously corroding the surrounding earth to carve out a passage. He began to tunnel sideways beneath the surface. The Rat King, observing the heap of rubble blocking the way ahead, doubted that Mou could possibly escape alive. Grr! The Rat King growled lowly, issuing a retreat command. Instantly, the swarm of good and evil rats receded like a tide. Shortly after the rats departed, the ground beside the rubble suddenly caved in, and Mou emerged from the pit. The area was eerily quiet. The good and evil rats had vanished. He cautiously scanned his surroundings before setting out to locate the Dragon's Headland, where he could consume the low-grade spiritual stone vein. Within the Knife Tower, hundreds of warriors struggled to survive, encountering various types of demon beasts. The disciples of the Knife sect would capture these beasts and uniformly cast them into the Knife Tower, allowing them to survive or perish within. After hundreds of years, even the sect leader, Li Chunfeng, was unaware of how many demon beasts inhabited the Knife Tower or their levels of strength. However, survival within the Knife Tower was impossible without cultivation at the spirit body realm, which is why the Knife sect only recruited warriors of that level or higher. Those below would find only death. I wonder how the young master is faring now. Li Xian inquired curiously beside Li Chunfeng. Unfortunately, there hasn't been time to prepare his soul lamp, Li Chunfeng sighed, shaking his head. Every core figure of a faction possesses a soul lamp. If it burns continuously, it signifies the warrior's safety. When the lamp extinguishes, it indicates death. You became the young master of the knife sect. He should have had a soul lamp crafted for him. Yet time did not permit. Sun. Do you think you will manage to survive? Li Chunfeng turned to Hu Sun beside him. There should be no issue. It took me a lifetime to find such a suitable disciple for cultivating lethal venom. He cannot be so unfortunate as to perish, Hu Sun replied confidently. That is good to hear. Li Chunfeng nodded with a smile, but you now represented the knife sect as its young master. If he were to die within the knife tower, it would be exceedingly embarrassing, especially since a declaration of his status had only just been made. Within the knife tower, you ventured into a desolate expanse, where not a single blade of grass grew, the terrain arid and reminiscent of a Gobi desert. Here, the temperature soared, leaving one parched, with dry, cracked skin and severe dehydration. The surroundings were eerily still. You had grown accustomed to the profound silence of the knife tower. Despite its vastness, upon a distant mountain, a fearsome roar reverberated through the in that moment. You sensed that he had become the target of an unseen predator. A golden lion leapt down from the heights. Charging towards him, you furrowed his brow. The lion exuded a terrifying aura, rivaling that of the insect king. He had already encountered several waves of demonic beasts within the tower, none of which were below the spirit body realm. Indeed, he had yet to come across any beasts of lesser caliber. The most numerous were those of the monarch realm, and he had faced them multiple times. The golden lion approached with astonishing speed, akin to a gust of wind. Arriving before you in an instant, he regarded the creature calmly, making no attempt to evade. He felt no need to. The lion roared as it stood before him, its fur shimmering like gold. Within the depths of its eyes lay a hint of intelligence, a glimmer of sentience, yet it seemed incapable of speech. The lion crouched low, its gaze fixed on you, tinged with confusion as if it had never encountered such a seemingly weak human before. However, its hunger was palpable. You appeared to be a plump morsel. As it lunged towards him, its demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming irrational and bloodthirsty when it closed the distance to 11 meters. Yet in an instant, it struggled to regain its composure. Halting 8 meters away, a powerful allure enveloped its mind, and its eyes gleamed with a golden light as it emitted a low growl. Advancing to within 3 meters of in that fleeting moment, Yu's eyes flickered, and a deadly toxin emanated from him, spreading forth. The golden lion let out a horrific cry as its fur was rapidly corroded, the venom coursing over its skin, dissolving flesh and revealing bone beneath. The lion howled in terror, large patches of its body succumbing to the lethal poison as the scent of death permeated the air. Its gaze, filled with desperation, pleaded with you for mercy. You regarded the golden lion with a calm demeanor. This creature bore an impure bloodline. Were it a true-bred golden lion, it would not have been so easily poisoned. Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted from within the lion, its aura surging as if basking in the glow of its former glory. Its strength surged significantly, and with no hope of mercy. It lunged menacingly at you. However, the deadly toxin proved too formidable. As it closed the distance, most of its body had already been eroded. Its limbs fractured, and its form disintegrated, collapsing to the ground with a final mournful wail. Sensing the end was nigh, you observed the golden lion impassively as the lethal venom enveloped it, the creature's body dissolving into a pool of green liquid. Controlling the substance, you drew the green liquid back into his own being. With a thunderous surge, the liquid integrated within him, transforming into potent venom, compressing and refining its essence that, in an instant, his aura broke through to the 7th layer of the mortal body realm, expanding the range of his ancestral abilities to 12 meters, while the capabilities of his loquacious nature extended to 9 meters. Outside the tower, Hu Sun's eyes snapped open. His range had also increased to 9 meters. Realizing you had achieved yet another breakthrough. A flicker of joy crossed his gaze. affirming that entering the tower was indeed a wise choice, allowing MOU to grow stronger at an accelerated pace. Master, a day has passed. You must swiftly locate the dragon's head territory. The voice of his loquacious nature echoed within MOU's mind. MOU's gaze quivered as he emerged from his state of enlightenment. He then turned his attention forward, where he beheld a figure, his first encounter with a human warrior since entering the tower a day prior. This warrior, at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the spirit body realm, approached him with a look of surprise. Li Xiu exclaimed, astonished to see MOU, a mere 7th layer mortal body cultivator. In such a place, he recognized MOU, recalling that among the hundreds who had entered the tower together, only one was of the mortal body realm. Nevertheless, to have broken through 2 small realms in just a day sparked his suspicions that MOU had concealed his true power. Brother, shall we venture together? Li Xiu offered kindly. The tower was fraught with peril, and only those who survived 3 days would be accepted as disciples of the Blade sect. In theory, their only foes within the tower were the demonic beasts. After all, they were all striving to join the sect, and collaboration was essential for survival. I am accustomed to solitude, MOU replied calmly. Brother, the demonic beasts within this tower are exceedingly fierce. Survival without cooperation is unlikely. Li Xiu insisted earnestly, trying to persuade MOU. Seeing MOU's disinterest only strengthened Li Xiu's belief that MOU was hiding his true abilities. He suspected MOU was playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. Typically a sign of great strength, he resolved to cling tightly to MOU, as surviving just 2 more days would allow him to join the Blade sect. Not interested, MOU shook his head, intent on seeking the dragon's head territory. Brother, the demonic beasts are already aware of our presence. They may be searching for us. If they find us, we will surely perish, Li Xiu urged anxiously. MOU furrowed his brow. Indeed, sensing an increase in the number of demonic beasts, which appear to be gathering in groups rather than appearing alone, it is likely a beast tide will form. We could be slaughtered by them. Li Xiu warned gravely. MOU remained unfazed, his demeanor calm. Brother, we will soon be disciples of the Blade sect. Let us stick together, Li Xiu persisted. Just then, a resounding roar echoed through the air as a demonic beast descended from the sky, circling above them. This is not good. This beast is a scout, relaying our location to others. Li Xiu's expression shifted in alarm. You gazed up at the circling beast with an unperturbed demeanor. Having encountered both good and evil in his journey, fear held no sway over him. Brother, if we do not leave now, we will lose our chance, Li Xiu urged, observing MOU's continued calmness with growing concern. Go ahead, MOU replied coolly. Brother, if you stay, you will die. We must find a place to hide, Li Xiu insisted in a serious tone. Do you know the Dragon's Head territory? MOU inquired suddenly. The Dragon's Head territory? Li Xiu was taken aback that a place resembling a dragon's head. MOU explained that a place that looks like a dragon's head? Li Xiu pondered, his eyes suddenly lighting up. I think I've seen one before. But it is perilous. Where is it? MOU's eyes sparkled with excitement, a rare display of emotion. IT is fraught with danger. Many powerful demonic beasts reside there. Are you certain you wish to go? Li Xiu regarded MOU gravely, convinced he might be losing his mind. Just tell me where it is. I shall go alone. MOU stated resolutely. I will take you there, but if we encounter danger, do not expect me to risk my life for you. Li Xiu replied candidly. Lead the way. MOU nodded. At a flicker of joy crossed Li Xiu's expression. Regardless of the circumstances, MOU had finally agreed to accompany him. Together, MOU and Li Xiu departed, heading towards the location Li Xiu had indicated. Not long after their departure, a horde of demonic beasts arrived at the spot they had just vacated, swiftly pursuing their retreating figures. In the sky, the scout beast continued to circle above, revealing their whereabouts. This won't do. This beast is trailing us. If we don't get closer, we will be surrounded and slaughtered by the demonic beasts, Li Xiu remarked, his expression tense as he observed the beast above. OU lifted his gaze calmly to the beast, surveying his surroundings. His ears twitched, picking up the sound of a large number of demonic beasts trailing behind them. Stop, MOU commanded suddenly. What? Li Xiu looked at him in confusion. MOU stood firm, refusing to move. Li Xiu, anxious, turned to glance behind them. They stood atop a hillock, offering a broad view. They're coming. If we don't move, we will die, Li Xiu exclaimed, horrified, watching the approaching horde of demonic beasts. Many of the beasts exuded terrifying auras, causing his legs to quiver. Chirp! The beast above let out a cry, having completed its task. Now awaiting the onslaught of its brethren to annihilate Mo and Li Xiu, but a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in its eyes as it prepared to dive 100 meters. The distance between the demonic beasts and the two was rapidly closing. Li Xiu prepared to flee. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. Li Xiu spoke with a tremor of fear, yet Mo remained steadfast and composed, embodying the adage that talent often breeds audacity. This individual was either a madman or a master. Deep within, Li Xiu wagered that Mo belonged to the latter category. At a distance of 50 meters, an elderly figure, a summoning spirit at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the monarch realm, manifested beside Li Xiu. Instantly merging with him, Mo cast a surprised glance at Li Xiu, taken aback by the formidable nature of his summoning spirit. "What about your summoning spirit?" Li Xiu questioned, puzzled by Mo's reluctance to unleash his spirit for battle. In silence, Mo unleashed the power of his little ancestor and the chatterbox, both energies deftly avoiding Li Xiu, leaving him untouched. A chill coursed through Li Xiu, as if death itself had brushed past him, as he cast a fearful glance at Mo, convinced that it was he who had invoked such a sensation. Suddenly, a beast in the skies could no longer contain itself and let out a blood-curdling roar. Diving towards Mo observed the descending creature with calm detachment, at a distance of 12 meters. The beast's demeanor shifted to one of irrationality, obsession, and bloodlust, causing it to lose balance and plummet from the sky. As it fell to within 9 meters of Mo, the power of temptation ensnared its body, while simultaneously, Mo obliterated its consciousness, leaving its lifeless form to crash upon the ground. Ou turned to glance back at the approaching beasts, noting the absence of any flying creatures. "That we may proceed," he stated calmly. Li Xiu stood in stunned silence, gazing at the beast that had fallen to its demise, confusion clouding his mind. However, upon observing Mo's tranquil retreat, realization dawned upon him that it was indeed Mo who had brought about the creature's end. His reverence for Mo deepened, marveling at how he had silently dispatched a flying beast. A horde of beasts surged towards them. Li Xiu took flight, a mouthful of old blood spewing forth as he activated the blood escape technique, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Noticing that Mo had not followed, he sighed in resignation. He had vowed not to risk his life for Mo in perilous situations. His own survival took precedence. Meanwhile, Mo found himself pursued by the beasts, calmly releasing a lethal venom that claimed the lives of many, transforming the ground into a stream of green liquid that flowed back into his being. An astonished voice exclaimed. Chapter 73. Monkey 3 Sticks. Mo turned to see the Rat King, flanked by a multitude of good and evil rats, accompanied by other formidable beasts. "Rat King, do you know this human?" inquired a sharp-faced beast, brandishing an iron rod, curiosity evident in its gaze. "I have seen him before. However, he should have been buried alive by us." The Rat King frowned at Mo, astonished that he had survived. "Intriguing," Monkey 3 Sticks remarked, his interest piqued as he tightened his grip on his rod, a flicker of combativeness igniting within him. The Rat King cast a calm glance at Monkey 3 Sticks, refraining from cautioning him about Mo's prowess, well aware of Monkey 3 Sticks' penchant for confrontation. "You shall find out for yourself," the Rat King replied coolly. "Very well," Monkey 3 Sticks said, clutching his rod as he leapt towards Mo, covering dozens of meters in a single somersault, swiftly closing the distance. Mo did not flee. Instead, he maintained a balanced pace forward, surrounded by a throng of beasts, each succumbing to his deadly venom. He was utilizing these creatures to cultivate his mastery of poison. There was no better locale for such training. Beasts below the monarch realm, upon encountering the lethal venom, were swiftly dissolved, unable to withstand its terrifying potency. This human is truly formidable. The surrounding beasts recoiled in fear, evading the encroaching toxic miasma. Any beast entering the realm of the lethal fog would rapidly succumb to corrosion, unable to endure its effects. As Monkey Three Sticks approached MOU, the deadly fog enveloped the area, and sensing its potent toxicity, he scratched his head, feeling a twinge of frustration. He preferred face-to-face confrontations, yet the lethal venom posed a challenge he could not overcome. Nevertheless, he devised a plan, seizing a nearby beast and hurling it towards MOU as if it were a mere stone. His strength was astonishing. Even beasts 10 times larger than him were effortlessly tossed aside. Akin to handling a bundle of cotton one by one, the beasts flew towards MOU like cannonballs. Yet as they neared within 30 meters, they were affected by the lethal fog, coupled with the powers of the little ancestor and the chatterbox, rendering them incapable of threatening MOU. Monarch Realm beasts could withstand the lethal fog, approaching within 9 meters of MOU, yet they too fell under the influence of the temptation force, though they managed to resist it. Observing the Monarch Realm beasts drawing near, MOU adjusted his distance slightly. The lethal venom had begun to corrode their skin. Ultimately, unable to endure the toxicity, they retreated to a safe distance, relying on their formidable strength to dispel the venom. Monkey Three Sticks, having tried various methods to confront MOU, found the lethal venom obstructing his path. The Rat King, noticing that Monkey Three Sticks dared not enter the deadly fog, furrowed his brow. Go. The Rat King commanded his swarm of good and evil rats to attack. Immediately, the horde of rats growled and approached the perimeter of the lethal fog. They began gathering stones to construct a wall, intent on burying MOU alive, just as they had attempted before. The Rat King was determined that MOU could not escape this time. MOU observed the rats building their wall with calm resolve. He would not stumble in the same place twice. Without hesitation, he turned and plunged into the midst of the beasts, creating distance between himself and the rats. Monkey Three Sticks, witnessing the ineffectiveness of the rats against MOU's lethal venom, felt a chill in his eyes. Rarely did he encounter such a helpless situation. His proud nature would not permit such a defeat. Thus, he tightened his grip on the rod and charged into the lethal fog. The toxic miasma corroded his fur, yet his hair was as resilient as steel needles, impervious to the venom's effects. With determination, he advanced through the fog, closing the distance to 12 meters from MOU. Feeling its influence but quickly regaining his composure, he roared, closing the gap to 9 meters. With a temptation force attempted to sway him, yet it proved ineffective. Now just 3 meters from MOU. He swung his rod down with great force. In MOU's hand appeared a brick, which he raised to intercept Monkey Three Sticks' strike. The sound reverberated like thunder. MOU felt the weight of destructive power surge through him, the brick nearly slipping from his grasp. Fortunately, it blocked the rod's descent. Monkey Three Sticks stared in astonishment. He had not expected MOU to withstand his attack. Even ancient Sovereign Realm warriors refrained from facing his blows directly. Second strike. Monkey Three Sticks bellowed, for he was known as Monkey Three Sticks because he only unleashed 3 strikes. Should his enemy perish after 3 blows, he would bask in freedom. If they survived, he would temporarily retreat, awaiting another opportunity to strike. The second blow descended like a tornado upon MOU, who felt the sting of impending destruction. He was locked in the rod's trajectory, with no hope of evasion. Yet he chose not to flee, instead seizing the brick to track the rod's descent. Boom! The rod crashed against MOU's brick once more, ricocheting off with force. What? Monkey Three Sticks was taken aback. Even typical ancient Sovereign Realm warriors would hesitate to endure 2 of his blows. Crucially, after MOU weathered both strikes, he appeared largely unscathed. However, Monkey Three Sticks noticed blood trickling from MOU's lips. Though in an instant he seemed to restore himself, as if no harm had been inflicted upon him. Monkey Three Sticks felt the simmering pain of his heart condition and epilepsy flare-up. Yet such ailments could no longer impede him. He was unfazed as his internal energy mended the residual effects of his afflictions. Third strike. With a steely gaze, Monkey Three Sticks leapt 10 meters into the air, descending with a fearsome blow aimed at MOU. The sheer force quaked the air, sending shockwaves rippling outward, and the ground buckled under the impact. MOU stood at the center of the newly formed pit, bloodied yet unbroken. Monkey Three Sticks gazed in astonishment at Mou, witnessing his wounds heal before his very eyes, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. What manner of being is this human? The monkey's 3 strikes left everyone astonished. After the 3 strikes had passed, he refrained from launching further attacks, fully aware that he could not contend with Mou. The Rat King, witnessing that the monkey's 3 strikes could not harm Mou, felt his pupils constrict. Mou was even more formidable than he had anticipated. No, he is broken through. The Rat King exclaimed in shock, realizing that Mou had grown stronger since their last encounter. And the speed of his advancement was indeed terrifying. In Chapter 74, titled Dragon's Head, Mou had initially been at the 5th level of the mortal body, but under their assault, he had ascended to the 6th level. And upon their reunion, he had already reached the 7th level. Moreover, the monkey's 3 strikes were ineffective against him. Rat King, are you aware of his might? The monkey inquired as he returned to the Rat King's side, feeling a twinge of distrust towards him for not sharing information about Mou. Why should I divulge his circumstances to you? Replied the Rat King calmly. The monkey snorted coldly. Then what shall we do now? We must not linger here too long. We have to gather at the dragon's head. Let us first attempt to eliminate him. If we cannot, then we shall proceed to the dragon's head, the Rat King stated coolly. This wave of demon beasts was originally en route to the dragon's head when they encountered Mou. No, he is growing stronger, the monkey said anxiously. The number of demon beasts succumbing to the deadly venom was increasing, and the quality of the venom was becoming increasingly refined, thereby enhancing Mou's strength. Mou, at this moment, was entirely immersed in the ecstasy of cultivating his poison dominion. The more demon beasts that perished, the greater the benefits to him, as he required death to refine his poison. Mou remained immortal, with the deadly venom placing him in an invincible position, despite the overwhelming number of demon beasts. They could not harm him. Ultimately, the Rat King and the monkey could do nothing to Mou and were forced to retreat. Instantly, the densely packed demon beasts surged away from Mou like a tide. Ceasing their attacks, sensing the retreat of the demon beasts, Mou took the initiative to strike, approaching them to use his deadly venom to slay these creatures. However, the demon beasts did not engage him, swiftly vanishing ahead. Soon, he found himself utterly alone, the demon beasts having departed, and he absorbed all the green liquid from the ground into his body. Regrettably, despite having absorbed such a substantial quantity of green liquid, his realm did not advance to the next level. As he progressed in cultivating poison dominion, the requirements regarding the demon beast levels became increasingly stringent. Most of the demon beasts that had just attacked him were at the spirit body stage. The green liquid produced by these spirit body demon beasts was of little use for his poison dominion. He required green liquid from demon beasts of the king's realm, or above, to enhance the purity of his poison. Brother, you are astonishingly powerful. At some point, the distant Li Xiu returned, gazing at Mou in awe, his heart brimming with shock. Mou calmly regarded Li Xiu, having assumed the latter had fled. Now, let us proceed to the dragon's head. Mou said composedly to Li Xiu. All right. Li Xiu nodded enthusiastically, realizing that his association with Mou had solidified his status as a prominent figure, and surviving alongside Mou for 2 days should surely secure his place as a disciple of the Blade Sect. That location resembles the dragon's head, but I have seen an increasing number of demon beasts heading there, as if something significant is transpiring. Li Xiu said gravely to Mou. He had glimpsed the dragon's head from a distance, and noted the congregation of many powerful demon beasts, which deterred him from approaching, fearing that discovery would spell his doom. Now, as Mou desired him to lead the way, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Nevertheless, in order to cling to Mou's strength, he had no choice but to comply. He believed that once Mou was near enough to sense the presence of those formidable demon beasts, he would likely reconsider. Along the way, Li Xiu initially planned to conceal his aura and avoid attracting attention. But Mou showed no inclination to hide that he was in the critical phase of cultivating his poison dominion, requiring the lives of many beings. He hoped for more demon beasts to target him, thereby facilitating his cultivation. Li Xiu could not comprehend why Mou did not cloak his aura, or why he brazenly sought to attract the attention of the demon beasts. This course of action only invited more demon beasts to attack them. Each time a demon beast approached, Li Xiu's legs would grow weak with fear, as many of these beasts were the king's realm, their auras far surpassing his own. Although he felt inexplicably safe beside Mou, these demon beasts were not to be trifled with. I will hide for a moment. Whenever a demon beast approached, Li Xiu would flee in a panic, while Mou had grown accustomed to this and even encouraged him to retreat. He remained in place, awaiting the encroachment of the demon beasts. As the demon beasts surrounded Mou, he unleashed his deadly venom, slaying a significant portion of the surrounding beasts, transforming them into green liquid, leaving only the king's realm beasts unharmed. However, those demon beasts that lingered too long in the deadly miasma would also be affected. Their bodies would corrode, resembling decaying corpses, chunks of flesh falling away and instilling panic within them. This human is quite peculiar. Retreat. Eventually, the demon beasts besieging Mou withdrew, for they could not defeat him and instead risked being slain themselves. Mou felt a sense of helplessness. Although his current strength enabled him to kill spirit-body realm demon beasts, he was powerless against those of the king's realm. Each time the demon beasts retreated, Li Xiu would emerge from hiding, leaving Mou curious about where he had concealed himself. "Where did you hide?" Mou inquired with curiosity. Hee, I've been an orphan since childhood. I'm quite adept at hide-and-seek," Li Xiu replied with a chuckle, a hint of bitterness in his eyes. He was merely an orphan who had ascended to the peak of the spirit-body realm after enduring considerable hardship. This time, in his quest to join the Blade sect and gain access to superior cultivation resources, he had faced numerous trials. His life principle was simple: latch on to anyone powerful. If unable to do so, find a way to attach himself. He was shamelessly persistent. Had he not been, Mou might have cast him aside long ago. "How much longer?" Mou asked. "Just ahead? We are close," Li Xiu replied with a smile. "Oh, I need to hide again," he added, grinning. After numerous evasions, he had become accustomed to hiding and felt no urgency at this moment. "All right," Mou responded, having grown used to this, just as Li Xiu departed. A horde of demon beasts approached. Mou furrowed his brow at the sight of these creatures. There were a full 50 demon beasts of the king's realm or higher, far more than he had previously encountered. The strength of the demon beasts now was escalating, seemingly due to their proximity to the dragon's head. He suspected that the demon beasts were gathering at the dragon's head for some clandestine scheme. Roar! This wave of demon beasts surrounded him, but he managed to dispatch several spirit-body realm beasts with his deadly venom, yet could do nothing against those of the king's realm. Damn it. How can this human be so toxic? What kind of poison is this? The surrounding king's realm demon beasts were thoroughly vexed, unable to approach Mou, as a deadly miasma enveloped a 30-meter radius around him. If they drew near, they would be ensnared by the potent toxins, and even a king's realm beast would be gradually poisoned to death. Only by maintaining distance could they ensure their safety. Chapter 75. The gathering of demon beasts. Dozens of king's realm demon beasts surrounded Mou, yet found themselves at an impasse, staring helplessly at him. Mou, equally frustrated, yearned to eliminate these powerful beasts. But he was unable to kill them. Once they fled, he had no means to pursue. After a standoff, the demon beasts ceased their futile efforts, conferring among themselves and deciding to depart. "We will be late for the meeting at the dragon's head. Let us leave this human be. We have been confined within this blade tower for centuries. The time has dragged on too long. Let us hope this time we can succeed, for we cannot afford another failure. These humans enter for trials. It is our opportunity." Although these demon beasts were unable to converse like humans, they possessed their own language, allowing them to communicate in a manner incomprehensible to humans. Mou was oblivious to their discussions, yet he observed their furtive exchanges, as if they were plotting something. Shortly thereafter, all the demon beasts departed. Watching them leave, Mou felt a sense of helplessness. The king's realm demon beasts always managed to slip away. Li Xiu returned, astonished at the sight of Mou once again decimating numerous demon beasts. "I can't shake the feeling that your venom resembles that of Husun." The deputy master of the Blade sect, Li Xiu, voiced his deepest curiosity. Mou's gaze flickered. He had entered the Blade Tower under a veil of secrecy, with no one aware of his true identity. At this moment, Li Xiu's inquiry prompted him to cast a calm glance at him. Just lead me to the dragon's head. Do not ask about anything else, understood? Li Xiu realized he had spoken too much and promptly ceased his chatter. His survival thus far relied on more than mere shamelessness. Noticing Mo Yu's displeased expression, he astutely refrained from further inquiries. We shall reach our destination in merely 10 more miles, Li Xiu stated solemnly. The Dota appeared modest in size from the outside, yet within, it encompassed an expansive realm, akin to a miniature world. However, a significant upheaval had occurred among the beasts dwelling within the Dota. They had abandoned their habitats and were now converging towards the most enigmatic region. The dragon's head. This dragon's head was precisely what Mo Yu sought, and it was not until he caught sight of it 3 miles away that he understood the origin of its name. At first glance, it resembled a dragon's head gazing skyward, and one could almost sense the indomitable spirit emanating from its eyes. Towering high above, the dragon's head represented the tallest peak of the Dota, where countless beasts had gathered. So many beasts, Li Xiu exclaimed in astonishment. For centuries, the Blade sect had relentlessly captured beasts to send into the Dota, yet their understanding of the creatures within remained limited. Now, a throng of beasts converge upon the dragon's head from all directions, as if they were preparing for something monumental. Yu's expression turned grave. With so many beasts amassed at the dragon's head, approaching it would not be an easy task. Ahead lies the dragon's head you mentioned. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Li Xiu inquired gravely. You may leave now. I must go on alone. Mo Yu replied calmly. Li Xiu was taken aback, unable to fathom Mo Yu's lack of fear in the face of such a multitude of beasts. Do you not realize that with so many beasts gathered here, going forward would be tantamount to courting death? Li Xiu spoke in a hushed tone, that he had clung tightly to Mo Yu's coattails, and now that Mo Yu was intent on proceeding, he found it difficult to comprehend. I am aware. Thus, you should depart, Mo Yu stated serenely. Observing Mo Yu's composure, it was as if the throng of beasts before them were mere ants, incapable of swaying his determination. Li Xiu was left flabbergasted. He had assumed that upon seeing the multitude of beasts, Mo Yu would retreat, yet he remained unfazed. This left Li Xiu at a loss, as Mo Yu's tranquility disrupted all his plans. Brother, we are merely seeking to join the Blade sect. If we endure for just 2 more days, we shall become its disciples. Is it truly worth risking your life? Li Xiu pressed, unwilling to concede. You should leave quickly. I am going forward, Mo Yu declared. Striding boldly towards the beasts ahead, Li Xiu stared dumbfounded at Mo Yu's retreating figure. He perceived Mo Yu as exceptionally skilled and daring, yet this was a path to certain doom. Despite knowing Mo Yu was formidable, the gathering of beasts at the dragon's head was alarming. Damn it, Li Xiu suddenly grimaced, noticing countless beasts approaching from behind. Wait for me, he shouted after Mo Yu's silhouette, realizing he could not retreat, as the beasts behind him would surely kill him, but he had only one course left, to follow Mo Yu, which also appeared to lead to death, yet perhaps it held a glimmer of hope. For Mo Yu's calmness exuded confidence. Mo Yu glanced back at Li Xiu, surprised to see him trailing once more after having urged him to leave. I cannot turn back. Li Xiu pointed at the throng of beasts closing in behind him. Mo Yu understood with a nod. May you seek your fortune. Thank you, brother, Li Xiu exclaimed joyfully. Mo Yu's words implied that he would not come to his aid in times of danger. However, Li Xiu was content to remain by Mo Yu's side. Mo Yu regarded Li Xiu curiously as he produced several vials from his person, sprinkling a powder over himself. What is this? Mo Yu inquired, intrigued by Li Xiu's actions. You see, this insect repellent powder can drive away some beasts, and it is also effective against beasts of the monarch realm. Li Xiu chuckled. Mo Yu regarded Li Xiu with newfound respect, though he was merely at the peak of the 9th layer of the spirit body realm. His survival instincts were indeed commendable. They are coming, Li Xiu exclaimed as the beasts accelerated towards them. I shall hide. He quickly vanished. Mo Yu stood his ground, drawing the attention of all the beasts. Instantly, the beasts encircled Mo Yu, momentarily stunned by his mere 7th layer of the mortal body realm. This human is so weak. Has the Blade sect run out of capable individuals, sending a mere mortal body warrior this time? They whispered among themselves. You noted their dismissive attitude, raising an eyebrow. They seemed oblivious to the peril that lay before them. Manifesting two spheres of lethal venom in his palms, he unleashed a deadly mist that spread outward. Many nearby beasts sensed the danger too late, their bodies corroded by the green mist, and several transformed into puddles of green liquid. What? So toxic? The throng of beasts erupted into chaos. They paid dearly for their arrogance. Underestimating MOU and losing many lives in the process, the once living beasts swiftly morphed into green liquid. The surviving beasts were filled with dread. Cursed human, playing the fool while hiding a tiger. They lamented. His poison is incredibly potent. The beasts, in disarray, fled from the deadly mist that continued to envelop the area. OU pursued the fleeing beasts, and wherever he tread, every beast within 30 meters was besieged by the lethal fog. The weaker beasts fell victim to the poison, while the stronger ones fled in terror, as if their bodies were rotting corpses. Just like the previous beasts, this group was also frightened away by MOU. Alas, MOU sighed. His cultivation was too low to contend with the beasts of the monarch realm. He could only watch as they escaped. Once the beasts dispersed, Li Xiu returned. Brother, with your strength, you are far too gifted to be joining the Blade sect, Li Xiu remarked earnestly. Believing that with such prowess at a young age, MOU could easily align himself with a grand sect like the Celestial sect rather than a modest Blade sect. You do not understand. MOU shook his head, unwilling to delve deeper into the matter. Suddenly, the dragon's head ahead trembled violently, a pillar of light reaching towards the heavens, as the spiritual energy within the Dota converged upon the dragon's head. Thousands of beasts gazed upon it with fervor, as if engaged in an ancient ritual. What are these beasts doing? Li Xiu exclaimed in astonishment. MOU furrowed his brow, recalling the loquacious one who had directed him here. Now, with all the beasts gathered, entry seemed arduous. The critical issue was the purpose behind their congregation at the dragon's head, which had now erupted into such a commotion. What is happening? Outside, the two gatekeepers of the Dota exchanged worried glances. Li Chunfeng had brought individuals to the Dota and left, promising to return in 3 days. Currently, only the two of them remained, vigilantly observing the Dota's movements. Such disturbances were not uncommon during their deliveries. Yet this instance felt significantly more severe. Whatever it is, this state will not last long, one remarked dismissively. These occurrences happen frequently. We need not concern ourselves. However, the escalating commotion within the Dota persisted far longer than usual. Something is amiss. This has gone on too long. Should we notify the sect master? Something must be happening inside the Dota. No, the Dota cannot be opened until 2 days have passed. We cannot interrupt now. You stay here. I will inform the sect master. After deliberation, one gatekeeper remained on guard while the other went to notify Li Chunfeng. When Li Chunfeng received the news, his expression remained calm. There is no need for such alarm. This happens every time. Sect master, this time feels unusual. I sense something significant is about to occur. The gatekeeper insisted earnestly. There is nothing to worry about. We shall know the outcome in 2 days. Li Chunfeng replied coolly. The gatekeeper helplessly shook his head, ultimately returning to the Dota. Chunfeng paid little mind to the situation, as such events were routine during deliveries. He had long since grown accustomed to them. Alas, since the sect master is unconcerned, we must remain vigilant. The two sentinels remained vigilant, having guarded this place for many years, possessing knowledge that surpassed that of Li Chunfeng. While Li Chunfeng could afford to dismiss the situation, they had to treat it with utmost seriousness, for any mishap would be entirely their responsibility. In the realm of Dota, MOU did not dare to swagger toward Long Shou. The abundance of demonic beasts surrounding him was overwhelming, with king-level beasts lurking everywhere. Although he had no fear of these formidable creatures, should they all converge upon him at once, even with lethal poison at his disposal, he would meet a certain demise. Upon witnessing MOU's newfound restraint, no longer reckless as before, Li Xiu sighed in relief. Brother, what are you planning to do? Li Xiu inquired with curiosity, sensing MOU's determination to be here. It does not concern you. MOU replied calmly, casting a glance at Li Xiu. Feeling awkward, Li Xiu ceased his inquiries, yet as they ventured deeper into Long Shou, his unease intensified. Brother, we cannot proceed any further. There are fifth-level demonic beasts within, Li Xiu said, his heart racing as he looked toward the direction of Long Shou. Deep within Long Shou, fifth-level beasts resided, beings equivalent to the ancient emperors of martial artists. If they were discovered, it would spell certain doom for them. You need not follow me, Mou stated calmly. Li Xiu sighed internally and silently began applying various potions upon himself. Unperturbed by Li Xiu, Mou pressed onward toward Long Shou, encountering increasingly powerful demonic beasts along the way. Talkative one, I have located the dragon's head, but the number of demonic beasts here is overwhelming. Mou mentally communicated with the talkative entity. That is good. Find a way to locate the core of the dragon's head and enter for your cultivation, came the reply. The core? Mou furrowed his brow, glancing at Long Shou, a towering peak swarming with demonic beasts. The talkative one urged him to access its core. He gazed upward toward the summit, where an array of powerful beasts converged, their presence formidable. No, the beasts there are too powerful, Mou stated firmly, almost instinctively recognizing that the peak must be the core, as the mightiest creatures resided there. Find a way to enter the core. Only then can we consume the lower-grade spirit stone veins. The talkative one insisted. A glimmer of determination sparked in Mou's eyes. Ascending the peak would be akin to courting death, yet he pondered how he could infiltrate the core amidst such a multitude of beasts. Master, there is a day and a half remaining. You must enter the core swiftly, the talkative one urged. Very well. Mou nodded. He surveyed the Long Shou peak, where countless demonic beasts lay in wait. The beasts at the foot of the mountain were predominantly spirit realm creatures, while those halfway up were king-level beasts. As for the summit, it housed the ancient emperor-level beasts. Brother, this is far too perilous, Li Xiu exclaimed, having caught up with Mou at the mountain's base. Surrounding them were numerous demonic beasts, lying quietly as if anticipating something. Once they sensed the presence of humans, many beasts turned to fix their gaze upon Mou and Li Xiu. Li Xiu felt a surge of anxiety. Had the beast not been of the spirit realm, he would have fled without a second thought. Mou contemplated, realizing that to access the core of Long Shou, a direct assault was the only viable path. Chapter 77. There is no retreat. The appearance of humans at the mountain's foot instantly captured the attention of all nearby spirit realm beasts. They rose, standing before Mou, baring their fangs and revealing their murderous intent. How audacious! Humans have intruded. The beasts exchanged glances, their bloodthirsty eyes fixating on Mou as they lunged forward. In an instant, Mou unleashed the abilities of his little ancestor, affecting all demonic beasts within a 12-meter radius. Their eyes clouded with madness and bloodlust, engaging in a frenzied melee amongst themselves. Simultaneously, the lethal poison spread outward, and Li Xiu, trailing behind Mou, was horrified by the terrifying miasma. Mou intentionally controlled the lethal poison, which navigated around Li Xiu, sparing him from harm as he observed the spirit realm beasts succumbing to the deadly miasma. Transforming into pools of green liquid, Li Xiu's complexion turned pale. These beasts were akin to him. Had he encountered the lethal poison, he too would have been swiftly dissolved into green liquid. The myriad of beasts corroded into green liquid. Mou traversed through the area as if in a realm devoid of opposition. The surrounding beasts dared not obstruct his path. In fact, they instinctively made way, refusing to approach him. The sight of such a horrifying scene instilled fear in the surrounding beasts. Allowing Mou to move freely at the mountain's base, Li Xiu, utterly shocked, followed closely behind as the green liquid rapidly returned to Mou's body, replenishing his lethal poison. Unfortunately, the spirit realm beasts offered little enhancement to the quality of the poison. Thus, despite the multitude of beasts slain, the quality of the lethal poison saw negligible improvement. With Mou's advance unimpeded, the beasts at the mountain's foot sent out distress signals to those at the halfway point. Instantly, the king-level beasts turned their gaze toward the base. Witnessing Mou navigating through the throng of beasts with ease, having poisoned countless of them, they descended in a rush, targeting Mou. As Li Xiu beheld the swarm of king-level beasts approaching, his legs turned to jelly. Were it not for Mou's presence, he would have fled without hesitation. Frantically, he rummaged through his belongings, applying every potion he could find, even pouring an entire bottle over himself. "Brother, we must retreat. This is far too dangerous," Li Xiu implored, terror-stricken by the sheer number of king-level beasts. There were likely hundreds that a single one of these beasts could easily devour him. "There is no retreat," Mou replied calmly, his gaze fixed on the descending king-level beasts. His mastery of poison had hit a bottleneck. No matter how many spirit realm beasts he poisoned, it yielded no further progress in his cultivation. Only by slaying king-level beasts could he advance his skills. Hence, rather than fear the approaching horde, he felt an exhilarating thrill that Li Xiu, having exhausted all his defensive measures, realized that even his best efforts at concealment would be futile against the overwhelming number of beasts. Mou remained composed, observing the hundreds of king-level beasts descending, as lethal poison coalesced in his palm, subsequently diffusing into a dense miasma that spread in all directions. Within 30 meters, the area was engulfed in lethal poison. The horde of beasts surged downward, plunging into the toxic fog, accompanied by a cacophony of corrosive sounds. Their fur and skin began to erode, resembling rotting flesh. While not immediately fatal, the poison instilled panic, as it sought to infiltrate their vital organs. What a vile miasma! These king-level beasts paid the price for their overconfidence. Upon entering the lethal fog, many were affected, with some of the weaker beasts suffering significant corrosion. Mou's eyes gleamed as he observed these weakened beasts. He had long sought the opportunity to slay king-level beasts, but had never found the chance. Now, those beasts, their bodies ravaged by corrosion, became his targets. Thus, he locked onto them, swiftly approaching to ensure they remained enveloped within the lethal fog, allowing the poison to continue its work. Cursed human, how can he wield such toxicity? The malevolent beasts cursed vehemently as they retreated from the deadly miasma. Yet the toxic fog pursued them relentlessly, inflicting severe damage upon their bodies. During their retreat, one of the king-level beasts suddenly had its hind leg shattered, poisoned by the lethal mist, with a resounding crash. Its body collapsed to the ground, engulfed by the noxious vapor that obscured it completely. The other beasts dared not approach, while Mou appeared beside the fallen king-level creature, observing its body, now largely corroded, with a pool of shimmering green liquid beneath it, indicating high quality. Moments later, the king-level beast let out a mournful wail as its entire form was reduced to a puddle of liquid. Having only just ascended to the king level, only to be poisoned so swiftly that Mou fixated on the green liquid, drawing it back into his body, subsequently enhancing the purity of the deadly toxin. It became evident that only stronger beasts could aid in his cultivation. The spirit-level beasts held little value for him, as only king-level creatures could yield significant effects. The potency of the toxin surged, and Mou continued to command the lethal fog to eliminate the weaker king-level beasts. Li Xiu, who had been shadowing Mou, witnessed the demise of a king-level beast firsthand, as the process unfolded. The number of king-level beasts Mou dispatched increased dramatically. Who is this individual? How could someone of such strength contemplate joining the Blade Sect? Li Xiu began to harbor doubts regarding Mou's intentions. Although the Blade Sect annually welcomed numerous new recruits and conducted tests for acceptance, many from rival factions infiltrated the ranks. Backgrounds could be fabricated, and deception was commonplace. Even the Blade Sect was not immune. At this moment, he suspected that Mou might hail from a different faction. After all, many did not enter the Blade Tower with the aim of joining the sect. The tower was rife with beasts, and far more perished within its confines, perhaps seeking opportunities instead. However, he dared not inquire, as Mou had previously warned him against prying. He could only bottle up his suspicions while also wondering about Mou's true intentions. Chapter 78. Eighth layer of the mortal body. Mou appeared exceedingly youthful, merely 16 years of age, leading Li Xiu to suspect that he was a prodigy from a significant power. Coincidentally arriving at the Blade Tower, treating this trial as a mere diversion in the grand journey of life, the king-level beasts were no match for Mou, who relentlessly pushed them back. As the lethality of the deadly fog intensified, akin to the fear an ordinary person feels when confronted with boiling water. Concurrently, near the dragon's head, several human warriors had emerged, lying in wait and observing the situation at the dragon's head. The congregation of beasts here hinted at the emergence of a rare treasure. The radiant beam of light had persisted for an extended period, signaling the manifestation of a remarkable artifact. The rumors from the outside world proved true. Treasures indeed lay within the Blade Tower. Surrounding the dragon's head were human warriors in ambush, scattered across various locations. Some engaged alone, while others banded together. All were drawn to the towering light emanating from the dragon's head, while the beasts within the Blade Tower gathered around it, creating a scene that piqued everyone's curiosity. Out of the several hundred who had entered the Blade Tower after a day and a half, only about 300 remained alive. Nearly all of these 300 had converged upon the dragon's head. Though fraught with peril, danger signified opportunity. Those who managed to reach the spirit level without a background were predominantly solitary cultivators, having developed a resilient nature. For them, danger was merely a part of life. As the number of human warriors around the dragon's head increased, their presence did not go unnoticed by the beasts. Powerful auras cascaded down from the summit, permeating towards the human cultivators. The mountaintop undoubtedly housed a treasure, a fact that warranted a strategic ascent. The more perilous the location, the more valuable the treasures. Despite the overwhelming presence of beasts at the dragon's head, many audacious warriors remained intrigued. They had not come to the Blade Tower with the intention of joining the Blade sect. The human warriors stealthily approached the base of the dragon's head, with those of formidable strength swiftly dispatching any beast that crossed their path, a frequent occurrence. Particularly, the numerous king-level warriors were unafraid of the beasts. To them, spirit-level beasts were merely children, as they navigated unimpeded towards the mountain's foot. One towering youth, wielding a 2-meter-long greatsword, coldly cleaved through a beast before him, instantly bisecting it with a terrifying blade aura. He effortlessly dispatched over a dozen beasts, causing those around to flee in fear. As he boldly ascended towards the mountainside, a king-level beast roared in fury and charged at him, only to be similarly cleaved in two by his blade, despite him being merely a first-layer king-level. The overwhelming murderous intent instilled terror in the surrounding beasts. Another king-level beast, witnessing this, recklessly charged but met the same fate. Who is that person? A nearby king-level warrior regarded him with trepidation. Such formidable blade energy. This individual is likely not here to join the Blade sect. He is our rival, another king-level warrior stated solemnly. Indeed, this fellow's blade energy resembles that of a major sect. He may possess some backing. We should proceed with caution. The two warriors then joined forces to ascend the mountainside. MOU, situated mid-slope, was directing the lethal toxin to attack the surrounding beasts when he suddenly sensed a multitude of powerful human warriors approaching. MOU gazed in astonishment at the influx of human warriors, unable to comprehend how so many had appeared so suddenly. Eliseo, noticing that the surrounding human warriors were all king-level, was equally taken aback. Brother, these individuals are likely not here to join the Blade sect, Lixiu remarked gravely to MOU. Excellent, MOU replied, somewhat pleased. He had been concerned about facing dangers alone at the mountain's peak. With so many powerful human warriors drawing the beast's attention, he could take advantage of the chaos to slip into the summit. Once there, he could partake in the low-grade spirit stone vein alongside his loquacious companion. Brother, aren't you afraid? Lixiu furrowed his brows, observing MOU's unflappable demeanor, as if nothing could capture his attention. What is there to fear? Their arrival is fortuitous, MOU calmly asserted. Lixiu was momentarily taken aback, casting a perplexed glance at MOU. The sudden influx of king-level human warriors invigorated the beasts atop the dragon's head, all revealing their murderous intent. The gaze of the mountain's apex beasts shifted downward, and MOU felt several powerful auras sweep over him, causing his heart to race. Brother, shall we continue onward? Lixiu's legs felt weak. The beasts they encountered were all king-level, and the ones atop the mountain would undoubtedly be even stronger, many likely at level 5. Encountering king-level beasts presented a slim chance of survival, but level 5 beasts could swiftly spell doom for him. That we've come this far. Not ascending to the peak would be a waste, MOU replied with a serene smile. Lixiu wrestled with his inner turmoil. However, observing the king-level beasts around him, he realized that separating from MOU would render him easy prey. With no other option, he followed MOU forward. His supplies nearly depleted as he had used up all his reserves. Mou sensed a pungent aroma wafting from Li Xiu, wrinkling his brow at the strong scent. This is an insect repellent powder tailored for king-level beasts. Applying it will generally deter them from attacking me. Would you like some? Li Xiu chuckled. And oh, thanks. Mou retorted, unwilling to be enveloped in an overpowering stench. The lethal fog enveloped Mou in a 30-meter radius. With any nearby king-level beast succumbing to the corrosive toxin at this moment, the potency of the deadly toxin had escalated significantly, capable of dispatching typical king-level beasts as the toxin's dominance advanced alongside his cultivation. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed within him, and in that instant, his cultivation surged, breaking through to the 8th layer of the mortal body. Astounded by Mou's breakthrough, Li Xiu stood speechless, utterly astonished. You truly are at the mortal body stage. He had always believed that Mou was merely pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, never anticipating that Mou's cultivation was genuinely formidable. Chapter 79. The Storage Ring. With an 8th-level ordinary body, the capabilities of the little ancestor expanded to 13 meters, while the talkative one extended to 10 meters. Master, where have you gone? Upon sensing Mou's breakthrough, the talkative one's voice also came through. I've already reached the foot of Longtu Mountain and am currently ascending. Mou replied in a deep voice. Master, you have 1 day left. Please hurry to the core area. I will then tell you how to consume the inferior spirit stone vein. The talkative one urged. Mou gazed at the surrounding demonic beasts. Those at the king realm had attracted the attention of numerous powerful beasts, significantly alleviating the pressure on him. Li Xiu, following closely beside Mou, was astonished to realize that Mou was indeed a practitioner at the ordinary body realm. Having traversed the North Star Empire for many years, he had never encountered such a terrifying prodigy. For an ordinary body practitioner to slay a spirit body practitioner was as effortless as slaughtering a dog. Moreover, Mou had just killed a king realm demonic beast. This was a feat that transcended 2 major realms. It was far beyond what could merely be described as monstrous talent. A true pillar, an absolute pillar. Li Xiu thought, his eyes sparkling with determination to that moment. He resolved that such a formidable ally as Mou was a once-in-a-lifetime encounter. To let go of this opportunity would be a disservice to himself. Thus, he decided that he must cling to Mou's leg at all costs. Consequently, he grew even more enthusiastic towards Mou. His attitude shifting a complete 180 degrees. Mou cast a puzzled glance at Li Xiu, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with his sudden fervor. Brother, though my cultivation is slightly lacking, I believe I can still be of some use. You want to ascend the mountain, right? I have a way, Li Xiu declared, patting his chest. You have a method? Mou's eyes brightened. Then do tell. Wait a moment. Li Xiu unveiled a piece of cloth wrapped around his left hand, revealing an ancient ring, and proceeded to extract various bottles and jars from within. Ou stared in amazement at Li Xiu, who appeared impoverished yet possessed such a storage ring. The storage ring was far more advanced than a storage bag. Typically, only disciples of great powers or core figures of minor factions could possess one. The fact that Li Xiu, a loose cultivator, owned a storage ring was astounding. Brother, I obtained this by sheer coincidence, and usually dare not reveal it for fear of attracting attention. Li Xiu said with an awkward smile, covering the storage ring again with a cloth. Aren't you afraid I might snatch it from you? And Mou chuckled. Brother, although this is our first meeting, I feel you are not that kind of person. Besides, with your strength, you might not even covet this storage ring. If you want it, I can give it to you, Li Xiu stated, preparing to remove the storage ring once more. Seeing the pained expression in Li Xiu's eyes, Mou was puzzled as to why he seemed so reluctant, yet was willing to part with the storage ring. He shook his head with a smile. There's no need for that. You should keep it for yourself. Upon hearing this, Li Xiu sighed in relief. This was his most treasured possession, and had it not been for his desire to cling to Mou's leg, he would have never been able to part with it. Brother, you truly regard wealth as mere refuse. Such admirable character is rare, Li Xiu praised, giving a thumbs up. What do you plan to do to help me ascend the mountain? Mou inquired, his curiosity piqued by the assortment of bottles and jars in Li Xiu's hands. Compared to us humans, demonic beasts lack intelligence. With a little strategy, we can easily outmaneuver them, Li Xiu explained. Opening the bottles to reveal a pungent odor, he solemnly held each bottle, pouring its contents onto the surrounding forest floor and rocks. Mou observed curiously as Li Xiu spread the substance. Noting that the number of demonic beasts in the vicinity had indeed diminished significantly. Not to mention 5th-level demonic beasts, even 3rd and 4th-level ones typically avoid this smell, Li Xiu asserted confidently. Mou nodded, pleased. The number of demonic beasts surrounding them had indeed decreased, making their ascent much smoother. Having just achieved the 8th level of the ordinary body realm, he still felt slightly unaccustomed to wielding his newfound abilities. The enhancement of his lethal venom was progressing slowly, only significantly increasing with the death of King Realm demonic beasts. However, with fewer demonic beasts around, most were beyond his capability to kill, and only a few weaker King Realm beasts might fall victim to his poison. His realm was still too low. He calculated that for the little ancestors and the talkative one's powers to effectively influence King Realm demonic beasts, he would need to advance to the spirit body realm. The entire knife tower was founded upon the inferior spirit stone vein, with Longtu being the closest point to it. Atop Longtu Mountain lay a pool of water. This water was not ordinary. It was infused with the essence of spirit energy. This moment, countless demonic beasts were gathered by the pool, absorbing the spirit energy within it while gazing at the towering light beam above. This radiant pillar had been sustained for quite some time, and all the demonic beasts were fixated upon it, exchanging thoughts among themselves. They were merely waiting for the moment the gates of a knife tower would open. We must burst forth at the instant the knife tower's gates swing open. After centuries, we must succeed this time. Curse the knife gate. Once I emerge, I shall devour them all. Powerful demonic beasts growled. Crouched by the pool as if engaged in a conference, atop Longtu Mountain, formidable beasts continued to converge at the pool's edge. Humans have intruded. Kill them. We cannot allow them to disrupt our plans. This group of humans appeared unusually strong, with many opportunists among them. The demonic beasts near the pool radiated murderous intent, some turning to descend the mountain, attacking any human warriors they encountered with unrestrained ferocity. Longtu was their gathering place. No human was permitted to approach as human warriors appeared on Longtu Mountain. They were swiftly surrounded by countless demonic beasts that a throng of good and evil mice amassed halfway up the mountain. Their king's cold gaze fixated on the approaching human warriors below. Eliminate them. With a single command, the horde of good and evil mice surged like a white ocean down the slope. The human warriors who had just reached the halfway point were swiftly overwhelmed. Their formidable strength unable to withstand the relentless tide of mice. The sheer number of good and evil mice was overwhelming. Many human warriors were consumed after only a brief struggle. The Mouse King commanded the good and evil mice from his elevated position, serving as the chief strategist responsible for eliminating the ascending human warriors. Chapter 80. Brother, I have broken through. The demonic beasts at the foot of the mountain formed the first line of defense, while those at the halfway point constituted the second. As the humans breached the first line, they approached the second, and the Mouse King could not allow any human to reach the mountaintop. As the commander of the second line, he directed not only the good and evil mice, but also the other demonic beasts. Most of the beasts of the halfway point were of the King realm, yet they all obeyed the Mouse King's orders. Ordinarily, these beasts would be hostile to one another, attacking upon sight. However, now, receiving commands from the mountaintop, they followed the Mouse King's lead to cooperate in preventing humans from ascending. The surrounding demonic beasts regarded the Mouse King with trepidation, as he was the king of the good and evil mice, whose numbers were limitless. Should the Mouse King take a disliking to any one of them, with a single command, they would be devoured without a trace. Thus, no beast dared to defy the Mouse King's orders. They were more obedient than even the good and evil mice themselves. The Mouse King spotted two figures ascending from below, one of whom was Mou. The moment he laid eyes on Mou, a surge of fury ignited within him. Mou had slaughtered far too many good and evil mice and had now arrived here. The Mouse King's hatred erupted as he commanded the beasts to attack Mou. Instantly, a swarm of good and evil mice surged towards Mou, accompanied by several other powerful demonic beasts. Upon seeing Mou, the monkey known as Sangun grinned maliciously. Having failed to kill MOU last time, he now had ample time to do so, and he charged towards MOU without hesitation. Tightening his grip on his club. Brother, this is bad. The demonic beasts are coming. Li Xiu initially employed various jars and bottles to successfully drive away numerous demon beasts, allowing him and MOU to ascend smoothly to the mountainside. However, an endless swarm of good and evil mice suddenly appeared, rendering his jars and bottles ineffective. These mice encircled him in a dense mass. He was so frightened that his legs gave way, prompting him to hide behind MOU calmly regarded the good and evil mice as the lethal venom swiftly spread outwards. Most of these mice were merely spiritual entities. Upon contact with the deadly venom that formed a lethal mist, they were instantly poisoned and transformed into green liquid. That a layer of this green liquid accumulated on the ground, and as it flowed downward, any good and evil mice it encountered were also swiftly poisoned to death. Some powerful king-tier demon beasts concealed themselves among the good and evil mice, preparing for a surprise attack. Nevertheless, the range of the little ancestor's ability was currently 13 meters, which allowed MOU to detect any king-tier demon beasts approaching within that distance. Although the little ancestor's powers could not affect them, their ambush was nonetheless anticipated by MOU. What a potent toxin! As they neared the deadly mist, they sensed its terrifying toxicity, watching in horror as their flesh began to decay and peel away. They wished to approach MOU, but the density of the lethal mist obscured his figure, forcing them to waste time searching for him. They could not endure long within the green fog before meeting their demise. The potency of the deadly mist had significantly increased, and ordinary king-tier demon beasts could not withstand it for long without succumbing to its poison. Monkey Sand Gun plunged into the deadly mist and felt its impact, realizing that its strength had grown immensely compared to the last encounter. His golden fur was corroded, wilting like decayed leaves, and began to fall away. His skin started to rot, and his flesh began to wither. How could this human have progressed so rapidly? Monkey Sand Gun stared in shock at MOU, who was far more formidable than before. Retreating without hesitation, he distanced himself from the deadly mist, taking a long time to cleanse the residual venom from his body. Seeing MOU calmly dispatching large numbers of good and evil mice while the powerful king-tier demon beasts dared not approach, Li Xiu let out a sigh of relief. The ground was littered with demon cores. After being poisoned, the bodies of the good and evil mice transformed into green liquid, subsequently releasing their cores. MOU typically collected these cores after slaying the mice, but in dangerous situations, he often lacked the time to do so. To this moment, as MOU gazed upon the abundant demon cores scattered on the ground, his heart remained unperturbed. Although the quantity was considerable, he had already collected an excessive amount and had no desire to gather more. Brother, may I collect these demon cores? Li Xiu asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling with desire as they fixated on the cores. All yours, MOU replied calmly. Thank you, brother. Li Xiu trembled with excitement. Although most of the demon cores were merely from the spiritual realm and would not greatly benefit his cultivation, they could be sold for a profit. Having struggled for survival throughout his life, encountering such a bounty of demon cores felt akin to discovering a mountain of gold. OU absorbed the green liquid from the ground, revealing the demon cores beneath. Allowing Li Xiu to collect them safely, he was grateful to possess a storage ring. Otherwise, he would have struggled to find a place to store these cores. I'll find a way to sell these demon cores once we get out, and I'll give you all the profits. Just give me a little benefit in return, Li Xiu declared loudly. No need. Keep them for yourself. MOU shook his head. MOU continued to slay demon beasts. Li Xiu gathered demon cores, including several from king-tier beasts. Holding one in his hand, he trembled slightly. This was something he had long coveted. OU noticed the desire in Li Xiu's eyes and said, If you want to eat it, go ahead. Brother, are you sure you want to give this to me? Li Xiu asked incredulously, for a king-tier demon core was exceedingly valuable, something he could scarcely afford even after saving for a long time. Eat it. There are plenty more where that came from, MOU replied calmly, viewing king-tier demon cores as inconsequential, having already slain several king-tier demon beasts. Thank you, brother, Li Xiu was overwhelmed with gratitude, feeling fortunate to have clung to Mou's coattails. He solemnly consumed the Cangtian demon core and immediately began to cultivate that a wave of terrifying energy emanated from within him, and he sensed a slight loosening of the bottleneck that had long stalled his progress. Boom! Soon, a powerful aura of first-tier king emerged from him. He opened his eyes in excitement, exclaiming, "Brother, I've broken through." "Thank you." He was elated, having never anticipated such an opportunity upon entering the Tower of Blades. The Cangtian realm, a state he had long yearned for, was finally within his grasp. "Congratulations," Mou nodded with a smile. With Li Xiu's breakthrough to the Cangtian realm, it would also enhance his own capabilities. "Brother, now that I've reached the Cangtian realm, I am more confident in leading you up the mountain," Li Xiu declared with newfound assurance, as he could now utilize many of his previously dormant trump cards. Chapter 81. Array Inheritance. Li Xiu produced a set of array flags, arranging them on the ground in a specific sequence to form a peculiar formation. Mou gazed in astonishment at the array. Their figures were concealed within it, and the surrounding demon beasts could not perceive them at all. In fact, a Cangtian demon beast passed right by them, seemingly oblivious to their presence. "This is an array? You are an array master?" Mou marveled at Li Xiu, that I fortuitously acquired the inheritance of an array master, but my realm is too low to deploy many arrays. Li Xiu chuckled. Mou felt he had encountered a benefactor. The array Li Xiu had set up was an illusion array. Once a demon beast entered the illusion array, even if it was mere inches away, it could not see them. Meanwhile, they could observe the demon beasts. And with the illusion array in place, Mou found it significantly easier to slay them. The Cangtian demon beast entered the illusion array. Just 10 meters ahead of Mou directed the lethal venom to spread and envelop the creature. The demon beast, filled with terror, attempted to flee, but under the influence of the illusion array, it merely spun in circles. The deadly mist infiltrated its body, corroding it until, in a matter of moments, it was reduced to green liquid. Mou was ecstatic. This was the easiest time he had ever slain a Cangtian demon beast. The combination of lethal venom and the illusion array was simply a match made in heaven. "Brother, with my array in place, you can ascend the mountain without issue," Li Xiu stated confidently, relieved to see that the illusion array could aid Mou. He understood that to cling tightly to Mou's coattails, he needed to prove his worth. Without usefulness, Mou could discard him at any moment. Now that his illusion array had successfully assisted Mou, he felt secure in his position. "Set up more illusion arrays." Mou instructed Li Xiu, recognizing that the combination of the illusion array and the lethal venom could swiftly and effectively slay Cangtian demon beasts, greatly benefiting his cultivation of the toxic sovereign. "All right," Li Xiu responded enthusiastically, diligently arranging one illusion array after another. The illusion arrays acted like traps. Any demon beast that unwittingly entered would trigger an immediate alert to Li Xiu, who would then notify Mou to come and slay it. Li Xiu quickly set up over a dozen illusion arrays. Mou, no longer in a rush to ascend the mountain, knew that with the illusion arrays in place, he could swiftly kill Cangtian demon beasts and cultivate the toxic sovereign. The mountaintop was undoubtedly perilous. He had already sensed over a dozen auras of level 5 demon beasts, and heading up with diminished strength would be exceedingly dangerous. Not only did Li Xiu establish illusion arrays, but he also set up slaughter arrays. The slaughter arrays were concealed within the illusion arrays. Any demon beast that unwittingly entered the illusion array would not only be attacked by the deadly mist, but also by the slaughter array. "Leave one alive." Mou signaled to Li Xiu not to kill the demon beasts, instructing him to let the lethal venom do the work. The lethal venom would poison the demon beasts, allowing them to transform into green liquid that could then be absorbed back into his body to create new lethal venom. The green liquid generated from the Cangtian demon beasts would effectively enhance the quality of the lethal venom, accelerating the process of becoming the toxic sovereign and advancing Mou's cultivation. Within the illusion array, the densely packed good and evil mice scurried about like headless flies, yet they merely spun in circles, allowing the lethal mist to spread effortlessly and eliminate them. Li Xiu, concealed within the illusion array, collected the demon cores scattered on the ground. Eventually, there were so many spiritual realm demon cores that his storage ring was nearly full, forcing him to cease collecting them and shift his focus to the king-tier demon cores. I've struck gold, Li Xiu exclaimed with excitement, never having imagined that he would acquire so many demon pills in a single moment. To the extent that he even disregarded the spirit body realm demon pills, as long as he could survive and sell all the demon pills in a storage ring, he would become a wealthy individual, able to purchase any cultivation resources he desired, thereby rapidly enhancing his strength. Overnight wealth. Brother, I am rich now. Li Xiu was apprehensive that this sensation might be a dream. Could you separate them? Mou frowned as he observed the densely packed demon beasts within a mirage formation. With so many gathered in one place, he found it challenging to attack. Certainly, Li Xiu took out some formation flags and began to work diligently within the mirage, quickly dispersing the crowded demon beasts into smaller groups. Mou nodded in satisfaction. Targeting the demon beasts in small areas would be beneficial for his cultivation of poison sovereignty. As Li Xiu witnessed Mou attacking the demon beasts, he simultaneously collected and consumed the demon pills, indulging in them as if they were candies, feeling his aura rapidly grow stronger with each pill. This is so extravagant, Li Xiu remarked while eating, feeling as though everything was but a dream. Brother, I am about to break through again. After consuming an excessive number of demon pills, Li Xiu's aura erupted, marking yet another breakthrough. Another breakthrough? Mou stared in astonishment at Li Xiu, realizing that his cultivation speed surpassed even his own, a feat he thought impossible. With a grave expression, Mou scrutinized Li Xiu, sensing that he harbored a secret. Are you truly a loose cultivator? Mou asked solemnly. Indeed, I have always cultivated alone. Since I can remember, I have struggled for survival, and it was only with great difficulty that I reached the spirit body realm. However, due to my lack of funds, I had no choice but to join the Blade sect for survival. Li Xiu sighed. Mou observed Li Xiu, who appeared to be no more than 20 years old, achieving the current monarch realm purely through self-cultivation, without any background or support, was nothing short of miraculous. Perhaps this individual is the legendary genius, Mou thought, slightly shaken. If what Li Xiu claimed was true, then his cultivation talent was indeed extraordinary. Brother, may I continue to eat? Li Xiu gazed longingly at several monarch realm demon pills in his hand. Go ahead, Mou nodded, as they had quite a number of monarch realm demon pills. Thank you, brother. Li Xiu eagerly consumed several monarch realm demon pills. After a while, Li Xiu suddenly turned to Mou and said, Brother, I feel another breakthrough coming. Mou was taken aback. Turning around, he sensed yet another surge of breakthrough energy from Li Xiu, who instantly ascended to the third level of the monarch realm. This left Mou unsettled. The speed of Li Xiu's breakthroughs was simply terrifying. In just a brief period, he had transcended 3 realms, moving from the 9th level of the spirit body realm to the 3rd level of the monarch realm. Are you certain you are a loose cultivator? Mou asked in shock, pondering how such a gifted individual could possibly remain uncultivated by major factions. I am truly a loose cultivator. I am too poor to cultivate. Li Xiu awkwardly replied, revealing that he had scraped by through begging for resources. Mou sensed there was a significant secret surrounding Li Xiu. Chapter 82. Reincarnated Powerhouse. However, no matter how he inquired, Li Xiu insisted on being a loose cultivator. Looking into Li Xiu's clear eyes, Mou felt he was not lying. Yet, how could one explain Li Xiu's astonishing rate of breakthroughs? It was as if he could continue to ascend indefinitely, provided he had the cultivation resources. Continue eating, Mou suggested, eager to verify whether Li Xiu could maintain this rate of breakthroughs. Thus, he provided Li Xiu with all the demon pills harvested from the slain monarch realm demon beasts within Mirage. Brother, you are making me feel a bit embarrassed. Li Xiu coughed lightly, accepting the demon pills from Mou and consuming them with the same enthusiasm as one would for candy. Mou's gaze remained fixed on Li Xiu, sensing his aura intensifying rapidly. The more demon pills he consumed, the more formidable his aura became. Mou was left dumbfounded. He had never witnessed such a rate of cultivation before. Brother, I am not bragging. It is merely due to my poverty. Otherwise, my cultivation would exceed this level. Li Xiu stated confidently. Mou believed wholeheartedly that as long as Li Xiu was provided with cultivation resources, he could achieve continuous breakthroughs. Boom! Moments later, Li Xiu's aura surged once more, reaching the 4th level of the Monarch realm. Talkative, I have encountered a prodigy, and Mou internally communicated with his talkative companion, relaying the details of Li Xiu's situation. The talkative one expressed equal astonishment, inquiring further, but ultimately unable to comprehend Li Xiu's circumstances in conclusion, they arrived at 2 possibilities. The first being that Li Xiu was indeed an unparalleled genius, and the second that he was a reincarnated powerhouse in the world. Certain cultivation techniques allow for reincarnation and recultivation. Some powerful beings, upon reaching a bottleneck in their later stages, seek ways to reincarnate for renewed cultivation. After reincarnation, their cultivation speed is remarkably swift. However, these powerful beings lose all memories of their past lives and are unaware of anything until they reach a particular realm, at which point they suddenly awaken to their former memories. Upon hearing the talkative one's explanation, Mou turned his gaze back to Li Xiu, who appeared quite ordinary. While he found the notion of Li Xiu being an unparalleled genius credible, he was more inclined to believe he was a reincarnated powerhouse. Nonetheless, the idea of reincarnation felt abstract and elusive, making it difficult to ascertain its reality. Thus, Mou remained uncertain whether Li Xiu was indeed a reincarnated powerhouse. For now, he would consider Li Xiu an unparalleled genius. "Brother, these demon pills are of no use to me anymore," Li Xiu suddenly stated to Mou. Snapped back to attention and looked at Li Xiu, who was currently at the pinnacle of the 4th level of the Monarch realm, just a step away from breaking into the 5th level. The Monarch realm demon pills seemed to have lost their efficacy for him, as he held a 4th level Monarch realm demon pill in his hand, but shook his head in frustration instead of consuming it. "What is the matter?" Mou asked, puzzled. "These demon pills must be sold. They yield no effect when I consume them." Li Xiu sighed, having recently eaten several 4th level Monarch realm demon pills to no avail. Mou furrowed his brows as he regarded the 4th level Monarch realm demon pills in Li Xiu's hand, realizing that even such pills had become ineffective for him. It appeared that Li Xiu indeed had an insatiable appetite. No wonder Li Xiu had been claiming he was impoverished. While he could continuously devour cultivation resources to break through, the resources required for cultivation grew increasingly precious as one advanced. Now, only demon pills from 5th level Monarch realm beasts could facilitate his further breakthroughs. However, Mou was currently only capable of defeating 1st to 4th level Monarch realm beasts, leaving him helpless against those above the 5th level, given that his own cultivation was merely at the 8th level of the mortal body. "Let me see if I can hunt some." Li Xiu's gaze was fixed on the powerful demon beasts within the Mirage Formation, having already broken through to the pinnacle of the 4th level of the Monarch realm. He was eager to test if he could slay a 5th level Monarch realm beast with the assistance of the formation. Within the Mirage, a deadly poisonous mist enveloped the surroundings as a 5th level Monarch realm beast struggled, its vision obscured by the Mirage Formation, preventing it from finding an exit, thus subjecting it to the corrosive effects of the deadly poison. Li Xiu appeared nearby, watching intently as Mou ensured that the deadly mist did not harm him. Li Xiu stealthily entered the Mirage Formation, unnoticed by the demon beast, despite their proximity of only a few meters. The demon beast was aware. While Li Xiu remained hidden, Mou felt invigorated, witnessing Li Xiu effortlessly break through several realms before his eyes. He too began to consume demon pills for cultivation. With an abundance of spirit body realm demon pills at his disposal, he consumed them like beans one by one. The demon pills entered his body, circulating according to the techniques of poison sovereignty, absorbing spiritual energy and transforming it into his cultivation. His aura also increased rapidly, albeit at a considerably slower pace. Simultaneously, he absorbed the green liquid produced from the demon beast that had succumbed to the poison, steadily augmenting his poison sovereignty. His aura was steadily growing, but compared to Li Xiu's, it was significantly slower. Roar! A scream echoed within the Mirage as a 5th level Monarch realm beast fell victim to Li Xiu's ambush, and he swiftly claimed its demon pill. Without hesitation, he devoured it, and in that instant, Li Xiu's aura surged, breaking through to the 5th level of the monarch realm, leaving Mou filled with envy. After consuming demon pills for a while, Mou realized his cultivation was progressing at a tortuously slow pace, prompting him to abandon his efforts. Watching Li Xiu's rapid advancements, he felt a pang of discomfort. His own cultivation speed paled in comparison. Talkative, how on earth can I consume the low-grade spirit stone vein? Mou curiously inquired. The chatty one had led him to the peak of Long's home mountain. Upon entering the core area, the chatty one would reveal the method to consume the low-grade spirit stone vein. Now, having reached the mountainside, he was not far from the summit. With a bit more effort, he should be able to successfully reach the top. Master, have you arrived at the core area? The chatty one asked. I am still at the mountainside, but I will soon reach the summit and surely gain access to the core area. Please tell me the method, so that I need not ask you later. Mou replied. His curiosity piqued regarding how to consume the low-grade spirit stone vein. I will inform you once you arrive at the core area. The chatty one replied solemnly. Mou furrowed his brow. No matter how much he pressed, the chatty one refused to divulge the method, leaving him feeling helpless. He could only continue his ascent. After Li Xiu broke through to the 5th level of the King Realm, his mastery of formations had greatly improved. He could instantly set up an illusionary formation, more than sufficient to deal with ordinary King Realm beasts. However, the illusionary formation could not contain formidable beasts. Those with great strength would soon break free. Chapter 83. Mortal Body 9th Level Brother. Those beasts are too powerful. We must be cautious, Li Xiu exclaimed after failing to kill a 6th level King Realm beast, which promptly escaped from the formation. Moreover, this beast bore a grudge and went straight to report to the Rat King. The Rat King's gaze fell upon Mou and Li Xiu, and upon seeing the two utilizing the illusionary formation to slay numerous beasts, he was filled with rage. Exert all efforts to eliminate those two humans. With the Rat King's fury, the entire mountainside trembled, and an overwhelming horde of beasts surged forth, though the illusionary formation was potent. When an overwhelming number of beasts crowded into it, the formation was overwhelmed and shattered. Every formation has its weaknesses. As long as the formation's foundation is located and destroyed, it can be broken. As the multitude of beasts stormed into the formation, some trampled the foundation, thus unraveling the formation. Brother, this group of beasts has gone mad, Li Xiu exclaimed in shock. Originally, given his cautious nature, he and Mou had planned to quietly ascend to the summit using the formation. But now nearly all the beasts were focused on them. Don't panic. We fear no one, Mou calmly replied. He possessed deadly poison. The approaching beasts were merely delivering themselves to their doom. Any beast below the King Realm that came near the deadly poison mist would be killed and turned into green liquid. Other beasts that stepped into the green liquid would also meet the same fate. Like a chain reaction, the densely packed beasts perished. Yet Mou could not contend with the King Realm beasts. One by one, they breached the formation, and even the deadly poison mist could not quickly slay them. What should we do? Li Xiu looked to Mou, feeling lost amidst the overwhelming number of beasts. Retreating behind Mou looked at Li Xiu in exasperation. If Li Xiu truly was a reincarnated powerful being, how could he be so afraid of death? The more he observed, the less he resembled a reincarnated powerhouse. Even without memories, he shouldn't be this timid. You distract them from me, Mou instructed loudly. All right, Li Xiu replied, mustering his courage to enter the formation. His 5th level King Realm status granted him formidable combat prowess. However, he was excessively timid and overly cautious. If he sensed he was outmatched, he would be the first to flee. Mou shook his head in helplessness. He had previously suspected Li Xiu was a reincarnated powerhouse. But now, seeing his cowardice, he no longer believed Li Xiu was indeed very timid. But in a sense, this indicated he possessed a strong survival instinct and was likely to be the last one standing. When faced with insurmountable odds, he would flee. When able to contend, he would deliver a decisive strike. No one could survive better than Li Xiu. Brother, you can't just charge in. If you can't win, run, Li Xiu shouted to Mou. Mou furrowed his brow as he battled a beast. The deadly poison mist spread across the creature, corroding its body. Though it sustained no significant damage, he attempted to approach the beast to strike its head with the brick he wielded. This brick was a legacy artifact bestowed upon him by the ninth-generation heir of the Supreme Temple. However, aside from being effective for striking, it had little other utility. Roar! The beast struggled within the illusionary formation, frantically attacking everything around it, leaving Mo no opportunity to approach. Furthermore, two powerful beasts arrived nearby, forcing him to retreat. Brother, we must prioritize our survival. We should strike only when we are sure of victory. Li Xiu attempted to impart his survival skills to Mou, which he had cultivated over the years. Mou regarded Li Xiu. He did not wish to be so timid, yet he found merit in Li Xiu's advice. Brother, take a cautious approach and develop steadily. You can't go wrong by following my lead, Li Xiu urged earnestly. Very well, we shall proceed cautiously. Mou nodded in agreement. He sensed that charging forward would indeed be futile. The Rat King had already commanded all the beasts to seal off the mountainside. Not even a fly could ascend, and they would certainly be overwhelmed if they attempted to force their way through. With their cautious approach, Mou directed the deadly poison mist to envelop their surroundings, primarily to obscure their presence. The beasts entering the deadly poison mist lost their bearings and could no longer track them. Consequently, their encounters with the beast diminished, alleviating many troubles. Moreover, the deadly poison could strike down beasts at any moment, while the green liquid resulting from the death of weaker beasts had little effect on the quality of the deadly poison. It was still better than nothing. Within the formation, Mou had Li Xiu assist him in eliminating the King Realm beasts. With Li Xiu's 5th-level King Realm prowess, coupled with his cautious nature, dispatching those weaker King Realm beasts was nearly effortless and always successful. One by one, the King Realm beasts fell to the surprise attacks of Li Xiu and Mou. Witnessing the beast transform in a green liquid filled Mou with excitement. The quality of the deadly poison significantly improved with the green liquid produced from the King Realm beasts, and his cultivation also advanced. Boom! At a certain moment, his cultivation broke through once more, reaching the mortal body 9th level. The range of the little ancestor's abilities expanded to 14 meters, while the chatty one's range extended to 11 meters. Outside, the chatty one's eyes gleamed with delight as he sensed Mou's cultivation had once again advanced. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, it seemed that leading his master into the Tower of Swords was indeed the right decision, that a glimmer of anticipation flickered in the depths of the chatty one's eyes. He had intended for Mou to enter the Tower of Swords to consume the low-grade spirit stone vein, and unexpectedly, Mou had fortuitously broken through several levels. An unexpected joy indeed. Should he consume the low-grade spirit stone vein beneath the tower, Mou's strength would undoubtedly ascend to a formidable level. The mountainside of Longsho, Mou's face radiated with joy, having reached the mortal body 9th level. His next step would be the spiritual body realm. Such a rate of cultivation was extraordinarily rapid. He was confident that few could achieve such speed across the entire Beidou Empire, especially since he had only recently participated in the summoning ceremony this year. Summoning spirits was a privilege of human warriors. Beasts did not possess summoning spirits. In the prehistoric era, when myriad races flourished across the Cangtian Continent, humans were notably weak. The ancestors of humanity observed the stars and moon, unraveling the secrets of cultivation, ultimately forming the path of summoning spirit cultivation. The early human summoning spirits were those powerful beasts that had perished. Humans summoned them as spirits, and gradually, after the deaths of powerful warriors among humans, they too could be summoned. By today, a complete system of summoning spirit cultivation had emerged. Of course, the summoning spirits conjured by humans could be divided into two types, one in humanoid form and the other in beast form. Warriors capable of summoning beast spirits were exceedingly rare, typically regarded as extraordinary geniuses. Chapter 84. I have no money. Thus, humanity can only summon those formidable demon beasts as their summoned spirits. However, in this present age, humanity has risen to become the foremost clan on the Cangtian Continent, significantly increasing the likelihood of summoning powerful warriors. Any warrior capable of summoning a demon beast as their spirit is nurtured as a prodigy. Nevertheless, as time passes, the number of warriors able to summon demon beasts as their spirits is dwindling. Mou furrowed his brow as he gazed at Li Xiu, suddenly recalling that Li Xiu's summoned spirit seemed somewhat peculiar. Li Xiu's summoned spirit appeared as an elderly man, yet his aura was quite strange, outwardly resembling someone at the peak of the 9th level of the monarch realm. Could you let me take a glance at your summoned spirit? Mou inquired curiously. Li Xiu hesitated momentarily, but instantly released his summoned spirit. An elderly man with a head full of white hair stood beside Li Xiu, tall in stature and robust in his youth. Mou's gaze fixated on the elder. Although he kept his head bowed, the elder's eyes sparkled with vitality, sending a chill down Mou's spine. He sensed that the elder seemed devoid of energy, as if he had yet to awaken from slumber, standing motionlessly next to Li Xiu. Brother, what are you staring at? My summoned spirit is quite ordinary, Li Xiu said, puzzled by Mou's sudden interest. Generally, requesting someone to reveal their summoned spirit is considered highly impolite, and few appreciate such treatment. However, Li Xiu, eager to gain Mou's favor, paid little heed to these conventions. Regrettably, the talkative one was absent. Otherwise, he might have discerned something. Mou sighed, feeling certain that Li Xiu's summoned spirit concealed some secret. Although summoned spirits lack consciousness and possess only the realm and combat instincts of their former lives, Mou sensed that Li Xiu's summoned spirit was somewhat different. Brother, if there's nothing else, I'll retract it, Li Xiu stated. Mou nodded in agreement. With a mere thought, Li Xiu summoned the elder back into his body. Suddenly, Mou felt as if the elder had glanced at him just before vanishing, akin to an illusion. His brow furrowed further. He was convinced he hadn't imagined it. Just moments before disappearing, the elder indeed cast a glance in his direction. Mou regarded Li Xiu with a solemn expression. There was a significant secret lurking within Li Xiu's summoned spirit, and he felt an inkling that Li Xiu was indeed a reincarnated powerhouse. According to the talkative one, reincarnated powerhouses often lose the memories of their past lives and only awaken after reaching a certain threshold. Presently, Li Xiu remained oblivious to his previous existence. That it was even possible that Li Xiu was unaware of the unique attributes of his summoned spirit. Talkative one, the individual I encountered might genuinely be a reincarnated powerhouse. Mou internally communicated with the talkative one. After absorbing Mou's analysis, the talkative one remained silent for a few moments before responding. He is indeed a reincarnated powerhouse, and not just any ordinary kind. How can you be so certain? Mou exclaimed in astonishment. That I've discerned that he is too timid, always retreating and returning only when safe. Lacking any semblance of a powerhouse's demeanor, Mou remarked. Master, every strong individual has endured countless hardships in their weaker days. They may not possess the greatest talents, but they are undoubtedly the most adept at survival. In dire circumstances, while others may perish, they will endure. His apparent timidity is merely a manifestation of a survival instinct from his past life, the talkative one replied solemnly. Upon hearing the talkative one's words, Mou fell into deep contemplation. That he carefully considered that although there are countless prodigies on the Cangtian Continent, only a select few reach the pinnacle. Many others meet their demise along the way. Only those who survive to the end are remembered by the world. Numerous extraordinarily talented individuals have perished prematurely, leaving no legends behind, while some with lesser talents have endured to leave their mark in history. Ultimately, those who persist until the end are the true victors. With this broadening of thought, Mou turned his gaze back to Li Xiu, realizing that Li Xiu indeed possessed many commendable qualities. Although Li Xiu would instinctively flee at the sight of formidable demon beasts, exhibiting a pronounced cowardice, this very ability allowed him to survive unscathed. Moreover, despite his timidity, Li Xiu was resolute at critical moments. When he was confident in vanquishing a demon beast, he would deliver a lethal blow with the simplest and most direct method. Impressive. Mou's eyes brightened. At that moment, he perceived Li Xiu as an exceptional assassin. Li Xiu appeared unremarkable at first glance, not drawing attention. Yet who could fathom that he was a reincarnated powerhouse? Master, the reason Li Xiu has remained a rogue cultivator may stem from his subconscious instinct to avoid joining powerful sections. Some reincarnated powerhouses risk being discovered by the strong. If their enemies learn of their reincarnated status, it could lead to peril, the talkative one stated gravely. Mou nodded in agreement. Li Xiu's solitary existence might indeed be a deliberate effort to conceal his reincarnated identity from adversaries. Joining a powerful sect would expose him to the risk of being recognized by those within. Thus, he instinctively chose to remain a rogue cultivator, biding his time to grow stronger as for a minor force like the Knife Sect. It posed little threat of uncovering Li Xiu's reincarnation. Joining the Knife Sect was likely a means for Li Xiu to access more training resources. Li Xiu, why did you join the Knife Sect? Mou inquired curiously. I lack funds, and I've heard that the benefits of joining the Knife Sect are quite favorable. Li Xiu replied candidly, stating that he would not remain there for long and would depart if the benefits did not meet his expectations. Mou was taken aback by Li Xiu's pragmatism. According to Li Xiu, he frequently joined smaller factions to secure benefits, disappearing when they could no longer satisfy him. It seemed that this fellow truly was a reincarnated powerhouse. Mou affirmed inwardly that Li Xiu then informed Mou that he was not from the Beidou Empire. Instead, he had been wandering the Cangtian Continent in search of training resources while growing stronger. Chapter 85. The follower of a disciple from the Heavenly God Sect, Mou was astonished. He had not anticipated that Li Xiu was not from the Beidou Empire. Having traversed numerous places and joined various factions, he would depart once he secured the resources he sought, living a rather unencumbered existence. That aren't you afraid of being discovered? Mou gazed at Li Xiu in disbelief. Typically, warriors who join factions must adhere to certain constraints, and leaving impulsively could result in being hunted down as traitors. Not at all. I can fabricate a false narrative of my own demise. Li Xiu chuckled. Mou nodded in amusement, increasingly convinced that Li Xiu was indeed a cunning and survival-oriented reincarnated powerhouse. However, he added, but I no longer need to join the Knife Sect. Li Xiu expressed satisfaction, having consumed numerous demon pills to elevate his strength to the 5th level of the Monarch realm. Factions like the Knife Sect were no longer his aspiration. To attain superior training resources at his current level, he would need to seek out forces even more formidable than the Knife Sect. Where do you plan to go? Mou asked with curiosity. There seems to be a rather powerful faction called the Heavenly God Sect nearby. I intend to explore that, Li Xiu replied. Mou furrowed his brow. He had not expected Li Xiu's next target to be the Heavenly God Sect. The Heavenly God Sect was regarded as the most powerful faction in the vicinity, even instilling a degree of apprehension in the Beidou Empire. How do you plan to join the Heavenly God Sect? Mou questioned, bemused. Unlike the Knife Sect, which openly recruited individuals from the chaotic city, the Heavenly God Sect conducted selection ceremonies annually, visiting various cities to scout for prodigies who could summon powerful spirits and bringing them back for training. Given that Li Xiu was already at the 5th level of the Monarch realm, it seemed improbable that he could join the Heavenly God Sect. That I can serve as a follower to a disciple of the Heavenly God Sect. Every powerful disciple from the sect recruits followers from the outside. Li Xiu explained that Li Xiu furrowed his brow, uncertain about this matter. Noticing Mou's confusion, Li Xiu provided a brief explanation, which clarified the situation for him. The Celestial Sect, a formidable force, boasts numerous talented disciples. When these gifted individuals venture out for training, they often prefer to recruit powerful warriors as their attendants to accompany them in their endeavors. Typically, they select those who are not only strong, but also fiercely loyal, as these warriors aspire to become attendants in hopes of gaining access to the Celestial Sect's resources. Exceptional attendants may receive recommendation letters from these disciples, and possessing such a letter allows one to join the Celestial Sect. Li Xiu's ambition was to become an attendant to a disciple of the Celestial Sect, thereby seizing the opportunity to acquire their cultivation resources. Rumor has it that the Celestial Sect possesses a spiritual pool, where cultivation yields remarkable results, akin to consuming extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth, particularly beneficial for breaking through bottlenecks. Some have reportedly advanced several realms in just a single day of training within the spiritual pool. Li Xiu said to Mou in a grave tone, "The spiritual pool? Such efficacy exists." Mou's eyes brightened. According to Li Xiu, cultivating in this spiritual pool could lead to astonishing breakthroughs, making it an excellent venue for enhancing one's strength. Warriors below the Divine King realm would experience remarkable effects upon entering, contingent upon their innate talents, Li Xiu explained. Instantly, an idea formed in Mou's mind. If this spiritual pool truly possesses the miraculous effects Li Xiu described, perhaps he too could enter and cultivate there, potentially allowing for a swift breakthrough in his own realm. He felt a surge of excitement. "When do you plan to go?" Mou inquired. "As soon as I leave the Tower of Blades. I will devise a way to slip away and seek out a disciple of the celestial sect to become his attendant." Li Xiu had already formulated his plan. "I see." Mou nodded, considering Li Xiu's strategy that he too intended to explore ways to join the celestial sect after departing from the Tower of Blades. The Blade sect indeed has ties to the celestial sect. The son of the Blade sect's master had caught the attention of Jun Tiance, the sect leader of the celestial sect. However, before he could become Jun Tiance's disciple, he was tragically killed by the Shadow Emperor Wei. Now, as the young master of the Blade sect, he aimed to leverage the sect's connections to gain access to the celestial sect through alternative means, aspiring to cultivate in the spiritual pool. Although there have been some unfortunate incidents involving an elder from the celestial sect and the Blade sect, resulting in the annihilation of that elder and his disciples, news of this event did not spread, and it should not affect the relationship between the Blade sect and the celestial sect, as it remained largely unknown. Taking a deep breath, Mou resolved to pursue this plan, intending to seek out the spiritual pool for cultivation upon leaving the Tower of Blades. However, his immediate priority was to reach the summit of Dragon's Head Mountain. Surrounded by numerous fierce beasts, the deadly poisonous mist and array significantly mitigated the threat posed to him and Li Xiu. The Rat King's gaze was fixed on the mid-mountain region, where many human warriors were surging forward. He had no time to concern himself with Mou and Li Xiu, as he needed to contend with other formidable foes. One human warrior wielded a massive blade, effortlessly slaying each adversary in his path. He advanced directly toward the mountain's peak, cleaving any beast that dared to obstruct him into be it spirit realm beasts or monarch realm beasts. None could withstand his single stroke. This human warrior was exceedingly powerful, capturing the attention of the Rat King. Instantly, the Rat King commanded all the good and evil rats to launch an assault on this human warrior. A veritable tide of good and evil rats surged toward him, yet the warrior's expression remained calm, devoid of fear as he steadily swung his long blade. The speed of his strikes quickened, gradually forming a whirlwind of blade energy around him. The oncoming horde of good and evil rats was instantly shredded into pieces by the blade aura, blood splattering across the ground, and the intense scent of blood wafted from the mid-mountain to the peak, turning many beasts' eyes a deep crimson. The stench of blood was enough to drive the beasts into a frenzy, igniting their murderous instincts. This human warrior was exceptionally strong, and despite being surrounded by an overwhelming number of good and evil rats, he remained composed. His pace, however, began to slow, yet he resolutely continued his ascent toward the summit. What a formidable individual, Mou observed, fixated on the warrior. Though he was merely at the first level of the monarch realm, he effortlessly dispatched numerous monarch realm beasts with a single stroke. Moreover, the throngs of good and evil rats could not even come within 3 meters of him. "I feel as if I have seen this individual before," Li Xiu suddenly remarked, recalling the human warrior. "I remember now. He is a wandering swordsman." Chapter 86. The Wandering Swordsman, Lu Yidao. This individual is rumored to be named Lu Yidao, and it is said that he strikes only once in combat. With no one of equal standing able to withstand his singular blow, Li Xiu stated warily he had encountered Lu Yidao once during his travels and retained a vivid impression due to the overwhelming power of his blade aura. At this moment, Lu Yidao was enveloped in a tempest of blade energy, effortlessly dispatching any beast that approached. His speed was so rapid that even Mou struggled to perceive it. In an instant, the heads of the beasts before him would fall. "Brother, let us follow him," Li Xiu suggested, his eyes lighting up. For someone who had clawed their way up from the bottom, seizing every opportunity was instinctual. Now, witnessing Lu Yidao's formidable prowess, it seemed there would be no hindrance in reaching the summit. The beasts at this mid-mountain level were no match for him, given their current dilemma of how to ascend. Trailing Lu Yidao might offer them chance. All right, Mou nodded in agreement. He and Li Xiu began to maneuver carefully toward Lu Yidao, utilizing arrays and the lethal poisonous mist The surrounding human warriors were also quite formidable, as many who entered the Tower of Blades were individuals with ulterior motives, confident in their own abilities and bold in their pursuits. These warriors drew the attention of the majority of the beasts, significantly alleviating the pressure on Mou and Li Xiu, who soon found themselves nearing Lu Yidao's rear. Lu Yidao noticed their presence. His blade momentarily paused before he resumed, dispatching the surrounding beasts with even greater speed. "Brother, shall we join forces?" Li Xiu called out loudly to Lu Yidao. Lu Yidao cast a fleeting glance over his shoulder at Li Xiu, his expression devoid of emotion, a chilling indifference, seeing that Lu Yidao did not respond. Li Xiu remained undeterred and continued to call out, setting up powerful arrays to draw closer to Lu Yidao. A mirage array enveloped the good and evil rats surrounding Lu Yidao, causing them to spin in confusion within the array. Lu Yidao cast a cold gaze at the rats, swiftly slicing through a large group of them with a single stroke. "Brother, with my array aiding you, you can reach the summit even faster. Our goals are aligned. Let us collaborate," Li Xiu urged once more. Upon hearing Li Xiu's words, a flicker of interest crossed Lu Yidao's otherwise calm gaze. Although he was accustomed to operating alone, the current circumstances were exceptional. The sheer number of beasts surrounding him was overwhelming. While his swordsmanship was exceptional, it was unrealistic to expect to eliminate every beast he risked being hindered for an extended period, with only a day left before the Tower of Blades would reopen. Time was of the essence, thus he nodded in agreement to Li Xiu's proposal. Joy illuminated Li Xiu's face as he smiled at Mou. "Let us cooperate with him and ascend the mountain together." "Agreed," Mou nodded, unleashing the lethal poisonous mist to envelop the area. Within a 30-meter radius, the dense throng of good and evil rats succumbed to the poison, transforming into a green liquid. Lu Yidao cast a surprised glance at Mou, astonished that the seemingly unremarkable and lower-ranked individual possessed such formidable destructive power. Lu Yidao regarded the lethal poisonous mist with wariness. Its toxicity was alarmingly potent, and even he would be at risk if he inadvertently entered its range. "I fear it is not a pleasant experience." Mou and Li Xiu coordinated their efforts with Lu Yidao's swordsmanship, and together, the three formed a formidable alliance. Their speed increased significantly, carving a bloody path through the horde of monstrous beasts. They moved like a razor-sharp sword, slicing through the ranks of the demonic creatures, heading straight for the mountain peak. The Rat King was taken aback, astonished that Mou and Lu Yidao had joined forces, both of whom were considerable headaches for him. Their collaboration posed an overwhelming threat. The Rat King commanded the king-level beast to charge forth, determined to halt Mou and Lu Yidao's advance. However, Lu Yidao's strength was overwhelming. The king-level beast fell before him with a single stroke. He could dispatch the beast with unparalleled speed and from the most unexpected angles. Lu Yidao eliminated these formidable foes. Mou seized the opportunity to collect the remains, transforming the corpses into a viridescent liquid. Once deceased, the lethal miasma swiftly corroded the bodies, which he then absorbed into himself, significantly enhancing the potency of his deadly venom. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the mortal body, and he was advancing toward its pinnacle. While Lu Yidao engaged the monstrous beasts in front, Mou directed the miasma to convert the fallen creatures into green liquid. With Li Xiu's formations assisting, Lu Yidao's prowess was maximally amplified, and the trio's speed surged further. "This cannot continue," the Rat King mused, furrowing his brow as he observed Mou and his companions. It seemed that only beasts surpassing the king level could hope to impede their progress. Yet the ancient sovereign beasts, those above the king level, were currently gathered at the mountain summit for a meeting. His task was to prevent any human warriors from reaching the peak, as their congregation must not be disturbed. With a heavy sigh, the Rat King realized he had no choice but to take the field himself. Beside him, the monkey with 3 sticks shadowed him closely. Upon witnessing his master's engagement, the monkey tightened his grip on his staff, casting a wary glance at the lethal miasma surrounding Mou. He had suffered several defeats at the hands of Mou's deadly miasma and was reluctant to confront him. However, glancing at Lu Yidao beside him, his expression turned grim. The aura emanating from Lu Yidao was far stronger than that of the surrounding beasts. He approached Lu Yidao and swung his staff fiercely at the latter's head. Lu Yidao, composed, swung his sword effortlessly, sending the staff flying away. The monkey staggered back 3 steps. How formidable! The monkey stared at his staff. Crafted from exquisite iron and remarkably sturdy, now bearing a massive gash, nearly cleaved in 2, Lu Yidao, equally astonished, regarded the monkey with surprise. This was the first king-level beast not to be severed in half by his blade. Nonetheless, the monkey with 3 sticks at the peak of the 9th level of the king realm was indeed formidable. Observing the monkey's attack on Lu Yidao, Mou shifted his gaze toward him. Already familiar with the monkey's capabilities, "Allow me to handle him," he calmly proposed to Lu Yidao. "No, I will deal with him myself." Lu Yidao replied coolly, inhaling deeply as a terrifying sword intent manifested around him, causing the monkey to feel as if a blade was poised at his throat, ready to strike. Humph. The monkey snorted disdainfully. As a powerful beast, he refused to be intimidated. He gripped his staff tightly and leaped into the air, descending with a forceful strike aimed directly at Lu Yidao's face. Lu Yidao raised his head calmly, flicking his sword lightly, and in an instant, the monkey's staff was cleaved in 2, his body passing by Lu Yidao. With a sickening thud, the monkey's form was split in 2, collapsing into a pool of blood. Mou stood aghast, witnessing this scene. A single stroke had obliterated the monkey. How terrifying! He marveled at Lu Yidao, astonished at his prowess, capable of vanquishing even the peak of the 9th level king beast so effortlessly. The wandering swordsman truly lives up to his reputation. Li Xiu exclaimed in admiration. Lu Yidao had long been a solitary figure in the City of Chaos, yet his name was widely known. Many recognized him as the wandering swordsman. Warriors of similar rank could scarcely withstand a single blow from him, and even those of higher cultivation dared not provoke him lightly. No one knew the limits of Lu Yidao's strength, nor could they ascertain if he could slay foes of higher realms. Thus, even those of superior cultivation felt immense pressure when facing him. Even the powerful factions within the City of Chaos refrained from antagonizing him. Many influential groups had extended olive branches to Lu Yidao, hoping to recruit him into their ranks, but none succeeded. This time, Lu Yidao's unexpected choice to join the sword sect delightedly Chunfeng greatly. In Li Chunfeng's eyes, Lu Yidao's entry into the sword tower assured his survival for at least 3 days, after which he would undoubtedly become a member of the sword sect. The name sword sect perfectly aligned with Lu Yidao's essence, which Li Chunfeng deemed a stroke of fate. After dispatching the monkey with 3 sticks, Lu Yidao calmly turned his attention to other beasts, disregarding the fallen monkey's demon core. Mou, observing the corpse of the monkey, unleashed his lethal miasma, swiftly corroding the remains into viridescent liquid. He then absorbed this liquid into himself while retrieving the monkey's demon core. Upon entering his body, the monkey's essence significantly enhanced the quality of his deadly venom, bringing him tantalizingly close to breaking through to the pinnacle of the mortal body. His eyes gleamed with determination. He merely needed to corrode another beast of comparable rank to the monkey to achieve his breakthrough. His gaze swiftly shifted to the Rat King, who was visibly shaken by the death of the monkey. The Rat King was acutely aware of the monkey's strength, and seeing it effortlessly dispatched by Lu Yidao, his expression turned grave. If the monkey, who was nearly his equal, could not withstand Lu Yidao's might, then he too would likely prove no match. Eliminate that human. The Rat King ordered all the king-level beasts, commanding them to unleash their full power against Lu Yidao, who posed an immense threat as the strongest human warrior present. It was imperative to halt Lu Yidao's advance to the mountain peak and thwart their plans. Watching the gathering king-level beasts encircle him, Lu Yidao furrowed his brow slightly at that moment. Mou approached his side, releasing the lethal miasma that swiftly spread outwards, enveloping everything within a 30-meter radius. The approaching king-level beasts, upon entering the miasma, suffered corrosive effects that obscured their vision. Lu Yidao's figure was concealed within the lethal miasma, eluding the beast's ability to pinpoint his location. Additionally, the corrosive nature of the miasma meant that the longer they lingered within, the more severe their injuries became, as the miasma's toxicity was exceedingly potent. The king-level beasts could not remain in the miasma for long, and meanwhile, Li Xiu discreetly set up formations nearby. One by one, illusionary arrays enveloped the beasts, transforming them into headless chickens, flailing wildly within the formations. The trio of Mou, Lu Yidao, and Li Xiu remained unaffected by the arrays, able to discern the positions of the beasts within. Lu Yidao calmly focused on the beasts, gently sweeping his long sword. Each stroke claiming the life of a beast. In mere seconds, he had dispatched over a dozen within the array. Mou, in turn, converted the slain beast corpses into viridescent liquid, enhancing the quality of his deadly venom. "Brother, could you pass me that demon core?" Li Xiu suddenly inquired of Mou. Taken aback, Mou quickly understood, retrieving the demon core from the monkey with 3 sticks. This core, belonging to a 9th-level king beast, was a valuable asset for Li Xiu, who was currently at the 5th level of the king realm, requiring cores from beasts of at least the 5th level to aid his cultivation. "Here you go." Ou presented the demon pill to Li Xiu, who, overwhelmed with excitement, seized it and immediately consumed it, commencing his cultivation on the spot. Mere seconds later, a resounding roar emanated from within Li Xiu. As he instantaneously broke through to the 6th level of the king realm, Ou's lips twitched slightly. Li Xiu's terrifying talent of breaking through with merely cultivation resources was truly astonishing. However, the thought that Li Xiu was a reincarnated formidable being brought him a sense of balance. For such a reincarnated powerhouse, retracing the path previously walked was akin to a natural progression. Typically, beings of their caliber faced no bottlenecks in their cultivation. They merely lacked the necessary resources. "Thank you, brother," Li Xiu joyfully expressed to Mou. With his breakthrough to the 6th level of the king realm, his power had significantly intensified. Gazing at the king realm demon beasts within the formation, a fierce battle intent ignited in his eyes. Freshly empowered, he yearned for a skirmish with the demon beasts to acclimate to his newly attained realm. He locked onto a 6th-level king realm demon beast and charged into the formation, engaging it in single combat. Mou calmly observed Li Xiu, then glanced at Lu Yidao beside him. Both of them were exceptionally strong, leaving him feeling somewhat inadequate. Nonetheless, his own progress with the deadly poison fog had also been remarkable. Lu Yidao swiftly dispatched several demon beasts, while Mou corroded their remains into a green liquid, propelling his own cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the mortal body. Chapter 88. The flying beast. Only one step remained before he could ascend to the spirit body realm. Stirring excitement within him to attain the pinnacle of the 9th level of the mortal body, the potency of his deadly poison increased once more, rendering weaker king realm demon beasts vulnerable to its relentless corrosion, jeopardizing their very lives. With a swift motion, Lu Yidao dispatched demon beasts within the deadly poison fog, their heads severed and falling to the ground. The massive forms of the demon beasts collapsed, their bodies dissolving into green liquid. Just then, a shriek of agony echoed from a nearby illusion formation, followed by Li Xiu eliminating the demon beast he was battling. Ou was astonished to realize that Li Xiu had utilized the formation's power to slay the demon beast. He had even transformed the illusion formation into a killing formation in an instant, cleaving the beast's body into several pieces. Li Xiu's mastery over formations had reached an astonishing level, seamlessly switching between illusion and slaughter, leaving the demon beasts within bewildered. With each illusion transforming into a killing formation, a multitude of king realm demon beasts fell victim to the array, as Li Xiu's mere thought commanded the demise of numerous foes. Mou suddenly questioned whether Li Xiu had once been a master of formations in his previous life. Otherwise, how could he possess such familiarity? It was as if he were a fish in water, particularly after his realm breakthrough, as the formation's might intensified even further, and no longer could the demon beasts within the formation hope to escape. Previously, some powerful king realm demon beasts had been able to shatter formations and flee. Now they found themselves ensnared within cages, each illusion acting as a prison. With their final cries, the demon beasts succumbed to the formation's onslaught. Li Xiu stood calmly to the side, his fingers deftly weaving hand seals. As the formations shifted and turned, leading to the downfall of the demon beasts. Boom! Suddenly, one of the formations transformed into a meteor shower formation, with meteors raining down from above, crashing violently upon the demon beasts within, toppling their colossal forms. Subsequently, the meteor formation morphed into a tempest, the winds forming blades that sliced through the demon beasts as if they were mere tofu, shredding their bodies into fragments. Annihilate, Li Xiu bellowed. In an instant, all the demon beasts within the formations were eradicated, their blood pooling upon the ground, forming crimson rivulets. Elated, Li Xiu surveyed the slain demon beasts within the formation before entering to extract their demon pills. Like a miser guarding his treasure, his eyes gleamed as he chanted, "We struck gold." Mo Yu watched as Li Xiu displayed the demeanor of a miser, even wiping the demon pills clean of blood on his clothing before carefully placing them into a storage ring. Utterly lacking the poise of a seasoned expert, hard to believe he was a reincarnated powerhouse. "Brother, we hit the jackpot. Let us sell these demon pills outside. We're bound to make a fortune," Li Xiu exclaimed, his fear of poverty evident, as this was the first time he had encountered such a bounty of demon pills, which were exceedingly precious. Yu chuckled and shook his head. With all the demon beasts slain within the formation, the surrounding King Realm demon beasts had been reduced by more than half. The three of them continued their ascent towards the mountain peak, swiftly dispatching the demon beasts that rushed to obstruct their path. At this point, no demon beasts could hinder their progress. The Rat King observed Yu and his companions advancing unhindered towards the summit, his heart filled with anxiety. This mid-slope was a stronghold, and if lost to Yu and his companions, he would not escape retribution. "Kill them," he commanded, desperately directing the surrounding demon beasts to attack Yu and his companions. Yet, at this moment, the trio was invincible. The deadly poison fog could kill all demon beasts below the King Realm, while Li Xiu's formations could trap and even slay King Realm demon beasts. Lu Yidao's blade energy could instantly cleave through numerous King Realm demon beasts. Together, they were a harbinger of slaughter for the demon beasts at this mid-slope, unable to withstand their might. The demon beasts began to falter. The Rat King, feeling utterly helpless, finally sighed. Quickly seek assistance, he instructed a nearby demon beast. Without hesitation, the demon beast turned and rushed towards the mountain peak, where the ancient royal realm demon beasts were gathered. At the edge of the spiritual energy pond atop Long's home mountain, numerous powerful demon beasts congregated, while a radiant beam of light connected heaven and earth. The pond was imbued with rich spiritual energy, which was currently liquefying into water and surging upwards through the towering beam. Above, a barrier obstructed the ascent of this divine light. They would require another day before the defenses of the tower could be lowered sufficiently for a powerful demon beast to speak in human tongue. "We must succeed this time. Failure is not an option," one ancient royal realm demon beast said gravely, gazing at the divine light. "Rest assured, after years of preparation, we will undoubtedly break free this time," replied another ancient royal realm demon beast. The assembled ancient royal realm demon beasts were rulers from various corners of the tower, having gathered here for a purpose, and it was no coincidence. "What a pity for this low-grade spirit stone vein," a demon beast lamented. Report: humans are advancing. Just then, a King Realm demon beast rushed to the edge of the spiritual energy pond in a panic. "Calm yourself. What an unseemly display. They are merely humans. Kill them," an ancient royal realm demon beast scoffed. "Allow me to deal with those humans. You all continue with your tasks." With that, the ancient royal realm demon beast turned and sped down the mountain, its massive form sprouting wings that allowed it to soar into the sky, heading towards the valley below the mid-slope. Yu and his companions were unmatched and were nearing the peak. Suddenly, a terrifying killing intent descended from above, and a demon beast plummeted from the sky. This creature resembled a black dog with wings. The flying beast, Li Xiu's expression shifted. The flying beast was a solitary demon beast renowned for its incredible speed and aerial ambush tactics. This particular flying beast was at the third level of the ancient royal realm, far exceeding their strength, and now it had set its sights on them. Their situation appeared dire. Li Xiu quickly set up numerous formations. Yet he lacked confidence in being able to thwart the flying beast. Lu Yidao gripped his long knife tightly, It was a slender blade crafted from exceptionally hard and sharp iron, capable of cleaving even king realm demon beasts in half. An ancient royal realm demon beast. Mou's pupils constricted as the deadly poison fog expanded around the three of them, concealing their figures. Chapter 89. The ability to snap necks high above. The descending flying beast suddenly lost sight of Mou and his companions. The deadly poison fog obscured its vision, rendering it unable to lock onto their location. Ultimately, it circled outside the fog, preparing to seize the opportunity to dive down for a lethal strike. However, the density of the deadly poison fog deterred it. As it was wary of its toxicity, he let out a low growl, signaling the surrounding beast to enter the deadly poisonous mist. In an instant, countless creatures surged into the lethal fog, but alas, upon entry, they were transformed into a green liquid. Even the king-level beasts were corroded to the point of being barely intact. Teetering on the brink of death, the eyes of the flying beast gleamed. If the king-level beast could survive within the deadly mist, what was there to fear? Therefore, without hesitation, he dove into the poisonous fog, instantly enveloped by its deadly embrace, feeling his skin corroding, accompanied by a hissing sound. The feathers on his wings began to dissolve, and with a furrowed brow, he darted like lightning through the toxic haze. Suddenly, he realized he was caught in a loop, and it dawned on him that he had entered an illusion array crafted by humans. He was astonished that someone could create such a formation capable of ensnaring him. Humph! With a cold snort, his wings folded tightly behind him, and his body began to spin in place, rapidly forming a tornado. This vortex grew swiftly, soon reaching 100 meters in diameter. The immense whirlwind tore apart everything in its vicinity, shattering the illusion array into fragments. The array collapsed. The figures of Mou and his companions were revealed. The flying beast's eyes turned icy as he charged towards Li Xiu, sensing his formidable aura. "Why is he targeting me?" Li Xiu exclaimed, startled, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dove into another illusion array. "Brother, you take care of yourself," he called out to Mou. Mou offered a wry smile as the deadly mist spread around, and he too entered a nearby illusion array. "Hey, if you don't run, you'll be waiting for death," he warned Lu Yidao. "Not running. I want to test my strength," Lu Yidao replied calmly, gripping his long knife tightly. His gaze intensely focused on the flying beast. Mou and Li Xiu entered the illusion array. The flying beast immediately locked onto Lu Yidao, his expression turning frigid, and he shot towards Lu Yidao with murderous intent. Lu Yidao's hand trembled slightly as he swung his long knife in an eerie arc through the air. Clang! The long knife sliced through the flying beast's claw, spilling forth a shower of blood, and the beast let out a pained cry, its left front paw nearly severed. Lu Yidao let out a muffled grunt and took a step back. The ancient emperor realm is nothing remarkable. Lu Yidao calmly raised his head, his eyes fixed on the flying beast, filled with an indomitable fighting spirit. Upon hearing Lu Yidao's words, the flying beast was engulfed in fury. How could he, a proud creature, be belittled by a mere human of the first tier of king level? What was his summoning spirit? Mou, within the illusion array, observed the unfolding scene, witnessing Lu Yidao forcefully pushing back the flying beast. A sudden thought striking him. Lu Yidao had never summoned his spirit. He was fighting the beast solely with his knife. Even against the ancient emperor realm's third tier, he had not once unleashed his spirit. Moreover, it seemed he had no intention of doing so. Ou regarded Lu Yidao with a grave expression. Lu Yidao's situation mirrored his own closely. This could only imply that Lu Yidao's summoning spirit was not convenient to release. Alternatively, it suggested that Lu Yidao was brimming with confidence in his own strength, believing he could defeat the flying beast without summoning his spirit. Clang! The flying beast lunged once more, only to be repelled again by Lu Yidao's blade. And yet another wound was inflicted upon it, causing Lu Yidao to retreat another step. Humph! The flying beast was now utterly enraged, attacking Lu Yidao with reckless abandon. He darted toward him like a bolt of lightning from various angles. However, Lu Yidao remained steadfast, gripping his knife, using precise blade energy to slice the flying beast apart time and again. Nonetheless, a trickle of blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth. Still not summoning his spirit, Mo frowned, observing Lu Yidao's perilous predicament. If he did not summon his spirit soon to bolster his strength, he risked being struck down by the flying beast. Yet, in this critical moment, Lu Yidao refrained from calling forth his spirit. The only explanation was that his spirit was not convenient to deploy. Just like Mo gazed intently at Lu Yidao, pondering if his summoning spirit also belonged to another realm. That seemed to be the only possibility. As Lu Yidao continued to sustain injuries, he adeptly sliced through the flying beast, but his wounds grew increasingly severe. His gaze remained fixed on the flying beast, unwavering. The flying beast was likewise taken aback by Lu Yidao's resilience. It had slain many human warriors, yet it was the first time it encountered someone as tenacious as Lu Yidao. A sense of fatigue began to wash over it. You all step back, clear the area for me, and O human or beast is to approach, Lu Yidao suddenly declared loudly. Both Mo and Li Xiu were momentarily stunned. Lu Yidao was addressing them. Although they were unsure why he wanted them to clear the vicinity, they nodded in response to Lu Yidao's grave expression. Subsequently, the two of them discreetly worked to clear the area. Of course, with the deadly poison present, the surrounding beasts could not approach. All creatures within 30 meters were either poisoned to death or forced to flee. Coupled with Li Xiu's array, the area was quickly cleared. Li Xiu set up numerous illusion arrays around Lu Yidao, which would prevent any beast from approaching, leaving only Lu Yidao and the flying beast in the center. OU and Li Xiu also retreated to the sidelines. Soon, only Lu Yidao and the flying beast remained. Lu Yidao's gaze was locked onto the beast's eyes. The flying beast felt an unsettling sensation as Lu Yidao's eyes remained fixed upon it. Moreover, having failed to kill Lu Yidao, it began to tire. Instinctively, the flying beast blinked. In that instant, Lu Yidao's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear behind the flying beast, and with terrifying speed and strength. He swiftly twisted its neck. The beast heard a sharp crack, followed by its head spinning a full 180 degrees backward. Chapter 90. Ascending the mountaintop, its eyes met Lu Yidao's calm gaze. And even in death, it could not comprehend what had transpired. After Lu Yidao severed the flying beast's neck, its massive corpse plummeted from the sky. Lu Yidao firmly grasped the beast's neck, then slammed its carcass heavily onto the ground. Creating a deep crater, he crouched atop the flying beast's corpse, slowly rising to his feet. He coughed softly, furrowing his brow, before slicing open the beast's head, from which a dragon-eye-sized demon core rolled out. He gently picked it up, wiped off the blood, and then tossed it into his mouth. The immense power of the demon core surged into his body, instantly transforming into his cultivation. Boomed, a resounding rumble echoed within him, as if he had achieved a breakthrough. Yet externally, he still appeared to be at the first tier of king level, but it seemed he possessed a method to conceal his true realm, allowing others to perceive him as merely a first-tier king-level cultivator. Outside, Mo and Li Xiu suddenly fell silent, curiosity piqued. They then entered, only to find Lu Yidao calmly wiping his knife with his sleeve alongside the corpse of the flying beast lying on the ground. This ancient Emperor Realm beast has been vanquished. Li Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the corpse. He rushed to the beast's side, noticing the demon core was missing, glancing at Lu Yidao with a sigh. Mo looked at Lu Yidao in shock, unable to believe he had actually defeated an ancient Emperor Realm beast. He truly was a prodigy. The wandering swordsman is indeed formidable. Li Xiu marveled again, reaffirming his principle of clinging to powerful allies. Previously, he had latched on a MOU, and now, seeing Lu Yidao's prowess, he had unhesitatingly decided to cling to Lu Yidao's leg as well. With MOU's deadly poison and Lu Yidao's blade techniques, he felt he had secured two robust pillars of support. In fact, he had already surpassed his initial expectations. He had originally aimed to survive 3 days, join the Blade sect, and obtain cultivation resources. But now that goal was no longer necessary. He had already fulfilled his objective. Brothers, I've heard there's a spirit pool at the mountaintop, where cultivating can lead to explosive breakthroughs that we must enter first. Otherwise, we'll fall behind and miss out. Elisha suddenly spoke in a low voice. Lu Yidao's eyes flickered. He had indeed come in pursuit of that spiritual energy pool. Upon hearing the Shio's words, Mou's expression shifted slightly. He was unaware of the matter concerning the spiritual energy pool, as he had come for the lower-grade spirit stone vein. However, if what Li Shio claimed about this spiritual energy pool truly enabling a significant enhancement of his strength was accurate, then he was determined to seize the opportunity. Although this spiritual energy pool might not rival that of the Celestial God sect, it was nonetheless formidable and should not be squandered. That Elisha cleared his throat. Very well, let us proceed without delay. OU nodded in agreement. Due to the sudden appearance of the flying beast, many human martial artists had fled down the mountain, too fearful to ascend further. Now, with the flying beast slain by Lu Yidao, those human martial artists surged back upward. The death of the flying beast instilled terror in all the demonic creatures. Even the Rat King was left astounded, unable to fathom how such a powerful flying beast had perished so swiftly. As the humans advanced, the pressure intensified.